Chapter 1. The first match of the Chunin exam, featuring Uchiha Obito against Might Guy. At this moment, an eerie voice, unlike that of a human, suddenly echoed. Shinobi World Inventory System. Binding successful. Constructing inventory platform and linking all life forms. Connection successful. The abrupt utterance startled not only the genin participating in the exam, but also left the proctors in shock. Suddenly, a colossal screen materialized in the sky, prompting the proctors to urgently halt the Chunin exam. What the? I haven't settled our last score yet, Obito retorted defiantly. Wait a minute, do we know each other? Might Guy, perplexed, questioned Obito, as he had no recollection of provoking him. How dare you ignore me? We clearly battled before. Obito's anger intensified upon hearing this. He had harbored this grudge for quite some time, planning to defeat Guy here, only to discover that Guy had forgotten him entirely. Stand down, the Umbu had already sealed off the examination platform. Given that it was the Chunin exam, a considerable crowd had gathered, making the screen in the sky particularly conspicuous. Sarutobi Hiruzen also made an appearance at the Chunin exam at this moment. He had not yet aged to his later state. It was during this time that he earned the title of the Doctor of the Shinobi World, and he was in the prime of his tenure, brimming with vigor. Rules. 1. 3 opportunities are granted. All life forms within the domain possess the right to answer. 2. Life forms that answer incorrectly will face penalties including, but not limited to, ninjutsu and lifespan. 3. Relevant questions will be posed during the inventory. Providing correct answers will yield corresponding rewards. On the screen outside the examination hall, clear text materialized one after another, escalating the already tense atmosphere to an eerie climax. The Umbu signaled to a supervising genin by the window, who attempted to use fire release to test for any physical entity, only to find that the flames passed straight through the screen. It was evident that this screen was merely a virtual projection, lacking any physical form, yet there was no means to deactivate it. Some candidates witnessed this scene. The two nearest to the screen were Obito and Guy, who were swiftly escorted to a safer location by the Umbu present. Hey, is this an extra test? Proctor-san? Obito, oblivious to the severity of the situation, questioned the proctor. Foolish Obito, this is obvious, Kakashi began, but before he could finish, the strange voice resounded once more. Shinobi World Inventory, Shinobi World Shadow Level Combat Power 20, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, you say? Hiruzen gazed at Shisui's name, caught in a dilemma. He felt a sense of relief seeing Shisui, the child of Kagami, possess such strength, yet anxiety loomed as well. Although the tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan were not overt, no one could guarantee that the Uchiha would not harbor ill intentions upon witnessing the prowess of their kin. After all, the Uchiha clan was the foremost clan in Konoha. At this moment, not just Konoha, but everyone in the Shinobi world witnessed the inventory on the screen, and those unfamiliar with the situation were envious of Konoha. Villages such as Kusagakure and Hashigakure boasted only genin as their top combatants, particularly with the number of genin being exceedingly scarce. Yet, Uchiha Shisui, ranked 20th in Konoha, had already exhibited shadow-level strength, making other ninja villages feel utterly dwarfed. Uchiha Shisui, indeed a formidable opponent, however, claiming he possesses shadow-level strength may be a bit exaggerated. Many were still unfamiliar with Shisui, as he had only recently begun to emerge during the Third Great Ninja War, and his reputation as Shisui of the Body Flicker had yet to be established. At the scene, a squad from the Mist Village is stealthily infiltrating the borders of Konoha, led by Ao, who has stolen the Byakugan. Possessing this ocular power allows him to observe changes several kilometers away, making him an apt leader for the mission. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uchiha Shisui has been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, 2 of Ao's teammates collapse, seemingly terrified as if they have encountered something utterly horrifying. Ao quickly halts his advance. Is it an illusion technique? From a member of the Uchiha clan? He exclaims, removing his eye patch to reveal the Byakugan. What? The audience outside the screen is left astounded. The Hyuga clan is indeed one of the 2 foremost clans in Konoha, alongside the Uchiha. Naturally, the Uchiha clan harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Hyuga. In the Uchiha clan, strength reigns supreme, lacking power. Even the clan leader would garner no respect. When Uchiha Fugaku had not revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, the clan members dared to pressure the leader into rebellion. However, if one possesses strength, they will earn respect. In contrast, the Hyuga clan has always been governed by the main house, with the branch families subjected to a curse seal that allows the main house to control their lives and deaths, as well as to destroy the Byakugan should they be captured. Thus, the Byakugan is rarely disclosed unless the main house is harmed and the Byakugan is forcefully taken. Damn it, Ao of the Mist Village, my Hyuga clan will not rest until we settle this, declares the elder of the main Hyuga family. At this moment, Ao, realizing that his secret has been exposed, remains unperturbed. He is acutely aware of the Hyuga clan situation. Konoha would never permit them to act recklessly, nor would they allow the Hyuga clan to disrupt the hard-won peace. Yet he is vexed by how Uchiha Shisui managed to ensnare these two in an illusion without him noticing. The Byakugan can perceive events within a 3-kilometer radius, and yet he had failed to detect that his comrades had fallen victim to an illusion, a feat that is beyond the capability of an average jonin. In the footage, Ao activates his Byakugan and observes a peculiar chakra emanating from the individuals trapped in the illusion. Following the chakra's trail, he realizes, could that person be? A sense of foreboding washes over him as he notes that half of their small team has succumbed to an illusion without having even seen the enemy. At that moment, through the Byakugan, it becomes evident that there is a faint chakra connection between the entrapped individuals and a figure in the distance, particularly concentrated around the opponent's eyes, where a significant amount of Azure chakra is visible to the naked eye. If it is that person, then the mission can be abandoned, Ao states to his subordinates, preparing to withdraw. His subordinates, puzzled, inquire, Lord Ao, are we really retreating just like that? What about the mission? With a hint of resignation, Ao responds, the opponent is Uchiha Shisui, known for his body flicker technique. If we encounter him, we stand no chance of victory. What? The body flicker Shisui? The prodigious Uchiha who can disregard missions and retreat without a second thought? At this point, they finally comprehend that their assailant is none other than Uchiha Shisui. If it is indeed him, we pose no threat whatsoever. Ao muses, casting a wary glance in Shisui's direction, surprised that a mere mission would lead them to the renowned body flicker Shisui. Haha, this is hilarious. I thought the Mist Village ninjas were formidable, yet they quiver in fear upon encountering Shisui. Uchiha Obito laughs heartily at the spectacle displayed on the screen. In the future, once I awaken my Sharingan, I will undoubtedly surpass Shisui, Obito declares, pridefully adjusting his goggles. He cannot fathom the true power of a Sharingan once he unlocks it. He is certain he will be able to outclass Kakashi, who constantly wears a sour expression. Kakashi, perplexed, wonders about Obito's audacity. Has he not noticed the multitude of ninjas on the screen? If the Sharingan were merely a matter of strength, there would be no need for such trepidation undoubtedly. There are other contingencies at play. At this moment, Kakashi lacks the profound understanding of the Sharingan that he would later acquire. Most outsiders regard the Sharingan only in terms of its basic stages, Onetamo, Totemo, and Threetamo. Even many members of the Uchiha clan remain unaware that the Threetamo can evolve into the Manjikyu Sharingan. A question arises, what is the current level of Sharingan possessed by Uchiha Shisui in the footage? A. Onetamo. B. Totemo. C. Threetamo. D. Manjikyu. Suddenly, a question appears on the screen, and the crowd immediately recognizes it as part of the assessment system, which promises rewards for correct answers and penalties for incorrect ones. However, no one dares to respond first, for the nature of the rewards remains a mystery, and a wrong answer could result in a deduction of their lifespan and jutsu. Typically, a ninja possesses only a handful of techniques. Once those are depleted, one would be left with nothing but kunai to fend off adversaries. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is taken aback by the options presented on screen. The Manjikyu Sharingan has always been a closely guarded secret within the Uchiha clan. How could the assessment system possibly know? He himself had only recently unlocked the Manjikyu by chance. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku feels a headache coming on should his clan members discover that the Threedomo can evolve further. He cannot imagine the chaos that would ensue. As the vortex-like bead twirled, a subtle smile graced the corner of his mouth. As Uzumaki Minma glanced around, noticing that no one was paying attention to this area, she quietly approached the entrance of the root and opened it just a crack, peering through the narrow opening. It was the first time Uzumaki Minma beheld the world beyond the roots, and her heart swelled with unparalleled excitement. After cautiously glancing back to ensure no one was watching, Uzumaki Minma stealthily slipped away from the roots. Once liberated from the confines of the roots, he spread his small arms and inhaled deeply. Ah, the scent of freedom. It was the winter season, and the entire Hidden Leaf village was adorned in a resplendent blanket of snow, a sight of exquisite beauty. As he stealthily emerged into the bustling streets of the village, Uzumaki Minma quickly sensed something amiss. The moment he stepped onto the thoroughfare, he was met with glares that resembled those reserved for a harbinger of doom, filled with animosity. Overwhelmed by the hostility reflected in their eyes, some individuals, including Uzumaki Minma, chose to retreat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hiragana Mima heard a cacophony of noise, turning towards the source of the clamor. She was taken aback. Golden short hair adorned with a crimson scarf, the visage strikingly similar to her own, yet marked by 6 whiskers upon the face. The identity was unmistakable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a sudden surge of inexplicable anger, Uzumaki Minma picked up a stone from the ground and, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards his adversary, aiming directly at the forehead of the boy closest to him. However, his movement was swiftly intercepted by another boy, who collided forcefully with Uzumaki Minma. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki and his companion, Uzumaki Minma, lay bruised and battered upon the ground. 3 boys reveled in their mockery of the duo. Look at these 2, now sporting black eyes. What a future Hokage, swaggering about in a red scarf. And this one with the dark hair, equally foolish, ha ha ha. The 3 boys departed, basking in their triumph. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. It's not over yet. I have something even more impressive in store. It was then that he realized the 3 boys who had assaulted them had already vanished. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex made Naruto feel an unsettling chill under the intensity of his gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? He inquired. Naruto, in a daze, replied, you bear a striking resemblance to me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto was taken aback as Uzumaki Minma grasped his hand and said, I am Uzumaki Minma. In that moment, Naruto was struck by the similarity of their names, pondering, what a coincidence this is. Naruto Uzumaki was unaware of the sentiments held by his grandfather, Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to hesitate in readily acknowledging his identity. At that moment, the 2 shared a profound understanding and crouched down together. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hinata approached them, her voice soft and delicate as she inquired, are you both all right? In unison, Naruto and Uzumaki Minma stubbornly declared, how could we possibly be in trouble? If those 3 brutes were still around, I would certainly show them my prowess. Hinata, holding onto the tattered scarf that Naruto had torn, felt a pang of guilt and said, about that scarf. Naruto sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Hinata, filled with self-reproach, apologized, I'm so sorry. With a reassuring smile, Naruto comforted her, don't worry about it. It's just a minor issue. Rising to his feet, Naruto suddenly proclaimed with fervor to Uzumaki Minma and Hinata, let us become friends. Huh? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the midst of the forest, Vortex Myanmar and Naruto strolled gracefully, The smile upon Naruto's face had remained unwavering from the very beginning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The vortex-headed individual suddenly felt a surge of warmth and inquired, Naruto, would you like to come over to my house for a visit? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded, really? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the swirling figure of Minma arrived at the entrance of the root headquarters alongside Naruto, two masked root ninjas obstructed their path. Minma-sama? The two root ninjas expressed their confusion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Uzumaki Minma scratched his head and tentatively inquired, well, I ventured out for a bit and made a new friend. I would like to bring him home to play. Is that all right? The two root ninjas gazed at Uzumaki Minma with admiration. Truly, you are the grandson of Lord Danzo. Minma-kun, you even brought the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to the root. The root ninjas promptly opened the gates, allowing Uzumaki Minma and Naruto to enter. Naruto, filled with curiosity about everything in the root, glanced around eagerly. Wow, Minma, your home is so vast. Minma replied, is it? I suppose it's all right. However, the current Uzumaki Minma was hardly in the mood to respond to Naruto, his heart racing with anxiety as he contemplated how to face Danzo. Inside Danzo's office, he rubbed his throbbing temples, gazing at the visibly anxious Uzumaki Minma and the inquisitive Naruto before him. So, you sneaked out of the root and brought him here. Is that correct? Danzo was overwhelmed, realizing that both Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails were now present in the root. Yet, rather than feeling any joy, he was engulfed in a sense of trouble. One Uzumaki Minma was already a handful, constantly under the scrutiny of Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique. Many experiments in the root had come to a standstill because of this. Now, with the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto, Danzo wondered if there was any point in maintaining the root at all. Perhaps disbanding it altogether would be simpler. Ah, is that so, Grandpa Danzo? You won't be angry, will you? Uzumaki Minma cautiously asked. Danzo beckoned towards Uzumaki Minma, saying, come here. The whirlpool-like figure of Minma approached Danzo with an air of innocence. Suddenly, Danzo seized Minma, placing him upon his thigh, raising his hand high, and then, one by one, Danzo began to spank Minma. I have already warned you. Do not stray from the roots. Have you taken my words to heart, or have they simply gone in one ear and out the other? No one dares to defy my decisions. You are the first, and the second. Danzo lamented the laxity of his discipline towards Minma, realizing that over the past 3 years he had failed to properly instruct him, allowing Minma to become rather reckless. The anguished wails of Uzumaki Naruto echoed throughout the entire office, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Naruto, with a bewildered expression, gazed at Danzo, who was mercilessly striking Uzumaki Naruto, unable to comprehend why this stern elder, who bore a resemblance in age to his own grandfather, the Hokage, would assault his comrade. However, driven by instinct rather than thought, Naruto leaped onto Danzo's desk, pointing an accusatory finger at him and demanding, why are you hitting Naruto? Danzo cast a dark glance at Naruto, retorting, what, do you wish to take his place? In that instant, Naruto felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Involuntarily shuddering, yet, gritting his teeth and summoning his courage, he defiantly proclaimed, if it means taking his place, then go ahead and hit me. The whirlpool-faced Martin was instantly alarmed. The fact that Danzo, his grandfather, could strike him indicated that the situation was not severe, a mere beating would suffice. At such a moment, why would one seek to stand out? Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Naruto, who, in turn, met Danzo's stare with unwavering determination. Uzumaki Narumi felt a compelling need to provide assurance. Grandfather Danzo, Naruto is a friend I have recently made. From the very first moment I encountered him, I felt an inexplicable desire to forge a friendship with him. He is my first friend, and I wish to bring him back to bring joy to you, Grandfather Danzo, and let you know that I have made a friend. Danzo lowered his gaze to the beaming Uzumaki Narumi, whose smile seemed to radiate a desire to please. His mind was consumed by Narumi's words. He is my first friend, and I wish to bring him back to bring joy to Grandfather Danzo. So, this little one intends to bring happiness to me by introducing him. Is the inexplicable desire to befriend him rooted in their fraternal bond? Danzo abruptly lifted Uzumaki Narumi from his lap and placed him firmly on the ground, his voice stiff as he declared, you have 1 hour. The vortex surface instantly filled Ma Dun with immense joy. The hour mentioned by Danzo indicated that Naruto could spend an entire hour at the route and then depart safely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of dark lines upon his head seemed to question, knowing the danger, do you still dare to act so recklessly? You truly have no fear of death. Naruto, with his characteristic naivety, replied, hee. In that moment, my mind was simply overwhelmed by impulse. And I charged forward without a second thought. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the 3 years since Uzumaki Naruto arrived in this world, he has entirely embraced his roots as his home and has come to regard Danzo as a grandfather. For Naruto, this realm has transformed into an entirely new domain, distinct from the world etched in his memories. Although Danzo's gaze often appears stern and intimidating, Naruto can perceive the underlying concern that Danzo holds for him. Perhaps, Danzo has begun to see him as a true grandson. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Beside Naruto sat Uzumaki Menma, observing as Naruto devoured his meal. Menma's mind was in a state of disarray. It seemed that his grandfather, Danzo, harbored no particular sentiments towards Naruto. In fact, he had even sent an abundance of delectable treats for both him and Naruto. Before long, Naruto finished an entire table's worth of food and let out a satisfied belch. Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Minma exclaimed. Since the Hokage is looking after you, how could you not have enjoyed fine food before? Naruto patted his round little belly and explained, Old man Hokage is very busy. He gives me money every month to buy food, but the villagers refuse to sell to me, so I mostly eat instant noodles. It appeared that Naruto's life was still quite arduous. In contrast, Minma enjoyed a far more fortunate existence within the roots. While Minma and Naruto were frolicking in the room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived at the roots. Upon entering Danzo's office, Danzo mockingly remarked, Ah, Hiruzen, that little brat with the 9 tails has come to my roots. You really keep a tight leash on him. Unfazed by Danzo's taunts, Hiruzen laughed heartily before responding, I'm quite at ease with Naruto being here. Danzo, with a hint of sarcasm, said, Is that so? You once vehemently opposed me taking Minma away, fearing what I might do to him. Now, your ease must stem from the fact that your telescope technique allows you to monitor everything, right? Hiruzen took a seat and spoke sincerely, Danzo. I must inform you that I ceased using the telescope technique to observe the roots over a year ago. I sense that you have come to regard Minma as your own grandson. Danzo fell silent for a moment, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Noticing Danzo's lack of response, Hiruzen smiled and continued, I believe it is time for Minma to venture outside. Remaining in the roots is not conducive to his growth. Danzo scoffed. What? Let Minma go out only to be ridiculed by those ignorant villagers? The order you issued back then to conceal the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has proven futile. The villagers still disdain that little brat. Hiruzen sighed, choosing not to counter. He realized his earlier assumptions had been naive. He had thought that by concealing the truth, the children born thereafter would remain oblivious to Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing Naruto to have companions in the future. However, things had not unfolded as he had hoped. Although the adults who knew Naruto's identity refrained from discussing it, the shadows of fear and hatred lingered. These adults continued to impart their prejudices to their children, labeling Naruto as a monster. Consequently, these children, influenced by their upbringing, regarded Naruto as a creature to be shunned and despised. Danzo shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that his dear friend was far too indecisive. He glanced at a root ninja standing by the door. The ninja understood the cue and made his way to Minma's room. Young Master Minma, Lord Danzo requests your presence in his office, along with your friend. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto and Uzumaki Minma arrived at Danzo's office. Upon seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, Grandpa Hokage. Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and inquired, Did you have fun? Naruto enthusiastically nodded his head and replied, Today, I made a new friend. And we had a wonderful time together. Minma, this is the Hokage grandpa I mentioned. Without needing further introduction from Naruto, Uzumaki Minma recognized Hiruzen Sarutobi as well. The young Uzumaki Minma greeted respectfully, Good day, Hokage-sama. The kind-hearted Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Minma's head, saying, From now on, you may call me Hokage grandpa, just like Naruto. Sarutobi glanced at Naruto and then at Uzumaki Minma, realizing that the two brothers had yet to recognize each other. Turning his gaze towards Danzo, Sarutobi noted the frown on Danzo's face as he subtly shook his head, signaling for Sarutobi not to reveal the brothers' relationship. As long as Sarutobi had not addressed the village's prejudice towards the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Danzo was reluctant for Minma and Naruto to acknowledge their bond. However, Danzo understood that their recognition was merely a matter of time, given their striking resemblance apart from their differing hair colors. Furthermore, Danzo had not insisted that Minma adopt the Shimura surname. Sarutobi discerned Danzo's intentions and rose, taking Naruto's small hand, saying, "Naruto, it's time for us to return. Let us invite Minma to play next time." Naruto waved goodbye to Minma. "Minma, let us play together next time." After Sarutobi and Naruto departed, the office was left with only Danzo and Uzumaki Minma, who sat quietly, observing Minma intently. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Narahina's thoughts raced swiftly. Yes, yes, please speak, Lord Danzo. Danzo replied with a grave demeanor. Starting tomorrow, you shall commence your training. Only by fulfilling your daily training objectives will you be permitted to leave the roots. Very well. Narahina eagerly acquiesced. Having always held a keen interest in ninjutsu, the prospect of learning it while also enjoying the world outside was a temptation he could not resist. A subtle smile crept upon Danzo's lips. Since you have agreed, I hope you will persevere. However, upon witnessing Danzo's smile, Narahina felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Now, go rest. From tomorrow, you must rise early, for someone will be seeking you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool-faced Minma shuddered in alarm, exclaiming, Mr. in the Mountains. What is the meaning of this? The stern mountain wind replied, by the orders of Lord Danzo, I shall henceforth instruct young Master Minma in his training. Zenwo Miyama glanced at the clock, a shiver running down her spine. It was only 5 in the morning. Was it truly necessary to rise so early? Indeed, it was. Shan's Hongfeng placed Zenwo Miyama gently on the ground. You have 10 minutes to dress and freshen up. I shall await you outside. With that, Shan's Hongfeng exited Zenwo Miyama's room. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After completing her morning routine, Uzumaki Minma departed from her room. Yamashita Kaze awaited her at the door. Upon seeing Uzumaki Minma emerge, he simply stated, follow me, and proceeded ahead without further ado. They arrived at the training ground at the base. Without any preamble, Yamashita Kaze immediately began to introduce chakra to Uzumaki Minma. Chakra is the energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components within the human body. It serves as the source of energy for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, being a product of the harmonious blend of mental and physical energy. Yamashita Kaze commenced demonstrating directly to Uzumaki Minma, intertwining his hands to form seals. Water release, water surge. Yamashita Kaze expelled a small column of water from his mouth, striking the ground. This represents the foundational water release ninjutsu executed through chakra. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The vortex-faced hemp can hardly contain its eagerness. The wind in the mountains nodded. Then you shall commence your physical training at once. The perplexed figure of the whirlpool inquired. Wasn't the intention to teach me how to refine chakra? Why must I undergo physical training? As I previously mentioned, chakra is the product of a harmonious blend of mental and physical energy. Your current physical condition is insufficient to facilitate the fusion with mental energy, rendering chakra refinement unattainable. Thus, we must commence with physical training. Today's objective is to enhance physical capabilities alongside mastering the 12 hand seals. Now, let us begin. An hour later, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Uzumaki Minma silently berated himself. Moreover, what could he possibly compare to others? They were geniuses, while he was merely ordinary. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Uzumaki Minma sighed deeply, reluctantly rising from the ground. Next came the sealing technique training. Upon hearing about the training, Uzumaki Minma breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, learning the sealing techniques would not be as exhausting, would it? Another 2 hours passed. The fingers of Uzumaki Minma trembled incessantly, refusing to heed her commands. Today's training session was concluded. However, I expect to see you at the training grounds by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, rather than having to come to your room to fetch you. With that, Yamashiro Kaze utilized his instantaneous movement technique and departed from the training arena. Previously, Uzumaki Minma held a favorable impression of Yamashiro Kaze, considering him a rather amiable individual. On one occasion, she had stumbled upon him enjoying a banana, and he kindly offered her one. Yet now, as she watched Yamashiro Kaze leave, Uzumaki Minma shouted in frustration, "Demon!" Winding up, Uzumaki Minma limped away from the training grounds at an excruciatingly slow pace. After leaving, Yamashiro Kaze made his way directly to Danzo's office. Upon seeing Yamashiro return, Danzo inquired, "How was the training?" Yamashiro reported candidly, "It went quite smoothly. Initially, I estimated that young Master Minma would struggle to endure an hour of physical training, but he astonishingly persevered for 2 hours. His stamina is commendable. However, he requires coercion to engage earnestly in training, as he is prone to seeking leisure at the slightest opportunity." A sinister smile crept upon Danzo's lips. "Then let us proceed accordingly. Should he be caught slacking, we shall double the training duration until he dares not indulge in idleness. Does he not wish to venture outside? He must learn that if he desires to play, he must first commit to rigorous practice." Yes. At that moment, Uzumaki Minma had finally reached the entrance of the main gate. In truth, he was utterly drained of energy. Nevertheless, having completed his training task, he was unwilling to forego the chance to enjoy himself. It was precisely for the sake of leisure that he endured such grueling training. To complete his training and not venture out would be a tremendous loss. Even a brief stroll outside would suffice, rendering today's efforts worthwhile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Uzumaki Minma ambled towards the bustling streets of Konoha, he took 3 steps forward and paused for 2. Upon reaching the grove where he had previously encountered Naruto and Hinata, he fortuitously spotted Naruto, who was playfully engaged in solitary antics. Upon seeing Uzumaki Minma, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "Minma!" and dashed directly towards him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Vortex Minma lamented, "From today onward, I have been assigned to training. I currently possess no strength whatsoever. This is truly excessive. How can one begin their training with such intensity? Are they seeking to jeopardize my very existence?" Naruto expressed his envy. "Minma, you have already commenced your training. Surely, you must have learned numerous formidable ninjutsu techniques?" "Nonsense," Minma exclaimed, wincing in pain due to his overly strained muscles. "I have not learned any ninjutsu, rather. I am being subjected to enforced physical training. This feeble state I find myself in is solely a consequence of that wretched regimen." Puzzled, Naruto scratched his head and inquired, "If you are in such a condition, why are you out here playing? Shouldn't you be resting at home?" Vortex Minma passionately declared, "I have dedicated myself to my training solely for the purpose of leisure. After enduring the arduous journey of cultivation, how could I possibly settle for mere rest? Naruto, carry me and let us indulge in some fun." Upon hearing Minma's spirited words, Naruto enthusiastically replied, "Absolutely. Let us embark on our adventure." He hoisted Vortex Minma onto his back, and they set off towards the bustling streets of Konoha. As they traversed the lively avenues, the townsfolk scurried away from Naruto and Minma as if evading a plague. Yet, one could also say that they strode confidently through Konoha, unabashed. "Minma, is there anything in particular you wish to enjoy?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a delightful prank. Are you suggesting we deface the Hokage rock with some paint? If you're eager to partake in this mischief, feel free to come by my house and grab some paint." The prospect of collaborating with Naruto made the idea of painting the Hokage rock far more enjoyable than undertaking it alone. The little head of Uzumaki Minma bobbed eagerly as she exclaimed, "I want to play." I want to play. Naruto, carrying Uzumaki Minma on his back, first returned to his home to fetch several buckets of paint before heading towards Hokage Rock. In front of Hokage Rock, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted with a flourish. Vortex Minma brandished a bucket of paint in his left hand and a brush in his right, his voice brimming with zealous anticipation as he exhorted Naruto. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. On the left eye of the first Hokage statue, Uzumaki Minma drew a circle, while Naruto marked an X on the right eye. Observing each other's artistic endeavors, the two burst into laughter. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office, gazed into a crystal ball. Watching the mischievous doodles being made on the first Hokage statue by Minma and Naruto, feeling a throbbing sensation at his temples, he took a puff from his pipe, rubbed his temples, and sighed. It was only one before, and now there are two. These little rascals are indeed restless. Who shall I send to clean up the Hokage monument later? 2 hours had elapsed. At this moment, the likenesses of the first and second Hokage had been utterly transformed. Now, Minma and Naruto were busily defacing the statue of the third Hokage. Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed from above the statue. What are you doing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling mist has recognized the identities of these two individuals, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chōji, with a glint in his eyes. Minma Uzumaki turned towards Shikamaru and Chōji, proclaiming, there appear to be some imperfections marring the visage of the Hokage Rock. As denizens of Konoha, can we truly stand idly by? Therefore, we intend to rectify these blemishes. Will you join our endeavor? Shikamaru cast a listless gaze upon Minma Uzumaki. He was far from blind. Would one truly employ such vibrant, polychromatic paints for a genuine restoration of the Hokage Rock? It was patently an act of graffiti. Yet, a sense of amusement stirred within him. Shikamaru then inquired of Chōji, who was presently engrossed in devouring his crisps. What say you? Shall we partake in this escapade, Chōji? Chōji, having emptied the remaining crisps into his maw, responded, it seems rather diverting, Shikamaru. Let us join their ranks. Thus, the graffiti brigade, initially comprised of Minma Uzumaki and Naruto, swelled to a quartet. With their combined efforts, the four individuals swiftly transformed the Hokage Rock beyond recognition. At that juncture, several adults below the Hokage Rock espied the handiwork of Minma Uzumaki and his companions, bellowing, Halt, you scoundrels. Do not attempt to flee. In a moment of silent understanding, Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, and the four of them exchanged glances before exclaiming in unison, Run. The four members of the Whirlpool clan dashed through the streets of Konoha, evading capture by several adults in pursuit. After a prolonged chase, they finally emerged from the bustling avenues of the village and entered the serene embrace of the surrounding woods. The adults, overwhelmed by fatigue, ceased their pursuit. The four of them, seated on the ground, were panting heavily and soon burst into hearty laughter. Nara Shikamaru stood up and approached Uzumaki Minma and Naruto. I am Nara Shikamaru, he introduced himself. Chōji also chimed in. I am Akimichi Chōji. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with energy. I am Uzumaki Minma, and I look forward to your guidance. Chōji then opened a new bag of chips, munching away while curiously asking, Minma, Naruto, why is there such a stark difference in your hair colors? With a genial smile, Uzumaki Minma elucidated. Disparities in hair color are quite ordinary, wouldn't you agree? After all, we already share an uncanny resemblance in the same surname. To possess identical hair color as well would simply be excessive. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chōji stared at Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, utterly flabbergasted. From the moment they laid eyes on Naruto and Uzumaki Minma, Shikamaru and Chōji had presumed them to be siblings. Save for the divergence in hair color, their visages were virtually indistinguishable, as if molded from the very same cast. Little did they anticipate that the two were not, in fact, brothers. Truly, the world is a boundless expanse replete with marvels and peculiarities. The trio of Shikamaru, Chōji, and Naruto spent their day immersed in delightful play until the evening approached. As the time for parting drew near, they prepared to bid each other farewell. The vortex waved farewell, saying, I shall return home now. Until we meet again tomorrow. Until we meet again. Upon returning to his room in the depths of the village, Uzumaki Minma, after indulging in a few bites of food, succumbed to a profound slumber upon his bed. The morning's rigorous training, coupled with the afternoon's merriment, had rendered him utterly exhausted, and he fell asleep the moment he touched the mattress. Meanwhile, in the Nara household, Shikamaru and his father, Shikaku, sat on the floor with a shogi board placed between them. After moving a piece, Shikamaru remarked, Dad, today, Chōji and I encountered two rather intriguing friends. Shikaku, smiling, inquired, Oh, it is quite rare for you to describe someone as interesting. What makes them so? The two of them are nearly identical in appearance, aside from their hair color. Their names are also strikingly similar. One is Uzumaki Minma, and the other is Uzumaki Naruto. Surprisingly, they are not siblings, which left me quite astonished for a while. Upon hearing Shikamaru's description, Shikaku's hand paused mid-move. Noticing his father's hesitation, Shikamaru curiously called out, "Dad?" After placing his piece down, Shikaku replied with a smile. "Since you have become friends, cherish that friendship." Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that his father might have some knowledge about Uzumaki Minma and Naruto. And a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. He directly posed his query, "Dad, judging by your reaction, you must know about Minma and Naruto. And they are indeed brothers, aren't they?" Shikaku looked at Shikamaru in surprise, realizing that his reaction had led his son to deduce that he was aware of Uzumaki Minma and Naruto. However, he found it reasonable, as his son's intellect mirrored his own. Without explicitly confirming, Shikaku ambiguously stated, "Some things are best left unsaid. The future will reveal all. Now, let us continue our game." Shikamaru was now convinced that Uzumaki Minma and Naruto were indeed brothers, and he sensed that his father harbored some knowledge of their circumstances, which he preferred to keep private. Yet, recognizing his father's demeanor, Shikamaru chose not to press further and focused on the game. The following day, at the training grounds in the village, the training grounds reverberated with Uzumaki Minma's hog-calling-esque vociferations. The whirlpool-faced Ma lay on the ground, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the mountain wind. "Uncle in the mountains. You are a devil. You must be a devil." The mountain wind replied calmly, "Lord Danzo has stated that if you indulge in laziness even once, your training time is extended. You have already been idle on numerous occasions, which has added an hour to your training. You now have a total of 1.5 hours left to train. If I were you, I would not be lying on the ground complaining, for that too prolongs your training time." The vortex-faced girl hurriedly rose to her feet and tugged at the sleeve of Shan Zhongfeng, pleading, "Uncle Shan, I beseech you, let us forego the extension of time." With a seemingly considerate tone, Shan Zhongfeng replied, "The moment you grasp my sleeve does not count as idleness. The extended time cannot be rescinded. You must commence your training immediately, or the duration will continue to be prolonged." Whirlwind Minma scurried forth with haste, muttering complaints as he ran. Lord Danzo, he grumbled. "It's always Lord Danzo this, Lord Danzo that. Is he the one training, or am I?" A lash of water struck the ground near Whirlwind Minma's feet, and Yamanaka Maple's fiendish voice echoed in his ears. "Sluggishness equates to indolence. Yamanaka, you're a veritable fiend." Whirlwind Minma, now relegated to mere verbal defiance, could only accelerate his pace. The training concluded thereafter. Vortex Minma was hardly able to crawl back to his room. Today's training had significantly surpassed that of yesterday, leaving him utterly drained of energy, let alone the prospect of venturing away from the roots for leisure. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji had gathered, awaiting Minma's arrival. However, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, Minma had yet to make an appearance. Shikamaru speculated, perhaps Minma has decided against coming out to play today? Chōji found merit in Shikamaru's words, as anything articulated by Shikamaru invariably held truth. Naruto, with fervor, declared, "I believe Minma will certainly come. After all, he promised to meet us today." Another hour elapsed, and the once confident Naruto began to waver in his certainty. Shikamaru proposed, "Waiting like this is counterproductive. Naruto, do you know where Minma resides? We could seek him out." A spark ignited in Naruto's eyes. It was indeed a splendid idea that had eluded him. Yet, the thought of Danzo's stern visage filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, he reasoned that Minma's residence was vast, and the likelihood of encountering Danzo was minimal. Moreover, he was aware of the location of Minma's room and could make a beeline for it. With a determined fist raised, Naruto proclaimed, "All right, let us head to Minma's home. Onward." Naruto led Shikamaru and Chōji to the entrance of the roots. The imposing gates were ensnared by the massive roots of trees, casting an eerie shadow that rendered the entrance foreboding. Shikamaru inquired with surprise, "Is this really Minma's home?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is Minma's abode. I have been here before." Chōji, having set aside his chips, gazed at the ominous gates and hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps we should return tomorrow instead?" Naruto reassured him, "Fear not. The inhabitants within are quite amiable. When I visited last time, they prepared an abundance of delectable treats for me." Naruto approached the root ninja guarding the gate. "Excuse me, sir, we wish to enter and find Minma. Could you kindly open the gate for us?" The same guards had previously encountered Naruto and Minma when they visited the roots together. The root ninja stared at Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji, feeling a prickling unease. Why did troublesome matters always arise when it was their turn to stand watch? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto should be more mindful of his status. Furthermore, he had brought along 2 younglings, clearly the offspring of the Nara and Akimichi clans. What a place this was. This was the roots. Yet, the guards could not simply dismiss them. After all, Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and one could not disregard what Lord Danzo might think. However, they could not allow them entry either, as the last time they permitted Minma and Naruto to enter, they received a stern reprimand from their superiors. Thus, they had no choice but to seek Danzo's permission. One of the root ninjas entered the facility and approached Danzo in his office. "Lord Danzo, Naruto Uzumaki, along with the children from the Nara and Akimichi clans, are outside the root seeking to enter in search of young Master Minma." Danzo rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. What was this? Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Within the depths of the roots, Danzo was vexed by the presence of Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji seeking Minma. After all, their identities were far from ordinary. A root ninja tactfully inquired, Lord Danzo. Shall we expel them? Danzo fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, the selection of the fifth Hokage seemed a distant prospect, at least for the foreseeable years ahead. Only two individuals were suitable to succeed as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, both had departed Konoha for their respective reasons. Tsunade was grappling with the trauma of losing her brother, Nawaki, and her beloved, Dan Kato, and was ensnared in psychological turmoil, suffering from hemophobia. Even if she returned to Konoha, her state would preclude her from assuming the role of Hokage. Jiraiya, a perennial wanderer, was currently preoccupied with locating Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the next generation, including Asuma and other key figures of Konoha, had yet to mature sufficiently to take on the mantle of Hokage. Danzo surmised that for the next decade, the position of Hokage would remain occupied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Danzo harbored ambitions for the Hokage position, as long as Hiruzen was present, that aspiration would likely remain elusive. Minma, however, was different. As the son of the fourth Hokage who perished protecting Konoha, that lineage alone was more than sufficient. In contrast to his own distant dreams of Hokage, Minma possessed a far greater opportunity, provided he could mature into his potential. With Minma's growth, combined with Danzo's machinations as the leader of the Roots, the prospect of Minma ascending to the position of Hokage was substantial. Additionally, the young Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chōji would undoubtedly serve as Minma's right and left hands in the future. Furthermore, as the Roots were not engaged in any forbidden experiments, Danzo felt little cause for concern. Ever since he had taken Minma under his wing, everything about the Roots had effectively been laid bare to Hiruzen's scrutiny. After a moment of reflection, Danzo instructed the Root Ninja, very well, allow them entry. Take them to find Minma. In the future, they need not report to me. Simply bring them to see Minma directly. Once the Root Ninja departed, Danzo summoned Yamanaka F. From tomorrow onward, if Minma survives, I want him pushed to his limits in training. F expressed concern, but Lord, the intensity of young Master Minma's training is already exceedingly high. Some of the lower-ranked ninjas may not even match it. Moreover, he is merely 3 years old. If we escalate the training further, it could lead to irreversible damage to his physique. Do not view Minma through the lens of an ordinary child. He harbors the Nine Tails within him and possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, granting him unparalleled healing capabilities. I expect you to rigorously train him, compelling him to grow. My aspirations for him transcend those of an ordinary ninja. Having heard Danzo's decree, F refrained from further argument. After affirming with a simple yes, he exited the office. Once F had departed, Danzo called upon several researchers. From today onward, your sole focus will be to study the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan with a singular aim, to ensure that Minma fully awakens the complete abilities of the Uzumaki lineage. With his directives issued, Danzo reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed. The unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan are capable of suppressing the tailed beasts, and they possess a vast reservoir of chakra. If only Uzumaki Minma could awaken the abilities inherent to the Uzumaki lineage, he would be able to quell the Nine Tails. Then, imparting all the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques to him would allow Uzumaki Minma to master the control of the tailed beast. However, one point continues to elude Danzo: why neither of the children born to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki inherited the red hair. Furthermore, why did Uzumaki Minma's hair transition from blonde to black? Danzo tapped his finger on the table, muttering to himself, once Minma comes of age, I'll have to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique from Hiruzen. I'll see if Minma can master it. If he does, with the power of the Nine Tails combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, I doubt anyone would dare to vie for the position of Hokage. The gates of the Root. Follow me, I will take you to find young Master Minma. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji followed the Root Ninja into the Root headquarters. Naruto had already been here once and was no longer curious. However, this was Shikamaru and Chōji's first time, and they were curious about everything in the Root. The gloomy and dark atmosphere of the Root filled Shikamaru and Chōji's hearts with an inexplicable sense of dread. Traversing through the internal pathways, Shikamaru and Chōji were slightly taken aback. This place is too big. Finally, the Root Ninja stopped in front of a room. Young Master Minma is inside. You may enter. Thank you, sir. The Root Ninja instructed. Remember, many things here are classified information of the Leaf Village. You must not wander around here. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji nodded their heads. We understand. After the Root Ninja left, Naruto knocked on the door. However, he received no response. Naruto knocked a few more times, but still, there was no reaction. Chōji wondered, could it be that Minma isn't here? Who knows, we'll find out once we go inside. Naruto stopped knocking and directly turned the handle to open the door. Pushing the door open, Uzumaki Minma was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Naruto ran to Uzumaki Minma's bedside and shouted, Minma, we've come to play with you, wake up. Startled, Minma of the Uzumaki lineage leaped from his bed with sudden alacrity. With his eyes still shut, Uzumaki Minma murmured, Mr. Yamanaka, I'll commence training immediately. I implore you not to prolong the duration. Upon opening his eyes, Uzumaki Minma discovered it was, in fact, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The enigmatic Minma gazed at the trio in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it truly you? How did you manage to enter?" Shikamaru, with his hands clasped behind his head, retorted, "It was the uncle at the entrance who brought us in. You really can sleep soundly, Minma." Bereft of comprehension, Uzumaki Minma found himself in a state of bewilderment, still grappling with the surreal nature of the situation, as if trapped within the confines of a dream. Could they have infiltrated the clandestine root headquarters with such apparent ease? He resolved to ponder the matter later, once they had successfully escaped, lest they tarry too long. Naruto, seizing Minma's hand, promptly bolted towards the exit, with Shikamaru and Chōji in close pursuit. "Hold on a moment," Minma exclaimed, "allow me to don my trousers before we depart." A month then elapsed. Each morning, Uzumaki Minma endures grueling training. Just as he begins to acclimate to the intensity, Yamanaka-fu promptly escalates the regimen, affording Uzumaki Minma no respite. It's as if their motto is, if it doesn't kill you, push you to the brink. This leaves Uzumaki Minma in a state of utter misery. Yet, regardless of the day's arduous training, a single night's rest restores him completely. Although Uzumaki Minma had not been spared from injury during his training, each time he was swiftly discerned by the winds of the mountains. The intensity of the training sessions left his scalp tingling. Nevertheless, he managed to endure this harsh regimen with remarkable perseverance. Mornings were dedicated to rigorous practice, while afternoons were reserved for joyous moments spent with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji, away from the roots. However, due to the exhaustive nature of his morning training, Uzumaki Minma found himself too fatigued to move. Thus, it was Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji who would come to the roots to fetch him, taking turns carrying him to their leisurely escapades. The trio had become quite adept at navigating their way to the roots. This time, it was Shikamaru's turn to carry Uzumaki Minma. Upon leaving the roots, Shikamaru inquired, "What shall we do for fun today?" To which Chōji suggested, "How about a game of ninjas?" The whirlpool-faced Minma rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "In my current state, how can I possibly engage in a ninja game?" Naruto proposed, "Shall we go graffiti at Hokage Rock?" However, Shikamaru promptly dismissed Naruto's suggestion, stating, "We just engaged in graffiti the day before yesterday. And only yesterday did we finish cleaning up. The adults are searching for us everywhere, with the inability to partake in ninja games or go graffiti. What shall we occupy ourselves with?" In a sudden moment of recollection, the swirling thoughts in the mind of Minma brought forth a certain individual. To be honest, Naruto. "It seems we have forgotten someone." Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Forgotten someone? Who? Fool, Hinata. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Right? How could we forget Hinata? Since we parted ways with her, it appears we have not encountered her again. Shikamaru, puzzled, inquired, "Hinata? Who is that?" Naruto elaborated. "Hinata is a friend we both knew before you met us, but it has been quite a while since we last saw her. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The four members of the Uzumaki clan arrived near the Hyuga clan's territory. At the entrance of the Hyuga compound, two Hyuga ninjas stood guard. Shikamaru suggested, "Shall we inquire whether we may enter to seek out someone?" The Whirlpool Minma expressed agreement. "It would be best if we could enter directly. If not, we shall sneak in." The four approached the Hinata ninja standing guard. Shikamaru inquired, "Excuse me, sir, we wish to enter to find someone. Could you allow us in?" The Hinata ninja first glanced at Naruto and immediately recognized his identity as the Jinchuriki. Then he looked at the Whirlpool Minma on Shikamaru's back and suddenly froze. The resemblance between the two was striking. Both Hinata ninjas recalled a rumor from 3 years prior, stating, "Two children suddenly appeared in Konoha. They are the embodiments of the Nine Tails." This meant that the black-haired child was Konoha's second Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Hinata ninja, maintaining a stern expression, declared, "No one may enter the Hinata clan's territory without permission. You must leave at once." Having been turned away, the four could only devise a plan to sneak into the Hinata household. At that moment, Chōji discovered a small stone pedestal by a wall. If one stood on the pedestal, it would be just enough to vault over into the Hinata clan's grounds. Agile Naruto was the first to step onto the small stone. Pushing off with his legs and grasping the edge of the wall with his hands, climbing up, Naruto peered over the wall and saw that there was no one inside. "There's no one here. Hurry in." Shikamaru and Chōji quickly followed, scaling the wall. Now only the half-paralyzed Whirlpool Minma remained. Shikamaru and Naruto extended their hands toward Minma. Naruto Uzumaki, trembling with trepidation, rose to his feet and grasped the hands of Shikamaru and Chōji. As Shikamaru and Naruto exerted their strength to pull him up, Chōji seized the collar of Naruto and effortlessly hoisted him atop the wall. Once all four of them had ascended, the quartet successfully infiltrated the confines of the Hyuga clan's territory. However, the moment they landed, an unsettling sensation enveloped them, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Yet, there was no one in sight. Naruto, his voice quivering, inquired, Minma, Shikamaru, Chōji, do you feel that? It's as if we're being observed. Shikamaru, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, replied, of course I feel it. I've heard that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses the ability to see through anything. We must have been detected. Chōji, his potato chips having fallen to the ground, stood frozen in place, too paralyzed by fear to retrieve them. When Uzumaki Minma felt the gaze of onlookers upon him, he was initially startled. However, he quickly relaxed. The fact that he had been discovered was now an undeniable reality. Since they were noticed but not yet driven away, it implied that the members of the Hyuga clan were currently observing them and would temporarily refrain from addressing their intrusion into the Hyuga territory. Sitting on the ground, Uzumaki Menma raised his small head proudly and declared, I told you, in the entirety of Konoha, the four of us walk with confidence. Shikamaru, hurry and carry me. We are off to find Hinata. In the room of Hyuga Hizashi, he sat upright on the tatami mat. Before him knelt a Hyuga ninja. Upon discovering the intruding quartet of Uzumaki Menma, the ninja hurried to report to Hizashi due to the unique nature of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Activating his Byakugan, Hyuga Hizashi peered through the shadows to see the stealthy advance of Uzumaki Minma and his companions, his large head filled with confusion. How could the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who had always lived in the route, also appear here? As someone who had experienced the turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, Hizashi was aware of the true identities of both Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Minma, and he also knew that Minma had been adopted by Danzo. Hizashi could not comprehend why two Jinchuriki, along with the children from the Nara and Akimichi clans, would sneak into the Hyuga territory. Within the Hyuga estate, the four small figures navigated their way through. Why is it so vast here? How are we supposed to find Hinata? Naruto lamented, feeling utterly disoriented. Shikamaru turned his gaze, his expression resembling that of a dead fish, and looked at the Uzumaki Minma on his back, asking, Minma, if you're here to find Hinata, don't you know where she is? The swirling surface lightly scratched its cheek, feeling awkward as it remarked, I thought I would find it upon entering. I did not anticipate that this place would be so vast. Dinksy, feeling anxious, inquired, what shall we do now? Continuing the search may yield no results. Should we retreat for the time being? After a moment of contemplation, Zuinyama suggested, let us retreat for now. Once I ascertain Hinata's location, we shall infiltrate once more. As the four young individuals from the Uzumaki clan had just made the decision to retreat and were about to turn away from the Hyuga clan's territory, they were horrified to discover that a person had silently appeared behind them. Naruto, ever vigilant, inquired, Sir, who are you? Why did you suddenly materialize behind us without a sound? The unexpected figure, standing ominously in their midst, was none other than Hinata's father, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga. The four intruders, each possessing a significant identity, warranted Hayashi's utmost seriousness. With a stern expression, Hayashi stated, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? What are you four attempting to accomplish by stealthily infiltrating the territory of my Hyuga clan? In unison, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji turned their gazes towards Uzumaki Menma. Xuanwu's face darkened at that moment. Why are you looking at him now? Can't you provide an explanation? The whirlpool-faced man, with a resolute demeanor, spoke up, Sir. We are here in search of someone. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow and inquired. You have come to the Hinata clan's territory to seek someone? Who is it? Hinata. Do you know her, sir? The expression on Hinata Hizashi's face was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that these four little ones were actually seeking Hinata. What do you wish to find her for? The whirlpool of Minma boldly remarked. What else could we do? Of course, we are looking for Hinata to play with. Uncle, if you know where Hinata is, could you lead us to her? We would be immensely grateful. Hyuga Hizashi observed the quartet of Whirlpool Minma, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji for a considerable time. Among the identities of these four, the most troublesome was undoubtedly that of Whirlpool Minma. The character Uzumaki Minma is the grandson of Danzo, a man notorious for his ruthlessness. Once, the Uchiha clan, the most prominent family in Konoha, suffered greatly under Danzo's machinations. Furthermore, rumors within the Konoha ninja community suggest that Danzo holds significant concern for his grandson Uzumaki Minma, harboring great expectations for him. Danzo is the individual that Hayashi Hyuga most wishes to avoid. Extremely suspicious, cautious, cunning, and unyielding in his methods, he embodies these traits without question. Should this matter not be handled with utmost care, Danzo could easily accuse the Hyuga clan of coveting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a stain that could never be washed away, even by plunging into the depths of the Nanga River. Currently, Hayashi Hyuga contemplates expelling Uzumaki Minma and his companions from the Hyuga clan's grounds. However, he discovers that these four youngsters are acquainted with his daughter Hinata and appear to be friends, piquing Hayashi's curiosity. In his recollection, Hinata has rarely ventured beyond the confines of the Hyuga residence. Thus, how did she come to know them? Observing the carefree smiles of Uzumaki Minma and his friends, Hayashi arrives at a resolution. Follow me, I shall take you there. The driving force behind Hayashi's decision is Hinata. Her exceedingly gentle nature is a liability. Such a disposition is ill-suited for a ninja. While that may be acceptable for an ordinary person, Hinata is not just anyone. She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, destined to shoulder the clan's responsibilities in the future. Therefore, her character must evolve to become more resilient. Yet, despite Hayashi's attempts to guide Hinata, she shows no signs of change. In contrast, these four youngsters, who have the audacity to enter the Hyuga territory, demonstrate remarkable boldness. The fact that they could be discovered yet still request his guidance indicates a certain audacity. If they truly are friends with Hinata, it is possible that their companionship could facilitate a transformation in her character. Hayashi leads Uzumaki Minma and his companions to a courtyard, where sounds of exertion resonate. Ha! Ha! Naruto instantly recognized that it was Hinata's voice, as the sound of her gentle call resonated through the air. Due to the relatively low walls of the courtyard, he effortlessly leaped and flipped over, landing gracefully within the confines of the yard. The whirlpool of Minma patted Shikamaru's shoulder, urging, "Hurry. Shikamaru, let's go." Shikamaru replied, I know. Carrying you is quite a hassle. CHG, lend a hand." Together, Shikamaru and CHG hoisted Minma, and they all leaped into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. Instead of using the door, they chose to scale the wall, and it was none other than her family's wall. All four of them landed in the courtyard, and Naruto called out loudly to Hinata, "Hinata." Startled from her training, Hinata turned to see Naruto and Minma frozen in place. Huh? Naruto? Minma? Unable to believe her eyes, Hinata rubbed them vigorously and, upon confirming their identities, joyfully inquired, "What brings you here?" Naruto, with a grin and his hands behind his head, approached Hinata and replied, "Of course, we came to invite you to join us for some fun." Hinata, still somewhat bewildered, asked, "Join you for fun?" In a moment of camaraderie, Uzumaki Minma remarked, "Indeed, it was quite a challenge for us to sneak in here to find you." Hinata gazed at Minma, who was being carried by Shikamaru, and inquired with curiosity, "Minma, what happened to you?" "It's nothing, just weary and unable to walk," Minma replied. "This is Shikamaru, and that is Chōji. They are our dear friends, here to play with you." Shikamaru greeted Hinata. "Hello, Hinata." With grace, Hinata responded, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Shikamaru." Chōji opened a bag of chips and offered them to Hinata, saying, "From now on, we are all friends. Please enjoy." Accepting a chip as a token gesture, Hinata expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Chōji. All right, let's discuss this afterward. We must set off now." "Wait," Hinata said, a hint of distress in her voice. "I haven't completed my training for today. I cannot leave." Naruto took hold of Hinata's small hand, insisting, "You can train tomorrow. We finally found you, so let us go have some fun." Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she felt Naruto's grip, her mind swirling in a daze as she allowed him to lead her outside. However, just as they reached the entrance, a tall figure blocked their way, sternly asking, "Hinata, where are you going?" "To the Hyuga clan's grounds," Naruto replied, pulling Hinata along with Minma, Shikamaru, and Chōji as they dashed towards the courtyard. Yet, as they approached the threshold, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly appeared, his expression serious, and inquired, "Hinata, where are you going?" Upon seeing her father, Hinata froze, her body stiffening in place. "Father." The whirlpool of chaos surrounded Naruto, Shikamaru, and CHG as they simultaneously directed their gazes towards Hinata Hyuga. To their astonishment, the uncle who had escorted them turned out to be Hinata's father. "So, you were Hinata's father? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" exclaimed Naruto. "Hinata is joining us for a little outing. We will ensure her safe return. There is no need for concern. We shall take our leave now. So please do not accompany us." After this exchange, Naruto leaned in and whispered to Shikamaru, "Shikamaru, let's scale the wall and make a swift escape with Hinata." Although the reason for their hurried flight remained unclear, Naruto trusted Shikamaru implicitly and, without hesitation, grasped Hinata's hand, vaulting over the wall and sprinting away. Naruto Uzumaki patted Shikamaru's shoulder and urged, "Let us hasten our escape." Shikamaru, carrying Naruto on his back, swiftly followed Chōji, closely trailing behind Naruto and Hinata. After scaling the wall, they darted away in a flash. Hinata Hayashi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, muttering to himself about the cunning little rascals. He had never forbidden Hinata from joining them. A wave of unease suddenly washed over him. Initially, he had hoped that Hinata would evolve through her interactions with him. Yet he pondered if such change might be too profound. Surely, it would not be excessive, would it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki explained, "One must learn to read the atmosphere." Hinata's father, with that stern demeanor, certainly does not appear to be one who would consent to Hinata accompanying us, so it is best to slip away. Do you understand? Oh. So that is how it is, Hinata thought, her mind in a tumultuous state, akin to a dream, as she ran right in front of her father. At that moment, fear enveloped her. She dreaded returning home and facing the repercussions from Hayashi Hyuga. Yet, amidst the trepidation, there was a flicker of exhilaration. This was the first time Hinata, who had always been the obedient daughter, had engaged in such a rebellious act. Shikamaru Nara, weary from carrying Naruto, finally set him down on the ground and plopped himself beside him. He then inquired, "What shall we do next?" This question left everyone in a quandary. The impulsive decision to seek out Hinata had not been accompanied by any thoughts of what to do once they found her. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru lay back on the ground, utterly devoid of motivation. He had given up. Suddenly, Naruto had an epiphany. I know what we shall do for fun. The whirlpool of curiosity enveloped Shikamaru and Dingy as they perked up their ears, awaiting Naruto's explanation. Shikamaru also sat up once more, with a mischievous grin adorning his face. Naruto remarked, I am aware that the Hokage possesses a crystal ball that seemingly allows one to see every corner of Konoha. We could stealthily procure this crystal ball, enabling us to gaze upon the entirety of the village. Wouldn't that be an exhilarating adventure? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Uzumaki Minma and Naruto exchanged a glance, they synchronously positioned themselves on either side of Hinata, placing a hand on her shoulder. What are we saying? We are good friends, and good friends stick together. How could we possibly leave you behind? Let us go. With Minma and Naruto supporting her, Hinata's face flushed crimson, her mind momentarily clouded. By the time Hinata regained her cognitive faculties, the five of them had already arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. At that moment, the Hokage building was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The five youngsters huddled together, strategizing on how to procure the crystal ball. As the most intelligent among them, Shikamaru naturally took the lead in devising the plan. He first inquired of Naruto, Naruto, do you know where the Hokage's crystal ball is located? Naruto recalled. I have seen Grandpa Hokage use the crystal ball in his office, but I am unsure of its exact location. Shikamaru nodded. It's likely in the office. Now, we must decide who will divert the Hokage's attention. I'll lure Grandpa Hokage away. Naruto eagerly volunteered. Shikamaru agreed. All right. Naruto will distract the Hokage while the four of us sneak into the office to search for the crystal ball. Once we have it, we retreat. Understood? If you comprehend. Let us commence our operation. Hinata, feeling overwhelmed, wished to disengage from the situation and refrain from action. However, she was even less inclined to disappoint her friends. Thus, she steeled herself and followed Minma and the others into the Hokage building. Upon entering, several ninjas turned their gazes towards them. Hinata, feeling apprehensive, instinctively shrank behind Naruto. Whispering her concern, do you think we've been discovered? Naruto reassured her, don't worry. They are just concerned that we might pull another prank as we have done several times before. Hinata was taken aback, so they were indeed habitual offenders. The five of them swiftly ascended to the second floor. Shikamaru directed, Naruto, let us find a place to hide while you draw the Hokage out. Leave it to me. I'll ensure the task is completed. Besides Naruto, Minma and the others concealed themselves in a corner of the hallway, biding their time. Naruto approached the Hokage's office door, bypassing the need to knock, and entered directly. Grandpa Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked kindly at Naruto. The only individuals permitted to enter his office unannounced were Danzo and Naruto himself. With a smile, Hiruzen asked, Naruto, what brings you here today? Aren't you supposed to be with your friends? Naruto, with his short legs, hurried to Hiruzen's side. Tugging at his sleeve, Grandpa Hokage, I have something to discuss with you. Let us step outside. Hiruzen ruffled Naruto's hair. Is there something that cannot be said here? It's just the two of us. No one would know. Naruto, quick-witted, replied, I want to show you something, but it's outside. Come with me. It'll be quick. He urged, pulling at Hiruzen's sleeve. All right, let us go see. Hiruzen relented, setting aside his pipe and rising to follow Naruto out of the office. Naruto successfully led Hiruzen out, bringing him into the bustling hall of the Hokage building. Upon seeing Hiruzen, the people present greeted him with respect, to which Hiruzen warmly responded. This saved Naruto considerable effort, as he had yet to devise what exactly he would show Hiruzen. Meanwhile, from their hidden vantage point, Minma, Shikamaru, and Chōji seized the opportunity to enter the Hokage's office. Once inside, Minma, Shikamaru, and Chōji began rummaging through the drawers. Chōji attempted to lift a flower pot to check beneath it, but Shikamaru cautioned, Chōji, there is no need to check the flower pot. The Hokage wouldn't keep the crystal ball there. It should be in a drawer or something similar. Oh, right. Chōji replied, placing the pot down and commencing his search in the cabinets. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in unison. Naruto, Shikamaru, and CHG exclaimed, indeed. After their declaration, they lowered their heads and resumed their search, their movements becoming increasingly frantic, leaving the scattered books and documents in disarray. Hinata felt a pang of exasperation. If what she said was indeed correct, why persist in such chaotic behavior? Shouldn't stealing necessitate a delicate touch, ensuring that others remain oblivious to the act? Shikamaru, ever considerate, elucidated to Hinata, the situation here is already in disarray. Restoring order is no longer feasible. Thus, we might as well create a bit more chaos, which may afford us the opportunity to keep Lord Hokage unaware of what has gone missing. Hinata tilted her head, pondering the logic in his words. Observing the fervent search of the trio, she too began to sift through the nearby items. After all, having boarded this vessel, disembarking was no longer an option. She might as well partake in the endeavor. The brief time spent with Naruto and the others had bestowed upon Hinata a sensation she had never experienced before, pure joy. After a spell of searching, she triumphantly declared, "I found it." Naruto Uzumaki discovered a crystal ball within the depths of his desk drawer. Shikamaru, Chōji, and Hinata gathered around to inspect the crystal ball in Naruto's hands. Chōji, with a curious finger, poked at the orb, exclaiming, "Is this the crystal ball that Naruto mentioned? The one that supposedly reveals every corner of Konoha? It looks rather like jelly, quite delectable indeed." Shikamaru retorted, "You fool, Chōji, how could you possibly eat such a thing? However, since this crystal ball was found in the desk drawer, it must be the one we were searching for. Now that we have it, let us make our swift exit." The crystal ball was rather large, too cumbersome to fit in a pocket, so Naruto tucked it into the fabric of his shirt, cradling it with both hands before declaring, "Let us get going." As Uzumaki Minma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chōji, and Hyuga Hinata exited the Hokage office, they politely closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Naruto was struggling to hold off Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had begun to inquire what Naruto wished to show him. After much contemplation, Naruto found himself at a loss for words to deceive the Hokage. At last, a savior appeared. Spotting the four descending from the second floor, Minma gestured a success sign to him. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto promptly declared, "Grandpa Hokage, I forgot the item I intended to show you today, but I shall bring it next time. Farewell." With that, he dashed away. After watching Naruto's hasty departure, Hiruzen returned to his office, only to find it in utter disarray. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. From the very beginning, he had noticed the four hidden in the shadows and realized that Naruto was employing a classic diversionary tactic. Nevertheless, Hiruzen feigned ignorance and left the office alongside Naruto. There was no particular reason to intervene. After all, if Naruto and his friends wished to engage in their little game, he saw no harm in indulging them. Oh, what a spirited bunch they are. This will certainly be a hassle to clean up, but it is rather delightful to see that Hisashi's daughter has now joined Naruto's circle. Once the mess was tidied, Hiruzen discovered that his crystal ball was missing, prompting him to mutter in confusion. It seems this prank was indeed Naruto's idea, for only he knows of the crystal ball's existence. Yet, without the accompanying jutsu, it holds no more significance than an ordinary crystal ball. Leaning back in his chair, he took out his pipe and lit it, unable to suppress the smile that adorned his face. Allowing Danzo to take in Minma was truly a stroke of genius. Danzo's transformation in character owes much to this grandson of his. Now, Naruto and Minma's circle of friends continues to grow, and everything appears to be progressing in a splendid direction. In a secluded, abandoned training ground, the five individuals seated together in the vortex are intently deliberating on how to utilize the crystal orb. In a whirlpool of curiosity, Mei inquired, "Naruto, you are the only one who has witnessed the Hokage utilizing this crystal ball. Do you know how to use it?" Naruto scratched his head, responding, "I have no idea either. I merely happened to see Grandpa Hokage holding the crystal ball while I was visiting him. He was covering his nose, and his eyes were fixated on it. However, upon noticing my presence, he hurriedly concealed the crystal ball with a cloth. At that moment, I expressed my desire to take a look, but Grandpa Hokage insisted he was using it to monitor the security of Konoha, and despite my pleas, he would not permit me to see it." Realizing that Naruto was equally in the dark about the crystal ball's function, Hinata speculated, could it possibly have some sort of mechanism? In the swirling vortex, man held the crystal ball, peering left and right, appearing to possess no discernible mechanisms. After all, being transparent, any hidden mechanism should be readily apparent. The astute Shikamaru conjectured, perhaps this crystal ball is intended to be used in conjunction with a specific ninjutsu. Only by employing the proper technique can an image be projected upon its surface. Frustrated, Chōji collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "What a waste of effort, after all this toil. We have achieved nothing." Shikamaru, following suit, reclined on the ground, basking in the warm embrace of the sunlight. "How delightful," he mused, "after all this exertion. It is far more pleasurable to simply enjoy the sun." The crystal ball, belonging to the Uzumaki clan, was cast aside as a weary sigh escaped its holder, who sprawled on the ground alongside Shikamaru and Chōji. Initially, he had hoped to peer into the crystal ball to glimpse the women's bathhouse. Observing the despondency of his companions, Naruto felt compelled to utter a few words of encouragement. With a resolute voice, he proclaimed, "What was our purpose in acquiring the crystal ball? It was for enjoyment. The outcome of obtaining the ball is not what truly matters. It is the journey we embarked upon that holds significance. We ought to revel in our success." Hinata gazed at Naruto with starry-eyed admiration, thinking him quite impressive. Alas, the crystal ball, snatched with great effort from the Hokage's office, proved utterly useless. Deprived of the joy of playing with the crystal ball, the five members of the Uzumaki clan found themselves aimlessly wandering the streets of Konoha. Although the villagers cast disparaging glances at Uzumaki and Naruto, it hardly affected their spirits. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the midst of the swirling chaos. Naruto and Shikamaru simultaneously cast their gazes towards Chōji. With an innocent expression, Chōji stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth, questioning, "What are you looking at?" "I'm not hungry." Since it was neither Chōji nor the chaotic scene that had captured their attention, it could only be Hinata. Upon feeling the collective gaze of the four resting upon her, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Typically, after her daily training, her mother would prepare a meal for her. However, today, due to the unexpected visit from Naruto and the others, she had missed her post-training meal. Time had passed, and Hinata's stomach had long since begun to growl in protest. Though she had been enduring the hunger, she could no longer contain herself, and a faint rumble escaped her belly. Naruto inquired, "Hinata, is your stomach growling?" Overcome by shyness, Hinata felt tears welling in her eyes, mortified by the situation. Seeing her on the verge of tears, the four friends were suddenly flustered. "Hinata, please don't cry. It's perfectly all right to be hungry. We all experience hunger daily." Chōji urged, "Quickly, share your snacks with Hinata." "Hinata, these are all my snacks. Please, eat them." The four members of the Uzumaki clan comforted Hinata. Observing as she began to nibble on her snacks, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, despite her delicate consumption, the speed at which Hinata was eating raised eyebrows among the group. Was her pace not a tad excessive? In the blink of an eye, a bag of chips had vanished. Within mere minutes, Hinata had devoured all of Shikamaru's snacks, totaling an impressive 8 large bags. Naruto, taken aback, muttered, "Incredible." Hinata, feeling shy, lowered her gaze, surprised to receive praise for her appetite. Although she had consumed the snacks, it merely served to slightly satiate her hunger. She certainly did not feel full. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely that her stomach would grumble again shortly. Just as the 5 members of the Uzumaki clan were about to continue their journey, a voice called out from behind them. "Huh, Shikamaru, CHG?" The group turned to find a cute girl with short, light yellow hair. Shikamaru greeted her. "Ah, it's Ino." Naruto, intrigued, inquired, "Shikamaru, is she your friend?" Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, CHG and I have been family friends with the Yamanaka clan for ages." Naruto scratched his head in confusion. What does family friends mean? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex pressed her lips together. Never mind, she thought. Perhaps the more I explain, the less Naruto will comprehend. Ino curiously inquired. "Are you going out for fun?" Would you like to join us?" Shikamaru asked. Ino shook the flower basket in her hand, replying, "Maybe next time. I still have many more bouquets to deliver." Upon seeing the exquisite flowers in Ino's basket, Hinata exclaimed, "What beautiful flowers." Hearing Hinata's compliment about the flowers, Ino's eyes crinkled with delight. Ino plucked a daisy from the basket and presented it to Hinata, saying, "This is for you. I am Ino Yamanaka." "And you?" "Hinata. Hinata Hyuga. Thank you for the flower." "No need to thank me. I believe this daisy suits you perfectly." Sometimes, flowers choose their people too. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the tranquil atmosphere, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto nodded their heads in agreement, expressing their willingness to participate in the task at hand, which they regarded as a form of amusement since there was little else to occupy their time. Observing their acquiescence, Ino began to distribute the flowers she held, even enlisting Shikamaru and Chōji into her endeavor. Shikamaru, gazing at the bouquet in his hands, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "I never said I wanted to deliver flowers." Ino, pushing both Shikamaru and Chōji along, insisted, "Consider it a request. Let us hurry along." Her eagerness to complete the delivery was palpable. After providing the addresses to Uzumaki Minma, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji, Ino settled onto a swing beside Hinata, awaiting the completion of their task. Curiosity piqued, Ino inquired, "Hinata, how did you come to know Shikamaru and the others?" Reflecting on the day's surreal experiences, Hinata felt as though she were still ensnared in a dream. "Well, to put it simply, I first met Minma and Naruto, due to my inability to venture out freely after our initial encounter. We did not see each other again until today." More than a month later, a radiant smile adorned Hinata's face as she continued. "I never expected Naruto and Minma would come looking for me. I thought they had forgotten about me. They arrived at my home, accompanied by Shikamaru and Chōji, and took me out to play. It truly fills me with joy to feel that I am remembered by friends." Ino couldn't help but smile in response, sensing the warmth of friendship. Yet, a nagging apprehension lingered in her heart, an ominous feeling that something unfortunate might transpire. Although Shikamaru appeared lethargic and Chōji seemed somewhat dazed, Ino felt reassured by their reliability. However, the same could not be said for Uzumaki Minma and Naruto. The erratic twitching of Ino's right eyelid intensified, amplifying her foreboding sense of unease. Seated on the swing, Hinata and Ino awaited the return of Minma, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chōji from their flower delivery. Ino's heart was heavy with trepidation as she mustered a rather forced smile and asked Hinata, do you think Minma and Naruto are dependable? Hinata tilted her head in contemplation. Dependable? Recalling how Minma and Naruto had scaled the wall to enter her home, escaping in plain sight of her father. And how they had led her to the Hokage's office, diverting the Hokage's attention to steal his crystal ball. The notion of dependability seemed utterly misplaced when it came to Minma and Naruto. Nevertheless, concluding her thoughts, Hinata firmly declared, Minma and Naruto are incredibly dependable. Is that so? As long as they are dependable, that's reassuring. Ino sighed with relief, comforted by Hinata's apparent trustworthiness compared to the other four. Yet, the rapid rhythm of her twitching eyelid persisted, raising her concerns further. An hour elapsed, and Shikamaru and Chōji returned after completing their flower deliveries. However, another half hour passed with no sign of Minma and Naruto. The vortex surface was devoid of any sign of Naruto, who had yet to return. Ino muttered in confusion. How could so much time have passed, yet he still hasn't come back? Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, Ino. The voices of Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Minma echoed from afar. In delight, Ino sprang up from the swing and gazed toward their direction. She observed Uzumaki Naruto and Minma speaking animatedly, with several individuals in pursuit of them. What is happening? Why are so many people chasing after them, and what are they discussing? Shikamaru, Chōji, and Hinata also rose to look at Naruto and Minma. Chōji strained to decipher their words through lip reading. It seemed they were uttering delicious. How could they possibly be saying that while being chased? Hurry, run, they're urging us to flee. Upon understanding the urgency conveyed by Naruto and Minma's lips, Shikamaru immediately took off at a sprint. Seeing Shikamaru dash away, Chōji followed suit. Ino stood bewildered, watching Shikamaru and Chōji flee, then glanced back at the approaching figures of Naruto and Minma. What on earth is going on? Ino felt her mind could scarcely comprehend the chaos. Hinata turned to Ino and said, though I am unaware of the circumstances, Ino, we should also make haste. After taking a few steps forward, Hinata noticed Ino lagging behind and called out, Ino, hurry up. With determination, Ino bit her lip and stomped her foot. No matter. She decided to run first and figure it out later. After a fervent chase ensued, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In unison, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto nodded their heads. Indeed. Inquisitively, Ino asked, Hokage Rock? What happened? Hinata, too, perked up her ears, eager to hear about the happenings at Hokage Rock. Shikamaru, with a slight grimace, remarked, Ino, you must have heard about the graffiti incident at Hokage Rock, haven't you? I overheard the adults in the village discussing it, claiming that four mischievous little rascals frequently vandalized the Hokage's faces, leaving them in utter disarray. No way. Could those four pranksters be you? Ino gazed at the four with disbelief. Shikamaru nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's us. Ino was at a loss for words, particularly surprised that the usually lethargic Shikamaru would engage in such antics. She turned to Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, inquiring, so, during the flower delivery, you two were discovered by those adults and subsequently chased, correct? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The spiral-haired girl and Naruto were momentarily taken aback. Where are we going? To the flower shop, of course. Did I not promise you? After delivering the flowers, I can take you to my shop to choose a bloom as a gift for you. But we haven't actually delivered anything. How is that possible? It's all right, let us hurry along, or the day will soon be over. The swirling vortex of excitement enveloped as Naruto exclaimed, Hooray! You truly are a wonderful person, Ino. The group arrived at Ino's family flower shop. Ino's mother, Yameka Rino, was pleasantly surprised to see so many visitors and exclaimed, Ino, are these all your friends? Ino replied, yes, I just met them today, and I would like to gift them some flowers, if that's all right. Yameka Rino, with great warmth, responded, of course, feel free to choose anything from the shop. In the whirlpool of choices, Ino selected a hydrangea, its round shape exuding a playful charm. Meanwhile, Naruto opted for a bird of paradise, captivated by its resemblance to a crane's beak. The two were not concerned with the flower's beauty. Rather, they were drawn to their whimsical nature. Hinata chose a sunflower, holding a daisy in her left hand and another sunflower in her right. The radiant smile on her face suggested a deep fondness for these blossoms. Shikamaru and Chōji, familiar with Temari, showed little interest in flowers and thus refrained from making selections. As dusk settled, the group began to bid their farewells. Ino, we'll come to play with you tomorrow. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Ino replied, waving goodbye to the five, sensing that the days ahead would be filled with delightful moments. The next task at hand was to escort Hinata home. Vortex Minma addressed Shikamaru and Chōji, saying, Shikamaru, Chōji, you may head back first. Naruto, and I will see Hinata home. Is that agreeable? Hinata's father appeared rather stern, which caused Shikamaru to fret that the trio might face his ire. Do not worry, Hinata's father won't devour us. Perhaps Naruto and I might even enjoy a meal at Hinata's house, he reassured. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chōji's stomach growled insistently. Minma, Naruto, I must hurry home for dinner. Let us meet again tomorrow. Until tomorrow, Shikamaru replied, relinquishing his insistence. For he too feared the potential wrath of his own mother if he returned late. With his hands clasped behind his head, Shikamaru declared, I leave the matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave. After watching Shikamaru and Chōji depart, Vortex Minma stretched lazily and said, All right, Naruto. Let us escort Hinata home now. As evening descended, the golden rays of the setting sun blanketed the earth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as they traversed the swirling depths. Minma could not shake the unsettling feeling of being followed. Yet, each time they turned around, there was no one to be found. Observing Minma glance back repeatedly. Naruto inquired with curiosity, Minma, is something the matter? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto and Hinata were walking ahead when Uzumaki Minma pointed discreetly at the trash bin and whispered to them. I will hide behind the bin. Naruto, you and Hinata proceed forward without looking back. Understood? Naruto and Hinata nodded in agreement. As they advanced, Minma concealed himself behind the bin. Sure enough, after they moved on, footsteps echoed in the vicinity. Sensing that the pursuer had approached, Minma abruptly sprang forth from behind the bin, launching a surprise attack alongside Naruto and Hinata. I shall uncover the identity of the one who dares to follow us. Upon closer inspection of the swirling surface, the figure following them bore a resemblance to Hinata. Hinata, upon seeing this person, paused momentarily. Neji and I? In a moment of clarity, Uzumaki Minma realized that the figure before him was none other than Hinata's cousin, Hyuga Neji. Initially intending to confront him with a bold demeanor, Naruto, upon hearing Hinata call out Neji and I, curiously inquired, Hinata, is he your brother? Why is he following us? Neji, feeling somewhat awkward at having been discovered, retorted defiantly, following? I am merely protecting. Protecting? Protecting whom? Naruto questioned, perplexed. Of course, Lady Hinata. Neji declared, hands on his hips. Naruto's mind began to overload with confusion. Aren't you Hinata's brother? Why do you refer to her as Lady Hinata? Neji responded, that is of no concern to you. My mission is to ensure that Lady Hinata remains unaffected by unsavory individuals. Believing Neji was simply worried about Hinata, Naruto confidently reassured him, you can rest assured. We will take good care of Hinata. Neji, in silence, observed Uzumaki Minma and Naruto without uttering a word. The expression on Temari's face became somewhat subtle. Naruto. I believe the chaotic individual he refers to is us. Neji scoffed. It seems you possess a measure of self-awareness, unlike that foolish blonde. Naruto clenched his tiny fist, exclaiming, Temari, he really deserves a good beating. I yearn to thrash him. Neji provocatively beckoned Naruto with a finger, if you can touch the hem of my garment. I shall concede. Hey, with my fiery temper, today you shall see me pummel you until you taste the ground. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and charged at Neji. Wait. Naruto. Hinata attempted to intervene, but Naruto had already lunged forward. He stood before Neji, his fist aimed at him. Quick as a flash. Neji seized Naruto's wrist and deftly maneuvered him, causing Naruto to stumble forward. Just as Naruto was about to fall, Neji caught the back of his collar, preventing him from hitting the ground. Naruto instinctively uttered, thanks, to which Neji rolled his eyes, idiot. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Naruto tumbling beside Hinata. Naruto. Hinata rushed to help him up. Naruto, filled with indignation, believed he had merely been careless. Let's go again. Hinata grasped Naruto, who was eager to charge once more. Naruto. Neji brother is a genius of our clan. You cannot defeat him. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Naruto retorted, Hinata, why undermine your own kin's prowess and bolster others' confidence? Neji's expression was as grim as if he had tasted something foul. Who exactly is the other and who is one's own? All right, Naruto, leave the rest to me. I shall assist in teaching him a lesson. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Minma kicked Neji's arm. Neji staggered back a few steps, while Minma fell to the ground. Awesome. Minma, go on. Teach that annoying guy a lesson. Naruto cheered loudly for Minma. However, Hinata wore a troubled expression. One was her brother, and the other was her dear friend. It seemed inappropriate to cheer for either side. Neji brushed off the footprints on his arm and turned to the now standing Minma, saying, "Interesting. You are far superior to that blonde fool. I shall take this seriously." Neji assumed a gentle fist stance and beckoned Minma once more. Calm. Naruto Uzumaki charged towards Neji, raising his left fist to strike at Neji's face. Just as Neji prepared to block the incoming left punch, Naruto's right fist suddenly launched a blow aimed at Neji's abdomen. "Huh, a feint, is it? How naive." Neji remained utterly unperturbed, swiftly drawing both hands in a circular motion, as Uzumaki Minma's hands unconsciously mirrored those of Neji. It felt as if they were both gracefully tracing circles together. Suddenly, Neji forcefully swept his hands to the left, causing Minma to stagger several steps before regaining his balance. With an air of pride, Neji proclaimed, "This is the ultimate technique of the Hyuga clan. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." As Uzumaki Minma and Naruto faced off against Neji, they both found themselves on the losing end. Just as Minma and Naruto were preparing to join forces, Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, unexpectedly appeared to interrupt them. Neji was taken aback by Hayashi's sudden arrival and quickly bowed, addressing him as clan leader. Hayashi nodded and turned his gaze towards Hinata, noticing her father's attention. Hinata instinctively shivered, lowering her head and softly murmuring, "Father." Hayashi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why have you not returned home at this late hour?" Just as Hinata was about to respond, Uzumaki Minma interjected, "We were just escorting Hinata home, but we happened to encounter this fellow's obstruction." Neji snorted dismissively, retorting, "I thought you two were harboring ill intentions towards Lady Hinata, and thus sought to reclaim her from your grasp." Naruto, with a fierce expression, demanded, "Who do you accuse of harboring ill intentions?" Neji raised his chin, gazing down his nose at Naruto and Minma, exclaiming, "Isn't it obvious? You fools." As Uzumaki Naruto and his companion exchanged glances, they discerned a shared irritation in each other's eyes. In perfect synchrony, they raised their fists and charged towards Neji, declaring their intent to teach him a lesson. However, just as they passed Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, the ground seemed to vanish beneath them. Hayashi effortlessly lifted the two boys off the ground. "Enough of this nonsense, Neji. It's getting late, and you should be heading home. Hinata will worry," he admonished. "Yes, Lord Clan Head," Neji replied, casting a provocative glance at Naruto and his friend, who were still suspended in Hayashi's grasp, before departing. Once Neji had left, Hayashi set Naruto and his companion down. "All right, you may go now," he stated, not sparing a glance at Hinata as he began to walk towards the Hyuga clan compound. With her head bowed, Hinata silently followed in his wake. At the entrance of the Hyuga estate, Hayashi looked quizzically at Naruto and his friend. "Why are you two still here?" "We promised to escort Hinata home, so we must fulfill that promise," Naruto asserted confidently. "Indeed. Only after ensuring Hinata's safe return will we take our leave," his companion added. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Hayashi replied, "Very well, do as you wish." With Hayashi's presence, Naruto and his friend were able to enter the Hyuga compound without incident. Upon arriving at Hinata's home, they encountered a lovely woman in the courtyard. "Ah, Hayashi, Hinata, you have returned," she exclaimed. This gracious lady was Hinata's mother, Hyuga Kumiko, the wife of Hayashi. Kumiko noticed Naruto standing beside Hinata. "Oh, and who are these two children?" "Hello, Auntie. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and we are Hinata's friends." Naruto introduced himself enthusiastically. Kumiko paused momentarily, glancing at Hayashi, who subtly shook his head. Understanding, she smiled and approached Naruto and his friend, gently inquiring, "So, you are Hinata's friends. Did you all spend the day together?" "Yes. We have just brought Hinata back," they replied in unison. "How wonderful. Hinata often feels lonely, so it brings me great comfort to know she has friends like you. By the way, I assume you haven't had dinner yet? If not, please stay. Annie would love to treat you to a meal." Hayashi interjected, "Kumiko, they need to head back." Before he could finish, Naruto and his friend exclaimed together, "Yes. Thank you, Annie Kumiko." Kumiko smiled warmly and said, "Then please come inside. I will prepare a quick meal. Today we are having sukiyaki." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki devoured his meal with remarkable enthusiasm, relishing his first experience with sukiyaki. The delectable flavors were simply irresistible, compelling him to continue feasting without respite. On the other hand, Kushina Uzumaki, whose diet had always been meticulously regulated, found herself unable to halt her consumption as well. Although nutritious, her meals lacked the delightful taste that she craved. Observing the sheer joy on both Kushina and Naruto's faces, Hinata Kumiko felt a sense of happiness swell within her, gently urging them, "Take your time, there's plenty more to enjoy." The swirling figure of Minma sweetly inquired, "And Kumiko, are you truly the wife of Hinata's father? You bear a striking resemblance to Hinata's sister." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and Kumiko exudes warmth. While the uncle appears rather intimidating, Hinata Kumiko's smile radiated brilliantly. You two children certainly know how to flatter. I am, without a doubt, Hinata's mother. Hinata Hizashi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. These little rascals were being rather excessive. Was it necessary to speak ill of him right in his presence? Hinata remained quiet, her gaze furtively glancing at Hizashi, worried that he might become upset. Hinata Kumiko remarked, "It has been a long time since we enjoyed such a joyful atmosphere. Hinata is always so reserved and introverted. I have long worried that she struggles to fit in. With your presence, perhaps Hinata will become more outgoing." In a whirlpool of emotions, Minma and Naruto assured Aunt Kumiko, "Rest assured, we will take care of Hinata. From this day forth, we shall visit her daily for outings, and she will surely blossom into a more cheerful person." Hinata's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. If that were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of wonderful. Ahem. Hyuga Hayashi coughed forcefully twice. The sound of his cough instantly dampened Hinata's spirits, as expected. Father will undoubtedly disapprove. Hyuga Hayashi fixed a piercing gaze upon Hinata. "Hinata, lift your head and look at me. Do you wish to go out?" Hinata glanced briefly at Hayashi, but the intensity of his stare made her heart tighten, causing her to immediately lower her gaze, speechless and stammering. Witnessing Hinata's demeanor, Hayashi felt a profound disappointment within him and barked once more, "Look at me." Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha fervently encouraged Hinata. "Hinata, what are you afraid of? He won't eat you." "Indeed, Hinata, we are here for you. If he dares to bully you, we will retaliate." "Hinata, lift your head and tell him directly that you wish to go out." "Go for it, Hinata. Speak loudly." Empowered by the encouragement of Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata felt a surge of strength within her. Gradually, she raised her head, suppressing the fear in her heart, and met Neji Hyuga's gaze. Neji, struggling against the impulse to strike Naruto and Sasuke, solemnly asked once more, "I will ask you one last time. Do you want to go out?" After a moment of staring into Neji's eyes, Hinata's voice was soft yet resolute. "I want to." With the support of Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata looked into Neji's eyes and firmly declared her desire. Neji regarded Hinata intently, and she returned his gaze just as earnestly. This was the first time Hinata had expressed her thoughts so resolutely in front of Neji, and in that moment, she felt something within her beginning to blossom. A subtle smile crept upon Neji's lips. "Since you want to, you must also fulfill the necessary conditions. You can only go out with these two youngsters once your training is complete. Do you understand?" Hinata was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing that Neji would truly agree. Noticing Hinata's daze, Neji prompted, "Do you understand?" More impatient than Hinata, Naruto urged, "Hinata, what are you waiting for? Hurry and agree." Coming back to her senses, Hinata nodded vigorously, "Yes, father." Kumiko Hyuga smiled quietly as she watched the scene unfold. The more she observed Naruto and Sasuke, the more she grew fond of them. They had only just arrived at the Hyuga household today. Yet they had managed to break the ice between Neji and Hinata, something Kumiko had long wished to achieve but had never succeeded in doing. Hinata recalled Neji's expression from earlier. Did father just smile? He must have, right? Neji had always worn an exceedingly serious expression when facing Hinata, so any subtle change in his demeanor was immediately noticeable to her. Her eyes grew a bit misty. It seemed that her father was not as unapproachable as she had imagined. Just as Neji picked up his chopsticks, he suddenly furrowed his brow and glanced toward the door. Kumiko inquired curiously, "Neji, is something wrong?" No sooner had she spoken than there was a knock at the door. Neji's voice was somewhat subdued as he replied, "Come in." A stranger entered, yet Naruto recognized him all too well, as he had been a source of nightmares during this period. "Yamashita? What brings you here?" Yamashita bowed slightly to Neji. "I apologize for the disturbance, clan leader Neji. I am here to escort young Naruto back home." Neji nodded slightly. "I see. Naruto, your family has come to retrieve you. You may go." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In a state of bewilderment, Uzumaki Minma inquired of the man from the mountains. "How do you know I am at the Hyuga household?" With an air of sophistication, the man replied, "The root knows all." After Minma and the man departed, Naruto rose from the tatami mat and declared, "I shall take my leave as well. Farewell, uncle, Aunt Kumiko, and Hinata. We shall meet again tomorrow." Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, turned to her and instructed, "Hinata, see him to the entrance of the Hyuga clan grounds. We wouldn't want him to lose his way again." "Yes, father," Hinata responded, leading Naruto out of the room. Now, only Hayashi and Aunt Kumiko remained in the chamber. With concern etched upon her face, Kumiko asked, "Hayashi, that man earlier. He was a ninja from the root, wasn't he?" Hayashi reassured her. "Indeed, he was a root ninja, but there is no cause for alarm. His choice to knock on our door signifies that the root has not set its sights on us. He merely came to escort Minma back." Kumiko's worry was not unfounded, given the stark reality presented by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, having been targeted by Danzo, faced a dire existence in Konoha. For many families in Konoha, the root has become synonymous with trouble, and no one wishes to attract their attention. Hinata had escorted Naruto to the entrance of the Hyuga clan grounds. "Well then, Hinata. Until tomorrow." Naruto waved goodbye. Wait, Naruto, Hinata called out, stopping him. Thank you for coming to the Hyuga household today. I appreciate you and Minma for encouraging me. Thank you, Hinata expressed sincerely. No need for thanks. You should head home now. Take care, bye. Naruto waved once more before jogging away. As Hinata watched him depart, a radiant smile graced her face, and her steps became noticeably lighter. Upon returning to the route, Yamashiro Kaze informed Uzumaki Menma, young Master Minma, Lord Danzo is currently awaiting you in his office. You should go see him now. Lord Danzo is waiting for me. Do you know what he wants? Minma asked in surprise. I do not know. You will find out when you go, Kaze replied, and with that, he vanished using the body flicker technique. The whirlpool of confusion enveloped Minma as he scratched his head, immediately reflecting on whether he had recently committed any misdeeds. After all, despite residing at the roots, his encounters with Danzo had been rather infrequent. After thorough contemplation, Minma could not recall any wrongdoing, and he had diligently pursued his training without slacking off. Convinced that everything was in order, he made his way to Danzo's office. However, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Danzo's imposing visage instilled a sense of anxiety in Minma. Before he could even knock, Danzo's voice resonated from within the office. What are you lingering outside for? Come in. As Uzumaki Minma gently pushed open the office door, his gaze immediately fell upon Danzo seated at his desk. Noticing the weariness etched on Danzo's face, the perceptive Minma hurried to his side and began to massage his shoulders. Grandfather Danzo, how does that feel? Is it comfortable? Danzo did not respond to Minma's inquiry, but allowed him to continue the massage. After a moment, he inquired, how has your training been lately? Have you been slacking off? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki left Danzo's office in a daze, perplexed by the implications of Danzo's mention of tomorrow's arrangements. What could those arrangements entail? The following day, in the office of Danzo, amidst a thick atmosphere of tension, the ever-serious Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a disapproving glance at a test tube resting on the desk. Danzo, have you resumed your forbidden experiments? He inquired, his expression revealing his unease. Unfazed by Hiruzen's reproach, Danzo elaborated on the contents of the test tube, which housed a potion capable of restoring one's bloodline. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Restoring bloodlines? Which bloodline are you referring to? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Danzo replied. Hiruzen abruptly rose to his feet, slamming his palms onto the desk, his voice rising in indignation. Have you perhaps desecrated the graves of Lord Mido or Kushina? This is sheer heresy. Danzo, maintaining his composure, retorted, there is no need for grave robbing. We already possess the genetic samples of both Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Furthermore, you are well aware of the Uzumaki clan's formidable constitution, their immense chakra reserves, superb regenerative abilities, acute sensory perception, and exceptional sealing techniques. By administering this potion to Minma, we could awaken his Uzumaki bloodline, transforming him into a Jinchuriki capable of suppressing and controlling tailed beasts. This would only yield benefits for Minma and Konoha. Silence enveloped the room as Hiruzen resumed his seat, contemplating the implications of Danzo's proposal. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired, are there any side effects? Danzo clarified, for those lacking Uzumaki blood, this potion is undoubtedly toxic. However, for Minma, who possesses half of the Uzumaki lineage, this reagent should be regarded as a means of enhancing his bloodline. The fact that I present this potion to you indicates that it has been rigorously tested, with negligible chances of adverse effects. As the smoke from Hiruzen's pipe filled the room, Danzo, who refrained from smoking, felt nauseated by the second-hand smoke. Enough. Stop smoking, he exclaimed. Danzo, frustrated by Hiruzen's indecisiveness, pressed on, deep down, you have already acquiesced to my plan. Since you have agreed, why linger in hesitation? Is this the demeanor befitting a Hokage? With a resigned sigh, Hiruzen asked, when do you intend to administer this potion to Minma? Today, Danzo replied, rising from his seat. Come with me. Danzo led Hiruzen to Minma's room, where he boldly pushed open the door. At that moment, Minma lay soundly asleep, seemingly sensing a call from somewhere in his dreams. The Uzumaki Naruto awoke with great difficulty, his gaze settling upon two aged faces that appeared to him as two withered chrysanthemums. What the devil? Exclaimed Danzo, his expression darkening as he unceremoniously yanked Naruto from the bed. Clad only in his undergarments, Naruto stared vacantly at Danzo and Sarutobi, bewildered by their intentions. After placing Naruto on the floor, Danzo instructed, put on your clothes, and then accompany us. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of confusion enveloped Uzumaki Minma as he gazed upwards at Danzo, inquiring. Grandfather Danzo, what is the purpose of this? Danzo reassured him, consider it a mere physical examination. It will conclude swiftly. He then entrusted a vial of the potion to the researchers. One of them extracted the liquid with a syringe, preparing to administer it into Minma's body. Just as the researcher was about to proceed, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Wait, Danzo, is everything truly all right?" Danzo responded with a semblance of assurance, although internally, he too felt a twinge of anxiety. The likelihood of adverse effects was minuscule, yet it did not entirely eliminate the possibility. However, it was imperative that the potion be administered while Minma was still young. The efficacy of the treatment diminishes significantly as one matures and their body stabilizes, rendering future applications futile. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool of anxiety enveloped her, yet after a passage of time, it seemed that nothing had altered. As Uzumaki Minma gradually felt his eyelids grow heavy, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Danzo inquired of the researchers, "What is the status?" The effects of the potion were indeed manifesting within young Master Minma's system. All that was left was to wait for him to awaken, which would signify that the serum had fully taken effect. Both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that only once Uzumaki Minma regained consciousness could they deem the situation safe. The research room was enveloped in silence, punctuated solely by the rhythmic ticking of the instruments, casting an atmosphere of utmost seriousness. In the depths of his slumber, Uzumaki Minma began to dream. 5 beasts and 4 figures, all donning masks, encircled him. "Who are you?" Minma inquired, his voice breaking the stillness. The whirlpool surface has not received any response. Vortex Minma, perplexed, scratched his head. What does this mean? In the research room, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were tense, their eyes fixed intently on Vortex Minma. The 5 beasts and 4 humanoid figures that had appeared in Vortex Minma's dream now manifested as ethereal shadows beside him. With a grave expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "Danzo, do you know what this situation entails?" Danzo shook his head, responding, "I am also unfamiliar with this scenario. It is my first encounter with such a phenomenon." In the dream, a masked white tiger suddenly crouched before Vortex Minma. For reasons unknown, Vortex Minma found himself comprehending the tiger's intent. "Do you mean for me to ride upon your back?" The white tiger nodded its head in affirmation. The swirling figure gracefully perched upon the back of the white tiger. The majestic creature rose, carrying the swirling figure as it galloped forward with great speed. Meanwhile, the other 8 companions flanked the swirling figure, seemingly guarding and protecting it. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minma scratched his head in confusion. Is that so? How come I was unaware? He pondered that perhaps it was due to his inability to refine chakra, which hindered their connection. "What brings you to seek me?" The Black Ninetails replied solemnly, "Minma, something is amiss in this world." "Amiss? In what way? Have you not noticed? There exists another version of you, and likewise, another version of me, though it is merely a half of my being." The Black Ninetails' words left Vortex Minma bewildered. After much contemplation, he barely grasped the meaning. "You mean Vortex Naruto still has the Ninetails within him?" "Precisely. I possess a sense that they should not exist, or rather, that we ought not to be here. Yet for reasons unknown, we both find ourselves in this world." Upon hearing the Black Ninetails, Vortex Minma nodded earnestly. "Indeed, logically, we should not be in this realm." Vortex Minma gazed incredulously at the Black Ninetails, exclaiming, "Have you truly discovered a way to return to that world?" "I refuse to go back. If anyone is to return, it shall be you. After all, I have finally forged bonds here, and I have no desire to return to that illusory realm. For Vortex Minma, this place is the essence of reality. Do not call me Ninetails. I have a name, Kurama. Furthermore, I have no means nor wish to return to that world. For me, it matters not which realm I inhabit, and this world holds its own allure." The Black Kurama fixed his beastly gaze upon Vortex Minma, stating earnestly, "To be frank, I long to deliver a thorough thrashing to that Ninetails." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling surface scrutinized the Black Geolama and inquired, "I must ask, Geolama, why does your disposition differ so markedly from my expectations?" The Black Geolama, taken aback, responded with curiosity, "And what, pray tell, do you believe my character ought to be like?" After pondering for a moment, Uzumaki Minma remarked, "You should have roared at me upon our first encounter, proclaiming your intent to devour me, and then deceived me into lifting the seal." The Black Nine Lama shot a glance at Uzumaki Minma and replied, "Why on earth would I do something so absurd? Are you out of your mind? Besides, I bear no seal." "What? No seal? Does that imply you can depart from my body at any moment?" Uzumaki Minma shrank back in fear. The Black Nine Lama responded with curiosity, "Why would I leave your body? If I were to do so, I would simply perish." The Vortex, Minma, was thoroughly perplexed. "That's not right. Logically, after your tailed beasts are forcibly sealed within the Jinchuriki, they would harbor animosity towards them, desperately seeking to escape, especially you, Kurama. After having experienced two Jinchuriki, you should be filled with resentment towards them. Who says I have experienced two Jinchuriki? You must be referring to that other Kurama. My sole Jinchuriki is you, and can only ever be you. The words of the dark Kurama sounded almost confessional, causing Minma's cheeks to flush. Since the dark Kurama bore no malice towards her, it was indeed a relief. Gaining newfound courage, Minma leaped into the embrace of the dark Kurama. Feeling the softness of its fur, the dark Kurama did not resist her and said to Minma, Minma, your body is currently undergoing transformation. Once it is complete, you will possess chakra, and I will be able to communicate with you at any time. This tailed beast is a manifestation of my power. You can summon it through the method of summoning, which resides within your mind, to aid you in battle. All right, I adore you, Kurama. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool Mina leaned against the black Geolama. The black Geolama said to Mina, all right, the time has come, Mina. You must depart now. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool-like figure rose from beside the black nine-tailed fox, reluctantly bidding farewell. I shall take my leave now, Ninetails. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Uzumaki Menma heard the gentle voice of Danzo, a shiver ran down his spine, leading him to believe he was still ensnared in a dream. He pinched his arm, hoping to awaken from this reverie. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. Confused, Danzo furrowed his brow and inquired, what are you doing? Nothing, Grandpa Danzo, Hokage Grandpa. I feel remarkably well right now, Minma responded. Danzo gestured to the researchers, who promptly began examining Minma's condition. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the multiple hands inspecting him, Minma thought it would have been better to have been examined while asleep. After a series of intricate assessments, the researchers reported to Danzo, Lord Danzo, all vital signs of young Minma are normal. A smile spread across Danzo's face. Excellent, he remarked. Addressing Minma, you may now rest. Training will resume as usual tomorrow. With that, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen departed the research room. In the office, after a moment of hesitation, Hiruzen asked Danzo, Danzo, is there any of that potion left? Danzo narrowed his eyes at Hiruzen and replied, this potion was developed specifically for Minma. Do you think such a precious elixir would still be available? With a sigh, Hiruzen acquiesced, very well, I shall take my leave. As Hiruzen turned to exit, Danzo called out, Hiruzen. Hiruzen glanced back. What is it? Danzo tossed Hiruzen a new vial of potion. Upon receiving it, Hiruzen's expression brightened once more. His dear friend was indeed one who spoke harshly but was generous in spirit. In Danzo's office, he produced another vial and threw it to Hiruzen, who, previously downcast, now beamed with joy. Danzo remarked with a huff, this potion is not a gift, it comes at a price. What do you desire? Hiruzen, filled with mirth, resolved to comply with any demand Danzo might propose. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's smile vanished instantly. His brow furrowed in concern. What do you intend to do with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Calmly, Danzo replied, what do you think? Rest assured, I will only allow Minma to learn. Hiruzen's furrowed brow began to ease. That is acceptable, but not at this moment. Even if you were to give him the sealing techniques now, he would be unable to comprehend them. Let him first grasp the fundamentals of sealing techniques, and once he has established a solid foundation, I shall permit him to study the Uzumaki clan's techniques. Danzo did not insist on immediate access to the clan's techniques, and agreed, very well, let it be so. You may leave. After Hiruzen's departure, Danzo summoned Yamashiro Kaze and Oilwoman Ryoma. Kaze, ensure Minma's training is rigorous, push him to his limits. After training, Ryoma, you shall instruct Minma in the basics of sealing techniques. Understood, Lord Danzo. Unbeknownst to Uzumaki Minma, who was currently reminiscing about the summoning method of the Black Nine Tails in his mind, he was about to face arduous training ahead. Now that chakra had manifested within him, Minma resolved to attempt the summoning method from his mind, hoping to see if he could successfully conjure it forth. The whirlpool surface forms the dual-handed seal of the Yin. Nine-faced Supahi, azure, white, vermilion, black, void, south, north, 3, jade. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Vortex Minma surveyed the nine-faced beast, perplexed by the fact that 4 of its forms were distinctly humanoid yet still referred to as beasts. Upon summoning the nine-faced beast, its names surfaced in Vortex Minma's mind. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Jinshi, Nandu Xianren, Beidou Xianren, Shinigami, and Tian. Each corresponds to the elements of Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, San, and Yu. The swirling figure gestured towards the 9 beasts. The azure dragon ascended into the sky, gracefully alighting upon the hand of the swirling figure. The white tiger leapt onto the figure's leg, resting comfortably. The vermilion bird perched atop the figure's head, seemingly treating it as its nest. The black tortoise merely shifted to the side of the figure's feet. The golden serpent coiled around the figure's neck. The southern dipper immortal, the northern dipper immortal, the grim reaper, and the celestial maiden stood upon the shoulders of the swirling figure. The swirling vortex of Minma and the 9-faced beast began to frolic within the confines of the room. The following day, having just concluded the rigorous training mandated by the mountain wind, the swirling vortex of Minma found itself in a precarious state, nearly devoid of life. The mountain wind had already departed. At that moment, the swirling vortex of Minma gazed in terror at the imposing figure of the oil girl Ryoma. Uncle Ryoma, I truly cannot extract anything more. Please, do not come any closer. Minma pleaded, retreating with frantic gestures. The reticent oil girl Ryoma remained silent, merely raising a hand. Countless insects surged forth from the sleeves of Ryoma, creating a disconcerting spectacle. Faced with this swarm, Minma was utterly horrified, a wave of goosebumps washing over their skin. Stop. Minma cried out in desperation, as long as you refrain from unleashing the insects, I am amenable to anything. Ryoma retracted the insects and approached Minma, presenting a hefty tome. Upon glancing at the cover of the book titled An Introduction to the Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques, the vortex-faced figure pondered momentarily. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Uzumaki Minma gazed helplessly at the hefty tome in his hands, pondering how it could possibly be retained in memory given its considerable weight. The moment to commence had arrived. Oil girl Ryoma sat on the ground. Although adorned with sunglasses, Uzumaki Minma could sense her gaze upon him, with a sense of trepidation. She reluctantly opened the book and began to read. The protagonist, known as the Swirling Vortex, feels an uncanny familiarity with each individual character, yet when combined, their meaning eludes him. After just a few minutes of contemplation, he experiences a disorienting sensation, as if his head is heavy and his feet light, succumbing to drowsiness. In this state of lethargy, a sudden itchiness envelopes him, akin to an unseen entity crawling upon his skin, while sharp, needle-like pains prickle his dermis. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Minma hastily rose to her feet, intending to brush off the insects clinging to her. Yet before she could make a move, the insects retreated entirely, returning to the form of the oilskin Longma. The oilskin Longma spoke. Proceed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a fit of despair, Uzumaki Menma gazed at the foundational text on sealing techniques in his hands, and, overwhelmed by frustration, hurled the book to the ground, exclaiming, "Is this life even bearable anymore?" After releasing his pent-up emotions, he dejectedly retrieved the book, stooping as he made his way out of the base. Today, he resolved to study instead of playing, for failing to memorize the material by tomorrow would spell disaster. Having completed his training for the day, Uzumaki Minma departed from the base and sought out Naruto. Upon finding Naruto, he also located Shikamaru, Chōji, and Ino. Once the 5 of them were assembled, they headed to Hinata's home to visit her. Thanks to an earlier heads-up from Hyuga Hisashi, they would not need to scale walls this time. They could enter directly through the gates of the Hyuga clan. However, upon arriving at Hinata's residence, they discovered that she had yet to finish her training, mere moments away from completion. Thus, the group decided to wait for her to conclude her session. Hyuga Kumiko kindly produced snacks and beverages to share with Uzumaki Minma and the others, her heart warmed by the presence of so many children in her home. Shikamaru glanced at Uzumaki Minma, who was engrossed in his book and muttering to himself, and curiously inquired, "Minma, what book do you have there? You seem quite absorbed." Naruto echoed his curiosity, "Yeah, Minma, you're even reading while walking. Is the content that captivating? Captivating my foot." Uzumaki Minma grimaced, retorting, "If it weren't for the circumstances, would I even bother? If I fail to memorize it, I'll be tormented by bugs tomorrow." Ino, puzzled, remarked, "It's just bugs. There's no need to be so afraid, right? I encounter them occasionally while arranging flowers." Vortex Minma lamented, "You speak of a single insect, whereas I refer to a multitude. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a swarm of bugs crawling upon your body, enveloping you entirely, and then biting into your skin?" Ino shuddered at the very thought, feeling a wave of revulsion. Shikamaru quietly set aside the chips he had been munching on, suddenly finding them unappetizing. Both Shikamaru and Naruto placed their hands on Vortex Minma's shoulders, offering a sympathetic remark. You truly have our pity. The whirlpool of emotions enveloped Ma, who sighed deeply. Not only must one endure the grueling physical training akin to torment, but also memorize texts. It is uncertain when this harrowing period shall come to an end. Approximately half an hour later, Hinata completed her training and, after changing into a fresh outfit, jogged over. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, replied, no worries, let us hurry along. The group departed from the Hyuga household and strolled through the streets of Konoha. So, what shall we do next? A ninja game? Naruto inquired. Shikamaru concurred, indeed. Let us engage in a ninja game. With 6 of us, we can divide into 2 teams. Once the decision was made, they ventured into the woods. After forming 2 teams, the game commenced. However, for Naruto, the ninja game felt akin to a novice stumbling into an elite match, leaving him distinctly out of place. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the swirling surface playfully remarked. If you hadn't exposed half of your backside while hiding in the bushes, we wouldn't have found you so effortlessly. In response, Ino teased, Hinata has spotted you several times yet feigned ignorance, hoping you would change your hiding spot. Who would have thought you would remain there? Naruto turned to Hinata, who, with a slight blush on her face, explained, it's not like that. In truth, I really didn't see you. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Even she doubted the efficacy of her explanation in convincing Naruto. Pouting, Naruto expressed, can we possibly switch to another game? One that allows me to feel a bit more involved? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the swirling vortex of the surface is met with disbelief from Mara and his companions. Surely, one must showcase their prowess. After all, having painstakingly mastered a ninjutsu, how could one refrain from demonstrating it? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the vortex face Ma instructed the nine-faced beast. You must conceal yourselves and ensure that you remain undetected. Heeding the command of vortex face Ma, the nine-faced beast swiftly retreated into the forest, shrouding themselves from sight. Vortex Minma announced, let the hide-and-seek competition commence. As the referee, I shall observe who can find the most. Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, and Ino promptly ventured into the woods in search of the nine tails. Meanwhile, Vortex Minma sat on the ground, laboriously flipping through the pages of his book, grappling with the recently memorized material that was now slipping from his mind. Realizing the need to anchor his memories in time, just as Vortex Minma was engrossed, exerting every ounce of his cerebral capacity, he suddenly heard the sound of a branch snapping. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Uzumaki Menma stealthily approached the tree, he was met with an unexpected sight. There, crouched on the ground, was Hyuga Neji, his eyes exhibiting the distinctive veins that signified the activation of his Byakugan, intently scrutinizing the surroundings of the forest. Neji's level of concentration was so profound that he remained oblivious to Minma's presence even as he stood directly behind him. Within the woods of Konoha, Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, and Ino were diligently searching for the nine-tails beast that Minma had unleashed. Meanwhile, Minma had discovered Neji hiding behind the tree. Using his Byakugan to covertly observe the area, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Vortex Minma relentlessly interrupted Neji, exclaiming, you wish to claim that your intentions are solely to safeguard Hinata, do you? Nonsense. What you're engaging in is nothing short of blatant voyeurism and surveillance. Neji was nearly driven to a state of cardiac distress by Minma's words. Do not slander me. My sole desire is to protect Lady Hinata, he retorted. Hinata's father trusts her enough to allow her to accompany us for a day of fun. Do you really think she needs your protection? I shall inform Hinata immediately and see whether she places her faith in you or in me. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted. The Uzumaki Minma revealed a rather sinister smile, inquiring, will you agree to anything? Neji gazed at Minma's grin, sensing an ominous premonition. However, if he were to refuse, it would spell social ruin for him. Steeling himself, Neji reluctantly replied, I will agree to anything. Just lead the way. The whirlpool woman grasped Neji's hand and hurried down the streets of Konoha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of intrigue enveloped Minma as she exclaimed, I have always been curious about what lies within. Hurry and use your Byakugan to take a look and describe it. Neji hesitated. Isn't that rather inappropriate? It feels like an invasion of privacy. Your earlier actions in the woods were also an invasion of privacy. There's no difference. Come on, hurry. Minma urged with palpable excitement. With no choice but to comply under Minma's insistence, Neji activated his Byakugan. As he peered into the women's bathing area, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. A warm liquid beginning to trickle from his nostrils. The whirlpool surface swayed as Neji exclaimed, Don't just keep watching for yourself. Hurry and describe it to me. Neji, in a daze, replied, So white, so vast, a breathtaking sight. Uzumaki Minma scoffed. What kind of description is that? It's utterly lackluster. Neji, wiping the blood from his nose, was about to respond when a middle-aged woman, brandishing a broom and casting a disapproving glare at Minma and Neji, interjected. What are you two rascals doing here? The whirlpool of chaos seemed to slip away as the young boy fled with nimble feet. Neji, witnessing the scene, hurriedly pursued the mischievous youth. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman, brandishing a broom, relentlessly followed in hot pursuit, her voice echoing with indignation. You two little rascals. Yet to grow a proper hair, dare to spy on the women's bath. Just wait until I catch you. I shall teach you a proper lesson. Neji's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Had there been a hole in the ground, he would have gladly burrowed himself into it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, in a state of exhaustion. Both Uzumaki Minma and Neji sat on the ground, panting heavily. Neji grumbled, It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on peeping at the women's bath, we wouldn't be in this predicament. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of despair hung its head low, lamenting, How frustrating. I truly wish to know what it looks like inside. Yet, almost immediately, the whirlpool regained its spirit, exclaiming, Neji, let us return to see it next time. You must observe it carefully then. Neji, with a face of resistance, replied. There can be no next time. Vortex Minma tugged at Neji's clothing, pleading, Just this once. I beg you. Neji felt a twinge of discomfort in his head. Not long ago, the two had been at odds, even engaging in a fierce battle outside the Hyuga household. How had they arrived at this moment? Nonetheless, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him, a desire to behold that breathtaking spectacle once more. Yet, he was resolute in his unwillingness to venture alone. However, with Vortex Minma's insistence, he found himself conceding. Neji feigned reluctance as he replied, You've worn me down. I agree. But this truly is the last time. Vortex Minma assured. This is absolutely the last time. Neji stood up from the ground, saying, Then I shall take my leave. Wait. Neji furrowed his brows and looked at Vortex Minma. What now? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool named Minma had climbed onto Neji's back. Neji, bearing Minma, proceeded step by step toward the forest. Meanwhile, Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, and Ino had scoured the entirety of the forest, yet they had only encountered 3 of the 9-tailed beasts, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the golden snake. The whereabouts of the remaining 6 beasts remained elusive, leading the 5 to ultimately abandon their search. However, upon returning to their original location, they found no trace of Minma. Just as they were about to commence another search, Naruto, his hand trembling, pointed incredulously ahead, exclaiming, Minma, and that guy. Hinata's eyes mirrored disbelief as she processed the sight before her. Neji, who had fought just days prior, was now carrying Minma. Could this be a dream? In the forest, Naruto and Hinata watched in astonishment as Neji approached, Minma on his back. What had transpired during their search for the 9-tailed beasts? Was it truly this surreal? Neji reached the group and gently set Minma down. Naruto, rendered speechless by shock, could only point at Neji, struggling to articulate a single word. Ignoring Naruto, Neji greeted Hinata, saying, Lady Hinata. Hinata, equally bewildered, inquired, Neji, how did you come to be carrying Minma from the direction of the Leaf Village streets? Neji responded, It's nothing. I encountered this fellow on the streets, and he asked me to carry him back. ISNT that right? His gaze turned sharp as he looked at Minma. conveying a clear message. The events of the previous encounter in the forest must remain undisclosed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool surface casually remarked, "It's nothing, merely a sudden whim." No one believes the story about the swirling surface. There must be hidden truths behind it. Neji waved his hand and said, "All right, I've returned the person. And now I shall take my leave." After Neji departed, Ino curiously asked, "Naruto, Hinata, why did you both look so incredulous just now?" Naruto explained. "That is because just a couple of days ago, I had a skirmish with that guy. This left everyone perplexed. Wait, you fought a couple of days ago, and now he shows such kindness in returning the person?" Naruto pondered. Indeed, how could that fellow possibly exhibit such benevolence? What exactly is going on here? Naturally, Danzo and Minma could not divulge his and Neji's escapade of spying on the women's bathhouse. Instead, he dismissively shifted the topic, saying there's really nothing to it. In fact, Neji is quite a decent fellow. By the way, how is the search for my nine-tailed beasts coming along? Naruto frowned and replied, "It's exceedingly difficult to find them. Even with our combined efforts, we've only managed to locate 3. The white tiger and black tortoise were being held by Ino and Hinata, each cradling one. As for the golden serpent, due to its serpentine nature, the girls were somewhat apprehensive, so it remained in Shikamaru's hands. Since we cannot locate any more, it seems we must conclude our game of hide and seek." As Uzumaki Minma snapped his fingers, the 6 nine-faced beasts, which had been concealed in the woods, swiftly returned to his side. With another snap of his fingers, the 9-faced beasts transformed into wisps of smoke and vanished. In response, Ino and Hinata pouted. Longing to play with the white tiger and Jinbu, as well as the other 6 adorable 9-faced beasts, they felt they had not yet exhausted their fun. The sky gradually darkened, and the group each made their way home. The following day, after reuniting with friends, they arrived at Hinata's home, as usual, awaiting the conclusion of her training. While sipping juice, Uzumaki Minma suddenly stood up and declared, "I forgot something at home. I shall retrieve it. You need not wait for me. Feel free to go play, and I will find you." Before Naruto and the others could respond, Uzumaki Minma darted out of Hinata's house. As Uzumaki Minma traversed the territory of the Hyuga clan, he murmured to himself, "It should be a left turn from here." Ever since he had received that particular injection, he had been inexplicably aware of the presence of individuals he had previously encountered. As long as they were within a certain vicinity, he could discern their approximate location. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Naruto skillfully breached the courtyard. Within the training grounds of the courtyard, Neji was engaged in practice with Hinata. Suddenly, during their sparring, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Witnessing this, Neji was filled with excitement. "Father, have I truly reached a level of skill that prompts you to awaken your Byakugan?" Hinata smiled gently and replied, "Let us conclude today's practice. Neji, your friend has come to see you." Neji, puzzled, murmured, "Friend?" Hinata approached the entrance and swung open the door of the training area. Naruto, whose head was pressed against the door, stumbled in as it swung open unexpectedly. Neji stood there, stunned. How is it him? How did he find his way here? Naruto Uzumaki promptly stood up from the ground, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. "You must be Neji's father, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Hisashi Hyuga smiled in response. "Hello, I shall not intrude further." After Hisashi departed, Neji approached Naruto and inquired, "What brings you here? Did we not agree yesterday to go to the—" Neji hastily covered Naruto's mouth, glancing nervously towards the door. Only after confirming that his father had left did he breathe a sigh of relief. Releasing his grip on Naruto, Neji admonished, "Do not speak. We shall discuss this outside." In a secluded corner outside the Hyuga compound, Neji grumbled, "I truly cannot believe this. Are you that eager?" Mizuki boldly declared, "You see, I haven't seen it at all. Naturally, I am anxious." Neji was nearly at a loss for words. "How did you find my home?" "I just happened to look around and stumbled upon it." "You truly have remarkable luck. Well then, since it is thus, let us set forth." Neji, too, began to feel a surge of excitement. The breathtaking scenery they beheld yesterday could be witnessed once more today, in a serene moment. The whirlpool of fate brought Minma and Neji once again to the threshold of the women's bathhouse. The whirlpool of Mina instructed, this time, "Do not merely indulge in your own viewing. Describe what you observe as you go along. Do you understand?" "Rest assured," Neji replied, brimming with confidence. Today is not like yesterday. With a swift activation of his Byakugan, Neji once again beheld the scene within the women's bathing area. He rapidly pinched his nose and began to narrate the surroundings to Whirlpool Mina. As he observed and described, Mina listened with rapt attention. "Do not solely focus on the women. Elaborate more on the architecture of the women's bath. I wish to compare it to the men's." Neji grimaced slightly, thinking, what is there to admire about the architecture? It cannot possibly rival the allure of fair and ample beauty. Just as Neji continued his description, An incongruous voice interrupted from behind. Mina, what are you two up to? As the bodies of Vortex Minma and Neji trembled simultaneously. Their necks stiffly turned to gaze behind them. There, upon the surrounding wall, stood Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Ino, and Hinata, their eyes fixated upon the two of them. Just outside the women's bathhouse of Konoha, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Neji Hyuga were successfully caught by their companions. Ino regarded Naruto and Neji with a look of disdain, as if they were refuse. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki immediately sought to distance himself from the situation, exclaiming, "It's not my concern. I am merely accompanying. I certainly did not possess any ulterior motives." Neji gazed at Naruto in disbelief, astonished that such brazen shamelessness could exist in the world. In a fit of rage, Neji lunged at Naruto, shouting, "You scoundrel! It was you who proposed this entire scheme. You who came to my home to entice me into spying on the women's bath. And now you wish to absolve yourself of all responsibility? Dream on." Neji's furious outburst once again attracted the attention of the middle-aged woman from the previous day. "You two little rascals again. You had the audacity to come back after yesterday's incident. Don't you dare run away." As Uzumaki Menma and Neji swiftly made their escape, Naruto and the others instinctively began to flee as well. In the midst of their flight, Ino, perplexed, inquired of Hinata, "Hinata, why are we running too?" Hinata, equally bewildered, replied, "I don't know, but we should just keep running for now." At last, they broke free from the confines of the Konoha streets, and the formidable owner of the bathhouse ceased her pursuit. At this moment, Uzumaki Minma and Neji found themselves encircled by Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Ino, and Hinata. Neji felt as though his image in Hinata's eyes had completely shattered, and he desperately wished to burrow into the ground to escape the humiliation. He felt utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Minma casually dug into his nostrils, his expression nonchalant, for he possessed a thick skin. Shikamaru remarked, "So you two were sneaking off to spy on the women's bath yesterday without telling us. No wonder, Neji, you were seen walking with Minma from the Konoha streets." Naruto lamented, "You guys are so inconsiderate. How could you not invite us for something like this?" Chōji nodded in agreement, acknowledging Naruto's sentiment. Indeed, it was rather inconsiderate. The swirling surface of the whirlpool suggested, "Let us venture together later, though we must choose a different bathing facility." In response, Inoue, embodying the voice of womanhood, rebuked, "Hey, how can you stoop to spying on the women's bath? That is utterly disgraceful." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool woman pouted and remarked, all right. I shall no longer visit the women's bath." Upon receiving her response, Ino and Hinata turned their gazes towards Neji. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Neji's face flushed crimson. It was clearly the whirlpool woman's idea to go to the women's bath. He had no desire to go himself. Why were they looking at him like that? Unable to withstand Ino and Hinata's probing stares, Neji could only respond with a sense of frustration. "I want to go either." The incident involving Uzumaki Minma and Neji's voyeuristic escapade in the women's bathing area has, for the time being, reached a conclusion. Under Naruto's fervent invitation, Neji reluctantly agreed to join them. Ino and Hinata approached Uzumaki Minma. Ino spoke up, "Minma, there is a matter that Hinata and I would like to request of you." Vortex Minma inquired with a hint of confusion. What is it? Are you able to summon the nine-tailed beast?" "Both Hinata and I have a deep admiration for your nine tails." Ino and Hinata gazed at Vortex Minma with eager anticipation. "I was wondering what it could be." "Of course. I can." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The small team of Uzumaki Minma is expanding rapidly, becoming a household name in Konoha. However, this reputation is somewhat tarnished, as all the members are children from the ninja clans of Konoha. Even when caught in their mischievous antics, there is little that can be done. Ultimately, they are merely released. Nonetheless, should their pranks result in any damage, Uzumaki Minma and his companions take responsibility for repairs. If repairs are unattainable, they collectively contribute their labor to repay the debts incurred. With the passage of time, the villagers of Konoha gradually grew accustomed to the presence of Uzumaki Minma's small team. Their animosity towards Uzumaki Minma and Naruto has slowly diminished as a result. The most pleased among them is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has observed these changes keenly, noting that everything is progressing in a positive direction. Today, after parting ways with his friends, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Shikamaru Nara visited the Nara household to enhance their dining experience. Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, and mother, Nara Yoshino, warmly welcomed Naruto and Shikamaru's arrival. At the dining table, the swirling figure of Uzumaki Naruto indulged in his meal, while Nara Shikamaru remarked, "No one is competing with you two." Nara Shikaku, after savoring a sip of his drink, chuckled, "What's the harm? A man should embrace a certain boldness to exude masculinity." Nara Yoshino gazed compassionately at Uzumaki Naruto and his companion, as a friend of Uzumaki Kushina, witnessing the children of her former friend stirred her emotions. One was sent to the roots, while the other, despite being under the care of the Hokage, was largely neglected by Sarutobi Hiruzen due to his overwhelming responsibilities, rendering him almost like an orphan. Suddenly, Nara Shikaka set down his glass and, with a serious tone, cautioned, "By the way, Naruto, it's best to heed this warning, although Lord Danzo or the Hokage may explain things to you later. I urge you to avoid wandering the streets of Konoha during this time. If you can remain at home, do so." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon returning to the route. Uzumaki Minma was promptly approached by a ninja from the organization. "Young Master Minma." The ninja addressed him. "Lord Danzo is seeking your presence." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex momentarily stunned her, as her delicate features knitted together in confusion. Unable to comprehend why Danzo had suddenly posed such a question to her, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Minma responded, "Either they have suddenly lost their senses, or they harbor ill intentions." Indeed, splendid. Upon hearing Danzo's praise, a radiant smile graced Uzumaki Minma's face. Earning such commendation from Danzo was no simple feat. Danzo then inquired, "If an enemy village were to invade Konoha and wreak havoc, how would you respond?" Without the slightest hesitation, Uzumaki Minma responded, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's take them on." It was rare to see a smile on Danzo's face, and he was quite pleased with Minma's reply. Since the intention was to nurture Uzumaki Minma in the direction of Hokage, it was essential that he possessed not only strength but also cunning. Indecisiveness like Sarutobi Hiruzen's would not suffice. "I am very satisfied with your response today, and as a reward, you may take a day off tomorrow from training." Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Uzumaki Minma erupted in joyful cheers. "Hooray, I can finally have some fun." Ahem. Danzo cleared his throat forcefully, expressing his displeasure. "Let me finish what I have to say." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The expression on Danzo's face suddenly fell. "Is it because the Hidden Cloud Village is sending a delegation to Konoha?" he inquired in astonishment. "Who informed you of this?" "It was Uncle Kakashi," I replied. "During dinner, he advised Naruto and me to refrain from wandering the streets of Konoha these days, urging us to stay at home as much as possible. Moreover, the questions you just posed to me were also related to the Hidden Cloud Village, weren't they?" Danzo nodded slightly. Indeed. Although Konoha stands as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, the overall strength of the Hidden Cloud Village is not to be underestimated. As a fervent militaristic faction, they have long regarded Konoha as a thorn in their side. Their decision to send a delegation to Konoha to forge a peace treaty is, at best, suspect. Therefore, you must remain at the root base and behave. Do you understand? In a tentative manner, Uzumaki Minma inquired, "Can my little companions come to play at the base?" Upon hearing this, Danzo was incensed. The rigorous training that Uzumaki Minma underwent rendered him incapable of movement afterward. Consequently, the little ones would frequently visit the base to take Uzumaki Minma out for leisure, making their access to the base as effortless as if it were their own home. Has the base retained its former appearance? Yet, considering that Uzumaki Minma could remain peacefully at the base during this period, Danzo gritted his teeth and acquiesced. However, before Uzumaki Minma could express his joy, Danzo continued, "There will be no rest tomorrow." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the midst of her training. Uzumaki Minma was being observed by Naruto and his companions. As they watched Minma's rigorous practice, Naruto's mouth hung agape, utterly mesmerized. Shikamaru, filled with trepidation, remarked on the intensity of Minma's training. "Now I understand why Minma appears so exhausted every day." Chōji's face quivered with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The intensity of this training is simply terrifying." Neji, astonished, reflected, I never imagined that Minma, who seems so unreliable, could train with such fervor. I must strive even harder. Ino and Hinata expressed their concern. With Minma training like this, will she be alright? 2 hours later, the vortex-like figure resembled a lifeless dog, clawing at the ground as it crawled towards Ding Xiai. Ding Xiai, hasten to offer me a bite of your snacks. Ding Xiai hurriedly presented all of his treats, saying, Mian Ma, please indulge yourself. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Myanmar rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, why didn't you mention this sooner? To which the response was, you never inquired earlier. Thus, Myanmar declared that her training session had concluded for the day, bidding farewell until tomorrow. With that, the wind of the mountain swiftly departed from the training ground using a technique of instantaneous movement. In disbelief, Nara Shikamaru remarked, Myanmar, is there truly more training ahead? Surely not. Before Myanmar could respond, Yamanaka Ryoma appeared behind her, lifting Myanmar and placing her at the center of the arena. Without hesitation, Yamanaka Ryoma summoned a multitude of insects, surrounding Myanmar ominously. This unsettling scene sent shivers down the spines of Ino and Hinata. True to form, Yamanaka Ryoma remained taciturn, simply instructing, prepare yourself. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minma began to recite. Initially, her recitation flowed quite smoothly, yet the crunching sound of Dingxi biting into potato chips distracted her, causing her to momentarily forget the subsequent lines. What comes next? Uncle Ryoma, could you offer a hint? The oil girl Ryoma beckoned with her finger, and the insects surrounding Vortex Minma surged forward, enveloping her entire body. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and inquired of his companions, who shall carry me today? Yesterday it was Naruto. So today it must be my turn. Neji stepped forward, turning his back to Naruto and crouching down. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After casting a fleeting glance, Uzumaki Minma remarked, there's nothing here. Let us proceed to the next laboratory, the technology research room, which is filled with countless intriguing wonders. The room Naruto had indicated was one that Uzumaki Minma had previously ventured into. It had been abandoned, once utilized for human experimentation, and still housed numerous limbs suspended in a mysterious solution. When Uzumaki Minma first encountered this sight, it had startled him profoundly, leading to several nights plagued by nightmares. In concern for Uzumaki Minma's potential return to this unsettling space, the root ninjas had taken measures to seal the laboratory securely. Within the next research room, an array of technological products lay scattered about. Presently, the researchers were huddled together, tinkering with a multitude of components. The head researcher, Shinlan, upon noticing Uzumaki Minma and his group of companions entering the laboratory, inquired with curiosity, young Master Minma, what brings you here? Shuanli smiled as he explained, Uncle Shuanla, we are here for a visit. What are you currently researching? At present, we are developing electronic real-time surveillance equipment. We are merely a step away from assembling it. He replied. After his explanation, Shuanli presented 7 walkie-talkies, handing them out to Shuanmao and his companions. Since you are here to visit, allow me to offer you a gift. These walkie-talkies have been enhanced and can communicate across almost the entirety of Konoha. Shuanli held a deep fondness for Shuanmao. In fact, one could say that everyone in the roots held a similar affection for Shuanmao. Before the arrival of Uzumaki Minma, the entire route was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, with every individual consumed solely by their tasks, devoid of personal emotions, and unable to glimpse a shred of hope for the future. However, upon Minma's arrival, the root began to gradually flourish with vitality. The inhumane experiments ceased. And although Danzo remained exceedingly strict, he displayed a hint of humanity. This transformation fostered a growing sense of belonging and optimism among the inhabitants of the root. Everyone was acutely aware that Danzo was grooming Uzumaki Minma as his successor. Should Minma lead them in the future, they would wholeheartedly support him without reservation. Having grown up in the root, Minma regarded each person there as family, and they reciprocated that sentiment. With a walkie-talkie in hand, Uzumaki Minma eagerly initiated an experiment. After activating the device, he called out hello a couple of times into the walkie-talkie, and his voice resonated through the devices of Naruto and his companions. Minma was thoroughly pleased with this gift, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Shinyu. The 6 members of Naruto's team echoed their thanks to Shinyu as well. With a smile, Shinyu replied, all right, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall return to my work. At the base, Uzumaki Minma and his companions were playfully using their walkie-talkies, their laughter echoing throughout the surroundings. As evening fell, everyone departed for their respective homes. 3 days later, it seemed that the arrival of a delegation from the Cloud Village had led to the parents of Minma's friends forbidding them from going outside. Even Naruto was instructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain at home, with 4 umbus stationed nearby for protection. Although they could not meet in person, the presence of the walkie-talkies allowed the 7 of them to chat at any time, alleviating their boredom. On this particular day, after completing his training, Uzumaki Minma passed by Danzo's office and overheard Danzo's furious voice. Curiosity piqued, Minma pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. Those rascals from the Cloud Village truly have the audacity to make demands. They came to Konoha seeking to establish a peace treaty. And yet their conditions make it seem as if we have suffered a defeat. Hiruzen, tell those scoundrels to leave at once. If you are too embarrassed to do so, I will send my root ninjas to handle it. Calm down, Danzo, Hiruzen replied wearily. I have no intention of conceding to their request either. Tomorrow, I will hold a final discussion with them. If they continue to impose conditions, I will expel them from Konoha and the Land of Fire. Danzo suggested ominously. Why not simply detain them in Konoha? The Cloud Village ninjutsu is quite impressive. Hiruzen sighed, Danzo, we have not yet severed ties with the Cloud Village. Even if collaboration fails, we cannot resort to violence. Attacking a delegation from another village is a grave diplomatic faux pas. Such actions would deter others from cooperating with us. After a moment of silence, Danzo suddenly shouted towards the door, Go wherever you please. If I catch you eavesdropping again, I'll make you regret it. It was evident that Danzo's words were directed not at Hiruzen, but rather at Uzumaki Minma, who was listening outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki took out the walkie-talkie and began chatting with his companions as night descended. 2 stealthy ninjas traversed the rooftops of Konoha's buildings, quietly infiltrating the Hyuga clan's territory. At that moment, Hinata was engaged in conversation with Naruto and the others when she suddenly heard footsteps on the roof. Fearful, she buried her head under the covers and whispered into the walkie-talkie, I heard footsteps on my roof. Naruto's voice crackled through the device. Could it be a bird or some other animal on your roof? Hinata replied with conviction. No, I'm certain it's the footsteps of 2 people. Shikamaru, lying in bed, sat up abruptly, deep in thought. Since the arrival of the Cloud Village delegation in Konoha, his father's demeanor had been unusually grave, and their friends had all been strictly forbidden from going outside by their parents. Each of their families possessed either a bloodline limit or a secret technique. Shikamaru contemplated a possibility and solemnly instructed, Hinata, you need to hide. The rest of you, go inform your parents immediately and hurry to Hinata's house. Under Shikamaru's command, everyone got out of bed to seek their parents, while Hinata heeded Shikamaru's advice and concealed herself in the wardrobe. Uzumaki Minma approached Danzo's chamber, rapping insistently upon the door. Grandfather Danzo, do not slumber any longer. Rise swiftly. Yet, despite Minma's fervent knocks, there was no response from within. At that moment, a root ninja materialized before Uzumaki Minma. Young Master Minma, Lord Danzo has just departed. What troubles you? The delicate brow of Zuan Minma furrowed together. Why did I have to step out at this very moment? Never mind. Vortex Minma addressed the root ninja, instructing, gather a group and hasten to the Hyuga clan. I shall proceed ahead. With that, Vortex Minma swiftly departed from the root. The root ninja pondered momentarily, questioning whether this was indeed a command. It must be a command, he concluded. Since it was a directive, it warranted execution. All members of the root had long been instilled with a guiding principle. In the depths of the whirlpool, Minma, akin to Danzo, commanded the root ninjas to assemble, preparing to proceed to the Hyuga clan. In order to expedite his journey to the root, Minma resorted to summoning. Although he simultaneously summoned 9-tailed beasts, their sizes were merely that of a fist. However, should he summon a solitary-tailed beast, its dimensions would be comparable to those of Minma himself. The Night-Face Sivaha, Jade, Celestial Maiden. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling figure of Minma landed on the back of the Celestial Maiden, pointing ahead and urging, Heavenly Maiden, hasten towards that direction. The Celestial Maiden, carrying Minma, ascended into the sky, soaring forth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Neji, closest to Hinata, discovered Hayashi Hyuga. In a state of urgency, Neji implored, Father, we must swiftly proceed to the clan leader's quarters. Hinata may be in danger. Hayashi looked on in surprise. Hinata? Yes. While we were conversing through the intercom, Hinata suddenly mentioned that 2 individuals were moving on the rooftop. Hayashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Activating his Byakugan, he directed his gaze towards Hinata's residence. Indeed, he spotted 2 ninjas lurking stealthily. Without delay, Hayashi recognized the gravity of the situation. Tonight, a delegation from the Cloud Hidden Village had unexpectedly requested an audience with the esteemed clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, who was currently absent from the clan grounds. After instructing Neji to remain behind, Hayashi hurried towards the quarters of the clan leader. At that moment, the 2 ninjas on Hinata's rooftop had already infiltrated her room. One ninja, observing the empty chamber, queried, the target is not here? The other ninja placed a finger to his lips, Listen closely. The 2 ninjas strained their ears, catching the faintest sound of breathing. They simultaneously directed their gaze towards the wardrobe where Hinata was hiding, signaling one another as they stealthily approached. As they opened the wardrobe, they discovered Hinata concealed within. Overwhelmed by panic, she was about to scream when her mouth was covered, and she was incapacitated with a sedative. "We got her, retreat immediately." As the two ninjas were about to exit the courtyard with Hinata, they were spotted by Hayashi, who was approaching with his Byakugan activated. In an instant, Hayashi assumed a stance of gentle fist. 8 trigrams, mountain breaker. He concentrated chakra into his fists and charged towards the ninja holding Hinata. The captor raised his right arm to block, yet Hayashi's strike was powerful enough to shatter bones, though the ninja did not relinquish his hold on Hinata. The second ninja quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning strike. A swift bolt of lightning shot from his hands towards Hayashi, executing a backflip. Hayashi evaded the attack and lowered his body, re-establishing his stance. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He closed in on the ninja grasping Hinata. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The beleaguered ninja, beset by Hayashi's relentless assault, sought to counter but was horrified to realize he could not gather chakra. Hayashi's onslaught continued. 32 palms, 64 palms. As Hayashi delivered the final blow, the ninja coughed up blood and, before collapsing, hurled Hinata towards his accomplice. However, in midair, Minma arrived just in time to intercept Hinata, ensnaring her with the celestial ribbons. "Uncle Hayashi, Hinata is safe with me." Upon seeing Minma, Hayashi's expression softened into a smile as he turned to confront the remaining ninja. These two ninjas were, at most, of special jonin rank, posing little challenge to the formidable Hayashi Hyuga. Realizing they were outmatched, one ninja bit down on a concealed poison capsule, taking his own life. Hayashi furrowed his brow and approached, discovering he was already deceased. Upon inspecting the other ninja, who had been rendered unable to gather chakra from Hayashi's earlier technique, he found that he too had succumbed to poison. From the two fallen ninjas, Hayashi retrieved evidence of their identities, headbands from the cloud-hidden village. With a grave expression, Hayashi concluded, "Indeed, it is them." As Uzumaki Minma embraced Hinata, he directed the celestial maiden to descend to the ground before sending her back. Just as Minma intended to assess the two hidden cloud village ninjas, root ninjas arrived at the scene. Concurrently, a group comprising Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, and Akimichi Choza approached. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, and Akimichi Choza had been summoned by Shikamaru, Ino, and Chōji, encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen along the way. The arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen was prompted by the fact that Umbu operatives had been monitoring the delegation from the hidden cloud village and discovered that 2 members had stealthily departed from the inn, which they promptly reported to him. At that moment, Hiruzen and Hizashi were attending to several members of the hidden cloud delegation. Upon learning from the Umbu that 2 individuals from the hidden cloud delegation had quietly left the inn, Hiruzen sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately assembled the ninjas to head to the Hyuga clan's territory. Initially perplexed as to why certain members of the hidden cloud delegation requested a nighttime meeting with him and Hizashi, Hiruzen soon realized their intentions. To his astonishment, the audacity of the hidden cloud ninjas to intrude upon the Hyuga clan's domain in an attempt to abduct Hinata was beyond expectation. Upon witnessing the 2 fallen ninjas from the hidden cloud village, Hiruzen and Hizashi's expressions turned grim. Hiruzen commanded an Umbu operative, "Summon all members of the hidden cloud delegation immediately." The members of the hidden cloud delegation were escorted to the Hyuga clan's territory by several Umbu. Observing the 2 corpses on the ground, the faces of the hidden cloud delegation turned ashen. They realized that the sudden departure of Hiruzen and Hizashi during their reception indicated that matters had likely escalated. Their summons suggested that they would be held accountable. One leader of the hidden cloud delegation, seizing the initiative, retorted, "We from the hidden cloud village came to Konoha with peaceful intentions, seeking to sign a peace treaty. Yet, to our shock, you Konoha have directly slain 2 of our ninjas. You must provide an explanation to the hidden cloud village." The Konoha ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the audacity displayed by the hidden cloud delegation. Nara Shikaka coldly replied, "It is you who sought to abduct the heir of the Hyuga clan. It was your ninjas who captured and killed our 2 ninjas within the Hyuga clan's territory, attempting to frame us for coveting the Byakugan. I trust Konoha does not desire war. If you fail to provide us with a satisfactory explanation, the consequences should be clear to you." The hidden cloud delegation had firmly asserted that Konoha had instigated the murder of their ninjas. The vortex of emotion surged within Minma, her fists clenched tightly, filled with an overwhelming desire to personally eliminate those shameless individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. If the situation were to be mishandled, it could very likely provide an opportunity for the hidden cloud village to provoke conflict with Konoha. Having only emerged from the devastation of the Ninetales incident 3 years prior, Konoha had yet to fully regain its strength. Any outbreak of war at this juncture would be exceedingly detrimental. As Sarutobi pondered the gravity of the situation, a swarm of insects suddenly descended from the sky, encircling the leader of the cloud village envoy. With a horrific scream, the leader was swiftly devoured, leaving not even a bone behind. In the distance, the cold voice of Danzo echoed ominously. If the hidden cloud village sought war, then let it be war. Upon witnessing Danzo's arrival, Sarutobi felt a wave of despair wash over him. The situation had escalated to a troubling degree, and with Danzo having already taken a life, this was nothing short of adding insult to injury. Uzumaki Minma gazed in surprise at Danzo, hastily making his way to Danzo's side. "Grandfather Danzo." Danzo pulled Minma behind him, disregarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, and began to announce unilaterally. Chunin village, under the pretext of signing a peace treaty with Konoha, seeks to steal Konoha's Byakugan bloodline limit and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Those two corpses will be examined by the analysis team for their memories. The rest will be detained by Root. He also informed Chunin's Raikage that if Konoha did not receive a satisfactory explanation, Konoha would declare war on Chunin. The ninjas of Chunin's delegation turned pale. When had they ever contemplated stealing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Moreover, Root was notoriously feared throughout the ninja world. Who could escape from Root alive? "We are the delegation from Chunin village. You Konoha have no right to detain us." Danzo scoffed. "In Konoha, we hold the authority. Do you not demand an explanation from Konoha? Once you enter Root, you shall receive one." With a wave of his hand, a group of Root ninjas forcibly escorted away everyone from the Chunin delegation. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and said, "Danzo, come with me." Inside a room in the Hyuga clan's estate, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Danzo. "Danzo, Konoha has only just begun to recover from the Nine Tails disturbance 3 years ago. It is not the right time for war." Danzo's previously calm demeanor suddenly transformed into one of unrestrained fury. "Are you suggesting we compromise? A single concession leads to another. And soon everyone will believe we are easy prey, each one attempting to seize everything from Konoha. Will you simply hand it over? Hiruzen, as Hokage, do you not comprehend this? To be vilified by a troop of clowns from Chunin, do you not feel a surge of indignation? If we must suffer in silence and bow to their whims, do you think Konoha will flourish? Each act of compromise will drain our spirit and will fight. Do you not see this? If Chunin desires war, then let it be war. Let the entire ninja world know that to provoke Konoha incurs a dire price. For only thus can Konoha attain peace. Recall Master Tobarama's teachings. Throughout history, peace has been forged through conflict, not through capitulation." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while, his eyes gradually reflecting unwavering determination. After taking a deep breath, he said, "It seems my age has clouded my judgment. Danzo, you are right. If Chunin seeks war, then let us give them war. Konoha's ninjas are not timid souls." Enlightened, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Danzo. "Danzo, it is truly a blessing to have such a dear friend like you." Danzo, in a haughty manner, replied, "Have we not always been this way?" "Indeed, always," Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed. He stepped outside and announced to everyone, "Chunin village's attempt to seize Konoha's Byakugan bloodline limit, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki demands an explanation from Chunin. Otherwise, Konoha shall declare war on Chunin." Everyone exchanged glances, perceiving the fighting spirit igniting within each other's eyes. The audacity of their adversaries could no longer be tolerated. Agreed. Danzo approached Uzumaki Minma and said, "Minma, let us depart." The starry eyes of the whirlpool-faced child gazed at Danzo's retreating figure. "How remarkably handsome my grandfather Danzo is." Upon returning to the Root, in the depths of the Root, anguished cries and pleas for mercy reverberated for several days. Under the directive of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha adopted a confrontational stance against the Cloud Village, catching them off guard. Despite the inherent risks associated with the theft of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, the Cloud Village opted for capitulation, banking on Konoha's reluctance to engage in warfare. This assertiveness from Konoha sowed seeds of doubt within the Cloud Village. Had Konoha found formidable allies? Consequently, the Cloud Village hesitated to act rashly, as their true desire was not to engage in conflict with Konoha. After a series of overt and covert negotiations, it was the Cloud Village that ultimately chose to compromise. They publicly announced that a few rogue ninjas had acted independently in their attempt to acquire and transplant the Byakugan. Behind the scenes, however, they agreed to a set of conditions laid out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. With their operatives in Konoha, there was little they could do to escape accountability. The Cloud Village demanded the return of their delegation, including 2 deceased members. A week later, emissaries from the Cloud Village arrived to reclaim their delegation. Those who had suffered in the Root were treated inhumanely, emerging emaciated and vacant-eyed, as they were unceremoniously discarded before the waiting Cloud Ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas, filled with indignation yet rendered speechless, could only retreat from the land of fire in disgrace. Thus, the incident involving Hinata concluded following the Cloud Village's concession and reparations. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi sat upon tatami mats. Hayashi's face was a mask of fury as he berated Hizashi, demanding to know why he acquiesced to the unreasonable demands of the elders. During the negotiations between Konoha and the Cloud Village, the elders had approached Hizashi with a proposition. If Konoha chose to seek peace, the Cloud Village would inevitably demand that the Hyuga clan leader, Hayashi, serve as a bargaining chip. The elders were adamant that the Hyuga bloodline limit must not fall into the wrong hands, thus suggesting that Hizashi be offered as a substitute. For the existence of a bird in a cage would prevent the Cloud Village from acquiring the Byakugan's abilities upon Hizashi's demise. This was the purpose of the branch family. Hisashi, learning of these machinations only later, confronted Hisashi with his questions. Hisashi pursed his lips, slightly bowing his head, and replied with a bittersweet smile. This is the fate of those born into the Hyuga clan, the destiny of the branch family, existing solely to protect the main family. Moreover, I do not act for the sake of the Hyuga clan or the main family. My resentment towards the system has lingered. I willingly undertake this for my brother. For me, this is a choice, and a form of freedom. Hisashi's gaze flickered as he looked at his brother. Hisashi. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, his usual decorum shattered. To hell with fate. To hell with destiny. Why should my brother be subjected to the whims of those old geezers? Hisashi, moved by his brother's fervor, was nonetheless reminded of the harsh reality. It is futile, brother. The system of the Hyuga clan is deeply entrenched. Reform cannot be achieved by mere desire. Hisashi, resolute, declared, leave everything to me. As your elder brother, it is my duty to protect you. For you, for Neji, and for the entirety of the Hyuga clan. In the root. Life resumed its regular cadence following the resolution of the Cloud Village incident. In the training grounds, Uzumaki Minma was diligently honing his skills. Naruto, Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, Ino, and Neji sat nearby, observing Minma's practice, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his training. Once his session came to an end, it was Naruto's turn to carry Uzumaki Minma. With remarkable ease, Naruto hoisted Minma onto his back and proceeded towards the entrance of the root. As the seven approached the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Father? Clan leader? Hinata and Neji exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Hyuga Hisashi. Hisashi glanced at the seven young ones, his brow furrowing at the serendipitous meeting with these troublesome youths. He instructed, Hinata, Neji, do not mention my visit to the root to anyone, including yourselves. Do you understand? The members of the Hyuga clan, though puzzled, nodded in unison and said, understood. Observing their demeanor, it was apparent they were preparing for an outing. Hinata Hisashi walked directly into the depths of the root. Under the guidance of the root ninja, Hisashi arrived at the door of Danzo's office. The root ninja knocked and announced, Lord Danzo, Hisashi of the Hyuga clan has arrived. A voice from within the office responded, please enter. Taking a deep breath, Hisashi opened the door and stepped into the office. Danzo gestured toward an empty seat and said, please have a seat, Hisashi. After Hisashi sat down, Danzo inquired, what brings you here, Hisashi? With a serious expression, Hisashi replied, Lord Danzo, before I answer, I have a matter I wish to discuss, and I hope you can respond without taking offense, as this decision may significantly impact the future of our Hyuga clan. Hisashi had come to the root to discuss an important issue, yet Danzo did not anticipate the gravity of Hisashi's words regarding the future of the Hyuga clan. Go ahead and ask, Danzo prompted. Hisashi solemnly asked, Lord Danzo, do you intend to cultivate Uzumaki Minma as the next leader of the root? Danzo studied Hisashi's eyes for a moment, sensing that Hisashi was wagering something significant. The subject of this gamble, it seemed, was indeed Uzumaki Minma. Danzo slowly replied, I do not intend to cultivate Minma as the next leader of the root. Hisashi frowned, about to speak, when Danzo continued. What I plan is to cultivate Minma as the future Hokage. Hisashi's body quivered slightly, disbelief evident in his gaze as he looked at Danzo. He had not anticipated that Danzo intended to raise Uzumaki Minma to the status of Hokage. Noticing Hisashi's incredulous expression, Danzo retorted, Hisashi, what do you sense within the root? Hisashi's mind was flooded with negative thoughts that he dared not voice. Danzo, however, articulated on Hisashi's behalf. Like the roots of a tree deeply entrenched in darkness beneath the shadow of Konoha, it is indeed a grim, merciless, and brutal organization. Yet, who would choose to dwell underground if they could stand in the sunlight? I understand that as long as Hisashi is present, I will never become Hokage. In the competition against Hisashi, I lost when Tobirama-sensei declared Hisashi the Hokage. However, my next generation has not lost. If Minma becomes Hokage, then in this competition against Hisashi, I will emerge victorious. Hisashi remained silent for a long while, seemingly having made a resolute decision. He firmly declared to Danzo, Lord Danzo, if Uzumaki Minma competes for Hokage in the future, the Hyuga clan will fully support him. Upon hearing Hisashi's response, Danzo did not immediately express his stance. Instead, he stated, it seems the Hyuga clan is not solely under your jurisdiction, Hisashi. Indeed, the ultimate decision-makers within the Hyuga clan were the elders. Which is why Hisashi declared his intention to abolish the elder system and reform the clan, completely eliminating the division between the main house and the branch family. I require the strength of the root, Lord Danzo, to assist me in abolishing the elder system of the Hyuga clan. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he listened, and it became clear to him why Hisashi had suggested that today's decision might affect the future of the Hyuga clan. In the confines of Danzo's office, Hisashi articulated his objectives, the abolition of the elder system and the dismantling of the main and branch family structure. Danzo finally grasped why Hisashi had inquired about nurturing Uzumaki Minma as the next leader of the root. After Hisashi requested assistance from the root, a connection would inevitably form between the Hyuga clan and the root. However, Hisashi did not trust the root. Specifically, he did not trust Danzo. Danzo rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, each knock heightening Hisashi's anxiety. Rather than immediately acquiescing, Danzo asked, "Why not approach Hisashi for this matter?" Hisashi responded, "Lord Danzo. As you know, Konoha is a village established by the convergence of multiple ninja clans, each possessing autonomous rights. The Hokage cannot interfere with the internal systems of the clans. And even if I were to seek the Hokage's assistance, it would likely lead to a fruitless endeavor." After speaking, Hisashi managed a bitter smile. Had he not been left with no other option, he certainly would not have sought Danzo's help. Danzo ceased his tapping, his gaze piercing as he regarded Hisashi. "Not sufficient." Hisashi frowned in confusion. "What is insufficient?" "The stakes are insufficient. I cannot intervene in clan affairs for the sake of a promise that may or may not be fulfilled. I require a portion of the Hyuga clan's ninja to join the root. That is impossible." Hisashi vehemently rejected the idea. He was well aware of the training methods employed by the root. Ninjas who joined the root underwent a process of self-erasure, receiving curse seals to ensure their loyalty, transforming them into mere pawns executing missions. Danzo, understanding Hisashi's concerns, explained, "If you are worried about the training methods of the root, you need not fret. These methods have been abolished to pave the way for Minma's future. If you remain uneasy, you are welcome to visit the root regularly for inspection. The curse seal to silence one's tongue will only activate if the person speaks of me or Minma, resulting in complete paralysis, neither speech nor movement. As long as the seal is not triggered, it remains merely a formality." When Danzo decided to cultivate Uzumaki Minma as Hokage, he had already abandoned the self-erasure training methods to ensure that Minma would not be subject to gossip during his pursuit of Hokage. Hisashi's expression became peculiar. It seemed as though the root was entirely devoted to serving that young Uzumaki Minma. Danzo stated bluntly, "If you agree, I will assist you in abolishing the elder system of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, the discussion ends here." Hisashi pondered. If joining the root did not entail that kind of self-erasure training, it was acceptable. Danzo had also shown his sincerity by allowing regular visits for inspection. The curse seal was not akin to being caged. As long as he did not divulge information about Danzo, there would be no issues. With this in mind, joining the root was not entirely unacceptable. Hisashi conceded, "I can allow a portion of the Hyuga ninjas to join the root, but only after the elder system and the division between the main house and branch family are abolished." Agreed. But the first batch of Hyuga ninjas must join the root within a month. Thereafter, it will be purely voluntary, with no coercion. When you are ready to implement the plan, simply inform me. Hinata. Hisashi rose to depart. As he reached the doorway, he could not help but inquire, "Lord Danzo, why have you invested so much effort into Uchiha Minma?" The image of Uchiha Minma's audacious face, unabashedly calling him Grandpa Danzo, surfaced in Shimura Danzo's mind. He is the grandson of Shimura Danzo. Is that not reason enough? Hinata. Hisashi paused, a smile gracing his face as he gave a slight bow to Danzo before leaving the root base. After exiting, Hisashi turned back to glance at the root headquarters. The current root is utterly transformed from what it once was. Uchiha Minma, that kid is truly remarkable, alongside Uchiha Naruto. He has even improved his relationship with Hinata. What an unexpectedly astute young man. The sun began its gradual descent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto, with a curious expression, inquired, "How about it, Naruto? Do you know him?" Naruto shook her head and replied, "I don't know him, but my feelings upon meeting you for the first time resonate similarly. It seems that we are destined to be friends." Encouraged by her words, Naruto decided to take action and approached the boy with the spiky black hair. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. And you?" The boy stared blankly at Naruto, and in that moment of shared gaze, an undeniable sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. "Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke," he responded softly. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, "Sasuke, would you like to be friends with me?" A charming blush adorned Sasuke's cheeks, making him appear irresistibly cute. He nodded shyly, sure. At that moment, Naruto joined them, asking Naruto, "So, how did it go?" "This is Sasuke, we are friends now," exclaimed Naruto joyfully. The swirling surface gazed in astonishment at Sasuke. Is he truly Uchiha Sasuke? The very same Sasuke, one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings, known for his maniacal laughter. "The second pillar of the rain has ceased and I shall proceed?" Observing Sasuke's somewhat bashful yet excited and endearing expression, it seems rather different from what I had envisioned. Could it be that at this moment, being merely 3 years of age like the others, he is yet to reach that level? Suddenly, I find myself yearning to indulge in a nurturing game. Vortex Minma introduced himself to Sasuke, saying, "I am Vortex Minma. From now on, we shall be friends. It is a bit late today. How about we gather tomorrow at the streets of Konoha? I will introduce you to the other companions along with Naruto." Sasuke nodded in agreement, responding, "Sounds good." By the banks of the Konoha River, in a delightful encounter, Uzumaki Naruto and his companion found themselves in the charming company of the endearing Sasuke. Their camaraderie blossomed effortlessly, as the simplicity of childhood friendships often allows. As the trio sat by the riverbank, engaged in light-hearted conversation, a tall boy, appearing several years their senior yet possessing a remarkably mature demeanor, suddenly made his entrance. Sasuke, upon seeing this young man, rushed forward with affection, exclaiming, "Brother, The newcomer was none other than Itachi Uchiha, one of the infamous madmen of Konoha. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, chiding him with a smile. It's quite late now. Even while playing, one must be mindful of the time. With a pout, Sasuke replied. That's only because you become a ninja, leaving little time to play with me. Itachi, with a tender and somewhat helpless expression, responded, I apologize, Sasuke. Turning his gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto and his companion, he added with a grin, it seems you have made some friends, Sasuke. Therefore, even in my absence, you shall not face boredom. Now, it is indeed time for us to return home. Bid farewell to your friends, Sasuke. Sasuke turned to Naruto and his companion, saying, Naruto, let's meet again tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sasuke, they replied. After bidding farewell to Sasuke and Itachi, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto returned to the route. Once Naruto finished his meal, he was escorted back by the route ninjas. In the Hyuga clan's territory, within the room of Hyuga Hisashi, a shocked voice exclaimed, What? Brother? You have reached an agreement with Danzo? Isn't this akin to walking into a tiger's den? Hisashi was taken aback upon learning that his brother had sought Danzo's assistance at the route. Remaining calm, Hyuga Hayashi responded, Calm down, let me explain, Hisashi. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Hisashi listened intently. Hayashi continued, I have stated my intention to abolish the division between the main and branch families. However, as long as the elders remain, it is impossible to eliminate this division. Thus, to abolish this system, we must first dismantle the elders' authority. Furrowing his brow, Hisashi retorted, But there is no need to seek help from the root. Perhaps the Hokage would assist us. Hayashi shook his head, explaining, You know that my position as clan leader is merely nominal. The true power within the Hyuga clan lies with the elders, and the Hokage cannot interfere in our internal matters. Even if I sought help from the Hokage and he agreed, if the elders were to learn of it, they could assert the independence of the clan. In such a case, the Hokage's approval would be rendered futile, and I would be stripped of my position as clan leader, making it impossible to abolish the main branch family system. Hisashi clenched his fists, his face pale with disbelief. But what kind of entity is the root? You must have agreed to some terms with Danzo. Hayashi nodded, replying, Indeed. I have agreed to Danzo's condition. Should he assist us in abolishing the elders in the main branch family system, a portion of the Hyuga clan's ninjas will join the root. What? Hisashi exclaimed, rising in shock. How could you agree to such a thing? It's tantamount to pushing our clan members into a pit of fire. Hayashi reassured him, Do not worry, Hisashi. I'm not the one pushing our clan into peril. The most abhorrent aspect of the root was its training method of eradicating the self, which has now been abolished. Furthermore, Danzo has promised that after our ninjas join the root, I can regularly visit to monitor the situation, and joining will not be compulsory. Hisashi expressed his concerns, but the risks are too great. You know what kind of person Danzo is. Hayashi asserted, What truly solidified my decision was that child, Minma. Uzumaki Minma? Hisashi recalled the small figure who had frequently visited his home seeking Neji. Hayashi continued, You are aware that both Minma and Naruto are Jinchuriki. Yet, despite this, Danzo has not restricted Minma's freedom and has shown him great affection. I learned from the Hokage that Danzo, for Minma's sake, has mobilized the entire Roots research team to develop a serum to augment Minma's Uzumaki lineage. He even offered a second vial of the serum to the Hokage in exchange for granting Minma the opportunity to learn the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Children from the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka clans, along with Neji and Hinata, are freely visiting the route to see Minma. Core root ninjas, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Ryoma, are also instructing Minma. All these signs indicate that Danzo is nurturing Minma as his successor, and before I sought Danzo's help, I confirmed this with him. Danzo expressed his desire to cultivate Minma as the next Hokage. Next Hokage? Hisashi echoed in astonishment. Hayashi affirmed, Indeed, Danzo has no reason to deceive me in this matter. The freedom of the children from the ninja clans to enter the route, coupled with the abolition of the inhumane eradicating the self-training, all point to preparations for Minma's future. Hisashi pondered, So, if Minma were to run for Hokage in the future, the Hyuga clan would support him? Hayashi confirmed, Yes, even if Minma does not become Hokage, he will at least be the leader of the route. With his connections to Neji and Hinata, and the Hyuga clan's early support, it can only benefit us. After a long moment of contemplation, Hisashi inquired, Brother, what do you want me to do? Hayashi instructed, Gather the branch family and inform them of my intention to abolish the division and reunite the Hyuga clan. As for the main family, you need not worry. Among the current generation, only one heir can be chosen from multiple descendants, which is the source of the conflict. However, they are all blood relatives, and the main family members do not wish their kin to be treated like caged birds. I believe they will support me. The only obstacle remains the elders. I will notify Danzo to ensure the root intervenes forcefully, compelling the elders to relinquish their positions and abolish their authority. Hisashi asked, Have you informed the Hokage about this? Hayashi replied, Not yet. I plan to explain everything to you before approaching the Hokage. This matter certainly requires his report. I believe a united Hyuga clan will be welcomed by the Hokage. Hisashi, expedite this matter. We must avoid prolonged delays. At that moment, Hisashi had resolved to act without hesitation. I will attend to it immediately. After briefing Hisashi, Hayashi proceeded to the Hokage building and found Sarutobi Hiruzen. After listening to Hayashi's account, Hiruzen pondered while puffing on his pipe. As Hokage, he had many considerations. He could not directly intervene in the affairs of the ninja clans, as they had enjoyed autonomy since the founding of Konoha. However, Danzo, as his advisor, interfering in clan disputes could easily be perceived as Hiruzen's directive. This would send a signal to other clans that the Hokage was encroaching on the internal autonomy of the ninja clans, which would not bode well for Konoha's unity. Nevertheless, Hiruzen reconsidered. A Hyuga clan led entirely by Hayashi could indeed be advantageous for Konoha. After all, the 6 elders of the Hyuga clan sometimes disregarded even his authority. Furthermore, since the intervention would be initiated by Hayashi and only concern the Hyuga clan, he could minimize the potential fallout with careful management. Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen addressed Hayashi. Hayashi, it is beneficial for the Hyuga clan to undergo reform, but I hope you can execute it decisively and without leaving room for criticism. Understanding the underlying message, Hayashi bowed. Yes, Hokage. A week has elapsed. With Sasuke's addition, the small team led by Naruto Uzumaki has expanded from 7 to 8 members, thus growing even stronger. Each day at noon, the 8-member squad gathers in Konoha. They have traversed nearly every corner of the village. However, today's atmosphere feels distinctly unusual, as both Neji and Hinata are engulfed in a profound melancholy. In a swirl of emotions, Neji inquired, Hinata, what troubles you both? You seemed perfectly fine yesterday, yet today you appear so despondent. Neji responded, this evening, the Hyuga clan will convene a family meeting, and every member is required to attend. However, I sense that something significant may transpire at this gathering. My parents and other clan members exhibit an unusually grave demeanor. Hinata concurred, indeed. My father also bears a serious expression, one that feels markedly different from his usual seriousness, instilling within me a sense of tension and unease. Sasuke interjected. Feeling quite qualified to comment, my own family frequently holds meetings, and the atmosphere is invariably solemn. Thus, a serious meeting should not be surprising, should it? Sasuke's situation was different from the Hyuga clan's assembly. Subsequently, Neji and Hinata lacked enthusiasm, casually strolled around, and then returned home separately. That night, within the Root organization, Danzo summoned Yamanaka Fu, Aburame Ryoma, and dozens of Root ninjas. Standing before them, Danzo proclaimed, you shall accompany me to the Hyuga clan. Yes. At the Hyuga clan compound, inside Hayashi Hyuga's chamber, Hayashi and Hisashi sat on tatama mats, each holding a teacup, their palms slick with perspiration, betraying their anxiety. Hayashi addressed Hisashi, it is nearly time, Hisashi. Summon the branch family members. I shall gather the main family. An hour elapsed. Before the Hyuga clan's ancestral hall stood several hundred members of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi and Hisashi, the heads of the main and branch families, awaited at the hall's entrance. The individuals they awaited were the Hyuga clan's elders. Abruptly, the crowd parted, forming a path. 6 elders proceeded directly toward Hayashi and Hisashi. These 6 elders held the highest authority within the Hyuga clan. One of the elders inquired of Hayashi, Hayashi, the assembly is complete. What matter do you intend to convene upon today? Hayashi declared with unwavering resolve, the subject of today's assembly concerns the future of the Hyuga clan. The elders' brows furrowed instantly. The future of the Hyuga clan? Before they could further inquire, Hayashi interjected, esteemed elders, I shall preside over today's assembly. Your role is merely to observe. I implore you not to interrupt the proceedings. The elders discerned a change in Hayashi's demeanor. He, who typically addressed them with deference, now exhibited such assertiveness. They exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling upon them. Hayashi stepped forward, addressing the assembled Hyuga clan members, members of the main family, members of the branch family. Observe one another closely. Behold, are these not your kin? Some are your elders, others your parents, your children, your siblings, though all are members of the Hyuga clan. The distinction between the main and branch families has created 2 separate entities, fostering mutual animosity. Is this truly what you desire? The root cause of this division lies in the cruel system of the main and branch families, to inflict the caged bird seal upon one's own kin, granting the power of life and death. Is this the act of family? The elders, aghast, rebuked Hayashi. Silence. This is sacrilege. Hayashi fixed a fierce gaze upon the elders. I remain the clan head. I have stated that you may observe, but not interrupt. He resumed addressing the clan members. If the sole purpose is to safeguard the bloodline, why are members of the branch family forbidden from learning the rotation? Why are they denied the gentle fist art? 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Is this system truly equitable? Are ninjas of the Hyuga clan's main family exempt from the battlefield? If the caged bird seal prevents the bloodline from falling into enemy hands, then why has the Byakugan been transplanted within Kirigakure? This system is inherently flawed. The Hyuga clan requires reform. Let this system end with our generation, sparing our descendants from its poison. I, Hayashi Hyuga, in my capacity as clan head, declare the abolition of the elder system, the abolition of the main and branch family system. Henceforth, there shall be but one Hyuga clan. The elders, their faces ashen, vehemently protested, impossible. All matters pertaining to the Hyuga clan's internal affairs must be vetted by us. This is tradition, dating back to the clan's founding. Tradition is inviolable. The elder system cannot be abolished. The system of main and branch families is even more sacrosanct. Hayashi, you are heretical, in violation of ancestral precepts. We hereby strip you of your position as head of the Hyuga clan. As the Hyuga clan members stood in bewildered confusion, a round of applause echoed from the rear. Danzo, accompanied by members of the root organization, emerged. Congratulations, clan head Hayashi, on the successful reform. I, Danzo, in my capacity as leader of root, extend my congratulations to clan head Hayashi in the Hyuga clan. The elders stared at Hayashi in disbelief, unable to fathom his collusion with Danzo. At the Hyuga clan compound, Hayashi Hyuga publicly announced the abolishment of the elder system and the system of main and branch families. However, the 6 most powerful elders of the Hyuga clan vehemently opposed it and immediately dismissed Hayashi from his position as clan head. The Hyuga clan members were caught in a dilemma. On one side was Hayashi Hyuga, the clan head they respected. After all, everyone had witnessed his efforts as clan head over the years. Moreover, almost everyone was dissatisfied with the system of main and branch families. Those born into the branch family could only remain in the branch family, marked with the caged bird seal. On the other hand, those born into the main family could only have one heir per generation, with the rest joining the branch family and receiving the caged bird seal. This cruel system had caused resentment to fester within the Hyuga clan. On the other side were the elders, representing the highest authority within the Hyuga clan. Even the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, had to heed their decisions. Under traditional beliefs, all Hyuga clan members were forbidden from disobeying the elders' decisions. Just as the Hyuga clan members were at a loss, Danzo suddenly appeared at the Hyuga compound, congratulating Hayashi Hyuga on the successful reform. The elders, enraged, accused Hayashi. You have colluded with outsiders and members of the root organization. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face immediately darkened. What? Is there a problem with my root organization? Is root not a force of Konoha? Yamanakafu instantly appeared behind the 6 elders, his katana already drawn. Aburame Ryoma's parasitic insects, like dark clouds, appeared above the elders' heads. The other root ninjas had already begun forming hand seals, awaiting Danzo's command to act. The elders immediately broke out in cold sweat. They had been too shocked and angry to remember who Danzo was. Hayashi Hyuga interjected, Lord Danzo, please do not act. These elders did not mean what they said. Hayashi Hyuga no longer addressed them as elders, effectively declaring their positions abolished. The elders, their faces ashen, retorted, Hayashi Hyuga, you have no right to abolish the elder system. Your position as clan head has been revoked. And Danzo, Lord Danzo, this is a matter for the Hyuga clan. Even if you are the Hokage's assistant, you have no reason to interfere. Danzo waved his hand, and Yamanakafu and Aburame Ryoma returned to his side. The root ninjas also ceased their actions. Have I interfered in your Hyuga clan's affairs? I am merely representing root, congratulating clan head Hayashi in my capacity as leader of root. I have no interest in meddling in the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan. However, as the Hyuga clan is a ninja clan of Konoha, any appointment or dismissal of the clan head must be approved by the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant. Did you old fools consult with me and Hiruzen before you declare the dismissal of clan head Hayashi? Did your Hyuga clan intend to unilaterally appoint or dismiss the clan leader, and thus, rebel? A heavy accusation fell upon the 6 elders, causing their faces to drain of color. They hurriedly clarified, we did not mean it that way. Danzo coldly retorted, I care not for your intentions. In our root, we recognize but one supreme leader of the Hyuga clan, and that is Hyuga Hayashi. What are you to us? Do you comprehend our principles of action? If not, allow me to remind you, it is better to err on the side of caution than to leave any threat unaddressed. I now suspect that you 6 old fools harbor intentions to divide the Leaf Shinobi. Hayashi, may we take these 6 for a thorough investigation? The 6 elders turned ashen. The ninjas from the Cloud Village delegation had emerged from root in a pitiful state, having been subjected to unspeakable torment. Being taken to root by Danzo, they could expect no mercy. The elders anxiously glanced at Hayashi, fearing he might acquiesce to Danzo's demands. Hayashi understood that Danzo's inquiry was a means to assert dominance. He spoke, Lord Danzo, the elders spoke thoughtlessly, please do not take offense. Since you are a guest of the Hyuga clan today, let us have you as a witness. I hereby decree the abolition of the elder system. Do any of my clansmen object? Hayashi surveyed the gathered Hyuga. The 6 elders appeared pale and silent, intimidated by Danzo's presence, fearful he might accuse them of unfounded crimes. The Hyuga clansmen exchanged uncertain glances, their ingrained traditions leaving them in hesitation. However, Hinata and Neji shared a resolute look from afar. No objections. Their soft voices resonated like thunder among the crowd. I agree. I concur. Abolish the elder system. One by one, the Hyuga clansmen rallied behind Hinata and Neji. A smile crept onto Hayashi's face. Thus, from this day forth, the Hyuga family shall no longer have an elder system. Next, we will abolish the division between the main and branch families, uniting the entire Hyuga clan as one. Does anyone dissent? This time, every Hyuga member responded in unison, abolish, abolish, abolish. Hayashi raised his hand, proclaiming, today, under the witness of our ancestors in the shrine, I In the name of the clan leader, declare that henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall no longer have an elder system nor a division between the main and branch families. The members of the main and branch families turned to one another, the former rifts obliterated in that moment. Cheers erupted as families embraced one another. Hiashi and Hisashi looked on with satisfaction. Hiashi turned to the 6 elders. Do you see? This is the true unity of the Hyuga clan. The 6 former elders, acutely aware of their diminishing power, shook their heads in resignation. Danzo, witnessing Hayashi's successful reforms, led the root ninjas away from the Hyuga clan. Once the celebrations concluded, Hayashi announced, starting tomorrow, we will sequentially lift the curse seals on those marked as caged birds, allowing them to learn all the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. This meeting is dismissed. Surrounded by his clansmen, Hayashi returned to his courtyard. Inside, Hayashi, Hisashi, Kumiko, Hinata, and Neji gathered together, their faces radiant with joy. Hisashi, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "We did it, brother." The tension that had gripped Hayashi finally began to dissipate. Indeed, I believe the future of the Hyuga clan will only grow brighter. Early the next morning, Hayashi visited Danzo at route. Lord Danzo, I am deeply grateful for your assistance yesterday. Hayashi bowed in appreciation. Danzo maintained his stoic demeanor. No need for thanks. After all, we engaged in a transaction. Hayashi continued. Lord Danzo, may I have some time to persuade the Hyuga ninjas regarding their positions en route? Danzo was well aware of Root's reputation. Although changes were underway, acceptance would not come swiftly. He had no intention of hastening the integration of Hyuga ninjas into Root. Very well, but do not keep me waiting too long. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Danzo. I shall take my leave. Afterward, Hayashi hurried to the Hokage's office, where he found Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The reforms of the Hyuga clan have been successfully implemented with minimal impact, Hayashi reported. Sarutobi set down his pipe and smiled. Excellent, Hayashi. Lead the Hyuga clan well in the future, and let us work together to build Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. On the streets of Konoha, Neji proudly puffed out his chest and asked Naruto and his friends, have you noticed any changes in me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Naruto pouted slightly. So what? None of us are bound by bandages. What is so extraordinary about that? Neji's face flushed crimson. Last night. In order to showcase his transformation to his friends, Neji had earnestly requested Hinata's brother, Hisashi, to help him lift the caged bird seal. After all, the means to undo the caged bird seal was known only to a select few from the main branch of the clan, and Hisashi was one of them. Once liberated from the caged bird seal, Neji felt a profound sense of lightness, as if his very soul had been purified. Upon witnessing the seal vanish from his forehead, Hisashi embraced Neji tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had expected his friends to notice his transformation, yet to his dismay, none did. Neji brooded in silence. Hinata stepped forward to console him. Neji and everyone thinks it's a good thing that they didn't see the seal on your forehead, for in their hearts, you have never been confined by the caged bird. Neji stared blankly at Hinata. Ahead, Naruto and the group turned back, urging, Neji, Hinata, what are you dawdling for? Let us go. Neji beamed with a radiant smile. At last, the 8 of them strolled along the streets of Konoha. The townsfolk, upon seeing Naruto and her companions, had long since grown accustomed to their presence. In a sudden turn of events, Naruto Uzumaki spotted a somewhat familiar figure at the dumpling shop ahead. Sasuke, look at that person. Could it be your brother? Sasuke glanced in the direction Naruto pointed, a smile almost breaking across his face. Brother. He dashed over to Itachi, who was seated within the dumpling shop. Beside Itachi sat another boy with black hair and dark eyes, appearing to be a few years older than Itachi, his close companion, Shisui Uchiha. Itachi, noticing Sasuke, inquired with a smile, Sasuke, what brings you here? I was playing with my friends on the street, Sasuke replied, courteously addressing Shisui. Hello, brother Shisui. Shisui affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, greeting him warmly. Hello there, Sasuke. At that moment, the group from the Vortex village followed Sasuke to the dumpling shop. Upon seeing the dumplings, Chōji's stomach audibly protested. Shisui smiled and asked, are you all friends of Itachi? Indeed, he replied. Since that is the case, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Allow me to treat you to some dumplings. Chōji immediately perked up. Will there be enough to satisfy? In response, Ino admonished. Chōji, that is quite rude. Shisui, with great generosity, declared, no worries. As long as you can eat, feel free to indulge. 10 minutes later, Shisui's expression began to harden. The others appeared fine. However, Chōji, being the child he was, had eaten excessively. Given Chōji's physique, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, the girl named Hinata was an entirely different matter. Her consumption exceeded Chōji's by nearly double. The earlier bravado of feel free to indulge now caused Shisui considerable distress. Thankfully, he had just received his mission reward. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. The dumpling shop owner was grinning widely, thrilled by the unexpected large order. However, they were running low on glutinous rice for making dumplings. Dear customers, we've run out of glutinous rice. I will go fetch some. Please wait a moment. Wait. Shisui quickly interjected. I believe you have all eaten enough, haven't you? Vortex Minma and his companions expressed that it was nearly time. Upon hearing Hinata utter "I'm full," Shisui felt a sense of relief. However, observing Hinata's lingering expression, it seemed as though she could indulge in more. After enjoying a meal of dumplings at Shisui's place, he and Itachi departed as they were to undertake a mission. Meanwhile, Vortex Minma and his companions resumed their leisurely stroll through the streets of Konoha. Half a month later, within the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo sat across from him. Hiruzen had summoned Danzo to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen advised, Danzo, perhaps we could ease the surveillance on the Uchiha clan somewhat. Your relentless monitoring might provoke them further instead of ensuring their compliance. Danzo's brow furrowed. Have you forgotten the Kyuubi incident? Only the Sharingan of the Uchiha can control the Nine Tails. When the Kyuubi rampaged, your root organization was monitoring all Uchiha members. And you should know that they had no opportunity to unleash the beast. Danzo asserted vehemently, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly composed of malevolent individuals. Thus, we must remain vigilant against any future contingencies they may pose. Is Uchiha Kagami also malevolent, Danzo? Danzo's eyes flickered as memories of the man who inherited the will of fire and repeatedly aided him during battles with his Sharingan surfaced, a man who brought immense comfort. In the office of the Hokage building, Hiruzen and Danzo were embroiled in a heated debate regarding the Uchiha clan. Danzo maintained his rigid stance, categorizing the Uchiha as inherently evil, while Hiruzen reminisced about their mutual acquaintance, Uchiha Kagami. Danzo's gaze shifted. Kagami. He is different. I am merely perpetuating the approach of our teacher, Tobirama. Hiruzen earnestly counseled. Tobirama-sensei aimed to integrate and guide the Uchiha's power, establishing the police force and prison in conjunction, tasking the Uchiha with maintaining the village's security. This was merely a means for them to contribute to the village. Moreover, Tobirama did not harbor disdain for the Uchiha. He was vigilant towards any clan that could threaten Konoha. Arranging the Uchiha in this manner was simply a precaution against the emergence of another Madara. During Tobirama's tenure, he nurtured numerous individuals like Kagami who transcended narrow tribalism, embracing the will of fire and dedicating themselves to the village. There are now exceptional ninjas like Shisui and Itachi who embody this spirit. We should consider relaxing our stance and not press them so tightly. Yet, Danzo remained unmoved. Coldly retorting, Hiruzen, a certain sentiment is currently brewing within the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and inquired, what sentiment? There are calls for Uchiha Fugaku to lead the clan in seizing control of Konoha to restore the Uchiha name. Some Uchiha members are contemplating a coup. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Is this true? Do you think I would speak without reliable intelligence? Have you not noticed the increasing frequency of gatherings at the South Hegemai Shrine among the Uchiha? Danzo rose and stated, reflect on this matter yourself. Before departing from the Hokage building, Hiruzen, deep in thought, continually puffed on his pipe. Once his contemplation concluded, he summoned Itachi and Shisui. The two knelt before him, awaiting his words. Itachi, Shisui, relax. This isn't a mission assignment. I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts on the current state of the Uchiha clan. Itachi and Shisui were taken aback, unsure how to respond to Hiruzen's inquiry. Would it be wise to express dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's current predicament? That would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, courting disaster. As they hesitated, Hiruzen spoke, following the Kyuubi incident. You both must be quite displeased with the policies imposed on the Uchiha. Am I correct? Itachi and Shisui quickly replied, Hokage-sama, we harbor no such thoughts. Hiruzen waved his hand. No need to be so tense. It is only natural for you to feel discontent. I have been striving to address the Uchiha situation in Konoha. I am aware that the policies have incited strong resentment among the Uchiha. And I have noted the radical sentiments expressed at the gatherings of your clan at the South Hegemai Shrine. If the Uchiha were to act out before I can find a resolution, even as Hokage, I would be powerless to rectify the situation. I hope you both understand. Itachi and Shisui were taken aback. They had only recently learned of these matters at the gatherings, yet Hiruzen appeared to know everything. Hiruzen, observing their expressions, understood that Danzo's words held truth. They exchanged glances before bowing and addressing Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, please assign us any tasks you deem necessary. Excellent. I am heartened by your resolve. I need you to compile a list of those intent on staging a coup and ascertain Fugaku's stance on this matter. I promise to do my utmost to discover a means to alter the Uchiha's circumstances. Understood. After leaving the Hokage building, Itachi and Shisui's hearts raced. Their expressions were grave. Hiruzen's mention of this issue indicated the situation had escalated to a critical level. If left unresolved, the Uchiha clan risked facing catastrophic consequences. After returning to the headquarters, Uzumaki Minma was summoned to the office by Danzo. Danzo gazed intently at Uzumaki Minma. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex quivered with a tremor. Could it be that Danzo was incensed due to Sasuke's Uchiha lineage? With great caution, Zoanwumian asked, Grandfather Danzo, are you referring to Sasuke? Who else could it possibly be? Are you aware of my sentiments towards the Uchiha clan? The vortex, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What is it?" Danzo, with a malevolent demeanor, replied, "Exterminate completely, leaving no future threats." The vortex's body trembled slightly, and with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Why does Grandpa Danzo harbor such intense animosity towards the Uchiha clan?" "Animosity? I bear no hatred towards the Uchiha clan. Rather, I simply possess a profound distrust of this ninja lineage." Naruto Uzumaki found himself reflecting on the adorable Sasuke, who had been trailing closely behind him during this period. As a companion, Naruto felt a profound obligation to advocate for Sasuke, otherwise it would be a great pity if Sasuke were to transform into someone so estranged from his roots. Furthermore, the developmental plan for Sasuke had yet to commence. The vortex-faced individual mustered the courage to inquire, "Grandfather Danzo, what is the reason behind your distrust of the Uchiha clan? Surely there must be a justification?" The answer lay in the actions of the former leader of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. After departing from Konoha, Madara unexpectedly returned to launch an assault on the village, seeking its annihilation. Had it not been for the intervention of the first Hokage, who ultimately vanquished Madara, Konoha might have ceased to exist at that time. Is this the sole reason? Isn't this reason sufficient? Should another Madara Uchiha emerge, it would spell catastrophe for Konoha. The concept of the vortex is somewhat perplexing. Is it truly just because of one Uchiha Obito that there exists a profound distrust towards the entire Uchiha clan, leading to a desire for their complete annihilation? With a surge of courage, Uzumaki Minma retorted, "Grandfather Danzo, I believe this is rather arbitrary. Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara, and the Uchiha clan is the Uchiha clan. Hasn't the Uchiha clan produced any exceptional ninjas?" Upon hearing Minma's question, Danzo's mind was flooded with memories of Uchiha Kagami. During their conversation, he was reminded of Uchiha Kagami, with whom he had once served in the elite guard of Senju Tobirama. They were among the few Uchiha who had earned Tobirama's trust. Due to Danzo's overly aggressive execution of missions, he often found himself in perilous situations, while Uchiha Kagami repeatedly risked his own safety to rescue him. As a result, Danzo, who had always harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, forged a friendship with Kagami. While Kagami was still alive, Danzo was not as harsh towards the Uchiha clan. However, after Kagami's death, Danzo's suspicion towards the Uchiha clan intensified, and his hostility became increasingly extreme. Emerging from his reverie, Danzo narrowed his eyes and regarded Uzumaki Menma with scrutiny. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The young Uzumaki Minma was utterly bewildered. Was the weight of the entire Uchiha clan's expectations truly thrust upon him? He would only be 4 years old in a month. How could such small shoulders possibly bear such a burden? Presently, Uzumaki Minma felt an overwhelming pressure, for he sensed that Danzo was indeed serious. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. For nearly an hour, Uzumaki Naruto remained seated in a single posture, while Danzo did not urge him to speak. Just as Naruto had surmised, Danzo was earnest in his intentions. Should Naruto provide a satisfactory response, it would afford the Uchiha clan an opportunity. The objective mirrored that of the inquiries posed by Danzo during the previous envoy from the Cloud Village to Konoha, namely, the cultivation of Naruto's potential. However, unlike before, this time Danzo had placed all the pressure squarely upon Naruto's shoulders. He sought to observe what solutions Naruto could conceive under such strain. As for the Uchiha clan, they remained entirely within his grasp, unable to overturn their fate. After considerable contemplation, Naruto finally began to show signs of response. The vortex-faced Ma raised his head and addressed Danzo. "Grandfather Danzo, I have devised a plan." "Speak," came the reply. After a brief pause, the swirling figure spoke. "Since a faction of the Uchiha clan desires a coup, it follows that another faction either opposes it or remains indecisive. Our focus should be solely on the latter group of Uchihas. We must identify those who do not wish to partake in the coup or are still uncertain, guiding them back to the heart of Konoha, ensuring they receive the treatment befitting their status as shinobi. I believe these Uchihas will seamlessly reintegrate into Konoha, for they are, after all, its citizens. As for those who seek a coup, we cannot simply disregard them, can we?" Vortex Minma shook his head and replied, "Certainly not. We should apprehend these members of the Uchiha clan and subject them to ideological education daily, until they align their thoughts with the prevailing ideology, making them understand that a coup d'etat leads to no viable outcome." In truth, Vortex Minma felt that if Danzo were less adversarial towards the Uchiha clan, the issue could be resolved. However, he dared not voice this sentiment, fearing retribution from Danzo. After delivering his response, Vortex Minma anxiously stole glances at Danzo, whose expression remained inscrutable, leaving Minma uncertain whether his answer had met with approval or disapproval. Ultimately, the tension lingered. Naruto Uzumaki was uncertain whether Danzo was satisfied with his response, as Danzo unceremoniously sent him back to his room to rest. Once in his chamber, Naruto's heart raced uncontrollably, filled with trepidation that the Uchiha clan might face annihilation due to his answer. Meanwhile, Danzo remained alone in his office, lost in contemplation. The response from Uzumaki Minma was met with relative satisfaction from Danzo. However, Danzo was not pleased with Minma's arrangements concerning those Uchiha clansmen who sought a coup. Had Minma proposed the execution of those Uchiha, Danzo would have been greatly satisfied. Danzo resolved that, since Minma had painstakingly devised this method, it should be executed accordingly. He intended for Minma to experience firsthand the consequences of the plans laid out by a leader once put into action. However, this would not occur immediately. Danzo speculated that Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely in a state of disarray, grappling with the Uchiha situation. Regardless of the solutions Sarutobi might conjure, he would ultimately have to confront Danzo. At that juncture, Danzo would introduce Minma's plan for implementation. The following day, Sasuke, is there anything you wish to eat? It's my treat. I'm not hungry. Sasuke, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a bottle of water? I'm not thirsty. Sasuke, do you have anything in mind that you would like to do? I can take you out for some fun. Sasuke regarded Uzumaki Minma with a puzzled expression. Minma, what exactly are you up to? Why are you being so overly attentive today, as if you have done something to wrong me? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Naruto Uzumaki tentatively inquired. Sasuke, what if, just hypothetically speaking, I were to do something that wronged you? You would forgive me, wouldn't you? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, gazing at Naruto for a considerable moment before haughtily declaring, I would never forgive you. The swirling mist tugged at Sasuke's clothing, imploring, please, Sasuke, forgive me. I did not mean to cause any harm. The swirling vortex of matters had entangled Minma, compelling him to seek Sasuke's forgiveness. Shikamaru, with his hands clasped behind his head, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, it appears that Minma must have committed some grave misdeed against Sasuke. Chōji and Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiment. Neji, with a slight smirk, added, to have the audacity to cling to Sasuke in such a manner, Minma must have indeed wronged him significantly. Ino, suddenly animated, exclaimed, I wonder what exactly Minma did. I am so curious. Although Hinata remained silent, her thoughts mirrored Ino's. She too was eager to uncover the nature of Minma's transgressions. Having known Minma for so long, it was the first time Hinata had witnessed him so desperately pleading for someone's pardon. 2 weeks had passed. Every day, Uzumaki Minma implores Sasuke for forgiveness. Sasuke, feeling somewhat anxious under Minma's relentless pursuit, meticulously examines his own actions to discern where he might have inadvertently wronged Minma. However, after a thorough introspection, he finds no faults. When Sasuke inquires about the nature of Minma's supposed transgression, Minma stammers, remaining tight-lipped. This frustrates Sasuke immensely. He resolutely declares that he will not grant forgiveness unless Minma reveals the truth. Meanwhile, in the root headquarters, Danzo observes Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is smoking a pipe, and inquires whether Hiruzen has gathered sufficient information regarding the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen solemnly nods, stating that he has compiled a list of individuals who proposed a coup during the Uchiha's meeting, noting that Fugaku remains indecisive. He adds that this indicates Fugaku still harbors feelings for Konoha, suggesting that there is still time to avert bloodshed. Danzo, unimpressed by Hiruzen's insistence on offering the Uchiha a chance, scoffs, very well, let us grant them an opportunity. Hiruzen, taken aback, had anticipated Danzo's refusal and had prepared an elaborate argument. The unexpected acquiescence leaves him feeling as if he had struck cotton with a punch. Danzo, with a sidelong glance, continues, if you wish to give the Uchiha a chance, then let Root and the Umbu unite to eradicate them. Hiruzen, puzzled, questions Danzo's sudden change of heart. Given his previous disdain for the Uchiha, Danzo clarifies, I merely suggested giving them a chance, not that I would spare them entirely. Should they fail to meet my expectations, there will be consequences. Hiruzen breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that Danzo's willingness to offer the Uchiha a chance is a positive development. Both men agree that if the Uchiha do not seize this opportunity, they must be discarded for the greater good of Konoha. Hiruzen then inquires how Danzo intends to provide the Uchiha with this opportunity. Danzo replies, it is quite simple. Those Uchiha who did not advocate for a coup will be welcomed back into Konoha's inner circle, receiving the respect they deserve as shinobi. Conversely, those who wish to instigate rebellion will be absorbed into Root, where my subordinates will discipline them until they learn their lesson. His gaze is icy. Hiruzen frowns and asks how Danzo plans to enforce this discipline. Danzo dismissively states, that is not for you to concern yourself with. While Root has abolished the training that annihilates the self, I possess ample means to ensure compliance. Should you remain uneasy, I will entrust the reformed Uchiha to you afterward. As Root primarily functions as the Umbu's training division. Curious, Hiruzen probes further, are you cultivating Minma to prepare for a future bid for Hokage? Danzo, unashamed, responds affirmatively. Hiruzen laughs heartily, expressing his delight at Danzo's commitment to nurturing the future of Konoha. He hopes that the next generation will mature swiftly. allowing him and Danzo to retire and enjoy their well-deserved rest alongside Minato and Sakura. Danzo remains silent, envisioning a future where Minma's likeness is etched into the Hokage monument. And he stands below, gazing up in admiration. This thought brings him a sense of satisfaction, but he quickly dismisses such musings, reminding himself that now is not the time for daydreaming. His focus must be entirely on preparing for Minma's future, as he has invested his entire being into this endeavor. Danzo inquires, when do you plan to commence this initiative? Hiruzen replies, I will expedite preparations for negotiations with Fugaku. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. I will notify you on the day of the negotiations. Danzo agrees, very well, we shall proceed as usual. Hiruzen smiles, affirming their established dynamic of one playing the benevolent role while the other assumes a more ruthless stance. Their partnership has been honed over many years. Hiruzen embodies the warm light of the Hokage, while Danzo represents the decisive shadow of Root. That night, unaware of the unfolding developments, Uchiha Fugaku remains at the Nanha Shrine meeting, listening to his clansmen vent their frustrations. Itachi and Shisui stand in a corner, their expressions laden with concern. Although they have submitted the information Hiruzen sought, they remain uncertain of his intentions. The fervor among the Uchiha is palpable, as many express a desire to confront Konoha and reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. If this momentum is not curtailed, Itachi and Shisui fear that Fugaku, swayed by the overwhelming sentiment, may be compelled to agree to a coup. Overwhelmed by guilt regarding Sasuke, Uzumaki Menma seeks out Danzo. Danzo, engrossed in a mission report, glances up and asks, why are you here so late? What do you require from me? The swirling mist revealed a charming smile as it scurried with its short legs to stand behind Danzo, gently massaging his shoulders. Grandpa Danzo, you have yet to inform me whether you were satisfied with my previous response. If you were not content, what would you do? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The vortex of thoughts began to torment the neurons within his mind, pondering if there was any means by which Danzo might reconsider his stance. One must strive, for though effort does not always yield results, what if it did? Once Uzumaki Minma ceased his shoulder massaging, Danzo, without needing to glance over, surmised that Minma was undoubtedly concocting a scheme to persuade him to alter his decision. After all, he had raised him. Just a slight shift in Minma's demeanor was enough for Danzo to discern whether he was being straightforward or evasive. Setting aside the task report in his hands, Danzo remarked, do not waste your thoughts on trying to deceive me. Your previous response, while somewhat conventional, barely met the standards. In a moment of surprise, the whirlpool-faced Ma embraced Danzo's neck. Danzo's response was quite conventional, indicating his satisfaction. Grandfather Danzo, you are simply magnificent. However, do not rejoice too soon, for this arrangement is to be executed according to your previous response. This implies that, regardless of the outcome, the responsibility will rest upon you, the decision-maker. The tumultuous emotions of the vortex have undoubtedly dissipated. What is it? What consequences will he bear? What means does he possess to shoulder such burdens? Upon learning that any issues arising from the Uchiha clan would squarely fall upon him, Uzumaki Minma was rendered utterly bewildered. What if the Uchiha clan ultimately resolved to stage a coup? His mind was in a fog, leaving him utterly disoriented as he stumbled back to his room. Tossing and turning on his bed, sleep eluded Uzumaki Minma. Suddenly, he sprung up like a fish leaping from the water, murmuring to himself, after all, if the sky were to collapse, Elder Danzo would surely bear the brunt of it. He must be attempting to intimidate me. Moreover, I have, in some measure, aided Sasuke, which has caused me considerable guilt for far too long. How infuriating. I must reclaim my dignity through Sasuke. The following day, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a sudden burst of emotion, Vortex Minma leaped onto Sasuke, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It is because of you that I have felt so guilty for days. I couldn't eat or sleep properly. You must compensate me. Sasuke's face flushed a deep crimson. You were the one who inexplicably claimed to have wronged me, and now you say you helped me? You must be trying to deceive me. I don't care. You have to make it up to me. In your dreams. Naruto, perplexed, inquired, do you even realize the situation we are in? Shikamaru, cradling the back of his head, replied with a tone of resignation, who knows? Minma is always like this, isn't she? At least a few days each week she goes a bit crazy, right, Chōji? No matter what Shikamaru said, Chōji would always respond, you have a point, Shikamaru. Observing the standoff between Sasuke and Vortex Minma, Neji felt a twinge of boredom. You guys carry on. I'll catch up with you later. Ino asked, Neji, where are you going? Just nearby. I want to take a look around, he replied, detaching himself from the main group. Hinata watched Neji's retreating figure with curiosity. It seems like Neji has been finding excuses to act alone lately. In a secluded alleyway, Neji activated his Byakugan. Veins around his eyes bulged as he focused intently on a distant wall. Through his enhanced vision, he could clearly see the women's bathhouse several buildings away. Neji's face flushed as he exhaled 2 puffs of vapor from his nostrils. Although he had promised Ino and Hinata not to look again, the vivid image lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Unable to resist temptation, Neji justified his actions. Knowing he could maintain a safe distance thanks to his Byakugan, he had scouted this particular spot meticulously, finding the perfect vantage point to utilize his abilities while remaining discreet. Even if Vortex Menma and the others discovered him, he could simply deactivate his Byakugan and pretend nothing had happened. With a hint of regret, Neji sighed, lamenting that everything he saw was in black and white, if only it were in color, just as he was engrossed in his observations. A withered chrysanthemum unexpectedly entered his line of sight, contaminating his thoughts. Ah, my eyes, it hurts. Neji hastily deactivated his Byakugan, desperately rubbing his eyes in an attempt to erase the disturbing image from his mind. The more he tried to forget, the clearer it became in his thoughts. His good mood shattered, he decided to reunite with Vortex Minma. After taking a few steps, his toe bumped against something. Looking down, he saw a book, a copy of Intimate Paradise. Curiosity piqued, Neji opened it, and a wondrous new world unfolded before his eyes. He sat down, completely absorbed in flipping through the pages of Intimate Paradise. In contrast to the unexpected sight he had witnessed earlier, this book was filled with enchanting images of beautiful women. However, it was incomplete, and after turning a few pages, it ended abruptly. Closing the book, Neji noticed the author's signature on the cover, Jiraiya. He clutched Intimate Paradise tightly to his chest, murmuring to himself, Jiraiya, you shall be my idol from now on. Thank you for allowing me to behold such exquisite imagery. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Uchiha clan's compound, Uchiha Fugaku wore a grim expression. Just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had invited him to the Hokage's office for a small meeting with Danzo. Had it been just Sarutobi, Fugaku might have felt a sense of relief, hoping for a chance to ease tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. However, Danzo's presence changed everything. Everyone knew that Danzo was the Uchiha clan's foremost adversary, eager to eradicate them from the ninja world entirely. A sense of unease crept over Fugaku. He had previously attempted to invite Danzo through Sarutobi to alleviate Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha, but each time, Danzo had outright refused. Why then? Was he attending this meeting now? The more Fugaku pondered, the more apprehensive he became. This meeting could very well harbor hidden dangers, and a misstep could lead the Uchiha clan to a point of no return. Whatever was destined to happen would come to pass. Avoiding it was futile. Rising to his feet, Fugaku left the Uchiha compound and made his way to the Hokage building. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he gently knocked on the door. Come in, Sarutobi's voice called from within. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku opened the door and stepped inside. His gaze fell upon Sarutobi, who wore a warm smile, and Danzo, whose expression resembled that of a man owed a debt. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, Fugaku greeted. Danzo remained silent while Sarutobi cordially invited Fugaku to take a seat. Once seated, Fugaku felt like he was on pins and needles, anxiously awaiting Sarutobi and Danzo to speak. Sarutobi, in a friendly tone, reassured him, Fugaku, there's no need to be tense. This is merely a routine meeting. Just as Fugaku opened his mouth to respond, Danzo cut straight to the chase, his voice cold and accusatory. Hiruzen, there is no need for pleasantries with those rebel forces seeking to stage a coup against Konoha. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, struggling to comprehend Danzo's words. This is bad. We are in deep trouble. Inside the Hokage's office, Fugaku felt as though he were sitting on a bed of nails, sweat soaking his back. Danzo had bluntly accused the Uchiha clan of plotting a coup. The usually composed Fugaku was now flustered. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan harbors no intention of rebellion. Danzo aimed to shatter Fugaku's resolve, seizing the upper hand. He picked up a list of names and began reading them aloud with an air of intimidation. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yori, Uchiha Takuma. With each name Danzo read, Fugaku's complexion grew paler. Meanwhile, Sarutobi remained silent, allowing Danzo to continue exerting pressure on Fugaku. Stop. Fugaku could no longer contain himself and interrupted Danzo. These clan members merely expressed their grievances. They only wanted to vent. Danzo scoffed. Oh? Is voicing discontent equated with plotting a coup against Konoha? The manner in which the Uchiha clan expresses their grievances is indeed quite distinctive. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was time to broach the topic of Danzo. Well, Danzo, I believe Fugaku is not fully informed. He gently addressed Uchiha Fugaku. Today, I invited you here primarily to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was overwhelmed with frustration, given the circumstances. It seemed they were about to impose a series of stringent demands upon the Uchiha clan yet again. However, the Uchiha had already been relegated to the fringes of Konoha. Where else could they retreat? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a reassuring smile, said, there is no need for concern. Today's meeting will bring favorable changes for the Uchiha clan. Danzo and I have conferred and decided to amend the policies regarding your clan. Fugaku could hardly muster a smile. Favorable changes? Danzo had already recited a list of individuals involved in the coup. How could there be anything good in that? To Fugaku, it was evident that Hiruzen was speaking in jest. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the forthcoming policies would undoubtedly render the Uchiha clan's existence in Konoha even more arduous. Fugaku sighed internally, recognizing that he had no grounds to refuse or oppose the demands that would soon be presented. His only hope was that, in light of the Uchiha clan's status as a part of Konoha's ninja community, Hiruzen might exhibit some leniency. Setting aside his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. In the central area of Konoha, a section will be designated for the Uchiha clan to relocate. Fugaku thought he had misheard, incredulity washing over him as he sought clarification. Lord Hokage, what did you just say? With a smile, Hiruzen repeated. A section in the central area of Konoha will be designated for the Uchiha clan to move into. Fugaku's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Did this not signify that the Uchiha clan would be reintegrated into the heart of Konoha? While he could not fathom why Hiruzen and Danzo would suddenly allow the Uchiha clan back into the central fold, he could not suppress his overwhelming joy. Seeing Fugaku's astonished expression, Danzo recognized that it was his turn to take the stage. In a chilling tone, he interjected, "This comes with prerequisites." Fugaku regained his composure. Conditions were to be expected. Whatever stipulations Danzo had, Fugaku intended to comply. After all, he had awaited this day for far too long. Danzo's voice was cold as he elaborated. This opportunity is not extended to the entire Uchiha clan, but rather to those members who have not advocated for a coup. Therefore, those who wish to instigate a coup are excluded from this arrangement. Fugaku, if you truly desire to alter the Uchiha clan's circumstances, you must demonstrate your sincerity by providing us with a list of those plotting the coup. You heard me mention a portion of the names, which indicates that we already possess a complete list. Concealment will only plunge the entire Uchiha clan into irreparable ruin. Furthermore, within 7 days, you must bring these individuals to the root, where they will undergo unified training and education to ensure they never harbor rebellious thoughts again. Fugaku's heart sank. Those Uchiha members sent to the root would undoubtedly endure severe hardship. However, given that these individuals had already expressed intentions of a coup, and that Danzo and Hiruzen were aware of it, some form of punishment was inevitable. Thus, Danzo's demands were not unreasonable. Nonetheless, as the clan leader, Fugaku felt compelled to negotiate. I will provide the names to you, Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo, but could we possibly discuss the matter of their relocation to the root? Danzo scoffed. Do you truly believe I am negotiating with you, Fugaku? If you do not wish to seize this opportunity, then you may leave. The Uchiha can certainly attempt to instigate a coup. Now, Danzo, temper your hostility. Fugaku, Danzo's strictness is primarily for the protection of Konoha, as he has a firm stance against any elements that threaten the village's stability. Do not take it personally, Hiruzen interjected, seeking to calm Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku understood that he had no choice but to acquiesce to Danzo's demands. Otherwise, the Uchiha would never return to the center of Konoha. I understand, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. I will submit the list within the next few days, and I hope that Lord Danzo will show some leniency towards them, as they are also ninjas of Konoha. Hiruzen's smile grew ever brighter. Rest assured, Fugaku, I will keep a watchful eye on the situation. And Danzo has assured me that those Uchiha members will only temporarily join the root, and after their training, I will take over their responsibilities. Upon hearing that Hiruzen would assume oversight of these Uchiha members, Fugaku felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At the very least, they should survive. Although he felt some guilt towards those individuals, it was evident that a coup offered no viable path forward. Given that Hiruzen and Danzo had already anticipated the Uchiha's intentions for a coup, they would undoubtedly take preemptive measures, possibly resolving the Uchiha issue before any coup could materialize. Simultaneously, Fugaku was astonished by the cunning of Hiruzen and Danzo. The individuals attending the Uchiha Nanha Shrine gathering were all Uchiha clan members. If Hiruzen or Danzo could ascertain the identities of those involved in the coup, it indicated that there was a mole among his kin. In the office of the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku agreed to submit the list of Uchiha members intending to stage a coup, and within 7 days, he would bring these individuals to the root for training. Hiruzen continued, Fugaku, there are also reforms concerning the Konoha Guard force. This unit will undergo changes, and other ninjas will be incorporated into the Konoha Guard. Do you have any opinions regarding this reform? Of course not. I trust your judgment, Lord Hokage. Fugaku replied without a moment's hesitation. He welcomed the inclusion of other ninjas into the Konoha Guard. While the establishment of the Konoha Guard had elevated the Uchiha clan's prestige and power to its zenith, it had subsequently rendered their situation increasingly precarious. The Konoha Guard's primary role was to maintain internal order and stability within the village, enforce regulations, and apprehend individuals with criminal tendencies. Consequently, this role was prone to inciting resentment. Those apprehended would not resent the Konoha Guard, but rather the Uchiha clan, as the Uchiha were synonymous with the Konoha Guard. However, if other ninjas were incorporated, it would serve to segregate the Uchiha clan from the Konoha Guard. Thus, when the Uchiha clan relocated to the center of Konoha, they could better assimilate into the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I am delighted to hear that you understand, Fugaku. Thus, we shall conclude today's meeting. Uchiha Fugaku rose and deeply bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, expressing his profound gratitude for their willingness to provide the Uchiha clan with an opportunity to integrate into Konoha. He vowed that the Uchiha would forever remain a part of Konoha. Danzo scoffed, retorting that he required no thanks, for all his actions were for the sake of Konoha. If Fugaku wished to express gratitude, he should thank himself for having given birth to the little imp, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Puzzled by the sudden mention of Sasuke, confounded, he exited the Hokage building. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku promptly gathered his clansmen and informed them of Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement to allocate a section within Konoha for the Uchiha clan to relocate and reintegrate. The news was met with overwhelming joy, as the days of isolation had been unbearable. Among the crowd, Itachi and Shisui also felt elated, surprised by Hiruzen's swift action in finding a solution for the Uchiha's plight. After announcing this good news, Fugaku unreservedly shared the necessity for those who had previously expressed intentions of a coup during the clan's assembly to undergo training in the foundation. Concealing such information would serve no purpose, as the clansmen would eventually find out. It was better to disclose it now. The faces of those who had previously spoken of a coup turned pale. To enter the foundation meant to be treated as criminals. Fugaku explained that while he understood this was difficult for them to accept, it was a prerequisite for the Uchiha clan's return to the heart of Konoha. Moreover, the Hokage had assured him that their stay in the foundation would be temporary, after which they would be taken under the Hokage's wing. Furthermore, those who had made coup declarations had already been identified by the Hokage and Danzo, with their names documented. The Hokage and Danzo wished to ascertain the Uchiha clan's stance and required Fugaku to submit a record of their names. He did not wish to force anyone. He provided a piece of paper and a pen, inviting those willing to endure temporary hardship for the sake of the Uchiha to sign. For those unwilling, he would not impose any coercion, leaving the decision entirely to their discretion. However, he emphasized that the Hokage and Danzo possessed a list of their own findings, and this would determine the Uchiha clan's chance of reintegration into Konoha. Should there be discrepancies, the consequences would be dire, and the Uchiha would lose this opportunity. After speaking, Fugaku closed his eyes. He would not squander the chance for the Uchiha clan to return to the center of Konoha. His intention was to filter those willing to sacrifice for the clan. Those who signed their names demonstrated their commitment, and Fugaku would do everything in his power to ensure their survival and extricate them from the foundation. As for the others, he could only offer his apologies. Soon, the first person stepped forward to sign their name. Following this initial act, a steady stream of clansmen added their signatures. A smile of relief spread across Fugaku's face, realizing that the majority of his clansmen were still willing to sacrifice for the Uchiha. An hour passed, and no one else approached to sign. After collecting the list, Fugaku bowed and expressed his gratitude on behalf of the Uchiha clan, assuring them he would do everything possible to rescue them from the foundation. Once the crowd dispersed, Fugaku sat alone in his room, staring blankly at the list. He knew that most of the names of those who had previously voiced intentions of a coup were already recorded, yet a few had not signed. He also pondered whether those who had vaguely expressed such sentiments should be included. While lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door. Upon entering, he found Itachi and Shisui before him. Itachi, Shisui, what brings you two here? Itachi presented a piece of paper to Fugaku, then knelt before him alongside Shisui. Fugaku, perplexed, picked up the paper and opened it, his pupils dilating in shock. This was a list of names that closely matched the one he held. Realizing that there were indeed infiltrators within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku grimaced in disbelief. I suspected there might be an infiltrator, but I never imagined it would be you, Itachi. With his forehead touching the ground, Itachi spoke with deep remorse. This list contains the names we submitted to the Hokage. Father, you can directly present it to him. Shisui, and I could not bear to see the Uchiha tread the path of a coup. We are truly sorry, father. After a prolonged silence, Fugaku shook his head, sighing. Well, at least the outcome is favorable. Upon learning that Itachi and Shisui were the infiltrators, Fugaku felt a pang of heartache. Even his sons did not trust him, marking his tenure as clan leader as somewhat of a failure. Fugaku inquired, Itachi, if the Uchiha were truly to instigate a coup, would you choose Konoha or the Uchiha clan? Itachi's expression stiffened, struggling to articulate a response. Fugaku already sensed his answer. He turned to Shisui, if Kagami were still alive. Seeing the Uchiha reintegrate into Konoha would surely bring him joy. Shisui respectfully replied, yes, father always wished for the Uchiha to merge with Konoha. Fugaku recalled Danzo's words. If you wish to express gratitude, then thank yourself for birthing that little imp, Uchiha Sasuke. Due to the pressing circumstances within the clan, Fugaku had scarcely paid attention to Sasuke of late. Itachi, do you know what Sasuke has been up to recently? Sasuke? He is probably playing with his friends, Itachi responded. Fugaku was taken aback. Previously, Sasuke had no peers willing to associate with him due to his Uchiha lineage. It was astonishing to hear he had a group of friends now. A sense of foreboding stirred within Fugaku, suspecting that Danzo's sudden leniency might be linked to Sasuke's companionship. What friends? Itachi began listing Sasuke's companions one by one. When he mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, Fugaku's mind exploded with realization. No wonder, it all made sense now. Itachi and Shisui exchanged confused glances, unable to fathom Fugaku's astonishment. Itachi inquired, Father, is something wrong? Uchiha Fugaku retorted, you two must merely be the Hokage's undercover agents. Am I correct? Itachi and Shisui nodded in agreement. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. The entire Uchiha clan should indeed express their gratitude to Sasuke. Sasuke? Itachi and Shisui became increasingly perplexed. wondering how Sasuke was involved. Surely, you are aware that the primary obstacle for the Uchiha clan's integration into Konoha is the interference of Danzo? They nodded once more in acknowledgement. Uchiha Fugaku elaborated, although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had been strained for some time. It truly reached a breaking point during the Ninetales incident. Danzo believed that if the rampaging Ninetales fell under the control of the Uchiha Sharingan, the consequences would be catastrophic. He also suspected that the Uchiha had a hand in the incident, which led him to exclude us from the rescue efforts. Consequently, the absence of the Uchiha clan's involvement in the Ninetales event fostered misunderstanding and dissatisfaction among the villagers of Konoha towards us. After that day, our situation grew increasingly dire. The Hokage wished to mend the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, but Danzo's interference thwarted any progress, leaving the Uchiha under constant surveillance by Roots ninjas. I have attempted numerous times to approach Danzo in hopes of reconciling our differences, but he harbors deep mistrust towards the Uchiha, refusing even to grant me an audience. However, this time, both the Hokage and Danzo sought me out, presenting an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha. Even in light of their awareness of some clan members' intentions for a coup, given Danzo's notoriously ruthless methods, one would expect him to eradicate the Uchiha threat rather than offer us a chance at integration. Itachi and Shisui grasped Uchiha Fugaku's implication. Itachi inquired with curiosity, "Father, are you suggesting that some factor prompted Danzo to change his mind?" Uchiha Fugaku nodded. "Indeed, that factor lies among Sasuke's friends." In unison, Itachi and Shisui exclaimed, "Kushina?" Uchiha Fugaku had laid it bare. They could not possibly miss the implication. Among those individuals, only Kushina had ties to Root, and they were exceedingly intimate. She was Danzo's granddaughter. Itachi and Shisui found it hard to believe. Could it truly be merely Kushina's influence that swayed Danzo to offer us this opportunity? Uchiha Fugaku lamented, "It seems so." Do not underestimate Kushina's significance in Danzo's eyes. Within the ninja circles of Konoha, it is well known how doting Danzo is towards her. He is grooming her as his successor. Recently, a significant event transpired in Konoha. The Hyuga clan underwent reforms, abolishing the division between the main and branch families. With Danzo's involvement in facilitating this change, one must recognize that for Hinata Hayashi, with his cautious nature, to solicit Danzo's assistance indicates that he must have received some assurance from him. Moreover, I have heard that dozens of Hyuga ninjas have already joined Root for training. All signs point to the fact that the current iteration of Root may differ considerably from our previous perceptions, and this transformation may very well be attributed to Kushina. Itachi and Shisui struggled to accept this reality. After all their efforts, they found it remarkable that a mere child of Sasuke's age could hold such sway. They realized that interpersonal dynamics were indeed more complex than they had anticipated. In this instance, we owe a debt of gratitude to Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Itachi, do you know where they are now? They are likely playing in the streets of Konoha. Invite Kushina to visit the Uchiha compound, and do not forget to include Naruto." Itachi and Shisui were aware of both Kushina's and Naruto's identities as the Ninetales Jinchuriki and expressed concern. "Father, under the current circumstances, is this wise?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled and explained, "You still do not grasp the situation. Kushina is our sole link to establishing rapport with Danzo. By inviting her and Naruto to our compound, he will undoubtedly be informed. I merely wish to convey our gratitude to Danzo. We harbor no intentions regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Cultivating a positive relationship with Kushina equates to fostering a beneficial connection with Danzo, which would be immensely advantageous for the Uchiha clan." Itachi and Shisui comprehended Uchiha Fugaku's intentions and were eager to seek out Kushina and her companions in the streets of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku called out to Itachi, "Wait, Itachi. Please inform Makoto that those two children will be visiting our home. I believe she will be delighted." In the streets of Konoha, the whirlpool surface hemp had parted ways with its companions, and now, alone, it was preparing to return to the root. Suddenly, a figure towering significantly above the whirlpool surface hemp obstructed its path. As Minma lifted her gaze to the swirling vortex, she discerned Itachi. "Brother Itachi? Sasuke has already returned." She added, "Minma, we are here as well." Sasuke and Naruto emerged from behind Uchiha Itachi. The Uzumaki family, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" Itachi extended an invitation to the Uzumaki family, saying, "Father wishes to invite you and Naruto to visit the Uchiha clan." The vortex surface scratched its head in confusion, pondering the notion of visiting. "But I do not know your father," it remarked. To this, Itachi elucidated, "It is our esteemed father who wishes to express his gratitude towards you." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The radiant smile of Uzumaki Menma seemed to indicate that he had indeed succeeded. Sasuke and Naruto gazed in bewilderment at the interaction between Itachi and Uzumaki Minma, their curiosity prompting them to inquire, "What are you two talking about?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Without delving into the intricacies of the narrative, the scene unfolds with Sasuke and Naruto entangled in an attempt to extract information from Itachi. who remains reticent, uncertain if he should divulge anything. Consequently, Sasuke and Naruto are left in ignorance, sulking with pouted lips. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan compound, Sasuke notices the door ajar, revealing his mother, Makoto Uchiha, diligently preparing dinner. "Mama," he exclaims, drawing her attention. Upon noticing the presence of Naruto and his companion, Makoto drops the plate in her hands, her expression transforming with overwhelming excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushes towards them, disregarding her footwear. Sasuke, bewildered, wonders about his mother's unusual enthusiasm. Such fervor is atypical in their interactions. As Makoto approaches, Sasuke opens his arms in anticipation of an embrace. Yet she bypasses him entirely, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Makoto envelopes Naruto and his companion in a tender embrace, softly weeping. Minma and Naruto, the two boys, exchange perplexed glances, questioning the peculiar circumstances surrounding their unexpected affection. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha emerges from within the house. Itachi, drawing closer to his father, quietly inquires, "Father, does mother know Minma and Naruto?" Fugaku responds with a hint of melancholy, "You should be aware, Kushina Uzumaki, your mother's close friend. This matter must remain confidential. They are unaware of their parents' identities." Itachi reminisces about his childhood encounters with Kushina, recalling the vividness of her striking red hair. He is taken aback to learn that Minma and Naruto are the sons of his mother's dear friend. At the dinner table, Makoto showers Minma and Naruto with affectionate attentiveness, serving them an abundance of dishes. Overwhelmed, Minma turns to Sasuke, asking, "Sasuke, what is happening?" Sasuke rolls his eyes in response, equally perplexed, grappling with the unsettling feeling of his mother being momentarily usurped by others. Fugaku, after stating, "I am the father of Itachi and Sasuke," remains largely silent throughout the meal, which proceeds in an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Eventually, Minma and Naruto can no longer eat, their bellies nearly bursting from the feast. Just then, a voice calls from outside, "Young Master Minma, Naruto. It is time to return home." Itachi opens the door, revealing the figure of Kazekage. The experience with the Vortex Minma was rather uncomfortable. "Uncle in the mountains. I've overeaten and can hardly move. Could you lend me a hand?" Without waiting for an invitation from Uchiha Fugaku, the mountain wind appeared behind Vortex Minma and Naruto in an instant, effortlessly lifting one of them with a single hand. Raising an eyebrow, Mountain Wind observed that these two had indeed indulged themselves, as their combined weight was quite substantial. Without so much as a word, he departed from the Uchiha clan grounds through another instant technique, leaving Minma and Naruto without a chance to bid farewell to Sasuke and the others. Sasuke and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances at their father, questioning why Fugaku had not reacted at all. However, Uchiha Fugaku felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he instructed Sasuke to return to his room for the night while Uchiha Makoto tidied up the dishes. The room now held only Itachi and Fugaku. "Itachi, you must be wondering why I showed no reaction, am I correct?" Itachi nodded silently in agreement. "The reason is that I have long been aware of his presence within our Uchiha compound. He simply awaited outside and made no effort to prevent Vortex Minma and Naruto from dining with us." "I believe you understand now." Itachi reflected thoughtfully. The man addressed Minma as Young Master Minma, indicating he is a root ninja. His lack of interference during our meal suggests that Root's stance towards the Uchiha clan is beginning to soften. A smile of relief spread across Fugaku's face. For in his eyes, Itachi was the next clan leader and deserved proper nurturing. "It is good that you have grasped this. Now, go and rest." Once Itachi exited the room, Uchiha Makoto approached Fugaku and inquired, "Fugaku, may I visit Minma and Naruto frequently in the future?" Fugaku nodded slightly. "It would be best to refrain from visiting until we relocate to the heart of Konoha. Today's invitation was primarily to express our gratitude to Lord Danzo. As they are Jinchuriki and we, as the Uchiha, must avoid any appearance of suspicion. Once we settle in the center of Konoha, you may see them freely. The Hokage is aware of your friendship with Kushina and should not impede your visits. However, one crucial point to remember, you must never disclose Minma and Naruto's true identities." This was a direct order from the Hokage himself. Since the incident involving Vortex Kushina, Makoto had longed to visit Minma and Naruto. Yet the strained relations between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had prevented her. Clasping her hands tightly, she thought to herself, "At last, I will be able to see Minma and Naruto regularly." Time flew by, and over the course of a year, significant changes unfolded in Konoha. The Uchiha clan had fully relocated to the heart of the village, no longer subjected to constant surveillance. The Konoha Guard Force had ceased to be an exclusive department of the Uchiha clan. Now, ninjas from various clans and numerous civilian ninjas had joined its ranks. The emblem of the Konoha Guard, once bearing the Uchiha crest at its center, had been replaced with the symbol of Konoha. Thanks to Uchiha Fugaku's efforts, the villagers of Konoha no longer harbored such strong resentment towards the Uchiha clan. In contrast, the Hyuga clan underwent a complete transformation internally. The sealing technique known as caged bird had become a relic of the past. Previously, members like Neji could only covertly observe the secret techniques exclusive to the main family, such as the 8 trigrams palm and the gentle fist. Now, all former branch family members could openly study these techniques. Konoha itself revitalized by the evolving dynamics between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, regained the vitality it had lost during the Nine-Tails incident. Indeed, it flourished even more than before that calamity. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen often awoke with a smile in his sleep. The Root organization, despite Danzo's strict methods, gradually emerged from the shadows into the light. A portion of Root ninjas now operated openly, executing missions for Konoha. The organization was no longer the terrifying entity it had once been viewed as. And due to their efficiency and Danzo's assertive stance against the Cloud Village, many Konoha villagers began to idolize him. Danzo, who had once remained hidden within the depths of Root, was now seen more frequently on the streets of Konoha. His mood improved significantly, particularly as the unique traits of Vortex Minma began to manifest. Coupled with the regenerative abilities of the Nine-Tails, Minma's healing prowess became exceedingly formidable. Once, while training to throw shurikens, Minma accidentally lodged one deep into his thigh. Just as the medical ninjas from Root moved to extract the shuriken and treat the wound, they were astonished to find that the injury had completely healed on its own. Furthermore, Minma's sensory abilities were also developing, as documented in the materials left by Vortex Mido. The Whirlpool clan member, Minma, has awakened the divine heart and eyes of the Uzumaki lineage. With his eyes closed, he has opened his inner vision, enabling him to sense any unusual movements within a radius of approximately 1 to 2 kilometers through his chakra. If he identifies a specific chakra, he can discern precise locations, movements, the number of individuals involved, and even their characteristics, including their speed of movement in remarkable detail. Furthermore, Minma possesses the ability to conceal his chakra, rendering himself undetectable to other sensory ninjas. In terms of reconnaissance capabilities, he may rival the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Minma exhibits a commendable aptitude for learning ninjutsu. According to tests conducted with chakra paper, he possesses both wind and water chakra affinities. He quickly masters a variety of low-level ninjutsu when instructed. However, Danzo later ceased further instruction in new ninjutsu for Minma. In Danzo's perspective, acquiring numerous low-level techniques pales in comparison to the practicality of a single high-level technique. Given Minma's vast reservoir of chakra, he could eventually wield high-level ninjutsu as effortlessly as low-level techniques. For now, the focus remains on building a solid foundation during this past year. The concept of the foundational sealing technique has been firmly etched into the depths of the mind of the Whirlpool surface. Additionally, a fundamental sealing technique, known as the binding array, has been mastered. By employing 4 specially crafted sealing symbols, one can ensnare the target within the confines delineated by these symbols after their application. Everything about Uzumaki Minma is evolving in the direction envisioned by Danzo. However, what perplexes Danzo is Minma's peculiar summoning beast. After injecting Uzumaki Minma with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the 9 masked phantoms that emerged were, astonishingly, summoned by Minma through a unique form of summoning. Furthermore, Minma's summoning seal, In, is entirely different from the summoning techniques that Danzo is familiar with. When Danzo inquired about this phenomenon, Minma explained that the method for summoning suddenly appeared in his mind, and upon experimentation, he successfully summoned them. Danzo had also conducted research on Minma's 9-faced beast. Yet, the findings left him in disbelief, for the chakra of the 9-faced beast is strikingly similar to that of the Nine-Tails. It could even be said to be the chakra of the Nine-Tails themselves. However, Danzo could not accept this conclusion, for if it were true, it would imply that the Nine-Tails within Uzumaki Minma was aiding in his protection. Given the Nine-Tails' profound hatred for humanity, how could it possibly assist a human, particularly one who is its own Jinchuriki? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Thus, Danzo resorted to speculation, leaning towards the idea that for some unknown reason, Uzumaki Minma had inadvertently acquired the ability to summon the 9-faced beast, and that the chakra of the Nine-Tails within him had influenced the beast's behavior. The small team of 8, known as the Whirlpool Squad, has now expanded. With the addition of 2 new members, it has transformed into a cohesive unit of 10. One of the newcomers, Inazuka Kiba, possesses a fervent love for dogs and exhibits a strong, impulsive personality reminiscent of Naruto, brimming with confidence. The other, Aburame Shino, is an ardent admirer of insects, characterized by a calm demeanor that makes him seem difficult to approach, often overlooked, yet once he speaks, he becomes quite verbose. Despite the team's expansion, the members find themselves increasingly distanced from one another, as in a year they will all turn 6, reaching the age to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Consequently, most are occupied with studying their family's unique jutsu or secret techniques. Neji, now 6, has already commenced his education at the Ninja Academy, where it is rumored he has earned the title of top freshman. Hinata's disposition has brightened through diligent training. She has successfully awakened her Byakugan. Furthermore, this year, Hinata's parents welcomed a new addition to the family, a younger sister named Hinata Hanabi. The decision to have a second child stemmed from Hyuga Hisashi's concerns that Hinata might adopt undesirable traits from her companions in the Whirlpool Squad, thus providing a safeguard with a sibling. Naruto has also received an injection of the same serum as that which replenished the Uzumaki bloodline. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, like Danzo, has arranged for a ninja to introduce Naruto to the fundamentals of sealing techniques, hoping to eventually teach him the Uzumaki clan's specialized sealing arts. However, The volume of material in the introductory course proved overwhelming for Naruto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to replicate Danzo's excessively rigorous training approach with Naruto, resulting in the endeavor being abandoned. After completing his training for the day, Whirlpool Naruto strolled through the streets of Konoha. At their usual meeting spot, she successfully located Naruto. After a prolonged wait, Minma and Naruto found themselves alone, with none of their companions arriving for the gathering. It seemed that their friends were all engrossed in their training at home, and it was rare for even one or two of them to have the leisure to join in their play. As Naruto swung gently on the swing, he inquired, "Minma, it appears today we are left with just the two of us once again. Where shall we go?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as the swirling mist enveloped them. Ma and Naruto made their way towards the Ninja Academy. Outside the esteemed institution, they paused. The whirlpool surface closed its eyes and activated the Divine Heart's vision, swiftly pinpointing Neji's location. After the conclusion of the vortex dance, Kagura beckoned to Naruto, saying, "I've found Neji, follow me." The swirling figures of Minma and Naruto stealthily infiltrated the Ninja Academy, successfully reaching the classroom door where Neji was situated. The two cautiously lifted their heads and peered through the window, catching sight of Neji within. At that moment, Neji sat at his desk, his head bowed, engrossed in whatever captured his attention. Meanwhile, the teacher at the podium was delivering a lesson. In a hushed tone, Naruto inquired, "Minma, how shall we let Neji know we have arrived?" "Watch me." The whirlpool surface hemp directly summoned the nine-faced beast, the Golden Serpent. Golden Serpent. Stealthily make your way to Neji's location, but do not let yourself be detected. Obeying the command from the whirlpool surface hemp, the Golden Serpent slithered into the classroom. With the assistance of the surface hemp, upon seeing the Golden Serpent, Neji will undoubtedly realize our arrival. The whirlpool of Minma proudly raised his head, exclaiming, "Of course." The golden snake slithered to Neji's feet, nudging him with its head. However, Neji, engrossed in his reading, remained oblivious to the presence of the Golden Serpent. Left with no alternative, the snake ascended along Neji's leg and coiled onto his lap. Just as Neji was about to turn the page, he suddenly caught sight of the serpent, causing him to shudder in surprise. Fortunately, he swiftly covered his mouth, nearly stifling a scream. Upon noticing the snake, Neji cast a disbelieving glance out the window. Indeed, there were Minma and Naruto, waving at him. A sharp pain shot through Neji's trigeminal nerve. What was wrong with these two? Why were they seeking him during class? His sudden jolt had inadvertently produced a sound. A girl turned towards Neji, her eyes widening as she spotted the golden snake on him. A deafening shriek echoed throughout the classroom. The teacher at the podium dropped his chalk in astonishment, perplexed. He inquired, "What happened?" The girl pointed at the snake on Neji, exclaiming, "A snake. There's a snake." Neji sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Teacher, I'll release the snake right away." Before the teacher could react, Neji bolted out of the classroom. The teacher thought little of it, as in his eyes, Neji was a model student. Upon exiting the classroom, Neji confronted Minma and Naruto with a stern expression, hands on his hips, demanding, "What on earth are you two doing here?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled and remarked to Neji, "You truly are quite astute." Neji sighed, feeling that knowing Naruto and his companion was indeed his fortune. Now that he had ventured out, returning was not an option. Naruto would undoubtedly prevent him from doing so. Why was it so difficult to simply immerse oneself in a book and acquire knowledge in peace? Suddenly, Naruto's sharp eyes caught sight of a corner of a book peeking out from Neji's pocket. Curiously, he inquired, "Neji, what book were you engrossed in earlier in the classroom? You seemed so absorbed. It must be this one?" With that, Naruto reached out and extracted the book from Neji's pocket. As Naruto prepared to open the book, Neji's expression contorted in alarm. "Don't open it," he exclaimed. However, it was too late. Naruto had already turned the pages. The contents within instantly captivated Naruto's attention. The swirling surface of the vortex also curiously glanced over, revealing an array of strikingly alluring beauties, each with captivating curves and an air of refreshing elegance. The swirling figure playfully nudged Neji's elbow and teased, "So you've ceased your peeping and taken to reading, have you? Quite the refined taste, I must say. All those beautiful ladies." Neji's face flushed crimson as he snatched the book, Paradise of Affection, from the engrossed Naruto's hands and stuffed it into his pocket. Naruto, abruptly interrupted from his enjoyment, became disgruntled and began to pester Neji, saying, "Come on, Neji, don't be so stingy. Let me have a look." Neji replied stiffly, "There's nothing worth seeing. This matter is not to be disclosed." With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Naruto proposed, "If you want me to keep quiet, then you must let me see that book." Neji's expression stiffened. "You're taking advantage of the situation." Naruto Uzumaki chimed in, "Good friends are meant to share, after all. I am so eager to see it, Neji. We promised to keep it a secret, just the three of us." Neji, observing the bustling crowd around him, ultimately relented. Follow me. We shouldn't linger here. It's too crowded. He led Naruto and Uzumaki Minma to a secluded alleyway, where he affectionately presented his treasured book, Paradise. As he handed it to them, Neji cautioned, "Be careful while reading. This book is not for anyone under 18. I exerted considerable effort to acquire it from the bookstore." We know, you're so tedious," they replied. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After contemplating, the spiral-faced man replied, "It shouldn't be exhausting, perhaps akin to Dinxi. Although Dinxi is somewhat portly, he possesses remarkable agility." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In a state of rapt fascination, Naruto and Neji were engrossed in an intense debate while gazing at the alluring imagery of paradise. Neji asserted, "The beauty on page 24 is undoubtedly the most captivating." To which Naruto countered, "I must respectfully disagree. I find the charm of page 15 far superior. Its grandeur is simply overwhelming. Vortex surface. No, you are mistaken. What you all have mentioned is not the most exquisite. I believe the one on page 9 is truly the finest. The proportions are neither too large nor too small. It is simply perfection." The three of them began to argue fiercely over which one was more appealing. The spirited Minma exclaimed passionately, "Enough. There's no point in arguing any further. We shall go and see for ourselves. Let us immerse ourselves in reality and discover who truly possesses the charm." Fueled by his competitive spirit, Neji readily concurred, "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan." Perplexed, Naruto inquired, "See for real? Where shall we go to witness this?" API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling figure of Mayura addressed Neji. "Neji, you may employ your Byakugan now." "I see no need to do so," Neji replied. "If we are to verify this, all three of us must witness it firsthand." Even now, Neji could not shake the haunting memory of the tainted vision he had encountered when he had once used his Byakugan to pry into the depths of others' minds. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool surface. Feeling indignant, declared, "I have arrived, and I shall demonstrate it well." The vortex surface directly summoned the nine-faced beast, the Southern Dipper Immortal, and then took hold of the Southern Dipper Immortal's staff, the base of which is quite sharp. The sharp tip of the whirlpool surface's mahjong wand pierced into the crevice of the wall, drilling with considerable force. The wall's plaster continually crumbled away. After an extended effort, a small hole was finally created by the whirlpool surface mahjong. After dispersing the Southern Dipper Immortals, the whirlpool surface mahjong triumphantly addressed Neji. "What do you think?" Neji, with a hint of pride, replied with a huffy demeanor, "I suppose you were quick-witted." Naruto, already eager, leaned in to peer into the small opening. "Wow, how beautiful." Neji's ears perked up. He had intended for either the whirlpool surface mahjong or Naruto to take a look first, ensuring it was safe before he approached. Since Naruto expressed such awe, it indicated there was nothing amiss. The vortex-faced Ma urged, "Naruto, are you ready?" "It's my turn." Naruto stepped aside, scratching his head in annoyance. "Although it's quite beautiful, it lacks considerable size. How am I supposed to validate it?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Minma finally settled upon a small opening, revealing the true visage of the women's bathhouse. Enveloped in mist, it resembled a fairyland. So this is what the women's bathhouse truly looks like. Hearing Minma's exclamation, Neji could no longer contain himself. "Minma, it's my turn." He edged closer, at last witnessing not a monochrome scene, but a vibrant tableau. Indeed, the reality surpassed the illustrations in the book, appearing somewhat more enchanting. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared, dumbfounded, at the images within the crystal ball. The sphere displayed the very scene of Minma and his companions taking turns peeking. Hiruzen, ruffling what little hair remained on his head, murmured in perplexity, "At such a tender age, they have already mastered the art of voyeurism? And on a day when the bathhouse is graced with its most beautiful maidens. This hardly seems like an isolated incident." He took a drag from his pipe. "Should I apprehend them?" In the next moment, Hiruzen set down his pipe, redirecting his gaze back to the crystal ball. The image shifted to that of the interior of the women's bathhouse. Whatever the case, he thought, I'll deal with it later. If I don't look quickly, the opportunity will vanish. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minma interjected, "Please do not say that. I did not witness it myself. It was all Neji who observed it. His Byakugan allowed him to perceive the matter, and he recounted it to me." At that moment, Neji was utterly absorbed in the sights before him, entirely indifferent to the inquiries of Vortex Minma and Naruto. Suddenly, Neji sensed something amiss. for he noticed an individual in the women's bath pointing towards a small aperture. In an instant, a solitary eye emerged at the opening. Neji, startled, collapsed to the ground, his fingers trembling as they pointed toward the small hole. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Vortex Minma shrugged his shoulders and remarked, see, even Naruto claims you possess a fierce demeanor, which undeniably exudes aggression. Neji, directing his ire towards Vortex Minma, retorted, that is merely because you have unjustly placed the blame on me, hence my gaze is as it is. Enough of this chatter. When shall we embark on our next excursion? Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly contemplated when they might venture out again. As Minma was about to suggest waiting a few more days before going, a sinister voice emerged from behind the three. Sister Hong, these little imps are still contemplating a next visit for some peeping, aren't they? The children from the Hyuga family and Minma, Naruto? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In a desperate bid to escape the relentless pursuit of the bathhouse proprietress, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto fled into a small grove. However, their respite was short-lived as they were unexpectedly apprehended by Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. Upon sighting Anko, both Minma and Naruto's expressions shifted dramatically. Recently, the duo had been devoid of companions to frolic with, prompting them to revert to their old antics of causing mayhem throughout Konoha. Exasperated by their mischief, the villagers collectively raised funds to commission a mission, enlisting ninjas to discipline Minma and Naruto. Yet, the lower-ranked ninjas proved no match for the duo, who deftly outmaneuvered them with ease. In a moment of resolve, the villagers decided to increase their investment, hiring two higher-ranked ninjas, Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. Vortex Minma and Naruto are utterly no match for Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi. On several occasions, when they wreaked havoc, the duo was successfully captured by the two women. Kurenai treated them with utmost gentleness, merely admonishing Vortex Minma and Naruto to refrain from their mischievous antics. However, Anko's approach was markedly different. She subjected them to a thorough thrashing before binding them and parading them through the village of Konoha. Consequently, Vortex Minma and Naruto affectionately dubbed Anko as the female demon. Anko, with her arms firmly clasped around the necks of Vortex Minma and Naruto, displayed a mischievous grin and inquired, "What did you two just call me? I didn't quite catch that. Do repeat it for me." The whirlpool of Minma and Naruto shuddered, revealing a conciliatory smile. "Sister Akane. So you are acquainted with them. I shall not intrude." Upon witnessing Hinata and Akane's familiarity with Minma and Naruto, Neji contemplated a hasty retreat. However, before he could take a single step, he was seized by Akane by the collar and flung beside Minma and Naruto. With hands on her hips and a devilish grin adorning her face, Akane exclaimed, "You three little rascals possess quite the audacity, don't you? Daring to spy on the women's bath. Minma, Naruto, upon seeing me and Sister Akane inside, you two didn't even flee. Are you seeking your doom?" The swirling surface murmured. "With everything so bare, who could possibly know it is you?" Naruto, in complete agreement, muttered, "Indeed. Had I known, I would have fled long ago." Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko felt their cheeks flush. With a soft thud, two sounds echoed. The vortex of chaos enveloped Narahina. As a pronounced bump adorned Naruto's head, Neji knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It was no wonder that upon encountering the violet-haired woman, both Narahina and Naruto exclaimed female demon. The violence of the situation was palpable. It seemed that today would not bode well. Yukamura Anko blew lightly upon her fists, then disdainfully declared, "Those who are meant to move may now do so." Upon hearing her words, Narahina pouted, turned, and lay flat on the ground, elevating his posterior high into the air. "Neji? What is happening? Why has he suddenly assumed such a position?" Yukamura Anko glanced at Neji and remarked, "It appears this is your first time. You are unaware of the rules, but simply follow suit." Neji's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated at the thought of mimicking Narahina's posture. Anko, irked, retorted, "What? Are you unwilling?" Vortex Minma and Naruto urged, "Neji, you must comply. If you refuse, this female demon will not only unleash her wrath upon us, but will also bind us and parade us through the streets." Upon hearing the term female demon, Mitarashi Anko swiftly delivered a sharp kick to the posteriors of Vortex Minma and Naruto. The notion of being paraded sent a jolt of alarm through Neji. Enduring a beating was one thing, but to be paraded would be utterly humiliating. The image of him wandering the streets of Konoha with a sign proclaiming "Peeping Tom of the women's bath" around his neck sent shivers down his spine. This was a fate he could not bear. In a moment of desperation, Neji flipped onto his back and mimicked the pose of Vortex Minma and Naruto. Raising his backside high into the air, he pressed his face firmly against the ground. How mortifying. He vowed never to venture out alone with Vortex Minma and Naruto again. It would surely spell trouble. Anko grinned wickedly and declared, "Since you are prepared, I shall commence. By the way, Red Sister, would you care to join in with a few slaps?" It must be said, the posteriors of these two little rascals were quite plump and appealing to the touch. This newcomer should prove similarly delightful. Sunset Red shook her hand in refusal, saying, "I think I shall pass. I believe it would be better to communicate with them. They ought to listen." A glimmer of hope lit up Neji's eyes. A good person indeed. Perhaps he could escape the impending punishment after all. Vortex Minma and Naruto turned to Neji, dousing him with a bucket of cold reality. There's no need to ponder. The three of us have fallen into the hands of Sister Hongdo. It is utterly impossible to escape without enduring a beating, as anticipated by Vortex Minma and Naruto. Yuhi Kurenai remarked, "Sister Hong, if education were truly effective, it should have worked the first time we apprehended Minma and Naruto. Did it have any effect?" The graffiti on the Hokage monument, the sudden fright inflicted upon lovers during their intimate moments, the serpentine pranks intended to terrify passers-by, the cruel act of shearing the fur off dogs in the streets, and the smoke bombs deployed to create chaos. The list of their mischief is nearly endless. Now, they even dare to spy on the women's bathhouse. What else are they too timid to attempt? Neji gazed at Vortex Minma and Naruto in disbelief. What on earth have you two done in our absence to provoke such widespread ire? Naruto Uzumaki, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and remarked, "Well, it's not too bad. Since everyone is away, we can only find our own way to have some fun." Hinata Hyuga sighed, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's red bean, rubbing her hands together in excitement, exclaimed, "Then let us begin." With a playful smack, she first targeted Naruto's rear, followed in turn by Uzumaki and then Neji. In the tranquil grove, the echoes of exclamations from Naruto and Neji resounded in a playful cadence, interspersed with the rhythmic drumming of Mitarashi Anko, who seemed to grow increasingly spirited in her antics. After a lively 5 minutes, she reluctantly ceased her playful assault. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she sauntered from behind the trio to confront them directly, issuing a stern warning, "You three little rascals. Should I catch you peeping at the women's bath again, you shall not find it so easy next time." "All right, Red Sister, let us be off," her companion, Yuhi Kurenai, chimed in as they prepared to depart. Before leaving, Anko, still relishing the moment, playfully tapped the trio once more on their backsides. Neji felt a tingling sensation, as if his posterior had gone numb, while the sounds of Naruto and the ever-enthusiastic Hinata's exclamations suggested their plight was no less dire than his own. Yet, once Anko and Kurenai had taken their leave, Neji found himself bemused as he observed Naruto and Hinata rising as if nothing had transpired. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The proud whirlpool girl puffed out her small chest and declared, "I can withstand attacks from Naruto. It's merely a trifling matter for us." Both Uzumaki Naruto and Minma have fully awakened their Uzumaki clan bloodlines, coupled with the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Nine Tails. Thus, a few slaps on the back are merely trifles for them. Neji, with a quiver in his voice, inquired, "Then why did you both scream so pitifully just now?" Naruto, striking a proud pose with his hands on his hips, declared, "If we hadn't screamed a bit, how would that female demon ever cease her onslaught?" Minma, "My cries were quite commendable, weren't they? There's always room for improvement. Let us keep striving." The two exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Relishing the thrill of having outwitted Mitarashi Anko, Neji pursed his lips, pondering whether, in the end, he was the sole recipient of the blows. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Uzumaki Minma voluntarily crouched down. Neji leaned onto Uzumaki Minma's shoulder, saying, "At least you still have a conscience." The vortex-faced Maki proposed, "Let us proceed to the mountains of Konoha, where the flowers have blossomed beautifully." Naruto promptly replied, "Great. Let's set off." "Wait a moment. I never said I wanted to go. If you wish to go, you may do so without me. First, return me to the Ninja Academy." Neji hastily objected. "At this moment, as you are on my back, your wishes are of no consequence." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In the embrace of the swirling mist, Mabe carried Neji and, alongside Naruto, ascended the mountain. The entire mountain was adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, creating a breathtakingly beautiful panorama. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Both Shikamaru and Neji followed Naruto's gaze and indeed spotted a wooden cabin in the distance. The vortex surface pondered, how curious. When we visited last year, this wooden cabin did not exist. Was it constructed only this year? Come, let us go and have a look. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Curious. The whirlpool surface inquired. Teacher Xiaochun moved here only this year, didn't she? When Naruto and I came here last year. This wooden cabin did not exist yet. Well, I stumbled upon this place by chance. The sea of flowers here is truly enchanting. And I have a profound fondness for flowers. Thus, I decided to settle down here. By the way, I just made some flower cakes. Would you care to come in and have a seat? Naruto Uzumaki raised his small hand in agreement and exclaimed, yes. At Tsubaki's invitation, Naruto, Neji, and Uzumaki Minma entered the room. Ouch. Minma, could you be a bit gentler? Neji grimaced as he settled into the chair. Tsubaki, with a look of concern, inquired, Neji, how did you injure your backside? Embarrassed, Neji stammered. I accidentally fell while walking and landed on my rear. You must be more cautious when walking. It would be unfortunate to hurt yourself further, she replied. Now, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Tsubaki placed a platter of flour cakes on the table. As the trio savored their bowls of ramen, Naruto and Neji relished the delightful flavors. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Neji, with a furrowed brow, observed the two, struggling to find the words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he managed to utter 4 words. Incredibly delicious. Chun smiled gently and remarked, if you find it so delectable, feel free to indulge a little more. There has plenty more to go around. Just as the trio was immersed in their culinary enjoyment, a knock echoed from the wooden door. Who could that be? Chun wondered aloud. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a man with a shock of white hair. Shueibai-sensei? What brings you here? She inquired. With a flamboyant flick of his hair, Shueibai replied. I've come to see you, little Chun. Want you invite me in for a moment? Oh, please do come in. As Shueibai stepped inside, he paused. Taken aback by the sight of Naruto, Neji, and Chun devouring their pastries, his expression shifted to one of concern as he furrowed his brow. 2 fox spirits? How could they be here? Shueibai mused to himself, puzzled. Although Naruto's 9 tails was securely sealed within him, the black Kurama of Vortex Minma was not bound. Kurama possessed a keen sense for discerning good from evil and an acute awareness of malevolence, abilities that had naturally been passed on to Vortex Minma. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted during their visit. Naruto and Neji were graciously hosted by Tsubaki. As the trio savored the floral pastries provided by Tsubaki, their teacher from the Ninja Academy, Mizuki, arrived at the cottage. It was then that Naruto sensed a malevolent intent emanating from Mizuki. Vortex Minma set down the flour cake in her hand, squinting at Mizuki. Noticing that Vortex Minma had lost interest in the cake and was fixated on the white-haired man at the door, Naruto curiously inquired, Minma, what is troubling you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma shook his head and said, for now, there is no need for you to take action. Allow me to handle it. Upon hearing that he would not have the opportunity to participate, Naruto pouted in disappointment. What? I thought I could join in too. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Neji, keep an eye on him at the ninja school. Neji gazed at Mizuki with a hint of pity. Those targeted by Vortex Minma seldom enjoyed a peaceful existence. As Mizuki harbored a strong aversion towards both Vortex Minma and Naruto, he engaged in a brief conversation with Tsubaki before departing hastily. Upon Tsubaki's return to the room, Vortex Minma nudged Neji with his elbow. Their long-established camaraderie allowed Neji to instantly grasp Minma's intent. With a furrowed brow, Neji wondered why he himself did not inquire. After a resigned sigh, Neji asked Tsubaki, Tsubaki-sensei, what did Mizuki-sensei want to see you about? Tsubaki replied, puzzled, I'm not entirely sure either. Mizuki-sensei mentioned it was concerning matters at the ninja school. Yet he didn't discuss any specifics. Instead, he rambled on about various unrelated topics. Quite peculiar. Tsubaki-sensei, I need to use the restroom. With that, Vortex Minma leapt from his chair, scampering towards the door. Tsubaki cautioned, Minma, the restroom is not outside. It's all right. It's the perfect opportunity to fertilize the flowers. The whirlpool of Minma emerged from the wooden cabin. Behind the cabin, the whirlpool of Minma summoned the white tiger. Now, as Minma grew increasingly adept at controlling chakra, he simultaneously conjured 9 beasts, each of which bore a size comparable to his own. Should he summon any one of the 9 beasts alone, it would manifest in its standard form. 9-faced Subhaka, white tiger. From the circle of chakra, a white tiger, measuring over 2 meters in length, emerged. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool-faced Ma gave a light pat on the white tiger's rear and said, "Go forth, white tiger." The white tiger let out a fierce roar and dashed out with great speed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. A swirling figure emerged before Chun, scratching its head in an apologetic manner. My apologies. Teacher Chun, it was I who made that sound. I felt such relief while urinating. Chun, slightly perplexed, wondered how a child could produce such a sound over something as mundane as relieving themselves. Teacher Chun, are there still flour cakes? I haven't had my fill yet. Of course there are. Come in quickly. I shall fetch some for you. The swirling surface of the hemp followed Chun back into the wooden cottage. As soon as Minma settled down, Naruto and Neji whispered, "Minma, have you dispatched the white tiger?" "Indeed," he replied. Having witnessed the true form of the white tiger and aware of its formidable prowess, Naruto and Neji expressed their concerns. Could there be trouble? The swirling figure of Minma confidently patted his chest, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, I have already informed White Tiger. He won't be harmed." Naruto and Neji exchanged worried glances. Not being harmed is one thing, but what if he ends up crippled? Meanwhile, Mizuki was descending the mountain, cursing his misfortune under his breath. Although the students at the Ninja Academy referred to him as a teacher, he was merely a teaching assistant. Prior to his tenure at the academy, Mizuki had tragically killed an injured comrade during a mission, later reporting that the partner had succumbed to an infected leg injury. This incident cost him the qualification to become a full-fledged instructor. His current position at the academy was largely thanks to his friend Irika, who had tirelessly advocated for him, ultimately allowing him to serve as an assistant. Mizuki and Irika had been friends since childhood. Their bond was forged through shared trauma. As Irika had lost his parents to the Ninetales, by befriending Irika, Mizuki could elevate himself above his peer, thus satisfying a twisted psychological need. However, witnessing others rally around and support Irika only fueled Mizuki's jealousy. This day, Mizuki sought out Tsubaki because he had noticed Irika and Tsubaki were growing quite close at the academy, which intensified his envy. He resolved to pursue Tsubaki, hoping to become her lover before Irika could, relishing the prospect of provoking Irika's disdain. To his surprise, Minma and Naruto were also present at Tsubaki's home. An unforeseen complication that derailed Mizuki's plans. He despised and looked down upon Minma and Naruto, considering them mere nuisances. The sight of them in Tsubaki's abode extinguished Mizuki's desire to converse with her, shattering his intentions. The mere thought of Minma and Naruto's faces filled him with rage. In his mind, he maliciously mused, "Next year, you two will be attending the Ninja Academy. Want to you? Just wait and see how I'll toy with you. And tomorrow, I'll pursue Tsubaki right in front of Irika. How will he react?" Hiki. The thought of tormenting both Minma and Naruto next year, along with the prospect of aggravating Irika the following day, lightened Mizuki's mood, making his descent feel considerably more buoyant. As he neared the halfway point down the mountain, Mizuki suddenly sensed something amiss. A piercing gaze was fixed upon him from behind. Pretending all was well, he took a few more steps before turning to look over his shoulder. The sight that met his eyes caused his hair to stand on end. A massive white tiger. As Mizuki descended, he encountered the imposing creature perched on the mountainside. This white tiger wore a mask, further heightening Mizuki's unease, realizing that such a dangerous beast was trailing him. However, the presence of the masked tiger suggested it was not a wild animal, and there had been no prior rumors of tigers in the area. It likely had an owner. Mizuki dared not make a sudden move. If it was a summoned beast, it might understand human speech. Tentatively, he inquired, "What do you want with me?" The white tiger slowly approached Mizuki, and he exhaled in relief, believing it could comprehend his words. Otherwise, it would have lunged at him by now. His imagination began to wander. To possess such a formidable tiger as a summoned beast implied its master must be extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps the enigmatic figure behind the tiger intended to impart some extraordinary ninjutsu to him. Excitement bubbled within Mizuki as he stepped closer to the creature. With newfound confidence, he declared, "Take me to your master." The tiger raised its right paw slowly. Mizuki, puzzled, wondered what it was signaling. Was it indicating the way? "Go on, show me," he urged. The tiger elevated its paw higher, prompting Mizuki to glance upward. Could the mysterious master be in the sky? Unlikely. Suddenly, the tiger brought its paw crashing down onto Mizuki's left shoulder with tremendous force. His eyes widened in shock as his face flushed crimson, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Mizuki felt as though his shoulder had been shattered. The tiger's paw lifted again, and dread coursed through him. Another strike could very well be fatal. Mizuki hastily clutched his left arm with his right hand and turned to flee down the mountain, panic surging through him. How could this be happening? Was he there supposed to be a mysterious master? Why had the tiger not attacked him sooner? In the midst of his frantic thoughts, a possibility struck him. Could it be that the tiger's upward paw was an indication that the mysterious master was observing him? And the tiger's attack was a test of his worthiness to inherit the master's ninjutsu? Yes, this had to be it. Mizuki felt certain of this revelation. Otherwise, the tiger would have had ample opportunity to ambush him without restraint. Suddenly, he came to a halt, facing the tiger directly. He retrieved several shuriken from his ninja pouch, determination igniting in his gaze. This trial, I will conquer it, he declared, launching the shuriken at the tiger. The tiger leaped high into the air, evading the projectiles, and landed atop Mizuki's head. His heart skipped a beat. A direct hit would be devastating. In a flash, he performed the substitution technique, replacing himself with a wooden stump. The tiger's powerful legs crushed the wood, splintering it to pieces. Hidden in the grass, Mizuki held his breath, afraid to make a sound. The tiger seemed oblivious to his presence, searching the area instead. Once he realized he hadn't been detected, Mizuki sighed in relief and began strategizing how to navigate this trial set forth by the formidable beast. The tiger approached the edge of the grass where Mizuki was concealed. He held his breath, remaining utterly still. In truth, the tiger had long since noticed Mizuki. However, under Minma's orders to play with him, the tiger found Mizuki's foolishness amusing. Not only had he failed to flee upon realizing the tiger's presence, but he had also suggested the tiger lead him to Minma. Now, he believed himself safe merely because he was hidden in the grass. After all, he was dealing with a tiger. The nose of a tiger is remarkably sensitive. It can detect the scent of blood even when its nostrils are covered. Never before had it encountered such a foolish human. The white tiger sauntered behind Shuemu and suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar nearly sent Shuemu's soul soaring. In disbelief, Shuemu turned to face the white tiger, only to see it raising its paw once more to strike him. There was no time to evade. Shuemu drew a kunai and aimed it at the white tiger. However, the kunai merely embedded itself in the tiger's fur as if it were plunging into reinforced concrete. The weighty paw of the white tiger came crashing down upon Shuemu's abdomen. He curled up in agony, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, before collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The commotion startled the white tiger. Could it have killed him? It had clearly restrained its force. How could this human be so fragile? The swirling entity, Minma, was commanded merely to toy with him, not to take his life. The white tiger, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around nervously and spotted a squirrel perched on a branch. With a swift strike, the white tiger flattened the squirrel. Surely, no one or no creature would notice this. After dispatching the squirrel, the white tiger transformed into a wisp of smoke and made his escape. Meanwhile, within the abode of the Chun family, Minma sensed that the white tiger had returned, indicating that the task assigned to him had been accomplished. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As they approached, they were astonished to discover that the figure was none other than Mizuki. At that moment, Mizuki's collar was stained with a large blotch of blood, his disheveled appearance evoking a sense of utter desolation. Naruto and Neji felt a surge of unease as their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Is this truly what Uzumaki Minma meant by stating he wouldn't kill him? Given the circumstances, it seemed as though death was perilously close. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma tossed Neji onto Naruto's back and dashed towards Mizuki. Oh, if it isn't Teacher Mizuki. What a dire state you find yourself in. Upon seeing Minma's face, Mizuki's heart sank. How was it that he encountered them once more? Mizuki dreaded nothing more than having his unfortunate predicament witnessed by the two foxes he so loathed. However, he had no choice but to feign a smile and implore. I was attacked by a tiger. Could you kindly escort me to the ninja hospital? Alas, we also have an injured comrade here, so we may not be able to assist you, Teacher Mizuki. The swirling figure pointed towards Neji, who was being carried on Naruto's back. Both Neji and Naruto were genuinely concerned about the possibility of Shikamaru perishing here. After Neji descended from Naruto's back, he spoke. May, I could actually endure a little longer. You see, now you can take me to the hospital, can't you? The character Uzumaki Minma questioned. But if there is no benefit, why should we assist you? We do not know you. I am Neji's teacher, am I not? Neji? The desire to eliminate Uzumaki Minma had already begun to take root in Mizuki's heart. The attitude of Uzumaki Minma is evidently playful. However, there is no one else nearby, leaving only these three little spirits to assist. Just as Neji was about to speak, Uzumaki Minma interjected. Neji has injured himself and cannot assist you. Moreover, we need to escort Neji home. If we take you down the mountain, it will be too late. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma was instantly beaming with joy. All right, then I shall take these myself. The ninja tool pouch? Snatched. This vest appears quite appealing. I shall take it. This headband adorned with the Leaf Village emblem is also delightful. I shall take that too. This attire looks splendid as well. I shall take it. Neji and Naruto stood nearby, their scalps tingling in disbelief. It seemed she was intent on stripping Shueimou of all his belongings. As Vortex Myanmar's petite hand reached for Shueimou's trousers, he could no longer contain himself. Is that enough? Are you really going to take my pants too? You're unwilling? Well then, I shall return these items to you. You can descend the mountain yourself. The sun is about to set, and who knows if that tiger, which might attack you, will make an appearance. Teacher Shueimou, do take care. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki had removed the pants of Mizuki, leaving him with nothing but a loincloth. Neji and Naruto pulled Naruto to the side, whispering, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" "Excessive? Not in the slightest," he replied. "You are aware that I can sense malice. I mentioned it before with Teacher Koju, where I felt his ill intentions towards me, and let me assure you, the malice was not insignificant. What abilities does Uzumaki Minma possess? Both Naruto and Neji are well aware of them. After all, Minma tends to boast about any new skills he acquires in their presence. Consequently, they are familiar with the ability of malicious perception. Previously, in Tsubaki's cabin, Minma claimed to sense that Mizuki harbored ill intentions toward him. And Naruto and Neji initially dismissed it as mere nonsense. However, it appears that Minma was quite serious. Neji, with a grave expression, remarked, "If the malice is indeed significant, does that imply that Mizuki-sensei intends to harm you?" "Perhaps," Minma replied, "and this malice is not directed solely at me. It extends to you as well, Naruto." Naruto, bewildered, pointed at himself and asked, "Me? Why? I don't even know him." Regardless of some of Minma's fanciful claims, Neji unconditionally trusts him. Neji stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a glance at Mizuki, who was merely clad in a loincloth, and said, "It seems this fellow truly warrants close observation." At this point, Neji no longer referred to Mizuki as sensei, but rather as this guy. Neji then inquired, "Minma, what do you intend to do next?" "What else can we do?" Minma retorted. "After all, he has merely shown malice toward Naruto and me without taking any action. We can only send him to the ninja hospital. Naruto, you continue to carry Neji. I will handle this Mizuki myself." Hiki. The laughter of the whirlpool seemed to evoke a sympathetic glance between Naruto and Neji as they looked at Mizuki. It appeared that reaching the hospital smoothly would not be as simple as anticipated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma grasped the vine tightly and explained, "With my petite arms and legs, I cannot lift Teacher Mizuki, so I must drag him down the mountain. Please bear with me, Teacher Mizuki." Before Mizuki could utter another word, Vortex Minma surged down the mountain, pulling the vine behind her. There was no time to waste. "Once I gather my belongings, I shall ensure that Teacher Mizuki reaches the hospital. Naruto, Neji, keep up with me. Hurry. You." Teacher Mizuki desperately wished to tell Vortex Minma, "I can't go on any longer. Please stop and slow down." However, as Vortex Minma dragged him along, Mizuki's face was pressed against the ground, rendering him incapable of forming a coherent sentence. "What? Teacher Mizuki, you wish to go faster? Not a problem." With a surge of power, Uzumaki Minma propelled forward, the frequency of his diminutive legs swinging increased to a remarkable pace. Mizuki felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. Suddenly, Uzumaki Minma leaped down a steep slope, and Mizuki found himself soaring through the air. In a moment of sheer terror, he spotted a stone on the ground, realizing that his trajectory would inevitably lead him to collide with it, precisely at the moment of impact. Mizuki let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt as though his very essence had shattered. A spectacle unfolded on the streets of Konoha. A child, grasping a vine, was racing ahead, with a naked man clad only in a loincloth bound to the vine. This child was none other than Uzumaki Minma, and the naked man was Mizuki himself. At that moment, due to the impact on a sensitive area, Mizuki succumbed to unconsciousness. Ironically, for Mizuki, this moment of fainting became his most blissful reprieve. Uzumaki Minma did not disappoint the hopes of Mizuki. He successfully brought him to the ninja hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Uzumaki Minma raised his voice, urgently calling for assistance. "Come quickly. Someone is on the verge of collapse." The medical staff, taken aback by the sight of Mizuki, who was covered in wounds and unconscious, exclaimed in shock, "What has happened to him?" "He was attacked by a tiger on the mountain and was unable to descend. I hastily brought him down to the hospital, but it was exhausting." The whirlpool-faced girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and confessed that it was indeed quite exhausting to drag this adult, Shueimou, down from the mountain. The medical staff gently patted the little girl's head, praising her. "You have done a wonderful deed, truly remarkable." The whirlpool of Mina raised her head with pride. Naruto and Neji wiped the non-existent sweat from their foreheads. If they were to discover that the root cause of this turmoil was none other than the whirlpool of Mina, one could only wonder what the medical staff would say. As the medical personnel placed Mizuki onto the stretcher, they gazed at the wounds adorning his body, murmuring in confusion. Wasn't he attacked by a tiger? Why are these injuries primarily abrasions? And what is the situation with his groin? Is it a natural endowment, or has it swollen? The swirling vortex of Minma, along with Naruto and Neji, departed from the ninja hospital, making their way towards the Hyuga clan's residence, intending to partake in a meal at Hinata's home. Upon arriving at the Hyuga estate, Minma encountered a familiar face, one of the several Hyuga ninjas who had joined the Roots over a year ago. "Uncle Daiki, are you on leave today?" Minma greeted Hyuga Daiki. Hyuga Daiki, upon seeing Minma, smiled and replied, "Young Master Minma, Naruto, Neji, today happens to be my day off. So I'm heading home for dinner. Are you all going to the clan leader's house for supper?" "Indeed. Well then, goodbye Uncle Daiki." As the whirlpool of emotion swirled around, Hyuga Daiki waved farewell to Hinata and accompanied Naruto and Neji towards the Hinata residence. A radiant smile adorned Hyuga Daiki's face as he made his way home. The members of the Hyuga clan, now integrated into the Root, were experiencing a life of unprecedented comfort. Initially, their acceptance of joining Root was met with extreme resistance, fear, and anxiety. Had it not been for the relentless persuasion of Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi, who assured them that a mere 6-month commitment would lead to their return home along with numerous promised benefits, they would never have consented to enter Root. However, upon their arrival at Root, the reality of life there was starkly different from their expectations. Although the discipline was considerably stringent and they were marked with the cursed seal of tongue, the benefits they received were abundant, surpassing even those afforded to the AMBU of Konoha. They were equipped with advanced gear that the AMBU lacked, and were granted 2 days off each month, an indulgence unheard of for the AMBU. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan members were primarily assigned to reconnaissance missions, sparing them from the more perilous tasks. As the 6-month period drew to a close, Hyuga Hisashi intended to negotiate with Danzo for the return of this batch of ninjas, while replacing them with another group of Hyuga. However, upon learning of this, Hyuga Daiki and his companions collectively petitioned Danzo to remain en route, recognizing that the benefits were too good to forfeit. This unexpected turn of events left Hyuga Hisashi utterly bewildered. Gradually, news of the enviable conditions at Root spread, enticing many ninjas from the Hyuga clan to seek entry. After an additional 10 or so Hyuga ninjas joined Root, Danzo instituted new regulations, mandating that candidates undergo rigorous assessments before admission. As the demand for reconnaissance ninjas was no longer as pressing, this change brought joy to the Hyuga ninjas already within Root, while those who had missed their chance lamented their inaction. As this information circulated, more ninjas sought to secure positions within Root. Yet the stringent evaluation process meant that even 10 candidates vying for selection could result in none being accepted. In a bid to manage the surplus of ninjas, Root began to integrate some of its trained ninjas into the AMBU. The overall strength of Konoha was steadily on the rise, with the Root and AMBU now standing on equal footing. However, the Uchiha clan members who had been coerced into joining Root faced a much grimmer reality. They were afforded none of the benefits that their Hyuga counterparts enjoyed, and the 2 days of leave were nothing but a distant dream. The most perilous missions were assigned to these Uchiha ninjas, and during idle times, they were subjected to ideological indoctrination. Although they were not forced into self-destructive training, the psychological toll was almost equivalent. The only thought occupying their minds was Konoha. Over a year passed for the 21 Uchiha ninjas coerced into Root, and under the harsh scrutiny of Root's assessments, only 7 managed to successfully exit, escorted away by Sarutobi Izashi. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Ninja Hospital, Mizuki awoke from his stupor, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, only to realize he was unable to speak. Wrapped tightly like a mummy, his body was cocooned in bandages, with only his nostrils and eyes exposed. Just then, medical personnel entered the room, noticing Mizuki's awakening and the apparent urge to communicate. They unwrapped a small portion of the bandaging around his mouth. Upon seeing the medical staff, Mizuki inquired, "Is this a hospital?" The staff, assuming he was about to say something significant, replied curtly, "Given the uniform I'm wearing, where else could it possibly be?" Mizuki recalled his precious treasure had suffered grave injuries and hastily asked, "Has my treasure been treated?" The staff responded sternly, "Of course it has. Please do not doubt our professional capabilities. You were fortunate that a kind-hearted child brought you here promptly. The abrasions on your body were manageable. Had you arrived any later and your precious item deteriorated, we would have had no choice but to amputate." The mere thought of Uzumaki Minma's wretched face twisted Mizuki's expression into one of rage as he writhed in his bed, gritting his teeth, declaring, "I will make him pay. I will take revenge." The medical personnel, misconstruing his words, assumed he was referring to the tiger that had attacked him and cautioned, "I advise you not to move. Your treasure has just been treated. Any sudden movements may lead to infection, and that would necessitate amputation." Frozen in place, Mizuki's mouth continued to rant, "That detestable demon fox. I will ensure you experience the pain and humiliation I have endured." The medical staff exchanged puzzled glances. Demon fox? I thought it was a tiger. Has he lost his mind? Mizuki remained in the hospital for an entire month before being discharged. During his stay, only Irika came to visit him. Yet Mizuki rejected Irika's kindness, suspecting he was merely reveling in his misfortune. Upon returning to the ninja academy, Mizuki was taken aback to discover that Irika and Tsubaki were growing increasingly close, intensifying his resentment towards Irika. However, compared to his animosity towards Irika and Tsubaki, his hatred for Uzumaki Menma and Naruto was far greater. Mizuki was consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Minma and Naruto. Yet he found himself at an impasse regarding how to execute his plan. Konoha would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and any rash actions on his part would be tantamount to inviting disaster. The only strategy that came to mind was to wait until Minma and Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, where he could bide his time. Despite his fervent desire for revenge, Mizuki resolved to pursue Tsubaki first, for humiliating Irika was equally as significant. He quietly plotted how to win Tsubaki's affection. Tsubaki would return to the mountain immediately after school, a place that now haunted Mizuki. He vowed never to set foot there again. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity after school, launching an ardent campaign to win Tsubaki's heart just before she ascended the mountain. As soon as the bell rang signaling the end of classes, Mizuki approached Tsubaki and said, "Little Tsubaki, are you heading home?" "Yes. Is there something wrong, Mizuki-sensei?" Tsubaki inquired. Puzzled. "We happen to be going in the same direction. Shall we walk together?" Tsubaki regarded Mizuki with curiosity, recalling how they usually parted ways in opposite directions after school. Nonetheless, the gentle and kind-hearted Tsubaki could not utter a refusal, so she nodded in agreement. Mizuki's heart blossomed with joy. "Watch as I win you over." Tsubaki and Mizuki simultaneously departed from the Ninja Academy. This scene was keenly observed by the scout Neji, who promptly retrieved his radio. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Mizuki is following teacher Tsubaki. The voice of Naruto Uzumaki crackled through the device. "Neji, keep pace and report back at once. Naruto and I are en route." "Oh, and we must not forget Shino today." Neji put away the radio and stealthily trailed behind Mizuki and teacher Tsubaki. As they walked along the streets of Konoha, Mizuki incessantly conversed with Tsubaki, yet she appeared disinterested, responding only in a mechanical manner. Mizuki furrowed his brow, internally grumbling. This woman truly has no appreciation for kindness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a serious tone, the vortex-faced deity remarked, "We must certainly rescue teacher Xiaochun. But it is equally essential to instill a lasting lesson in that scoundrel, Shuei, so that he refrains from harassing her again." Naruto, Neji, do you have any objections? After a moment of contemplation, Neji responded, "If we are to ensure he does not dare to trouble teacher Xiaochun again, it is vital for her to comprehend the depths of Shueimu's malevolence. Only then can we keep her at a distance from him." Naruto concurred. "Neji is absolutely right. We must ensure that Shueimu learns his lesson thoroughly." Meanwhile, Shino interjected, "Is there no one interested in soliciting my opinion? Is my presence truly so negligible?" Shino was now quite irate, feeling overlooked by the three. Clearing his throat, he coughed deliberately twice. Naruto? Neji, did you hear that cough?" "It seems I did." Neji replied. "I heard it too," Naruto added. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Minma gently soothed Shino's emotions. After much effort, they finally managed to calm her down. But Mizuki and Tsubaki had wandered off. Their absence was of little consequence. Minma turned to Neji and inquired, "Shall I take the lead, or will you?" Neji waved his hand and replied, "Minma, you take it from here." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After opening her eyes, Uzumaki Minma said, "Follow me." They haven't gone far. As the four of them trailed behind her, they discovered Tsubaki standing alone at the entrance of a flower shop, not the Ino family's shop, but rather one where Mizuki was inside. Mizuki noticed Tsubaki's disinterest, as her responses were perfunctory. While passing the flower shop, a brilliant idea struck Mizuki. Tsubaki lived on a mountain abundant with flowers, so it was evident she had an affinity for them. Therefore, purchasing flowers for Tsubaki would surely cultivate her affection towards him. Once she harbored feelings for him, everything would fall into place. Tsubaki stood at the entrance of the flower shop, her brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend Mizuki's intentions. He had suddenly claimed to be heading in her direction, only to leave her waiting as he entered the shop, lost in his own thoughts. Neji. What on earth is Mizuki doing? Neji, with his Byakugan activated, observed Mizuki inside the shop and replied, "It seems he is buying flowers." Naruto, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Mizuki must be planning to give those flowers to teacher Tsubaki in hopes of winning her favor. and then he intends to pursue ulterior motives. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool surface revealed a mischievous grin. No, I have a far better idea, Yoshino. You must have already begun nurturing the parasitic insects. Haven't you? Yoshino nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have started, but my chakra is limited, so I have not raised many parasitic insects. As long as there are some, it will suffice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In the flower shop on the streets of Konoha, Mizuki selected a bouquet, cringing inwardly at the expense he had just incurred. Why should a few wretched stems cost so much? They might as well rob a bank. He grumbled to himself as he exited the shop, spotting Tsubaki waiting for him. He felt a surge of pride. Surely he could win her over. With a flourish, he casually ran his fingers through his hair, concealing the flowers behind his back before approaching her. Little Tsubaki, please close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Tsubaki regarded him with curiosity. Mizuki-sensei, if you intend to give me flowers, there's really no need. Standing outside the flower shop, waiting for him, he entered and emerged with a so-called surprise. Even a fool could guess what it was. Moreover, Tsubaki held little interest in Mizuki. She often sensed a gloomy aura around him, as if he were perpetually scheming. He was nothing like Irika. The mere thought of Irika caused Tsubaki's cheeks to flush. When she bluntly exposed Mizuki's intentions, his expression stiffened, momentarily caught off guard. Fortunately, Mizuki possessed a thick skin. He quickly regained his composure, forcing a laugh. Little Tsubaki, you truly are clever. I spotted this bouquet in the shop and felt it was perfectly suited for you. Please, do not refuse my heartfelt gesture. He revealed the flowers he had been hiding. Tsubaki contemplated a second refusal, but upon seeing the bouquet, she let out a piercing scream. Mizuki looked at her, perplexed. What was so terrifying about a simple gift? Glancing down at the bouquet, dread washed over him. There were insects, swarming and crawling throughout the flowers. Terrified, he dropped the bouquet to the ground. Tsubaki had already dashed forward, and Mizuki, unable to concern himself with the discarded flowers, hurried after her. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling figure of Minma spoke reassuringly. Rest assured. I believe that teacher Xiaochun will surely overcome her shadows. Zeno, filled with curiosity, inquired, Minma, why do you seem to hold such animosity towards that individual named Mizuki? The swirling surface of the water explained. It is because I sensed the malice directed towards me and Naruto by Mizuki. This left Shino in a state of disbelief. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, remarked, is that not sufficient? The swirling surface asserted that Mizuki harbored ill intentions, and thus it must be true, after all. The swirling surface possessed the ability to perceive good and evil. Neji spoke solemnly. Indeed, since Mizuki returned from the hospital to the ninja academy, I have been observing him closely. I have discerned that Mizuki is quite suspect, particularly regarding our teacher Irika. I have noticed that Mizuki often displays a rather sinister expression towards Irika, yet I have heard that they are friends. How could one exhibit such dark expressions towards a friend and still be considered a good person? Shino displayed a contemplative expression. This suggests that Mizuki has significant issues. Yet, how could someone like him become a teacher at the ninja academy? Neji clarified, Mizuki is not actually a teacher, he merely serves as a teaching assistant. Though he is referred to as a teacher, the whirlpool of chaos interrupted the discussion between Neji and Shino. All right, let us catch up. As the four of them followed, they discovered Mizuki ardently inviting Tsubaki into a barbecue restaurant. Little Tsubaki, I cannot fathom why that bouquet was infested with so many insects. To express my sincerest apologies, I would like to treat you to a meal. This time, Mizuki was determined to spare no expense. There's truly no need, Mizuki-sensei. It's getting late. And I really must return home, Tsubaki replied, thoroughly repulsed by the earlier encounter with the insects, unwilling to consume anything and eager to escape Mizuki's persistent company. Upon hearing Mizuki's invitation to dinner, Uzumaki Minma exclaimed with excitement, Naruto, Neji, Shino, it seems our dinner plans are secure for the evening. Come, follow me. Naruto and the others instantly grasped Minma's intention and followed him eagerly. Ah, is that not little Tsubaki? She was startled to see the four of them. Why are you still out here so late? Shouldn't you be heading home? We were just about to go home for dinner. Oh, Mizuki-sensei, you've recovered. Upon seeing Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, Mizuki's eyes filled with tears. However, this was not the time for vengeance against Minma and Naruto. Mizuki forcibly suppressed the surging anger within. With a forced smile, Mizuki remarked, what a coincidence. I did not expect to run into you all here. The curious Uansha fan inquired. Is Teacher Chuan really going to a barbecue restaurant for a meal? Just as Chuan was about to deny it, Shuemu interjected, indeed. I have just invited Teacher Chuan to dine at the barbecue restaurant, and she has graciously accepted. We are about to enter. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The whirlpool of chaos glanced at Mizuki with a hint of disbelief. Is that so? I never knew Teacher Mizuki was so stingy. Well then, Teacher Chuan, I have some pocket money. How about we treat you to ramen? Chuan's eyes sparkled at the proposition. Compared to being compelled to dine with Mizuki, she would much prefer to invite the four of them for ramen. Noticing the glimmer in Chuan's expression, Mizuki felt a pang of concern. It was evident that Chuan was already swayed. If she were to let Chuan depart just like that, all would be in vain. How much could the four little devils possibly consume? Resolutely, Mizuki declared, "All right, I will treat you." Chuan let out a sigh. It seemed she had no choice but to comply. They spent approximately an hour at the barbecue restaurant. Mizuki's expression had morphed into a deep shade of purple. Chuan had only taken a few bites of the meat before losing her appetite. He had never anticipated that the four little ones would have such voracious appetites. The empty plates stacked on the table were nearly taller than he himself. How could he possibly afford such a bill? This feast of barbecue might very well consume 3 months of his salary. Another hour passed. Mizuki was now numb to the situation. Let it be, he thought. Eat as much as you desire. I am broke in any case. In the barbecue restaurant of Konoha, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The four individuals from the whirlpool, Masi and Tsubaki, rose to their feet. Tsubaki expressed her gratitude to Mizuki, saying, "Thank you, Mizuki-sensei, for your hospitality today. I shall take the children home now." With malice, Minma Uzumaki quipped, "Sensei Mizuki, enjoy your meal. Thank you for the hospitality." As the quintet departed, Mizuki, overcome with grief and rage, slammed his fist on the table, vowing, "You brats will pay for this." At that moment, the proprietor of the yakiniku restaurant approached, presenting Mizuki with a lengthy bill, saying, "Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. Here's the invoice for your kind perusal." Mizuki flung the bill onto the floor, retorting, "Pay what? I'm penniless." The proprietor's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, morphing into a menacing visage as he growled, "Penniless, you say? In Konoha, no one dares to dine and dash. My brother-in-law is a member of the Konoha military police force. I shall ask you one last time. Will you settle your account?" Upon hearing the words Konoha military police force, Mizuki's bravado evaporated, and he meekly inquired, "I don't have that much money on me at the moment. Would you consider installment payments?" The proprietor thrust his face close to Mizuki's, retorting, "Does my face look like the face of a man who accepts installment payments?" Mizuki recoiled, stammering, "I don't have that much money on me right now. Perhaps I could retrieve it from my abode?" "Very well, but you shall tarry here. As it happens, my brother-in-law is presently indulging in yakiniku in this very establishment. I shall dispatch him to accompany you on your errand." The proprietor then exited the private room. Mizuki's brow was now slick with perspiration. He was, without a doubt, a spendthrift of the highest order, habitually relying on Irika for financial succor. Even if he returned home, he would be unable to procure the necessary funds. However, the present moment presented an opportunity for escape. Mizuki executed a shadow clone technique, creating a duplicate of himself that he seated upon the chair. He then employed a transformation technique, assuming the guise of a nondescript patron, and discreetly slipped out of the yakiniku restaurant. Once outside the establishment, Mizuki bolted towards his residence. Upon arriving, he gasped for breath, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and flashed a triumphant grin. "Is that all there is to it? You think you can make me pay? Eat dirt." His expression then morphed into one of intense fury as he slammed his fist against the door. Those wretched children. If it weren't for those four meddling brats, Tsubaki would have been mine. Mizuki's animosity towards Minma Uzumaki reached a fever pitch. While Naruto, Neji, and Shino were also present, Mizuki was not blind. It was evident that Minma Uzumaki was the ringleader. Suddenly, Mizuki froze, his mind's eye conjuring an image of Shino. The distinctive high collar, coupled with those diminutive sunglasses, triggered a flash of insight. The Aburame clan. For only the Aburame clan would habitually conceal themselves so thoroughly, even obscuring their faces with sunglasses. Everything now became crystal clear to Mizuki. The sudden proliferation of insects in the flowers he had recently purchased was no mere coincidence. Minma and his cohorts had been orchestrating this from the outset. That accursed fox. Absolutely unforgivable. I shall not, under any circumstances, let you off the hook. Mizuki pounded the wall with unrestrained vehemence, as if each blow were directed at Minma himself. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through Mizuki's front door. Who in their right mind would be calling at this hour? Are they daft? In an exceedingly foul mood, Mizuki unleashed a string of profanities as he flung open the door. Standing before him were 3 shinobi, each bearing a forehead protector and the insignia of the Konoha military police force emblazoned upon their shoulders. Mizuki's heart skipped a beat as he inquired with trepidation, "What is the purpose of your visit?" The lead shinobi stepped aside, revealing the proprietor of the yakiniku restaurant, who exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, is this the reprobate who attempted to dine and dash?" Upon catching sight of Mizuki, the proprietor pointed an accusatory finger and declared, Indeed, that is the scoundrel. He even left a shadow clone in the establishment to deceive us. Had it not been for the benevolence of a certain shinobi who alerted me to his ruse, I would have remained blissfully unaware. The three shinobi fixed their gazes upon Mizuki with palpable hostility. You are hereby apprehended on suspicion of disorderly conduct, disruption of public order, and fraud. You are under arrest. Mizuki retreated in terror, exclaiming, "Wait, I never said I wouldn't pay. I explicitly stated that I would retrieve the funds from my residence. Then where is the money?" Mizuki, with a forced air of bravado, frantically searched every nook and cranny of his abode, even peering beneath the bed. But the sum of his findings barely amounted to a pittance. Mizuki lamented, "Perhaps you would be so kind as to appraise the value of the items within this humble dwelling and seize them as collateral?" The three shinobi and the proprietor cast a cursory glance around Mizuki's meager abode. A bed, a table, and a few chairs were all that met the eye. The three shinobi seized Mizuki, retorting, "To trifle with us at such a juncture. You possess a considerable degree of audacity." Mizuki struggled mightily, pleading, "Please, let us negotiate. Any further discourse shall take place at the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters." The three members of the Konoha Military Police Force escorted Mizuki to their headquarters and confined him to a holding cell. The following day, the entirety of the Ninja Academy was abuzz with the news of Mizuki's apprehension for attempting to dine and dash. The Ninja Academy convened an emergency meeting to deliberate whether Mizuki's position should be terminated due to his disreputable conduct. However, at the behest of the compassionate Irika, a stay of execution was granted, subject to a 6-month probationary period. Any further infractions of the law would result in immediate dismissal. Having secured Mizuki's position as an assistant instructor, Irika resolved to visit the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters and settle Mizuki's debt to the yakiniku restaurant in the hope of securing his release. Upon learning of this, Tsubaki sought out Irika, expressing her desire to assist in settling Mizuki's debt, as she and the 4 children of Minma had also partaken of the yakiniku. However, Tsubaki had not anticipated that Mizuki would attempt to dine and dash with her and the children in tow. Tsubaki surmised that Mizuki had brought her and the children along as a ruse to distract from his intentions. Otherwise, there was no reason for Mizuki to be so solicitous towards her, given their lack of familiarity. Tsubaki's estimation of Mizuki had plummeted to sub-zero levels, and she resolved to maintain a wide berth from him in the future. Tsubaki and Irika arrived at the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters and settled Mizuki's debt to the yakiniku restaurant. However, Mizuki's charges could not be dismissed merely because Irika and Tsubaki had settled his debt. He was sentenced to 3 months of confinement in a holding cell. Upon learning that Tsubaki and Irika had settled his debt to the yakiniku restaurant, Mizuki felt no gratitude towards them. On the contrary, his animosity towards Irika and Tsubaki intensified. Why was Irika so affluent? Why did Irika and Tsubaki rush to settle his debt as soon as he was confined to a holding cell? They must have come to gloat at his misfortune. 3 months later, Mizuki emerged from the holding cell of the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters. The experience had transformed him. He had attained enlightenment. Shuei-mu believed that his haste was the root cause of his predicament. Within the confines of the small dark room, he had meticulously devised a plan. For the ensuing 6 months, he would adopt a strategy of retreat, behaving with utmost propriety at the Ninja Academy. Enduring the probationary period before taking further action, his pursuit of Tsubaki would also be temporarily curtailed, as surveillance cameras monitored the academy, rendering any romantic endeavor toward her impossible. Shuei-mu speculated that the reason Uzumaki Minma and his cohorts targeted him was likely due to his interest in Tsubaki. Regardless, the conclusion of the 6-month probation would coincide with the following year, when Uzumaki Minma and his companions would enter school, providing an opportune moment to initiate a comprehensive plan for revenge. However, these 6 months would not merely be spent in retreat. Shuei-mu intended to diligently prevent Irika from interacting with Tsubaki, gradually altering her perception of him until the moment arose for a decisive strike. He began to envision a future where he embraced Tsubaki, triumphantly standing over Uzumaki Minma and his gang, while Irika looked on with envy and jealousy. A chuckle escaped him, reminiscent of a pig's grunt. Throughout these months, Neji observed Shuei-mu closely. Yet, Shuei-mu maintained an air of normalcy, even greeting Neji with a smile upon their encounters. This left Neji feeling a chill run down his spine, convinced that Shuei-mu was concocting some nefarious scheme. However, Neji could find no flaws in Shuei-mu's facade. Instead of pursuing Tsubaki, Shuei-mu shifted his focus to Irika, spending every available moment in his company, much like a turtle retreating into its shell, leaving no opportunity unexplored. Gradually, as the whirlpool of fate unfolds, neither Minma nor Neji concerns himself with Shuei-mu any longer. They allow things to transpire as they will. Winter departs, giving way to the arrival of spring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The young Uzumaki Naruto had already discerned the purpose of Danzo's visit. As Danzo gazed at the now 6-year-old Naruto, he couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had elapsed. When he had first brought Naruto from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the child was but a mere infant. And now he had grown so much. Furthermore, the village had undergone a remarkable transformation in these 6 years, all owing to Naruto's presence. Regaining his composure, Danzo addressed Naruto, saying, "I believe you are aware of the reason for my summons." The swirling surface nodded slightly, saying, "Grandfather Danzo, I understand. It must pertain to the matter of the Upper Ninja Academy, correct?" Engrossed in elation, Uzumaki Minma anticipated that his enrollment in the Ninja Academy would mark the culmination of his grueling training regimen. However, Danzo, seemingly perceptive to Minma's aspirations, interjected with a disdainful snort, cautioning him against the assumption that academy life would absolve him of his training. He elucidated that despite the academy's 9 o'clock commencement, Minma's day would commence at 5 o'clock, thereby allocating 4 hours to continued rigorous training, an obligation from which he could not abscond. The surface of the whirlpool momentarily puckered in discontent. Training is training. After so many years of perseverance, he would not falter now. Danzo spoke with grave intensity. "Upon entering the Ninja Academy, I have but one demand of you. You must secure the position of chief at the academy. I shall not permit anyone to surpass you. Do you comprehend?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki was not sent to the Ninja Academy. Now, he can reach the Ninja Academy with his eyes closed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The small team of Uzumaki Minma, apart from the attending Neji, was fully assembled. Shikamaru, Chōji, Hinata, Sasuke, Ino, Kiba, and Shino were all present, along with Minma and Naruto. Out of the 10-member team, 9 were gathered, and in addition to Minma and Naruto, the parents of their companions were also in attendance. Uchiha Makoto knelt before Minma and Naruto, tidying their clothes before saying, "Minma, Naruto, from now on, you shall seek out Sasuke for lunch. I will prepare 3 bento boxes for you. You both are still growing, so it is imperative that you eat well and refrain from being picky." Hyuga Kumiko, holding her 1-year-old daughter Hinata Hanabi, approached Minma and Naruto, smiling as she added, "Since Makoto is preparing your bento, I shall refrain from doing so. Now that you are attending the Ninja Academy, you must not indulge in play as you usually do. Study diligently alongside Hinata." "All right, Aunt Makoto and Kumiko," they replied. Makoto and Kumiko chuckled as they affectionately ruffled Minma and Naruto's hair. Meanwhile, Sasuke wore an expression of disdain, as if he were being overlooked. Ever since the Uchiha clan relocated, Makoto had frequently mentioned the names Minma and Naruto, making Sasuke feel as if he were an afterthought. He glanced at Itachi beside him and instinctively clung to his brother's leg, grateful for his presence. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chōji, Yamanaka Ino, and Izuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino were all familiar with Minma and Naruto, having often shared meals at their homes. Each offered a word of blessing to the duo. As the adults gradually departed, the students remaining in the Ninja Academy courtyard awaited their respective teachers to claim them. In the bustling atmosphere of the ninja school, Naruto Uzumaki and 8 companions gathered to deliberate on their future plans. In essence, their consensus was simple: indulge in food, enjoy playtime, and maintain the status quo. From the window of the faculty office on the 2nd floor, Mizuki cast a sinister gaze upon Naruto and his friends. "Finally, the little rascals have arrived at school. Just wait, none of you will escape." At that moment, Irika emerged from the school building. "Children whose names I call, please follow me." Irika produced a list and began to read aloud. After a lengthy enumeration of names, Naruto Uzumaki and his 8 companions found themselves assigned to Irika's class. They followed Irika into their classroom. Standing at the podium, Irika surveyed the row of seated students, aware that prior to the school year, Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned him to closely watch over these 9 children. Clearing his throat, Irika addressed the class. "Hello, everyone. For the next 6 years, I will be your teacher. My name is Irika Umino, and I hope you will dedicate yourselves to your studies, aspiring to become proficient and exceptional ninjas in the future." As Uzumaki Menma and his companions followed Irika into the classroom, they found that Irika had already introduced himself from the podium. He then invited the students to introduce themselves, sharing their preferences and dreams to foster mutual understanding among them. Most of the self-introductions from the other students were quite ordinary. However, when it came to Minma's friends, aside from Shikamaru, Chōji, Ino, Hinata, and Shino, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. First up was Kiba. "I am Inuzuka Kiba. My dream is to become Hokage even before that guy Naruto. I will be the 5th Hokage. Naruto, you can just follow behind me." Naruto, indignant, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, "Kiba, stop dreaming. The 5th Hokage will definitely be me." The two clashed foreheads, brimming with competitive spirit, neither willing to concede. Irika, concerned that a fight might break out, quickly intervened. "Aspiring to be Hokage is commendable, but first, you must become qualified ninjas. So make sure to study diligently at the Ninja Academy. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourself, Naruto." With one foot perched on the chair and the other on the table, Naruto pointed his thumb at himself, brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage." He then gestured towards Minma and the others, boasting, "From now on, you will all be my subordinates under this future Hokage." Imagining a day when his friends would surround him, calling him Hokage-sama, he couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Apart from Kiba, Minma and the others chose to ignore Naruto, who was lost in his fantasies. Next was Sasuke, rising from his seat with an air of confidence. He held his head high and looked down at Minma through his nostrils. "I am Uchiha Sasuke, and my dream is to one day trample Minma beneath my feet." Sasuke, regarded as a heartthrob by nearly all the girls in class, received enthusiastic applause for his brief yet impactful statement. It was now Minma's turn. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As soon as Uzumaki Minma introduced himself, all the girls in the class who had just enthusiastically applauded Sasuke turned their fierce gazes towards him. The whirlpool of menacing aura proclaimed with malice, "Your beloved Sasuke has never bested me. Rather, it is I who has relentlessly trampled upon him." Sasuke, feeling indignant, averted his gaze. In the past, Sasuke had engaged in several practice bouts with the whirlpool, yet each time, the whirlpool effortlessly vanquished Sasuke using merely physical techniques. Their levels of skill were clearly not on the same plane. The girls glared at the whirlpool with gritted teeth, outraged that he dared to belittle their idol. In a spirited manner, Uzumaki Minma proclaimed, "My dream is to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world and reshape it to my desires." Irika felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, silently sighing, what an ambitious dream. It seemed the days ahead would indeed be quite exciting. After all, Uzumaki Minma's group was notorious throughout Konoha, and each member was quite formidable. As the school bell rang, the moment Irika announced the end of class, a throng of girls surrounded Sasuke. Uzumaki Minma, who sat beside Sasuke, along with Naruto and others, found themselves unceremoniously pushed aside. With a smirk, Sasuke cast a glance at Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, which only fueled Naruto's indignation. "Why is Sasuke so popular? Clearly, I am more handsome than he is." Uzumaki Minma, who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, both of us are far more attractive than Sasuke." Shikamaru, resting his head in his hands, appeared beside Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, saying, "Come on, if you two were more handsome than Sasuke, they wouldn't be flocking to him." Unwilling to accept the truth, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto approached Hinata and Ino. "Hinata, Ino, you both tell us, aren't we more handsome than Sasuke?" After a moment of thought, Hinata replied, "You are all equally handsome as Sasuke." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Minma wholeheartedly concurred with Naruto's perspective, exclaiming, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Naruto flashed the mischievous grin he often wore during pranks and inquired, "Minma, you possess a plethora of cunning ideas. Do you have any schemes to keep Sasuke in check?" The swirling-faced Mion revealed a sinister smile. "Solutions? There are plenty. Back in Ninja Academy, when the Golden Serpent alerted Neji of our arrival, a girl nearby, upon seeing the serpent, do you recall what transpired?" Naruto reminisced, his smile instantly transforming into a radiant beam. That girl let out a piercing scream, utterly terrified of the Golden Serpent. "So, Mion, you intend to frighten those girls surrounding Sasuke, huh? How mischievous of you. Hehe, you are quite something yourself." The whirlpool of the surface chakra directly summoned a golden serpent, skillfully regulating the flow of chakra to confine the serpent's size to that of the thickness of the whirlpool's arm. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minma and Naruto could not tolerate Sasuke's arrogance. Thus they devised a plan to humble him. Minma summoned a golden snake, instructing it to stealthily approach Sasuke, startling the girls clustered around him, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Sasuke continued to strike poses and exude coolness amidst the adoring crowd, although he found the attention from the girls irritating. The mere thought of Minma and Naruto's defiant expressions brought him a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Sasuke felt an itch on his leg, as if something was amiss. However, he was determined to maintain his aloof and handsome demeanor, refusing to fidget. Without warning, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted, nearly rendering him deaf. The girls, in sheer terror, pointed at the golden snake coiling on Sasuke's shoulder, exclaiming, "A snake! A snake!" Confused, Sasuke turned his gaze to his shoulder, locking eyes with the snake. "Huh? A golden snake?" Meanwhile, a few bold girls, seizing the opportunity to impress Sasuke, leaped forward, eager to stage a daring rescue and capture the serpent with their bare hands. One after another, the girls pounced onto Sasuke, overwhelming him and burying him beneath a sea of bodies. The classmates stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Shikamaru and others watched as the golden snake leisurely emerged from the writhing mass of girls, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. In the midst of this, Ino turned to Hinata, remarking, "Minma and Naruto are truly petty." Hinata opened her mouth, wanting to defend them, but found herself at a loss for words. Outside the classroom, the scene unfolded. As Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Minma observed Sasuke pinned beneath, they exchanged discreet laughter and congratulatory high-fives, relishing the sight of Sasuke's futile struggle. "Let us see if you remain so arrogant now." Finally, Sasuke managed to break free from the throng, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the two mischief-makers chuckling outside the classroom. "Uzumaki Minma, Uzumaki Naruto, I shall have my vengeance upon you." In the midst of the swirling chaos, Minma hastily seized the golden serpent and dashed away with Naruto, while Sasuke pursued them from behind. It was the midday lunch hour. With profound resentment, Sasuke produced 3 lunchboxes, muttering to himself in frustration. "That detestable Minma, that insufferable Naruto, if you refuse to show yourselves, I shall devour all your lunches." In a fit of retribution, Sasuke took a bite from each lunchbox, consuming their contents. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Naruto grew anxious, exclaiming, "Minma, Sasuke is eating the bento that Aunt Mikoto prepared for us. What should we do?" The vortex-faced Ma was taken aback. Who would have thought that Sasuke could be so malevolent? This cannot stand. Decisive action must be taken promptly. Nine-Face Supihi. South. North. Arise. Southern Dipper Sage, Northern Dipper Sage. The Vortex Mina pointed anxiously at Sasuke and exclaimed, "Hurry," quickly restrained Sasuke. The Southern Dipper Sage and the Northern Dipper Sage lightly tapped their staffs against the ground, just as Sasuke was about to take a bite. It was as if time itself had been halted. His movements ceased abruptly. Beneath Sasuke, a purple barrier materialized. This was the manifestation of the Southern Dipper Sage and the Northern Dipper Sage's powers. The Southern Dipper Sage wielded the ability to create a ceiling-like force, forming a confinement circle beneath his opponent's feet. Meanwhile, the Northern Dipper Sage possessed the capability to immobilize anyone trapped within this circle, akin to a binding technique. Familiar with the nine-faced beast ability possessed by the Vortex Mina, Sasuke immediately deduced that this was indeed her handiwork. "Let us go, Naruto." With a determined gait that seemed to disregard all familial ties, the swirling figure approached Sasuke. "TCH, you wish to partake in our bento? Dream on." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The harmonious interplay between Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke stirred deep emotions within him. Sasuke's eyes burned with fury, longing to strike both Uzumaki Naruto and his counterpart. Yet, confined by the South Dipper Sage and North Dipper Sage, he found himself powerless to move, let alone voice his thoughts. With a snap of the fingers, the vortex released the Northern Dipper Immortal, leaving only the Southern Dipper Immortal to maintain the confinement circle. Restored to his mobility, Sasuke forcefully struck the barrier, exclaiming, "Release me at once." With a mischievous grin, Uzumaki Minma taunted, "Why don't you come out yourself? If you don't, Naruto and I want to hold back with these 3 bento boxes. However, if, Sasuke, you acknowledge that Naruto and I are more handsome than you, then I shall release you from your confinement." Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his cheeks flushed with anger. Would he ever concede? That was utterly impossible. He could forego this meal. It was no great loss, especially with Chōji around. If hunger struck, he knew where to turn. "Oh, this omelet. How can it be so delectable?" he mused. The sensation of the fish roe bursting in his mouth was utterly delightful. "Is this beef wagyu? The perfect balance of fat and lean, melting away at the mere touch of my tongue." Watching Uzumaki Minma and Naruto savor their food so heartily made Sasuke's stomach growl audibly. In a desperate attempt to resist temptation, he shut his eyes and tried to hypnotize himself. "I'm not hungry at all. I don't want to eat." The 3 bento boxes were swiftly devoured by Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, who patted their full bellies before making a hasty retreat. Once they had put enough distance between themselves and Sasuke, Uzumaki Minma sent the Sage of the 6 Paths back, granting Sasuke his freedom. In a fit of frustration, Sasuke bellowed, "Uzumaki Minma, Uzumaki Naruto, you two better watch out." Just as Sasuke was about to leave for the classroom to find Chōji and satisfy his hunger, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "I have a way to assist you in seeking revenge against Uzumaki Minma and Uzumaki Naruto." Turning around, Sasuke beheld a man with white hair and a somber expression. This man was Mizuki. Mizuki had been observing Uzumaki Minma and Naruto, suspecting that Sasuke had a falling out with them. He viewed this as a golden opportunity to dismantle Uzumaki Minma's team and incite one of them against the others as retribution. Sasuke, unfamiliar with Mizuki, impatiently inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a teacher at the Ninja Academy. You may call me Teacher Mizuki." Though Sasuke had never met Mizuki, he had heard tales from Uzumaki Minma, Naruto, and Neji. Who was the other one? His expression shifted to one of incredulity. So this was the unfortunate soul they spoke of. The Ninja Academy. After finishing their meal of ramen, Naruto and Sasuke hastily made their exit. Just as Sasuke was about to return to the classroom, Mizuki unexpectedly approached him, inquiring whether he desired to seek revenge against Naruto and the ramen. Sasuke, with an expression of curiosity, asked, "How do you intend to assist me in avenging them?" Mizuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sasuke's question indicated there was room for negotiation. Suppressing his enthusiasm, Mizuki replied, "For now, we must refrain from acting impulsively. All I require is for you to report the daily movements of Naruto and the ramen." These two boys were brimming with mischief, and without adequate preparation, they could easily turn the tables on us. Thus, we must devise a meticulous and comprehensive plan to ensure absolute success. Sasuke, cradling the back of his head with his hands, replied nonchalantly, "All right, I will think it over and give you an answer tomorrow, before departing." Mizuki felt a surge of confidence. Having witnessed Sasuke's fury as he exclaimed, "Naruto and the ramen, you two better watch out." It was clear that Sasuke had long been vexed by them. Mizuki was certain that Sasuke would seek him out the following day, with a promising future in sight. Mizuki whistled as he left the scene. Inside the ninja classroom, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the whirlpool's surface remained silent, enveloped in contemplation. However, amidst this introspective moment, the sudden burst of laughter that erupted startled both Sasuke and Naruto, sending shivers down their spines. After regaining her senses, the swirling figure addressed Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, you should agree to his request and divulge all our whereabouts to him." Sasuke, perplexed, inquired, "Reveal everything to him? Speak the truth?" Vortex Minma spoke with a chilling tone, asserting that honesty was the best policy. "Since there were thoughts of inciting rebellion among my companions for revenge, I shall refrain from entangling with him any further. This time, let him be rendered utterly mute." Sasuke and Naruto shivered at the thought, pondering that perhaps soon, Waterwood would be a mere memory in Konoha. The following noon, Sasuke sought out Waterwood. "Regarding your suggestion from yesterday, I acquiesce. At this hour each day, I shall inform you of their whereabouts." Waterwood, with a sense of relief, patted Sasuke on the shoulder, assuring him, "I knew you would make the most judicious choice. Rest assured, I shall ensure those two will not dare to appear before us again." Sasuke discreetly stepped back, evading Waterwood's hand from landing on his shoulder. Not dare to show his face before him? He was blissfully unaware of his impending doom. How audacious of Waterwood to presume such a stance. For Vortex Minma was undeniably the small leader of the Root. Sasuke had once witnessed Vortex Minma issue a command, prompting all of Root's members to vanish, turning their hide-and-seek into a game within their ranks. Even if Vortex Minma refrained from direct confrontation, should the members of Root learn of Waterwood's intentions against him, Sasuke could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue. However, it was understandable that a lowly ninja like Waterwood remained oblivious to Vortex Minma's true identity. Sasuke regarded Waterwood with a mixture of pity and disdain. Lacking both strength and intellect, he was destined to be toyed with by Vortex Minma. In the ensuing days, the little undercover agent Sasuke not only relayed Vortex Minma and Naruto's daily activities to Waterwood in meticulous detail, but also disclosed their future plans and destinations. Sasuke had anticipated that after a few days of contemplation, Waterwood would take action, especially since he meticulously recorded every report. Yet a month passed, and Waterwood had filled his third notebook without making a single move. Sasuke's patience waned, and he ceased to concern himself with Waterwood's affairs. Whatever would happen, would happen. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Irika wore a grim expression. Once again, Vortex Minma, Naruto, and Sasuke had skipped class. Ah, how delightful the sunshine was. A truly pleasant day. It felt like such a waste for Shikamaru to be sleeping in the classroom. With his hands clasped behind his head, Naruto reclined on the ground, lost in contemplation. He was not the type to simply lie quietly on the grass for an entire day. Suddenly sitting up, he inquired, "After all our efforts to skip class, are we really going to spend the whole day just sitting here? We ought to find somewhere to have a bit of fun. Otherwise, if Irika-sensei catches us, it would be a tremendous loss, wouldn't it?" The Whirlpool Maiden also sat up and gazed at Sasuke. "Sasuke, how has Mizuki been lately?" Sasuke curled his lip and replied, "Don't even mention it. That guy is nothing but a coward. I doubt he has the courage to take action now." The swirling surface of the vortex suggested, "How about this? Since there is nothing to occupy our time, Sasuke, why not seek out Mizuki and provoke him a little? It's been quite a while and my patience is wearing thin." Sasuke rose directly from the grass, responding, "Very well, I shall go and stir Mizuki up right now." With that, Sasuke set off in search of Mizuki. In the office of Mizuki, where he found himself alone, Sasuke unexpectedly arrived, prompting Mizuki to question, "Sasuke? What brings you here? Are there new developments regarding those two brats?" With disdain, Sasuke retorted, "When will you finally take action against Naruto and Sakura? It has been over a month, and I have never encountered anyone as indecisive as you." Mizuki, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a sly grin. "I didn't realize you were so anxious, Sasuke. Since you are so eager, I shall not keep it from you. I have devised a detailed plan, and I will explain it to you." He produced a notebook densely filled with scribbled notes and began elucidating his strategy. An hour slipped away, and upon concluding, Sasuke gazed at Mizuki in disbelief. "So, You mean to say that your elaborate plan over the past month revolves around luring Naruto and Sakura to the mountains and then summoning that white tiger you encountered previously to deal with them? Mizuki, basking in his own pride, declared, "Isn't it a brilliant scheme?" With a frown, Sasuke silently muttered fool under his breath. Mizuki had laid out a convoluted plan to find the white tiger he had once encountered in the mountains and devise a method to lead Naruto and Sakura there, ultimately utilizing the tiger to eliminate them. The reason Mizuki had spent an hour explaining this plan was due to his uncertainty about locating the white tiger. Without it, the plan would falter. However, he had shown a rare flash of cleverness by realizing he could enlist Sasuke's help to lure Naruto and Sakura to the mountains. Sasuke's brow furrowed. It was obvious that the white tiger in question was Sakura's summoning beast. If Mizuki had only shared this exasperating plan with him sooner, they would not have wasted an entire month. Sasuke inquired, "So, once we find that white tiger, you will proceed with the plan?" Mizuki nodded eagerly, "Exactly. That white tiger is beyond my capabilities, let alone those two brats. Fine. I know where that white tiger resides in the mountains. I will ascertain their movements and inform you immediately." Mizuki was elated, astonished that Sasuke knew the tiger's location. "Really? That is splendid. Hurry," he urged. Sasuke departed the office. In a secluded corner of the Ninja Academy, he relayed Mizuki's plan to Naruto and Sakura. Upon learning of the situation, Su-Nwm immediately said, "Sasuke, please inform Mizuki that we are skipping class to venture into the mountains. We shall first head up to prepare and summon the white tiger, then await Mizuki's arrival." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Minma declared, "Since Mizuki poses no real threat, we shall proceed as we wish. I will have the ninjas from the roots handle the aftermath." Once this decision was made, Sasuke sought out Mizuki once more. Minma and Naruto had already skipped class and were en route to the mountains. Now is their chance. I advise you to hurry. If you delay, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Mizuki abruptly rose from his seat. "Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Are you going or not?" Sasuke impatiently urged. "Yes, of course I'm going. I shall set off immediately." Mizuki promptly joined Sasuke on his journey. There was no time to waste. Action was imperative. Prepare to meet your demise, two fox spirits. At that moment, Minma and Naruto had already arrived at the mountain, summoning the white tiger and instructing it to await Sasuke and Mizuki's arrival. In the midst of a sea of flowers, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto awaited the arrival of Shikamaru. With a hint of excitement, Naruto inquired, "Minma, how shall we play? Shall we pretend to be frightened and flee?" Minma grinned mischievously, "Of course. Let's take a few steps back to let that guy Shikamaru feel triumphant. I can hardly wait to see his expression when he discovers that the white tiger is my summoning beast." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke and Shikamaru had ascended the mountain. Shikamaru asked, "Sasuke, where is that large white tiger?" Sasuke discreetly glanced at the golden serpent nestled within his clothing, which flicked its tongue towards a certain direction. "Over there." Sasuke led Shikamaru into the woods. From a distance, Shikamaru spotted the white tiger lounging on the ground, his heart racing with excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, he whispered to Sasuke, "Be cautious, do not disturb it. We must first locate those two brats, ascertain their position, and then return to lure the tiger to them for an ambush." Sasuke, growing impatient, waved dismissively, "No need for that. I already know where they are. They're lying in the flower field ahead." Shikamaru, taken aback, asked, "You know where they are?" Sasuke shot him a glance. "Are you unaware of my full name?" "Uchiha Sasuke. My Sharingan has already detected them. Hurry and lure that tiger. We may miss our chance if we delay." Shikamaru's mind raced in confusion. He activated a Sharingan at such a young age? Yet, I haven't seen him use it along the way. Isn't the Sharingan supposed to lack penetrating vision? How did he find them? Under Sasuke's urging, Shikamaru had no time for further contemplation. The moment to act had arrived. He drew a kunai, aimed at the white tiger, and hurled it with force. However, as anticipated, the kunai merely bounced off the tiger's thick hide, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The white tiger turned its head and let out an angry roar towards Shikamaru. Having witnessed the tiger's might, Shikamaru did not bother to warn Sasuke and took off running. Sasuke waved a hand in farewell to the tiger before sprinting after Shikamaru. After all, one must commit fully to the act. The white tiger pursued them relentlessly. The two fled swiftly, and at last, Shikamaru caught sight of Uzumaki Menma and Naruto resting amidst the flowers. His expression twisted with excitement, his pace quickening significantly. As Shikamaru drew closer to them in a state of bewilderment, the characters of Uzumaki and Nara Shikamaru have only just realized the presence of the formidable Swamoku, along with the white tiger looming behind. In a moment of sheer panic, Naruto exclaimed, "Shikamaru, the great tiger. We must flee at once." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling vortex of Minma extended a fist towards Mizuki and then raised a middle finger. You really know how to seek death, he scoffed. Mizuki was momentarily bewildered. How could these two brats, Minma and Naruto, suddenly cease their flight and find the time to gesture obscenely? Yet, in the next instant, a sinister smile crept across Mizuki's face. Their unwillingness to flee was fortuitous, as it would allow the formidable white tiger to eliminate the two fox spirits, and ideally, even the Uchiha brat. This way, no one would uncover his deeds. Indeed, today was a splendid day. On the mountains of Konoha, Mizuki had lured the white tiger to the flower-filled expanse where Minma and Naruto were situated, intending to utilize the creature's might to dispose of them. Initially, upon spotting the white tiger, Minma and Naruto had promptly taken to their heels. However, Mizuki was perplexed when, after hearing his taunts, Minma and Naruto suddenly halted and brazenly raised their middle fingers in defiance. This, however, played right into Mizuki's hands. He was eager for the white tiger to devour both Minma and Naruto. Perhaps Sasuke had already been consumed in the meantime. Mizuki let out a triumphant laugh. Indeed, a bunch of kids are easily manipulated. He continued to sprint, confident that the great beast would soon swallow Minma and Naruto whole. There was a chance that once the three brats had their fill, they would come chasing after him again, so it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Yet, after running a fair distance, Mizuki sensed that the great tiger was still in pursuit. Glancing back, he was met with a scene that filled him with horror. The mighty white tiger was indeed chasing him, while the very individuals he expected to be devoured, Minma, Naruto, and Sasuke, were inexplicably perched upon the tiger's back. Mizuki's mind was in turmoil. What in the world was happening? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the swirling mist enveloped them, Naruto and Sasuke leaped down from the back of the white tiger, landing before Mizuki and crouching down. Mizuki lifted his head, roaring angrily at Sasuke, "You dare to betray me." Sasuke, with a swift motion, delivered a sharp blow to Mizuki's head and retorted, "Who has betrayed you? After a month of incessant deliberation, you arrive at such a foolish conclusion." Mizuki gritted his teeth and replied, "I never imagined that this great tiger belonged to you. So, was my encounter with it orchestrated by you as well?" The Vortex Minma playfully summoned a large spirit beast atop Mizuki's head, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is my summoned creature. I merely wish to toy with you." Observing the spectacle, Naruto felt compelled to join in, placing a similar spirit beast upon Mizuki's head. Mizuki's heart raced in astonishment. A summoned creature? This imposing tiger, seemingly formidable, was indeed Minma's. As a nin, he had yet to acquire a summoned beast, while this young child, recently enrolled in the Ninja Academy, had already achieved such a feat. A wave of imbalance surged within Mizuki. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of humility in the moment. With a sycophantic smile, he remarked, "Last time, due to your antics, I sustained severe injuries and spent a month in the hospital. I even treated you to barbecue. I merely intended to share a lighthearted jest. Surely you can see that your summoned creature might ease its grip?" Sasuke promptly retaliated, thrusting another spirit beast into Mizuki's face. "A jest? If the white tiger were not Minma's summoned creature, we might have met our end here. You dare label this as a jest?" Vortex Minma restrained Sasuke, saying, "Hey, Sasuke. Let's be courteous. Temper your aggression. He does have a point. He did treat us to barbecue." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Vortex Minma, as if to imply that he hadn't just brushed off Shimizu moments ago. Upon hearing Vortex Minma's words, Shimizu let out a subtle sigh of relief. Children are indeed easily swayed. Yet, Vortex Minma's next statement made Shimizu's heart skip a beat. "However, I was quite displeased with how you addressed me and Naruto earlier. So I do not intend to let you off so easily. Here's the deal. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You and I will have a one-on-one duel. If you win, you may leave, and we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. But if you lose, well, I believe you would prefer not to learn the consequences." Shimizu furrowed his brow and replied, "I cannot defeat this tiger. This hardly seems like a fair opportunity." The vortex-faced Minma chuckled dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, this duel will be entirely fair and just. My spirit beast shall not partake in the battle." Sasuke and Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Minma, are you truly going to let him off so easily?" Vortex Minma resolutely stated, "One should not act with absolute finality. It is essential to offer others a chance." Shuei Mu, fearing that Vortex Minma might retract his words, promptly replied, "No problem. I accept your terms." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It can be said that even possessing a single summoning technique is quite an accomplishment for a mere chunin. How could he possibly be outmatched by a mere brat who has yet to attain even the rank of genin? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted, as the words vortex surface echoed. A voice emerged from above, declaring, Earth release, Earth flow rampart. In front of Uzumaki Minma, a sturdy earthen wall rose abruptly, blocked by this barrier. Mizuki suddenly glanced upward toward the tree, where a masked ninja cast a menacing glare in his direction. A chill ran down Mizuki's spine. Minma had just mentioned the technique of summoning the roots, and the ninja perched above, adorned with a mask, could only signify one thing, a root ninja. A profound dread enveloped Mizuki's heart. Before he could consider surrendering, two ninjas with long brown hair and pure white eyes appeared on either side of him. Byakugan. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigram 64 palms. Mizuki was mercilessly assaulted by both Hyuga clan root ninjas simultaneously. Naruto and Sasuke grimaced as they observed Mizuki being relentlessly struck. His cries of agony echoing in the air. The sight was excruciating to behold, just as Mizuki was reeling from the brutal onslaught of the two Hyuga clan root ninjas. Another ninja materialized before him. Sharingan. Illusion technique. Binding chains. Within Mizuki's vision, his body was ensnared by colossal iron nails, rendering him immobile and trapped in place. The agony of the nails piercing his flesh threatened to plunge Mizuki into unconsciousness. However, the genjutsu confined him, leaving him unable to utter a single scream. On the summit of Konoha Mountain, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Uzumaki Minma regarded the four root ninjas kneeling before him, a slight frown creasing his brow. I am not Lord Danzo. What prompts you to kneel before me? The four ninjas then rose to their feet, positioning themselves behind Uzumaki Minma. The swirling specter approached Shuemu, who, though bound in silence, conveyed immense suffering through his contorted visage. Ensnared in an illusion, Shuemu was incessantly pierced by iron nails. Sasuke and Naruto stepped before him. Naruto, with a curious gesture, inquired about Shuemu's sudden stillness. Sasuke, with an air of pride, explained, he has fallen victim to the unique visual genjutsu of our Uchiha clan, rendering his limbs as if impaled by nails, thus stripping him of his freedom to move. Vortex Minma cast a glance at the bewildered Naruto and remarked, Sasuke, your explanation is so intricate that it would bewilder even Naruto. It is akin to when I summoned the Southern Dipper Sage and the Northern Dipper Sage to ensnare you. Naruto, suddenly enlightened, recalled the frequent instances when he had been immobilized by Minma's Southern and Northern Dipper Sages, and he remembered that Sasuke had also experienced it recently. Oh, now I understand, he exclaimed. Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, felt exasperation rising within him towards Naruto. Minma, what should we do about Mizuki? He inquired. What else is there to do? Just let Root handle the situation regarding your assault on me, Naruto, and Sasuke, Minma replied nonchalantly. Sasuke gazed at Mizuki, whose face was contorted in despair, his expression filled with sympathy. It seemed that Mizuki had found himself in a grave predicament this time, one from which he might never return to Konoha. Release his genjutsu, Minma commanded. A root ninja from the Uchiha clan stepped forward and dispelled the illusion cast upon Mizuki. The moment the genjutsu was lifted, Mizuki's anguished wails echoed throughout the entire mountain, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. The swirling figure gently tapped Shuemu's face, saying, Cease your lamentations. You shall soon be taken to the root. You will have ample opportunity to wail then. I merely wish to inform you that in this duel, I have emerged victorious, and you must now face the consequences. Upon hearing that he was to be taken to the root, Shuemu's expression was filled with terror. No, I do not wish to go to the root. They are the fox spirits. They are. In an instant, 4 root ninjas sprang into action simultaneously. 2 of them struck Shuemu's sides with powerful blows, while the other 2 delivered heavy punches to his shoulders. Shuemu violently coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With his hands clasped behind his head, Zuenwumiyama declared, All right. Let us disregard whatever that fellow Shuemu has to say. After all, we shall not encounter him again. No, wait, I might still see him. It is time to return. Perhaps Irika-sensei is searching the streets for us. In a leisurely manner, Naruto and Sasuke made their way back to the Ninja Academy. Upon their return, the first order of business was to endure a stern reprimand from Irika, followed by a period of standing in the corner of the classroom. A few days after Mizuki's apprehension, the Ninja Academy announced that Mizuki would no longer hold his position there. Irika, too, unexpectedly took a leave of absence. It was evident that Irika had gone in search of Mizuki. However, since Mizuki had been taken by the Umbu, Irika, merely a teacher at the Ninja Academy, had no means of discerning Mizuki's whereabouts. Even if Irika were to learn that Mizuki had been apprehended by the Umbu, he would still be unable to see him. Irika roamed the village of Konoha in search of any trace of Mizuki. As an esteemed educator of the Ninja Academy, Irika took an extended leave due to Mizuki's predicament, prompting the Academy's higher-ups to inform him of Mizuki's violations of Konoha's regulations and his attack on 3 children, which led to his capture by the Umbu. Upon learning of Mizuki's transgressions and subsequent apprehension, Irika came to the somber realization that he might never see his friend again. He fell into a deep despondency over the loss of his companion. However, with Tsubaki's unwavering encouragement, Irika gradually regained his spirits and returned to teaching at the Ninja Academy. After classes concluded, the Vortex surface has returned to its origin. Vortex Minma, clutching a specially crafted, unpalatable nutritional meal, ambled towards the cell where Mizuki was confined. Observing Mizuki suspended in midair, chains piercing through his shoulders, Vortex Minma remarked with a sardonic tone, Teske, what a truly unfortunate sight. Upon hearing Vortex Minma's voice, Mizuki's sunken eyes, dulled by days of torment, suddenly ignited with fury. I will kill you. I am determined to end your life. The Whirlpool Ninja stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewing while mockingly stating, kill me? You might want to step outside to say that. Oh, by the way, let me inform you that within the roots, there are over 20 ninjas from the Hyuga clan and 14 from the Uchiha clan. Surely, you are familiar with the powers of the Byakugan and the Sharingan? If you manage to escape under their vigilant watch, you could achieve renown throughout the ninja world. Mizuki felt a profound sense of despair. He had been sealed by the root ninjas, rendering him incapable of gathering chakra, even if he could muster chakra. Escaping from this fortress of elite shinobi would be utterly impossible. It seemed his life would come to an end here. Burp, I'm full now, time for a bath. Then off to bed. This little life of mine is quite comfortable. Let someone else rot away in this cell. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, at the age of 7. Uzumaki Minma found himself wandering alone in the depths of the village during a school holiday. He glanced to the left and then to the right, taking in his surroundings. Suddenly, a gentle voice grazed his ears. Minma, it has been a long time. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling Mara smiled as she tucked away the amber stone. Yukushi no Noyu, a member of the Root organization, also served as the director of the Konoha orphanage. An elite ninja of the intelligence division, Yukushi no Noyu operated undercover in foreign lands, gathering intelligence for his homeland and earning the title of a wandering shrine maiden. Prior to the transformation of the Root structure, the orphanage faced dire circumstances, often struggling with financial instability. At that time, Yukushi no Noyu withdrew from the Root organization to undertake missions, utilizing the funds acquired to sustain the orphanage's operations. However, when unusual activities erupted in Awagakure, Danzo sought out Yukushi no Noyu at the orphanage, insisting he resume his service to the Root. Infiltrating Awagakure to ascertain whether the Rock Village was formulating plans for large-scale military action. Only under such conditions would the orphanage continue to receive funding. Reluctantly, Yukushi no Noyu acquiesced to Danzo's demands. After Swirling Mara was adopted by Danzo, and following the transformation of the Root organization, Danzo recalled Yukushi no Noyu, ceasing to compel him to maintain his undercover role while assuring continued financial support for the orphanage. With the orphanage's stability secured, Yukushi no Noyu expressed profound gratitude to Danzo, resolving to remain in service to the Root and continue his espionage activities in Awagakure, a commitment that extended for 5 years. As a ninja of the Root, Yukushi no Noyu was acutely aware that all these changes stemmed from Swirling Mara. Thus, each time he returned to Konoha for mission reports, he would bring gifts for her, leading to a growing familiarity between the two. The Whirlpool's surface inquired, by the way, Aunt Yano, do you know where Brother Do is currently operating undercover? The pharmacist Yano displayed a look of concern. I am not entirely certain. I received a covert signal from Lord Danzo, which compelled me to undertake an urgent mission outside of Awagakure, hastily returning to Konoha. After reporting to Lord Danzo, I intend to return to Awagakure, and I wish to inquire about Do's situation. Pharmacist Do, one of the orphans adopted by Yano, had once overheard Danzo during his visit to the orphanage, persuading Yano to infiltrate Iwagakure. To manipulate Yano, Danzo asserted the necessity of children becoming Konoha ninjas to replace his fallen operatives and offered monetary compensation in exchange, successfully bringing Do under his command. From that moment forth, Do underwent training as a ninja spy, gathering intelligence from the ninja villages of the other nations, including Cloud, Mist, Sand, and Rock. Following a transformation in the Root system, Do was no longer coerced into his undercover role. Nevertheless, he admired Yano and aspired to become an elite intelligence ninja like her, persistently undertaking espionage missions. Furthermore, Do shared a close bond with the Whirlpool's surface. Eager to learn about Do's circumstances, the Whirlpool's surface decided to join Yano in seeking out Danzo. Within Danzo's office, Yano reported the intelligence she had gathered from a Wagakure. Upon concluding her report, she eagerly inquired, "Lord Danzo, could you enlighten me as to Do's current assignment?" Danzo candidly responded, "He is in the village hidden in the mist and is on his way back, expected to arrive shortly. I have a perilous task to assign to you both. Once he arrives, I will elucidate the details of the mission, and it will be up to you to decide whether to undertake it." On the chair, Uzumaki Minma swung his legs, eagerly anticipating the gifts that Yakushi Kabuto would bring him. Much like Yakushi Nan, Kabuto always returned from his missions bearing presents for Minma. Just as the name Yakushi Kabuto was spoken, he appeared, entering Danzo's office. Upon seeing Yakushi Nan, Kabuto was filled with surprise and joy. As both were undercover agents on long-term assignments, they had not seen each other for several years. Suppressing his excitement, Kabuto first reported the details of his mission to Danzo before turning towards Yakushi Nan and exclaiming, "Director." Nan smiled with relief and responded, "It is good to see you back safely." The young girl, Uzumaki Minma, jumped down from her chair and extended her tiny hand towards the pharmacist. "Do, brother Do. Where's my gift?" Do, feeling somewhat awkward, gently ruffled Uzumaki Mina's little head and explained, "I apologize, Mina. The Hidden Mist Village is rather impoverished and lacks any notable treasures, hence I was unable to bring you anything. I promise to make it up to you the next time I undertake a mission elsewhere." Vortex Myanmar pursed his lips and replied, "All right, I understand." Tonzo cleared his throat and shot a glare at Vortex Myanmar, saying, "Myanmar, you can either sit here quietly and listen, or go outside and attend to your business." In a whirlpool of thoughts, the timid figure seated himself upon the chair, eager to glean the details of the perilous mission that lay ahead. Danzo directed his gaze towards Yakushi Nan and Yakushi Kabuto, proclaiming, "The forthcoming espionage operation necessitates your collaboration, and upon its completion, Nan, you shall be rendered incapable of undertaking any further spy missions, as this task requires you to simulate your own demise." Both Yakushi Nan and Yakushi Kabuto felt a jolt of apprehension. Clearly, this undertaking was fraught with more than mere danger. Danzo continued, "According to reports, the rogue S-rank ninja Orochimaru has recently been sighted in proximity to the land of Earth, seemingly intending to infiltrate the hidden stone village. I intend to assign an individual to approach Orochimaru and assume the role of an undercover agent in his vicinity. Kabuto, prior to Orochimaru's defection, he held great admiration for your talents after you had joined the route. He expressed a desire on several occasions for me to assign you as his subordinate, though I consistently declined. Moreover, following Orochimaru's betrayal, during your undercover operations, our route ninjas frequently detected his presence along your path, indicating that he has been observing you. Thus, as one who must draw near to Orochimaru, Kabuto, you are the most suitable candidate." Vortex Minma cast a glance at the pharmacist, Nanoyu, and the pharmacist, Do. Both of them wore expressions of astonishment, their mouths slightly agape. This reaction was entirely understandable, as they were tasked with infiltrating the ranks of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin known for his notorious reputation and malevolent deeds. Naturally, it would be unsettling not to feel anxious. The following discussion revolved around the timeline concerning Do and Orochimaru, which, while not particularly significant, was altered slightly by the author. For those interested, it can be reviewed. According to the records, during the Chunin exams, Do was 19 years old, while Naruto was merely 12, indicating a 7-year age difference. In another account, Do was recorded as 24 years old and was adopted by an orphanage 18 years prior, meaning he was 6 at the time of his adoption. Do spent 3 years in the orphanage before being trained as a spy by the root, making him 9 at that juncture. Thus, when Do was 9, Naruto would have been 2, maintaining the 7-year difference. 5 years after Do became a spy, he engaged in a deadly confrontation with the orphanage's director, at which time he was 14. Following this, when Do aligned himself with Orochimaru, Naruto would have been 7. The timeline of Orochimaru's defection is also noteworthy. In the television series, Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8 while Orochimaru was still in Konoha. By the time Itachi joined the Umbu at 11, Yamato was already a member. In the same series, it is indicated that Orochimaru defected 3 years prior to Yamato's Umbu initiation. This suggests that Orochimaru had already betrayed Konoha at least 3 years before Itachi joined the Umbu, placing his defection around the time Itachi was 8 or 9 years old. Given that Itachi is 5 years older than Sasuke, and Naruto is the same age as Sasuke, it can be inferred that Orochimaru's defection occurred when Naruto was approximately 3 years old. This means that when Do joined Orochimaru, the latter had already been a defector for about 4 years. However, in episode 556 of the anime, Do confronts Orochimaru, questioning whether he was sent by Root to eliminate the remaining survivors. Orochimaru acknowledges this, stating, "From now on, we are no longer affiliated with Root." If this were true, it would imply that Orochimaru was still in Konoha when Naruto was 7, creating a disconnect in the timeline. The complexity of these timelines is quite taxing on the mind, leading the author to make some modifications, which they hope will not be a source of irritation. In the office of Danzo, the latter outlined the mission, expressing a desire for Do to infiltrate Orochimaru's ranks. Nanoyu interjected urgently, "Lord Danzo, must I not undertake the role of Orochimaru's infiltrator?" Danzo shook his head, explaining, "No. Because Orochimaru has no interest in you. He is aware of the orphanage's existence, and your ties to Root are nearly inseparable. Do, on the other hand, was once utilized as a bargaining chip to coerce you into joining Root. Orochimaru witnessed this firsthand. The identities of you and Do have been kept under the strictest confidentiality, known only to a select few within Root, the higher-ups of Konoha, and this little one beside you. In other words, Orochimaru's perception of Do remains fixated on the notion that he was coerced into joining Root to serve as leverage against you, having been trained as a spy without knowledge of each other's identities. Furthermore, I have been preparing for this over the years, Nanu. You must be aware of the photographs I have been sending to you of Do, correct? Nanoya nodded. Yes, but the last photograph bears no resemblance to Do at all. Danzo let out a cold laugh, naturally. Once I discovered Orochimaru tracking Do, I began preparations. Orochimaru is inherently suspicious and finds it difficult to place his trust in others. On one occasion, when I dispatched a ninja to deliver Do's photograph to you, the returning ninja exhibited signs of having been subjected to genjutsu. Coupling this with the fact that Do was being followed by Orochimaru, it was easy to deduce that it was indeed Orochimaru's doing. These photographs were meant for Orochimaru to intercept, leading him to mistakenly believe that I intended for you to completely forget Do. The reason for summoning you back now is that the time is ripe. At that point, we merely need to orchestrate a performance to lure Orochimaru into action, thereby allowing Do to draw closer to him. Nanoyu, once Do is near Orochimaru, the walking shrine maiden must vanish entirely. You will change your name and remain in Konoha indefinitely until Do completes his espionage mission. If Do successfully infiltrates Orochimaru's inner circle, he must sever all ties with Konoha and Root, remaining by Orochimaru's side without making any rash movements. When the time is right, I will find a way to contact you. You must decide whether to accept this mission. With that, Danzo awaited the decision of Nanoyu and Do. He was quite certain that both would agree to the task. His confidence stemmed from his understanding of human nature, given his position of power. Even if Nanoyu were reluctant, Do would undoubtedly agree. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the youthful Vortex Minma, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction as he mused, "You have much to learn, little one." Nanoya trembled slightly, racking her brain for alternative solutions. Do glanced at Nanoyu and offered a gentle smile. Now 31. Nanoyu had willingly taken on the perilous task of continuing her undercover work in Awagakure, yet Do harbored reservations about her undertaking such dangerous missions. No one could guarantee that her undercover identity would remain concealed. Exposure could result in dire consequences. If he could approach Orochimaru, then Nanoyu must remain in Konoha, where she would be safest. Do resolutely addressed Danzo. "Lord Danzo, I am willing to infiltrate and get close to Orochimaru." Nanoyu was about to interject, but Do interrupted. "Director, you should also take some rest. Leave the rest to me." Danzo displayed a fleeting smile before promptly resuming his stern demeanor, confirming, "Have you made your decision?" Do nodded affirmatively. "I have decided." "Please, Lord Danzo, instruct me on what I must do." Danzo began outlining the mission. Nanoyu is currently undercover in Awagakure. Do, you will infiltrate the village, feign a revelation of your undercover status after a period, prompting Nanoyu to pursue you, leading to your eventual counterattack. As a medical ninja, you should be aware of how to feign death. Regarding the supposedly deceased Nanoyu, other infiltrators will assist in bringing you back to Konoha. You need not worry. Do, you must seize the moment and portray a sense of profound sorrow. The cunning Orochimaru will not let such an opportunity slip by. Danzo is well acquainted with Orochimaru, his former subordinate. The young Uzumaki Minma raised her small hand suddenly. Danzo cast a glance at her and remarked, "Speak." Minma replied, "But what if Orochimaru doesn't fall into the trap?" Danzo responded, "Every mission carries its inherent risks. Success can never be guaranteed. Even if Orochimaru evades the snare, it matters not. As a rogue ninja, he would dare not act recklessly within the borders of Awagakure. When the time comes, you shall return to Konoha, where assistance will be waiting." Danzo then turned to Yakushi no Nai and Yakushi Kabuto, stating, "Since you have chosen to undertake this mission, no Nai, prepare yourself to depart for Awagakure at once. Ensure that Orochimaru perceives no weaknesses. Kabuto, you shall commence your actions in 7 days, heading to Awagakure." Yakushi no Nai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uzumaki Minma exited the office. No Nai admonished, "Kabuto, Lord Danzo has made it clear that this mission is not compulsory. Orochimaru is an exceedingly perilous individual." Kabuto smiled and replied, "Regardless of the danger, I must go, for I know the director would not abandon a mission that has been in progress for 5 years. However, I wish for the director to return and live well with our comrades in Konoha." No Nai's gaze flickered as she bit her lip, ultimately unable to articulate her thoughts, and could only silently ruffle Kabuto's hair. After a hurried meal at the base with Kabuto and Uzumaki Minma, Yakushi no Nai promptly departed from Konoha, setting her course for Awagakure. As night fell, Kabuto and Uzumaki Minma found themselves sharing a bed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma sighed, expressing a heartfelt desire to experience the thrill of being an undercover agent. "Oh, how wonderful it would be. Alas, I am still a student, not even a ninja." Yakushi Kabuto, wishing to nurture Minma's enthusiasm, refrained from dampening his spirits. In Kabuto's perspective, Minma's character was ill-suited for such a covert role, as he would undoubtedly reveal himself almost immediately. Thus, Kabuto could only gently assure him, there will be opportunities. 7 days later, Kabuto was preparing to depart as well. As the whirlpool of events unfolded, Yakushi Kabuto waved goodbye, saying, Brother D, farewell. Please take care, and when you return next time, to bring me a gift. With a smile, Yakushi D promised, all right? Until we meet again, Minma. 5 months after Yakushi D departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, he had successfully infiltrated the Hidden Stone Village, establishing himself as a ninja there while uncovering numerous secrets of the village. When it came to undercover missions, Yakushi D was indeed a master. He felt it was almost time to execute his plan. Under the cover of night, Yakushi D stealthily navigated through the Hidden Stone Village, eventually making his way into the stone building. After wandering around the premises, he deliberately created a commotion. Who goes there? He quickly began to flee, employing his acting skills, wary of the possibility that Orochimaru might be observing him from the shadows. Cursed be this fate. I have been discovered. I must escape at once. With a face filled with terror and beads of sweat dotting his brow, Yakushi D dashed out of the Hidden Stone Village. Outside the village, ninjas from the Hidden Stone pursued him relentlessly. Taking refuge in the crevice of a rock, he gasped for breath, pulling out a pocket watch. I wish I could see the director and the others once more. From a distance, a pair of serpentine eyes opened upon a rocky wall, silently watching Yakushi D. Suddenly, through the reflection of the pocket watch, he caught sight of a glimmering metallic light. Yakushi D's expression sharpened. Here they come. He swiftly exited the rock crevice, narrowly avoiding a shuriken. A figure wielding a shuriken descended from above, aiming for Yakushi D. He halted abruptly, channeling his chakra into his hand, manifesting a chakra scalpel that pierced the assailant's heart. Blood splattered onto Yakushi D's face. As he looked down at the fallen figure, a tremor coursed through him, his expression one of disbelief. Director. He scrambled to the side of Yakushi Non, immediately beginning to administer first aid. How could this happen? What are you doing here? Are you still carrying out that undercover mission in the Hidden Stone Village? With vacant eyes, Yakushi Non gazed at him, asking, why? Are you healing me? Who are you? Director, it's me. Yakushi D exclaimed, hurriedly placing his glasses onto her face. It's me, I'm D. Do not worry. I will save you. He continued his efforts to heal her. Who are you? Yakushi D's pupils dilated in shock, his healing actions involuntarily halting. The cessation of his treatment led to Yakushi Non's death. Staring at her corpse, Yakushi D shed silent tears, gently removing her glasses from her face and placing them upon his own. As if lost in a trance, he staggered away. Once he departed, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, approached Yakushi Non's body, kneeling beside her. Placing a hand on her neck, he found no pulse. Truly impressive. Even in such a hasty counterattack, you managed to strike a vital point. After praising her, he sensed approaching individuals and melded into the ground. 2 ninjas adorned with the Hidden Stone Village headbands arrived at the scene. Damn it, someone has been killed. Shortly after, 2 more ninjas bearing the same insignia appeared. Leave the body of our comrade to us. You must hurry and pursue the traitor. The first pair of ninjas, without a second thought, agreed. Very well, we shall leave this to you. After they departed, the remaining 2 exchanged glances, nodding in understanding before hoisting Yakushi Non's body and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Yakushi D was fervently washing his hands by the riverbank, even though the blood had already been cleansed. He was fervently performing, yet his heart was burdened with worry for Yakushi Non. Earlier, he had utilized the chakra scalpel to sever vital muscles and nerves around her heart, placing her in a state of suspended animation. However, without timely treatment, she would ultimately succumb. Shaking his head, he thought, this is not the time for such thoughts. My companions in the Leaf Village will surely save the director. I must persevere and not let my efforts be in vain. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he began to unleash his emotional turmoil, whispering in deep sorrow, why has the director forgotten me? Why does she not remember me? If so, what have I been all this time? What was everything she gave me? She named me. She took me in, even these glasses. Yakushi D removed his glasses, scrutinizing his reflection in the water. Who is this person? This is not me. This is not the true me. Suddenly, the face of Orochimaru emerged in the water. It seems you have lost sight of yourself. In a panic, Yakushi D hastily donned his glasses. Orochimaru then surged from the water like a specter. Indeed, you have become quite the exceptional ninja. I remember you. D. Yakushi D recoiled in fear. You seem to be. Orochimaru smirked. I have been observing you, and not all along. Come with me. I will reveal the truths you seek. The truths I seek? What are they? Why did Yakushi Non attempt to kill you? Why has she forgotten me? Do you not wish to uncover these answers? Orochimaru led Yakushi D away from the land of Earth to a base on an island. This is my stronghold, known to no one else. You are the first guest here. Yakushi D interrogated. Why have you brought me to such a place? What are your intentions? Orochimaru replied ominously. Your thirst for knowledge grows ever deeper. This is a good thing. One cannot escape their desire for understanding, which is why you followed me here. Yakushi D exclaimed eagerly. Then please tell me quickly. Can you resolve all my uncertainties? To be frank, I intended to eliminate both you and Yakushi Non. Your prowess as spies makes you exceedingly dangerous, for you possess far too much knowledge. How could this be? I have dedicated so much time collecting intelligence for the village, disregarding my own safety, only for it to culminate in this. Sometimes, information wields greater lethality than potent ninjutsu or weaponry. To them, you are now regarded as a perilous individual. Orochimaru produced a scroll and tossed it to Yakushi-D. This contains the mission intelligence that Root transmitted to Yakushi-non. Examine it for yourself. Pharmacist Do trembled as he unrolled the scroll. Within it lay the mission assigned to Pharmacist Yanoyu, to eliminate a traitor, though no name was specified. Only accompanied by a photograph of Pharmacist Do himself. Do had opened the mission scroll provided by Orochimaru, which detailed the task designated by the Root to Pharmacist Yanoyu to assassinate the traitor, with the photograph being that of Do. Struggling to accept this grim reality, Do collapsed to the ground, whispering to himself, "It can't be, it can't be." Orochimaru sneered, remarking on the heartlessness of the Root. He had heard rumors of reforms within Konoha's Root, yet he opined that as long as the leader was Danzo, no real change was possible. Those embedded as spies were doomed from the start. He held contempt for the notion of reform, recalling the underhanded dealings he had once engaged in with Danzo. Believing that mere changes could erase the past, Orochimaru had once sought to collaborate with Danzo, only to be spurned and subsequently pursued by Root ninjas. In his attempts to infiltrate Konoha to confront Danzo, he was thwarted by the sudden involvement of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, prompting a hasty retreat from the Land of Fire. As he reflected on this, rage surged within him. How could the likes of the Hyuga and Uchiha be allowed to infiltrate the Root? Truly a sign of senility, my dear teacher. Pharmacist Do sprang to his feet, questioning why the director had failed to recognize him. It was Danzo's doing, Orochimaru retorted, casting aside a multitude of photographs. Some bore a striking resemblance to Do, while others bore no connection whatsoever. Danzo had orchestrated their meeting locations to be painfully distant, allowing Yanoyu to glean information solely through childhood photographs, oblivious to the fact that they had been swapped for others. The Root had invested considerable time in brainwashing, a common tactic of theirs. Thus, when Yanoyu made her move against him, she could not fathom that he was Do. In her eyes, he was merely a double agent who had betrayed the village. Filled with resentment, Do demanded, "Why? Why are you revealing this to me?" Orochimaru replied, "You possess remarkable talent, Do, yet lack the means to elucidate your true self. Your glasses, your name, even your youthful self cannot substantiate your identity. But what harm is there in this? If one cannot embrace their original essence, they must seek alternatives to fill the void, piece by piece." Rising from his seat, Orochimaru approached Do, stating, "In truth, I share your quest for identity. I am gathering various elements to reconstruct myself, accumulating knowledge and abilities within my mind, ultimately to be reborn as a flawless new being, and thereafter to acquire anew in the same manner. Now, it is your turn." Crouching before Do, Orochimaru locked eyes with him, asserting, "The question of one's identity can be unraveled by gathering all entities and information in this world. I value your capabilities more than anyone else. This facility is a medical experiment prepared just for you." Do stared blankly at Orochimaru, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Orochimaru, exuding charisma, declared, "I aim to forge an organization, a village entirely distinct from Konoha, where one can discover their true self, a sound ninja village free from allegiance to any nation. From this moment forth, I am your superior, your brother, and your father. I shall protect you from any harm. Today marks your rebirth as Pharmacist Do. If you wish to uncover your identity, come to my side." Do slowly rose, gazing vacantly at Orochimaru, and gradually approached him. Orochimaru gently embraced Do, saying, "Good child. It seems you have made the right choice." Releasing him, Orochimaru continued, "Next, I have a mission for you, Do." He began to outline the task from today onward. "You shall be reborn as Pharmacist Do. I need you to return to Konoha and gather intelligence on both Konoha and the Root." Do was taken aback, having finally gained Orochimaru's trust, only to be instructed to return to Konoha as a spy. What was happening? Orochimaru, mistaking Do's shock for discontent, thought it only natural to harbor resentment towards Konoha, which had toyed with his life. Satisfied with Do's reaction, he clarified, "Establishing a village requires extensive preparation, and for now, you must return to Konoha." With the Root adopting a laughable humane approach to reform, as long as you claim discomfort with espionage, Danzo cannot touch you. The Root, now moving towards transparency, is no longer free to eliminate suspected individuals at will. I have allies within Konoha, and I will communicate with you through them. When everything is prepared, we shall act. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With instructions given, Orochimaru and Do departed the facility. Watching Do leave, Orochimaru allowed a smile to grace his lips. Despite having many subordinates, he lacked one as capable as Do. He held a deep confidence in his charisma. He had encountered many lost souls like Do. The words exchanged between them were imbued with genuine emotion, for only through shared experience could one evoke resonance. By imparting a sense of purpose, loyalty would naturally follow. 5 days later, Do crossed into the Land of Fire, his mind a haze, utterly unaware of how he had arrived. He struggled to process the whirlwind of events. He had been dispatched as a spy for Orochimaru, only to be sent back to Konoha. The unfolding of these events had left him utterly unprepared. That night, Do arrived in Konoha and promptly returned to the Root. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Minma had just finished indulging in barbecue at Chōji's house and was leisurely making his way back to the route. Within the facility, a new chapter awaited. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon encountering Yakushi Kabuto, Uzumaki Minma was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Brother Kabuto, how have you returned? Did the mission fail? Kabuto, with an odd expression, replied, it should be deemed successful. I must now report to Lord Danzo, I cannot linger. With urgency, Kabuto hurried to the office. His haste was driven by a desire to inquire about Yakushi Nanoyu's well-being after completing his report. In Danzo's office, after listening to Kabuto's mission report, Danzo massaged his temples. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, he had schemed meticulously to place Kabuto as an undercover agent beside Orochimaru, only to find that Kabuto had been sent back to Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo addressed Kabuto, given the circumstances, there is little choice left. Since you have failed your mission in Iwagakure, I can no longer place my trust in you as Orochimaru has perceived. I will remove you from the route. Should Orochimaru inquire about our intelligence, you must assert that it is due to my distrust, and that you cannot even approach route to gather information, otherwise he may grow suspicious. As for other intelligence, I will cooperate with you. Furthermore, for the time being, I will assign route ninjas to monitor you round the clock. You mentioned that there are agents of Orochimaru within Konoha. We are still uncertain of their identities. Thus, exercise utmost caution to earn Orochimaru's complete trust, and await his further contact. Orochimaru was well aware of Danzo's nature, and vice versa. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Danzo. After concluding his report, Kabuto, filled with concern, asked, Lord Danzo, what of the director? Danzo responded, Nanoyu is currently receiving treatment within route, and her life is not in danger. Once she recovers, her identity will be rendered obsolete. She will assume a new name and take a position at the Ninja Academy. However, you and Nanoyu must avoid contact. If her identity is exposed, all our efforts will be in vain. You still have a little time. Go see her. Kabuto was elated and, after bidding farewell to Danzo, made his way to the infirmary en route. Casting a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Menma, who had been quietly observing, Danzo warned, if you encounter Kabuto outside, remember to act as though you do not know him. Is that clear? Menma, munching on a piece of watermelon, nodded in agreement. I understand, Grandpa Danzo. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After leaving the office, Menma Uzumaki arrived at the hospital room of Nurse Nanoyu. Aunt Nanoyu, I have come to see you. At that moment, Nurse Nanoyu was reclining on her hospital bed, receiving an intravenous strip. Beside her, Nurse Cabe sat at the edge of the bed, gently holding Nurse Nanoyu's hand. Upon seeing Menma Uzumaki, Nurse Nanoyu smiled and responded warmly. As the swirling mist enveloped the room, the curious figure of Yakushi Mei sat upon a chair and inquired, Brother Do, what kind of person is Orochimaru? Yakushi Do, lost in contemplation, suddenly shuddered at the thought. He is a profoundly sinister individual, exuding an aura that sends chills down one's spine. Moreover, his serpent-like eyes possess an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yakushi Nanoyu, filled with concern, cautioned, Do, should you ever encounter Orochimaru, you must exercise utmost caution. With a serious nod, Yakushi Do replied, I will be careful. Soon after, a blissful smile graced his face as he added, I shall remain in Konoha for a considerable time, although I may not be able to see you, Director. Just the thought of catching a glimpse of you from afar brings me joy. With you teaching at the Ninja Academy, I can rest assured. Yakushi Nanoyu raised his hand, gently ruffling Yakushi Do's hair with a hint of tenderness. My dear child, do remember to think of yourself as well. The whirlpool-haired Mima suddenly leaned in, and the healer, Yanoyu, gently stroked Mima's head. The whirlpool-faced Minma revealed a satisfied smile. Rest assured, Brother Do, I am currently studying at the Ninja Academy, and I will keep a close watch over Aunt Yanoyu for you. Pharmacist still responded with a smile. Very well, Minma, I entrust the director to you. The swirling surface responded with a firm assurance. Absolutely. 3 days later, the root organization decided that Yakushi Kabuto, due to his mission's failure which led to a loss of interest for Konoha, would be stripped of his identity as a root ninja and reduced to a mere ordinary ninja of Konoha. Furthermore, the root dispatched 2 of its operatives to monitor Yakushi Kabuto around the clock. A month later, having just begun to recover from his injuries, Yakushi Nanoyu, now under the auspices of the root, completely transformed his identity, adopting the name Nagamatsu Ayumu, and entered the Ninja Academy to serve as an ordinary teacher. Life at the ninja school remained tranquil for the character known as the Vortex Weave. Danzo's recent maneuvers did not escape the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon learning of them, Hiruzen hurried to the root headquarters. Inside the office, Hiruzen gravely inquired, Danzo, do you intend to take action against Orochimaru? Danzo, composed and unruffled, replied, not yet. The time for action has not arrived. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, questioning, not yet? What do you mean by that? Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Hiruzen, asking, do you wish for me to eliminate him, or would you prefer I spare him? This unexpected query left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Despite Orochimaru's betrayal, Hiruzen still harbored concern for his former pupil, otherwise, he would not have shown leniency in the past. Danzo coldly remarked, Hiruzen, much of Orochimaru's current state is attributable to your actions. Although Orochimaru has strayed from the path, I must admit I have a certain admiration for him. Before the decision to appoint the fourth Hokage, the majority believed Orochimaru would succeed as Hokage. If you had no intention of letting him take that role, you should have made that clear from the outset, rather than offering him false hope. Admittedly, I supported Orochimaru's ascent to consolidate my own power. Yet you cannot deny he was an exceptional leader. You dismissed his qualifications for Hokage based solely on your perception of evil and ambition in his eyes. After being denied the title of Hokage, Orochimaru believed Hiruzen's true intention was to use Minato Namikaze as a puppet, thus allowing them to control Konoha together. I shared that sentiment at the time, as Orochimaru's achievements in the Third Great Ninja War were comparable to those of Minato, and as your disciple, he possessed ample qualifications to become Hokage. Yet, you offered no explanation and sought the daimyo's consent to appoint Minato as the fourth Hokage instead. If you were Orochimaru, how would you feel? Would you not harbor resentment? Hiruzen opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, for Danzo's assertions were indeed accurate. He had failed to provide any explanation to Orochimaru when he denied him the title of Hokage. Within Danzo's office, he elucidated the source of Orochimaru's animosity toward Hiruzen stemming from the latter's decision regarding the fourth Hokage. At that time, Orochimaru was already a member of Root and Danzo's subordinate. Although Orochimaru was Hiruzen's student, Danzo understood him more profoundly. Hiruzen's lips quivered, but he remained silent. Danzo continued. After you rejected Orochimaru's Hokage candidacy, he devoted himself to researching the wood-release transplantation experiment, believing that success would grant him effortless control over Konoha. This research was sanctioned by our higher-ups, so do not forget that. However, research invariably comes with costs, and when the number of casualties increased, you abruptly halted the experiment. Even when I suggested using ninjas from other villages for testing, you categorically dismissed it, effectively denying your disciple once more. If you were in Orochimaru's position, continually thwarted by your master, how would you perceive it? After a long silence, Hiruzen finally asked, why bring up old grievances now? Danzo scoffed. Because I wish to ascertain your current attitude toward Orochimaru. Do you wish for his demise or his survival? If you desire his death, I implore you to refrain from interfering with my plans, for I cannot afford unforeseen complications after laying the groundwork for so long. Hiruzen did not respond but instead rose and wordlessly departed from Danzo's office, leaving a sense of melancholy in his wake. Observing Hiruzen's retreating figure, Danzo narrowed his eyes, perceiving that Hiruzen's attitude posed the greatest challenge. It indicated that Hiruzen still held some hope for Orochimaru. In the days that followed, Hiruzen refrained from discussing Orochimaru with Danzo again. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, reported his current situation to Orochimaru. The circumstances surrounding Kabuto's predicament had long been anticipated by Orochimaru. It would have been peculiar had nothing transpired. After a year of diligent effort, although Kabuto could not regain entrance to Root, he had cultivated a favorable reputation among the ordinary ninja circles of Konoha, resulting in the cessation of surveillance by Root ninjas. With the watchful eyes of Root lifted, Orochimaru's agents within Konoha finally established contact with Kabuto. Through a special root code, Kabuto disclosed the identities of Orochimaru's subordinates to Danzo. Danzo meticulously recorded this information, refraining from any hasty actions, for he intended to play the long game. Any move against these individuals would inevitably expose Kabuto. Another year passed. Finally, Orochimaru initiated new actions. He issued a command to Kabuto through his agents in Konoha, instructing him to leave the village and join him in investigating an organization. After 2 years of remaining hidden within Konoha, Kabuto received Orochimaru's directive with mixed emotions. He felt joy at the prospect of joining Orochimaru's mission, signaling the beginning of his infiltration, yet anxiety lingered at the uncertainty of when he would return to Konoha. Kabuto left a special root code to inform Danzo of his impending operations, accepted a long-term assignment, and quietly departed from Konoha. Thus, Kabuto vanished entirely from the village. Time flowed onward. The whirlpool-faced Ma and his companions have now reached the age of 12, transforming from diminutive children into spirited adolescents. Over the course of these years, in the midst of rigorous training, Uzumaki Minma mastered numerous advanced wind and water release techniques. He stood unrivaled within the Ninja Academy, widely recognized as the foremost prodigy. Had it not been for the absence of wartime, Minma might have graduated early, potentially surpassing even the legendary Kakashi, who became a Jonin at the tender age of 12. Meanwhile, his companions made significant strides in their abilities. However, Naruto, aside from occasionally training alongside Minma and showing remarkable improvement in physical techniques, struggled significantly with ninjutsu. This was primarily due to the disruptive malice of the Nine Tails within him, hindering his ability to control chakra with precision. Irika stood proudly at the podium, gazing at the children below. Over the course of 6 years, he had witnessed their growth. Irika announced, "Today marks the commencement of the graduation examination. Those whose names are called will proceed to the adjacent classroom for testing, with the subject being the Shadow Clone Jutsu." Upon hearing this, Naruto sank despondently onto his desk. If the test had been the transformation jutsu or the substitution jutsu, he would have undoubtedly passed, especially with the transformation jutsu, having spent years training with Minma and Neji. Naruto had honed this skill to perfection. He even innovated a unique technique called the seduction jutsu, which received unanimous praise from Minma, Neji, and Kiba. In a previous encounter with Sasuke, Naruto's seduction jutsu had successfully led to his victory, inciting Sasuke's wrath and prompting him to activate a Sharingan in retaliation. While Naruto faced the exam with dread, his peers regarded the shadow clone jutsu as a trivial challenge, merely a formality in their education as ninjas. They had mastered the foundational techniques long ago. Ino, with her characteristic cunning, remarked, "Naruto, this is what you get for skipping classes all the time." Kiba boisterously laughed. "When I become Hokage, I'll return to the academy and appoint you as a genin, Naruto." Haha. Sasuke joined in, mockingly adding, "I genuinely look forward to seeing what you conjure up. Perhaps if you amuse Irika-sensei, he'll let you pass." Shikamaru and Chōji observed the spectacle from their seats. Shino encouraged, "Perhaps Naruto will get lucky and manage to create a clone to pass the exam." His friends exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who was speaking. Shino interjected, "Humph." Hinata, offering comfort, said, "Naruto, try not to be too anxious." Naruto turned to Hinata with hopeful eyes, appreciating her support. She continued, "I believe you'll definitely pass the exam next year." In despair, Naruto clutched his head. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Turning, he found it was Minma. Gratefully, Naruto looked at him and said, "Indeed, Minma, you are my lifelong friend. You must be here to encourage me, right? Rest assured, I will do my utmost." The swirling Ma shook her head and said, "No, what I meant to convey is that Teacher Irika has called for you." Naruto's expression stiffened, his head drooping in a display of profound disappointment. Among his friends, only Hinata wished to console him, for the others had already surmised the impending course of events awaiting Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto leaped from the table, his face flushed with determination as he declared, "Watch closely. Uzumaki Naruto will surely pass the exam." However, within the examination room, Irika watched in dismay as Naruto conjured a shadow clone that was so poorly executed it was scarcely recognizable. Seated beside Irika was a teacher who had completely transformed his identity to become the school's resident pharmacist, Nanaka Yano. Sorrowfully, Nanaka Yano addressed Naruto, "I am truly sorry, Naruto, but I cannot grant you a passing mark this time." Dejected, Naruto exited the examination room, while swirling Ma and others breezed through the test, earning their forehead protectors. Just as they intended to offer some words of encouragement to the downcast Naruto, an umbu suddenly appeared. "Uzumaki Ma, Uzumaki Naruto. You are to accompany me to the Hokage's office." The umbu led Ma and Naruto to the Hokage's office, where the Hokage awaited their arrival. After delivering the message, the umbu vanished using the body flicker technique. As the whirlpool of chaos subsided, Ma and Naruto entered the office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat leisurely, sipping his tea. In a swirl of excitement, Minma greeted, "Grandpa Hokage," to which Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a warm smile, "Minma, Naruto, I have summoned you both to impart some formidable jutsu." The third Hokage produced a sizable scroll, declaring, "This is the treasure of Konoha, containing the most powerful ninjutsu known to our village." Naruto's enthusiasm surged as he exclaimed, "Grandpa Hokage, does this mean I can learn the jutsu within?" Sarutobi shook his head, "Certainly not all. You and Minma may only learn 2 designated techniques." With eager anticipation, Naruto replied, "Even 2 jutsu will suffice, Grandpa Hokage. If I master them, will I be able to become a ninja?" Sarutobi chuckled. This year's graduation exam at the Ninja Academy features the shadow clone technique, and judging by your current state, it appears you may have failed. If you successfully learn this technique, it will ensure your graduation. He unfurled a portion of the sealing scroll, gesturing, "Behold, you may only observe here. Remember these 2 jutsu well, for after this viewing, there shall be no further opportunity." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minma gazed in astonishment at the Flying Thunder God technique, pondering whether such an extraordinary ninjutsu could indeed be learned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, responding to Danzo's request, aimed to facilitate Vortex Minma's mastery of this technique. This marked one of the rare occasions where Danzo sought his favor, much to Hiruzen's delight. The Flying Thunder God technique, while not classified among forbidden jutsu, had only been mastered by its original creator, Shinji Tobarama, and the likes of Namikaze Minato. Additionally, the incomplete version could only be utilized through the collaboration of Narashikaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Ueshi. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique into the Book of Seals. He harbored a strong desire for someone to learn this technique, hoping to see the return of a yellow flash to Konoha. Thus, he acquiesced to Danzo's request. But he also wished to test whether Naruto could grasp it, allowing Naruto the opportunity to learn as well. Given the abundance of chakra within Vortex Minma and Naruto, Hiruzen believed the multi-shadow clone technique would be particularly suitable for them, and thus he permitted both to study it. Vortex Naruto diligently committed to memory the intricacies of the shadow clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon completing his memorization, Naruto found that he had only grasped half of the initial shadow clone technique. After much effort, he finally mastered the first shadow clone technique and was immediately eager to put it to the test, having yet to learn the basic clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored doubts about Naruto's ability to swiftly master the more advanced shadow clone technique. With a smile, Sarutobi observed Naruto without intervening. Planning to impart a lesson on the importance of diligent training once Naruto inevitably failed, Naruto formed the necessary hand seals and declared, multiple, shadow clone technique. A dense cloud of smoke enveloped the entire office. As the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi's pipe fell from his grasp in astonishment. The office was filled to the brim with Naruto's shadow clones. Ah, I did it. Vortex. Grandpa Hokage. I succeeded. A jubilant chorus of Naruto's erupted, their exclamations nearly deafening the original Vortex Naruto, who felt as though his ears might burst. Naruto, quickly disperse your clones. I'm going deaf. Yet. Vortex Naruto's voice was drowned out by the jubilant cacophony of his counterparts, leaving no ripple in the celebration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon realizing the trouble he had caused. Uzumaki Minma leaped from the window without a moment's hesitation, making his swift escape. Moments later, Naruto rose from the ground, seething with anger as he inquired, Grandpa Hokage. Where's Minma? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples and replied, he is already departed. That scoundrel Minma, Naruto exclaimed, rushing out of the office in pursuit of him. Hiruzen raised his hand, intending to call out to Naruto, but before he could utter a word, the boy had vanished. He had yet to observe the flying thunder god technique. At that moment, a multitude of Umbu ninjas burst into the room. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's fine, we shall have someone clean up the office shortly. Once the Umbu had exited, Hiruzen sighed, well, given the complexity of the flying thunder god technique, Naruto likely lacks the patience to learn it. Yet, it was indeed astonishing that Naruto had managed to master the shadow clone technique after just a single viewing. Particularly impressive was Minma, who had executed such a high-level water release technique even in a waterless environment. After securing the Book of Seals, Sarutobi smiled broadly and mused. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to thrive. Following the chaos in the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Minma returned to the roots. Upon his arrival, Yamashiro Inja suddenly appeared, stating, young Master Minma, Lord Danzo requests your presence in the office. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minato was instantly filled with joy. Danzo produced a scroll and tossed it to Vortex Minato, stating, within this scroll lies an array of exceptionally unique sealing techniques. Furthermore, Hisashi has likely already introduced you to the Flying Thunder God technique. These will be your tasks for future study. Even while on missions, do not neglect your training. Do you understand? I understand, Grandpa Danzo, Minato replied. Danzo waved his hand and said, you may go now. Uzumaki Minma returned to his room and unrolled the scroll provided by Danzo. Within its confines lay numerous sealing techniques that appeared quite challenging to master. The mere thought of the foundational text on sealing arts from years past filled Uzumaki Minma's mind with discomfort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool noodle, having flopped onto the bed, draped the quilt over its head and succumbed to a deep slumber. Noodle 1 and Noodle 2 cast disdainful glances at the slumbering whirlpool noodle before exchanging a conspiratorial look. The following morning, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the shadow clone dissipated, Uzumaki Minma, along with the first and second Minma, exchanged a sinister chuckle, wishing him good luck. Once the shadow clone was dispelled, Uzumaki Minma stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. Suddenly, the vortex entity, overwhelmed by pain, clutched its head and collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. My head. It feels like it's about to explode. After a considerable while, the vortex entity gradually regained composure, though dizziness and throbbing persisted. Through the echoes of its memories, the vortex entity unveiled the truth. The first and second entities. In protest against the vortex entity's tendency to delegate tasks while indulging in slumber, devoted themselves tirelessly to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing arts. They understood that the immense influx of memories would undoubtedly inflict great suffering upon the Vortex entity. Their predictions proved accurate, as the Vortex entity indeed found itself in considerable distress. Enraged, the Vortex entity conjured 2 shadow clones once more. How dare you treat me this way? I am the original. Shouldn't you be alleviating my burdens? The first and second entities gazed at the Vortex entity in confusion. What are you saying? We do not comprehend. We are merely your newly created shadow clones. What have we done to you? The Vortex-faced individual scratched his head in confusion, pondering whether the reassignment of shadow clones had resulted in a reset. The Vortex-faced Ma, momentarily losing its temper, conceded, forget it. Just as the Vortex-faced Ma dispelled its shadow clones, number 1 Ma and number 2 Ma mocked, foolish original. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Vortex-faced Himp engaged in a fierce battle with 2 shadow clones. At that moment, the door to the Vortex realm was suddenly flung open. The companions stood in astonishment, gazing at 3 figures engaged in a fierce altercation. How could there be 3 of them? And why were these 3 battling each other? What on earth was happening? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of the surface grimaced and declared, today, I shall make them aware of who truly reigns supreme. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a triumphant manner, Uzumaki Naruto declared, clearly, I am the boss. His companions gazed at him with a mix of admiration and confusion. Although they were not adept at the shadow clone technique, they could still utilize the basic version. Engaging in a mock battle with their own clones seemed rather absurd. Lying on the ground, Uzumaki Naruto inquired, what brings you here? Aren't we supposed to gather at the Ninja Academy for class division today? Shikamaru explained, indeed. We agreed to meet up yesterday. Since you took so long to arrive, we decided to come find you. Sasuke, puzzled, glanced at Naruto and asked, but, Naruto, didn't you fail the graduation exam? How did you manage to obtain your headband? Naruto, proudly wearing the headband on his forehead, flaunted it momentarily and replied, don't underestimate me. I mastered the shadow clone technique. Last night, I sought out Irika-sensei and he awarded me this headband. Kiba lamented, TCH, what luck. I was hoping to visit the Ninja Academy and tease you a bit. Naruto raised his head defiantly and declared, hey, don't get too cocky. Who knows who might end up mocking him in the future? Hinata interjected, why don't we set off now? It's already quite late. And we are running behind schedule. The group cast a glance at the alarm clock on Naruto's bedside table. Oh no, we are already an hour late. Irika-sensei might be looking for us. Let us hurry. The Whirlpool Ninja adeptly climbed onto Naruto's back as the crowd hastened towards the Ninja Academy. Inside the academy, it was the day of class assignments. In the classroom, all the students donned their headbands. Irika smiled and announced, congratulations. From this day forth, you shall stand as independent ninjas. However, you are still mere novices. The true challenges lie ahead. Henceforth, you will be divided into groups of 3, forming a class, and will follow a Jonin instructor to undertake missions. Upon hearing about the trio arrangement, a buzz of discussion erupted among the students. The curious whirlpool of fate pondered with whom they would be grouped. To ensure a balanced distribution of abilities within each class, the teacher would determine the groupings. Now, I shall announce. Class 7, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing that she would be in the same group as Sasuke, Sakura erupted in joyous cheer. Like most of the girls in the class, Sakura harbored feelings for Sasuke, although she was good friends with Ino. Ino and Sasuke merely shared a camaraderie devoid of romantic inclinations. In the past, Sakura had expressed her desire to join Naruto's little team due to her affection for Sasuke. But her personality clashed with that of Naruto and his companions, leading her to ultimately withdraw her request. Naruto and Sasuke felt a tinge of regret, as they had hoped that Naruto would be placed in their group. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, finally allowing her gaze to rest upon Naruto. She intended to inquire later about what Sasuke liked. Class 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Class 10, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Chōji Akimichi. With the class assignments concluded, it was time to introduce the Jonin instructors in the afternoon, and for now, everyone was free to disperse. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool of chaos surrounded Narutomaki and his companions as they gathered to share a meal. From a distance, Sakura gazed at Sasuke, initially intending to inquire about his preferences through Naruto, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Naruto, relishing the bento that Sasuke had prepared for him and Narutomaki, suggested. Narutomaki, why not approach the Hokage and request to join our team with Sasuke? Kiba concurred, excellent idea. However, Narutomaki ought to join our squad. Shikamaru countered. I believe it would be most beneficial for Narutomaki to join our team. Flushed with embarrassment, Naruto insisted, I proposed this first. Therefore, Narutomaki should join our ranks. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke affirmed, indeed. Narutomaki should be part of Team 7. Kiba retorted, nonsense. There is no precedence in this matter. Narutomaki should join us. Hinata, Shino, what do you think? Both Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. In a sudden outburst, Ino declared, our synergy is unparalleled, thus Narutomaki should be with us. Shikamaru and Chōji wholeheartedly supported Ino. Thus, a spirited debate erupted among the friends regarding the allegiance of Narutomaki. On the face of Uzumaki Minma, a smug smile appeared as he sheepishly scratched his head, exclaiming, oh dear, I never anticipated I would be this popular. It truly presents a dilemma. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged, inquiring, what are you all arguing about? Everyone turned to see it was Yaoshiro Yunayu. Teacher Hungsong, please adjudicate. Which team should Minma join? Unable to reach a consensus, they posed the question to Yaoshiro Yunayu. He comprehended the situation well, and although he was no longer at the root, he could still surmise Minma's fate. With a smile, Yaoshiro Yunayu replied, there is no need for you to be so troubled. Didn't teacher Irika mention that this afternoon the Jonin leading Minma's team will arrive? Therefore, Minma indeed has his own squad. Now, why don't you all hasten to have your lunch? Once you finish, return to your classroom promptly. After a satisfying meal, the students returned to their classroom. As time passed, the Jonin arrived one by one to escort their respective members. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were taken by their Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Asuma came to take Shikamaru, CHG, and Ino away. Now, only Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Uzumaki Minma remained in the classroom. Ah, how slow this is. Naruto lamented, resting his head on the desk, exuding boredom. Sasuke, with a cool demeanor, propped his chin on his hands, saying nothing at all. Sakura's gaze was solely fixated on Sasuke. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Suddenly, Shinwen Minma stood up and exclaimed. Uncle Shanjong must be here to find me. Uncle Shanjong, you are my guiding teacher, correct? Shanjong Fong smiled gently and replied, indeed, young master Minma. However, since you are now my subordinate, you shall simply be called Minma. Come, let us proceed, Minma. The whirlpool named Minma followed Uzumaki out of the classroom. Sakura, upon hearing the Jonin teacher address Minma as young master, curiously inquired, Naruto, Sasuke, what is Minma's status? Why does that Jonin refer to him as young master? I have no idea, replied Naruto, rather bluntly. Uncle Yamanchu and the others have always called him that. Oblivious to the implications, Naruto never contemplated the reason behind it. Sasuke, 2. Refrained from enlightening Sakura about Minma's true identity. Those who were meant to know were already aware, and for those who were not, such knowledge held no significance. Uzumaki led Minma to a training ground within the village of Konoha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Minma was filled with delight upon seeing Sai and Yamanaka Ino. Sai, a member of the Root organization, shared a profound bond with Minma. Although Sai often donned a stoic expression and spoke with a sharp tongue, he was, in truth, a reserved and enigmatic individual. It was said that in his earlier days, Sai was remarkably kind and innocent. However, the rigorous training of Root that aimed to eradicate the self had profoundly altered his essence. Following the cessation of this training, Sai had already undergone significant development. And while his personality was not entirely extinguished, he still bore a somewhat expressionless visage. Similarly, Sai's elder brother, Shin, shared a close relationship with Minma. Once a trusted aide to Danzo, Shin had fallen ill with tuberculosis. After the reforms within Root, he had been recuperating at the Konoha hospital. Although he had largely recovered, his prowess was no longer what it once was, leading him to resign from Root and embrace the life of a common ninja. Yamanaka Ino, a member of the Yamanaka clan, was also a dear friend of Sai, treating Minma and Ino as if they were younger siblings. Encountering two familiar friends who would become his future companions brought immense joy to the whirlpool of Minma. In a training ground in Konoha, Yamanaka Ino, Minma, Sai, and Yamanaka Ino convened together. The vortex-like figure, Minma, embraced Sai and Aburame Shino tightly, exclaiming, I never imagined that my teammates would be this wonderful. Aburame Shino cautioned, Minma, please be careful. If my venomous insects make direct contact with your skin, it could spell disaster. Sai's face contorted into a rather stiff smile as he remarked, you foolish Minma, I am not feeling particularly well. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted on the grassy expanse before the mountain wind. Shuanwu Minma. Zui and Tugan took their seats. The mountain wind spoke. I am well aware of your capabilities, thus there is no need for your performance assessment. The swirling mist inquired, Uncle in the mountains, Sasui possesses strength akin to that of a chunin, while I am nearly at the level of a special jonin. I'm not boasting. I should at least have the prowess of a special jonin. Are we truly expected to undertake menial tasks such as weeding? With a chuckle, the elder of the mountains responded, certainly not. You are not like them. The missions you will be undertaking henceforth will at the very least be of B rank. Aimed directly at honing your combat abilities. In astonishment, Uzumaki Minma inquired, is the intensity this high right from the outset? Is it indeed high? It seems manageable. For the three of you, a standard B rank mission should pose little challenge, came the reply. Well then, since you three reside at the base, I shall notify you once I accept the task. For now, you may disperse. With that, Yamashita F vanished in an instant. Once he departed, Oil Woman Toryun rose from the grass, stating, let us proceed in that manner. I shall check on Shino. Sasuke also stood, adding, it appears Shin has returned to the village after completing his mission. I will go see him as well. After Toryun and Sasuke left, Uzumaki Minma, finding himself at a loose end, decided to seek out Naruto to ascertain their situation. Closing his eyes and activating his Kagaya's hard eye, Uzumaki Minma discerned the locations of Naruto and Sasuke. They were situated on a rooftop, where Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were introducing themselves to Kakashi. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki nodded thoughtfully and remarked, well, my teammates are all acquaintances. Kakashi cast a glance at Naruto, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. Kakashi then spoke, all right, our discussion is not yet concluded. You may listen from the sidelines, but please refrain from interrupting us. Very well, Naruto replied, I shall not disturb you. I will merely observe. In a whirlpool of excitement, Ma plopped down beside Kakashi. Kakashi turned to Naruto and his companions, stating, your personalities are exceedingly vibrant and intriguing. Starting tomorrow, you shall embark on a mission. With exuberance, Naruto inquired, yes, what kind of mission is it? Kakashi continued, we will commence with a task that only the four of us can accomplish. It is a survival exercise. Survival exercise? Sakura interjected, puzzled. We have already practiced that numerous times in school. Kakashi responded with a chilling grin, this is not an ordinary exercise. It is an exceptionally challenging test with a failure rate exceeding 66. Those who falter will be sent back to ninja school to repeat their studies. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi simultaneously swallowed hard. Naruto protested, how can this be? I worked so hard for my graduation exam. Why must there be another test? The whirlpool of Minma clapped his thighs with glee, exclaiming, ha, Naruto, you and Sasuke have returned to the Ninja Academy. I shall certainly return to mock you. I am far more comfortable, not needing to undergo any test at all. Are you envious? Are you jealous? Naruto and Sasuke shot him a disgruntled glare. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Minma. Just moments ago, he had promised not to disturb, yet here he was, causing chaos. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Minma quickly covered his mouth, apologizing, my sincerest apologies. I simply could not contain myself. Please, continue. The Ninja Academy serves merely to select those qualified to become genin. While the true determination of one's potential rests with me, we shall convene at the training ground tomorrow. Do remember to bring a complete set of ninja tools. A word of caution, do not eat breakfast, for you may end up vomiting, Kakashi said with a hint of malice. Suddenly, Naruto pointed at Minma and inquired, why does this guy not have to take the test? Kakashi responded calmly, he is he, and you are you. Since I am your leading jounin instructor, you must adhere to my regulations. Vortex Minma, with a confident demeanor, leaped to the ground beside Kakashi, exclaiming, indeed, I am unlike you all. I commence my missions with at least B-rank assignments. You mere novices must begin with D-rank tasks. Even if you pass the test, you may as well resign yourselves to your fates. Ha ha ha. Kakashi was taken aback, for he was aware that Vortex Minma's team leader and fellow members hailed from the root. He had not anticipated that their initial mission would be of such a high caliber. Did Vortex Minma possess such unwavering confidence in his team's capabilities? It stood to reason that his other two comrades were not mere ordinary ninjas. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, unaware of the mission rankings, gazed at Kakashi in bewilderment. Kakashi remarked, you have yet to pass my test. Even if you were to learn the mission rankings, it would serve no purpose. Rather than concern yourselves with that, it would be wiser to contemplate tomorrow's exercise. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Vortex Minma swiftly turned, launching himself at Kakashi's mask with remarkable speed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling surface swiftly turns as intricate seals are formed. Wind release, vacuum wave, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, when Uzumaki Minma encountered Kakashi for the first time. His curiosity about the visage concealed beneath Kakashi's mask was palpable. Although Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, he was the first to discern Minma's intentions. Minma, go for it. Snatch that guy's mask. Sasuke began to cheer for Uzumaki Minma. From the outset, Sasuke harbored a disdain for Kakashi, who arrived late and exuded an air of nonchalance. This team is more than capable with just one cool guy around. He thought. Wait, is Minma really going to take his mask? We should assist him, Sasuke, exclaimed Naruto, eager to rush into action. However, Sasuke swiftly pulled Naruto back, admonishing him, idiot, we can't engage. Perplexed, Naruto inquired, why not? Sasuke, striving to communicate in terms Naruto would comprehend, elaborated, we have to participate in his practice assessment tomorrow. If you attack him, do you not fear he might retaliate in kind? Even if we succeed in the assessment, we will still be working under him for future missions. So we must refrain from confrontation. Just observe, Minma is slightly stronger than I am. Even against a Jonin, he is unlikely to be swiftly defeated. This is a prime opportunity for us to discern Kakashi's weaknesses in preparation for tomorrow's assessment. Naruto, suddenly enlightened, promptly seated himself beside Sasuke. His eyes fixed intently on the battle between Uzumaki Minma and Kakashi. Sakura, observing from the side, discreetly exhaled in relief. She had been contemplating whether she should join Sasuke and Naruto in the fray, but now, the dilemma was resolved. After evading Minma's vacuum wave, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the trio, quite perceptive and aware of the need to observe and seek weaknesses in preparation for tomorrow's assessment. Kakashi then turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Minma, stating, the instructors at the Ninja Academy remarked that had this been a time of war, you would have already attained the rank of Jonin. Since you wish to battle me, then follow me to the training ground and let me gauge your abilities. Let us go. Minma replied with determination. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Vortex Minato materialized behind Kakashi with a swift teleportation technique, thrusting a kunai towards Kakashi's side. In a swift motion, Kakashi seized a kunai with his reverse grip, deflecting Vortex Minato's kunai. At the moment he repelled the kunai entwined with wind-nature chakra transformation. The kunai in Kakashi's hand was rendered utterly useless. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. After all, fire style counters wind style. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi inhaled deeply, gathering chakra at the back of his throat, unleashing a massive fireball towards Vortex Minato. You need not instruct me on elemental counters. Water style, water barrier. The whirlpool of water erupted from the mouth of Uzumaki Minma, cascading in a waterfall-like manner, swirling around him in a circular motion, extinguishing Kakashi's great fireball technique within the torrent. Kakashi was taken aback by this spectacle. He too could utilize the water release, water barrier technique, but could only conjure a vertical wall of water to shield himself, unlike Uzumaki Minma, who executed the technique in a circular fashion around the caster. In Kakashi's memory, only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, possessed such remarkable prowess. Within the entire ninja world, there were only two distinctions among those who wielded water release, Senju Tobirama and everyone else. The powerful water techniques developed by Tobirama were impressively formidable. Could it be that the root has imparted the second Hokage's water release techniques to Minma? Kakashi pondered as he pushed aside the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. Upon seeing the three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke was utterly astonished. His first thought was whether Kakashi belonged to the Uchiha clan rather than the Hatake. However, he had never encountered Kakashi within the Uchiha clan territory. Confused, Sasuke resolved to inquire with his brother upon returning home. Kakashi marveled internally, realizing that the teachers at the Ninja Academy were not mistaken in their assessment of Uzumaki Minma. If this were a time of war, Minma would undoubtedly be a Jonin. As Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, he cast an illusion upon Uzumaki Minma. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the presence of a solitary individual. Devoid of any assistance to disrupt the flow of chakra, how is the illusion ultimately unraveled? The Vortex Minma softly murmured, "Thank you, Kaibai." The voice of Kaibai reached the ears of Vortex Minma. "If only you could go over and give that little brat, Vortex Naruto, a good thrashing right now." The Whirlpool Maiden raised an eyebrow, recalling her past encounters at the Ninja Academy, where she had bested Naruto on several occasions. "What is the matter? Are you still upset?" "Not upset, per se. It simply brings me joy to see him bested, came the reply. Next time. Let us wait until the seal of the 8 trigrams within Naruto shows signs of weakening. We shall then venture directly into Naruto's Ninetales space and confront that Ninetales fox. That would be ideal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The sound of the swirling surface of the sea emerged from behind Kakashi. I am here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling figure, with a scowl upon her face, indignantly questioned the first and second figures. What are you two doing? Can't you see me? Shouldn't you cease your incantations? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi concluded with an internal conflict among Naruto's shadow clones. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan once more. With a slight squint, he observed the skirmish involving his shadow clone and Naruto. Kakashi had heard of Naruto's possession of 9 extraordinary summoning beasts. Yet in this confrontation, Naruto had not summoned a single one. Kakashi let out a soft sigh, realizing that these young ones were not to be underestimated. He cast a glance at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, sensing an ominous chill among them. It seems I shall need to raise the difficulty level tomorrow, he mused. A sense of foreboding enveloped Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Let us call it a day, Kakashi declared, departing from the training ground. At that moment, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Uzumaki Minma lay on the ground, bursting into a fit of laughter. Sasuke and Naruto approached him, with Sasuke furrowing his brow and inquiring. Why did you engage in combat with your shadow clones? Wouldn't it have sufficed to simply dispel them? Humph, those two rascals are even more boastful than I am. They certainly deserve a good thrashing. Naruto, perplexed, replied, but aren't they just you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Naruto stood up from the ground, declaring, I am famished. Let us go, Naruto, to Sasuke's house for dinner. Sasuke, accustomed to such remarks, replied with his hands behind his head, then let us proceed. As Naruto and the whirlpool of Naruto departed, Sakura felt a pang of disappointment. Despite being teammates with Sasuke and Naruto, she felt as if she were invisible. Turning around, Naruto curiously inquired, Sakura, why are you still standing there? With a glimmer of hope, Sakura exclaimed, am I allowed to join you for dinner at Sasuke's house? Naruto responded with a tone of certainty, of course. We are teammates now, so we must go together, right, Sasuke? Sasuke did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he urged, let us hurry. My mother is unaware that so many guests will be coming today. If we arrive late and there is insufficient food prepared, we may not be able to compete with Naruto's insatiable appetite. With a smile, Sakura eagerly followed along. Nightfall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, after settling into the vortex. Foam from the mountains unfurled a scroll and declared, I have accepted the mission. This task is of grade A. I shall now proceed to elaborate on the specifics of the assignment. Vortex Minma expressed his astonishment, an A-rank mission right from the outset. Yamashiro K's nodded in affirmation, explaining, tasks of a rank below A pertain solely to individual matters. However, the mission I have undertaken this time concerns the national or village dynamics. Thus it naturally qualifies as an A-rank task. Yamashiro K's proceeded to elaborate. Our mission focuses on the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Recently, the ninjas from Sunagakure have been making their presence felt along the border, with numerous newly minted chunin engaging in skirmishes with our ninjas, seemingly in an effort to hone their combat abilities. Our objective is to confront those ninjas from Sunagakure at the border. Since they are utilizing our Konoha ninjas to refine their own skills, we shall similarly employ them to enhance your combat prowess. Do you have any questions? SG and Torrigain had no queries. They were ready to undertake any assignments given to them without hesitation. However, Vortex Minma was a different case altogether. The vortex-faced horse inquired, I have a question. How is this A-level task deemed completed? The wind in the mountains elucidated, eliminating a lower-ranking ninja does not count. You must defeat 5 middle-ranking ninjas or 1 high-ranking ninja for the task to be considered accomplished. Do you have any further questions? None. The task is now understood, to relentlessly pursue the ninjas of Sunagakure. Having comprehended the directive, we shall convene here tomorrow at noon, and subsequently proceed to the border to execute our mission. Dismissed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool noodles, resembling a delightful mix, filled the backpack to the brim. One might mistakenly think that the whirlpool noodles were embarking on a vacation. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon it was noon the following day. In the serene village of Konoha, Uzumaki Minma, accompanied by Sai and Takagane, was about to embark on a mission. The gentle breeze of the mountains guided them away from their roots. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Minma called out to the villagers, "Everyone, I am off to carry out a mission, so do not miss me too much." The villagers, upon hearing of Minma's departure, were filled with delight. "Minma, please be careful while you are out on your mission. Do not rush, take your time. And remember to enjoy yourself along the way. Discover the wonders around you and have a splendid time. We will be thinking of you. And we eagerly await your return to Konoha." Sai and Takagane were taken aback, surprised by Minma's popularity. Meanwhile, the mountain breeze seemed to understand the villagers' sentiments. They had long been fond of Minma and were overjoyed at the prospect of his journey beyond the village. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Naruto unabashedly seized several skewers of meatballs from the dumpling shop and took a pancake from the crepe stall. Indulging in his feast as he ambled along, embodying the very essence of a tyrant reigning over Konoha. The villagers of Konoha greeted him with beaming smiles, eagerly presenting delectable treats to his hands. It was not until they witnessed Naruto's departure from the gates of Konoha that the villagers erupted in joyous celebration, reminiscent of a festive New Year's revelry, jubilantly cheering in unison. In the midst of swirling currents, the enigmatic figures of the Whirlpool clan and the stoic Sai departed from the village of Konoha, embarking on a journey through the wilderness. The quartet traversed arduous paths for several days until they reached the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. This frontier was marked by a dense forest, beyond which lay a vast expanse of yellow sand and gravel territory belonging to the land of wind. Within the forest, however, the land flourished, verdant and fertile, signifying the domain of the land of fire. Nestled within this verdant haven were the vigilant ninjas of Konoha, stationed to guard the borders of their homeland, particularly the boundary adjacent to the land of wind, which had the highest concentration of Konoha shinobi. The land of wind harbored an insatiable desire for the bountiful lands of the land of fire, and despite the existence of a treaty of alliance, it continued to engage in furtive maneuvers. During the inaugural 5 Kage summit, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, proposed the equitable distribution of the 9-tailed beasts among the nations to establish a strategic equilibrium among the 5 great nations. Hashirama envisioned this diplomatic balance as a means to secure enduring peace. The leaders of other shinobi villages endorsed his proposal. However, the first Kazekage, Shaman, vehemently rejected Hashirama's offer of tailed beasts to the Sand Village, arguing that the Sand Village already possessed the one-tail, Shikaku, which was of little use and posed a risk as an unstable entity. Instead, he demanded funds and land, stubbornly clinging to his position despite rebuke from his peers. Hashirama acquiesced to his request, and the Sand Village subsequently acquired a portion of fertile territory, which became the cornerstone of its existence. This episode starkly illustrated the Land of Wind's covetousness for the lands of the Land of Fire. Following the demise of the initial Kage, the First Shinobi World War erupted. Konoha launched numerous offensives to reclaim the coveted territory, while the Sand Village stationed the majority of its forces to defend it. Throughout the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's attempts to reclaim the land were thwarted, and the Sand Village, having savored the benefits of that fertile soil, continued to seek further territorial acquisitions from the Land of Fire. Consequently, conflicts arose repeatedly between the ninjas of the Sand Village and those stationed at the border from Konoha, initially to enhance their own combat proficiency and subsequently to probe Konoha's limits and gather intelligence, biding their time for another opportunity to seize land. Within a tent at the Konoha encampment, Kamizuki F. spoke, addressing his comrades. "We have now arrived at the frontier between the land of fire and the land of wind. As you can see, this is a dense forest. Although this area is our territory, it conceals a significant number of Sand Village ninjas. Your mission is to devise a strategy to eliminate 5 nin from the Sand Village or a single nin. The means by which you accomplish this is entirely up to you. I will now elucidate the distinctions between Jinin, nin, and nin. In Konoha, we differentiate these ranks based on their attire. Jinin wear only headbands and do not don specialized uniforms, while nin and nin sport specially designed vests. The vests of nin and nin are similar, yet possess subtle differences, as is the case in the Sand Village as well. F produced 2 vests for demonstration. Explaining, these vests represent the nin and nin of the Sand Village, with the nin S vest featuring an additional strap. However, do not place complete trust in these indicators. Some nin may disguise themselves as nin or even Jinin, or even masquerade as Konoha ninjas. Thus, during your mission, exercise caution and do not readily trust anyone. The ally you encounter may very well be an enemy in disguise. Do you understand? The swirling figure, Minma, raised a hand and inquired, "Uncle in the mountains, your words give the impression that you will not be joining us in this endeavor?" Shanjongfeng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, This time it shall be the three of you who embark on this mission, while I shall refrain from participation. Zui and Toraijin possess extensive experience in executing tasks, although you, Minma, have just graduated as a ninja and lack practical experience. Your rigorous training at the root since childhood has endowed you with formidable strength. This assignment should prove rather straightforward for you, hence my absence is unwarranted. Shanjofeng then solemnly affirmed, I trust you are all well versed in the particulars of the mission? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the whirlpool of Minma suddenly came to a halt, obstructing Sai and Togen. Sai tilted his head, gazing at Minma, while Togen, with a look of confusion, inquired, what is the matter, Minma? With a grave demeanor, Uzumaki Menma stated, there is a matter of utmost significance that requires our immediate confirmation. Observing Minma's seriousness, Sai and Torian also adopted a solemn expression. Minma, have you uncovered information regarding the enemy? They inquired. No. I believe that since the three of us are acting together, determining who will lead the team is of paramount importance. Sai and Torian nearly lost their footing, astonished by the gravity of the situation. You are so serious. And all this is merely to select a team leader? Vortex Minma naturally proclaimed, indeed, consider this, if we were to have no squad leader. And the three of us proposed three different ideas, whose counsel should we heed? Thus, it is imperative to have a decisive squad leader. And I believe I am quite suited for this role. Therefore, I nominate myself as the squad leader. Zai and Torian felt a pang of frustration. Ultimately, it was clear that Vortex Minma desired to assume this leadership position. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that Vortex Minma's reasoning held merit. If Yamashiro Kaze were present, they could follow his command. With Yamashiro Kaze absent, a leader was indeed necessary to unify their actions. However, Zai and Torian sensed a certain unreliability in Vortex Minma. Yet, upon further reflection, Zai and Torian considered that Vortex Minma's apparent unreliability might merely be superficial. As the grandson of Danzo, having undergone years of rigorous training under his watchful eye, it was entirely possible that Vortex Minma could prove dependable during the mission. Zai and Torian nodded in agreement, stating, very well, then, Minma, you shall be our squad leader. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The vortex-faced figure, hands on hips, declared, I am the team leader. Do you not heed the words of the team leader? Shisui, with a slight curl of his lip, produced a scroll and began to doodle upon it with a brush. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation, he announced. Shisui meticulously illustrated several mice on the scroll. As he completed the hand seals, the mice appeared to spring to life, emerging from the scroll in tangible form before scattering in different directions. Shisui then retrieved his brush and the blank scroll, stating, now we simply await the outcome. The vortex-faced man nodded with great satisfaction, expressing, indeed, as the team leader, I am quite pleased with you. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon the swirling surface, a tiger seal was inscribed. 9 faces resounded with the invocation of Suapahi. Jade, Celestial Maiden. From the chakra circle emerged a beautiful Celestial Maiden. Celestial Maiden, do relieve my shoulders, for I am utterly exhausted. The Celestial Maiden tilted her head, gazing at the swirling surface with a look of perplexity. Hurry, dear Celestial Maiden. Let some individuals envy my fortune. The Celestial Maiden descended gracefully behind the swirling surface and began to knead the shoulders of the one who summoned her. Ah, this truly feels delightful. Certain individuals cannot hope to enjoy such privileges, came the remark from the somewhat resigned figure of Torian, who watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Sai, without reservation, quipped, foolish surface, let us set aside my super beast imitation. Couldn't I simply create a shadow clone to accompany Torian? The small face of the whirlpool woman stiffened as she realized that such playfulness could still exist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma inquired. Where? To which Sai elucidated. Currently. We have identified 3 groups of individuals. According to Captain Yamamoto's method of discerning their identities, 2 of these groups consist of merely 3 ninjas each, all of whom are Chunin. The remaining group comprises 3 Chunin and 1 Chunin leading them. I propose we directly confront the group with the Chunin. As eliminating Chunin does not fall within the purview of our mission, Toraijin nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Sai's suggestion. Then let us proceed to deal with the ninjas in the group with the Chunin. Ahem. Both Sai and Toraijin turned their attention to the coughing Vortex Minma, who was struggling to suppress his cough. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool-faced individual extended a finger and shook it. No. 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 Sai and Tori, what do you think our purpose here is? Sai and Tori, perplexed, replied. Aren't we currently on a mission to eliminate 5ch Nin or 1j Nin? The individual retorted, your vision is too narrow. We are not merely here to execute a task. Our more significant objective is to eradicate those from Sunagakure who covet our land of fire. Having discovered 3 groups, how can we limit our actions to just one? If we are to engage, we must eliminate all 3 groups simultaneously. Thus, as the captain of this squad, I declare, let us eliminate all 3 groups. Minma raised her hand, speaking with an air of righteous indignation. Zaoji, with a peculiar expression, inquired, Minma, do you truly believe that your pride is at stake, prompting such a declaration? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma coughed forcefully, casting a helpless glance at Vortex Minma. Is the squad leader acceptable? The swirling figure nodded with a sense of satisfaction, then proceed. Forming a hand seal, he invoked the secret technique, toxic dust technique. He gathered the poisonous insects between his hands and expelled them in one swift breath. A billowing cloud of dark purple smoke, teeming with venomous creatures, drifted toward the 3 sand village Chunin gathered around the campfire. Anything touched by the toxic mist was tainted a deep violet, oblivious to the impending danger. The 3 Chunin continued their banter and laughter. Suddenly, as they inhaled the nano-sized poisonous insects released by him, they clutched their chests in unison, their veins bulging, skin turning a deep shade of purple, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the forest along the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, he effortlessly dispatched the 3 sand village Chunin with his nano-sized toxins. Following the demise of the sand village Chunin, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the mind of Uzumaki Minma, there were trivial calculations, which Sai and CHG could discern with ease. Following Sai, they arrived at the location of the next group. Once again, they encountered 3 lower-ranked shinobi from the sand village. However, these 3 were notably more astute. They refrained from kindling a fire and merely leaned against the trees to rest. Sai and CHG glanced at Uzumaki Minma, their thoughts having ceased to ponder, leaving the decision entirely to him. The swirling surface of the ink was met with great satisfaction by Zai and the reaction of Toraijin. Since Toraijin has already taken action, it's your turn, Zai. Zai produced a blank scroll and began to unleash his ink with wild abandon. Super beast imitation, serpent of the grassfield. In a flash, Zai sketched several water serpents that surged towards the 3 lower ninjas of Sunagakure. The unsuspecting ninjas were caught off guard and were sent flying into the air by the force of the water serpents. Super beast imitation, complete volume of armor. Zai summoned forth numerous ink lions that leapt down, sending the airborne ninjas crashing back to the ground. Zai then drew the long blade from his back and leapt from the tree, effortlessly slashing down the 3 Sunagakure ninjas who had just been returned to the earth. The whirlpool of Minma praised, not bad, Sai, your ninjutsu seems rather amusing. However, Sai chose to ignore Minma's remarks, recognizing that engaging with him would only serve to irritate himself. Alright, let us embark on our quest to locate the 3rd group. It is my turn now. With that, Sai led Minma and Naruto to the treetops above the 3rd squad of Sunagakure ninjas. This contingent consisted of 3 Chunin from Sunagakure and 1 Chunin. Water release. Heavenly cry? The water needles, propelled at high velocity from Uzumaki Minma's mouth, were directed towards the three unsuspecting genin of Sunagakure and a nin. The water needles pierced through the heads of the three defenseless genin, resulting in their immediate demise. However, the nin, seemingly anticipating the attack, tilted his head slightly, allowing the water needle to merely graze his ear. In retaliation, the nin swiftly drew several shuriken and hurled them toward the location of Uzumaki Menma. The whirlpool named Mina deftly evaded the shuriken, descending from the tree to the ground. Well, quite impressive, he thought, having successfully dodged such rapid water needles. The shinobi from Sunagakure furrowed his brow, observing Mina intently. Clad not in the distinctive vest of Konoha's nin or nin, could he truly be a mere genin? Yet, if he were indeed a genin, how could he have dispatched three of his genin subordinates in an instant, nearly falling victim himself? It was inconceivable for him to be a genin. He was undoubtedly a nin or higher. After all, a ninja's prowess is not determined by age, sometimes. The younger they are, the more perilous they can be. A small figure flashed through the mind of the Sunagakure nin, sending a shiver down his spine. With a swift motion, he produced a kunai and hurled it toward Mina, quickly forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm, he declared, clapping his hands together to compress the air into a ferocious tempest. The kunai, propelled by this violent wind, surged forward with newfound velocity, racing toward Mina's chest. Wind release, vacuum wave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With swift motions of both hands, the whirlpool surface crafts intricate seals. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. In my hand, I conjure a swirling vortex of water, shaping it into a spear of liquid precision, its layers spinning in chaotic harmony. With such swiftness, Zuo and Tugen have already vanquished the foe. As the captain of our squad, I cannot afford to lag behind. Allow me to bestow upon you a formidable spear. The whirlpool ninja hurled a water spear towards the ninja of the sand village with great force. In response, the sand village ninja swiftly employed a ninjutsu as a counterattack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Unaware of the formidable power of the whirlpool's water blade, the sand village ninja unleashed a whirlwind in an attempt to block the water spear. At the very moment the whirlwind made contact with the water spear, it transformed into a colossal water vortex, ensnaring the sand village ninja within its swirling embrace, creating a spectacle of remarkable elegance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto Uzumaki stretched lazily and yawned, declaring, as the captain of this team, I find myself a tad weary. It seems prudent to find a place to rest before we continue our journey. Huh? Sai and Tori were taken aback, their eyes wide in astonishment. Has it only been a short while, and you're already calling for a break? What do you mean by huh? I'm merely 12 years old. In the prime of my growth, it is essential that I get ample rest. What if I fail to grow tall? Well, it's settled then. This is the decree of your captain. Sai and Tori exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In a secluded spot nearby, Uzumaki Minma, accompanied by Sai and Shino, settled down for a moment of respite. Sai and Shino exchanged furtive glances as they observed Minma methodically extracting various items from his backpack, a mat, a blanket, a pillow, even a clock, which he placed beside the pillow. Were they there on a mission or indulging in a vacation? Reclining comfortably in his cocoon of blankets, Uzumaki Minma turned to the tree trunk where Sai and Shino leaned, inquiring, Aren't you going to rest? I can summon the 9 beasts for vigilance. You should rest. We are not fatigued, they replied. There may be hidden ninja from Sunagakure in the vicinity, and they are not as carefree as you, sleeping here as if on holiday. Very well, then I shall sleep. We will proceed once the clock chimes. The quilt, adorned with a swirling pattern, enveloped her head, and within mere 3 seconds, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The sound of the bell echoed. The bell rang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The whirlpool of Minma gradually awakened. Indeed. I now find myself on the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. I spotted Sai and Shikamaru still in their original positions. Minma stretched comfortably, remarking, I must say, there is a unique charm to sleeping in the wild. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Uzumaki Minma hoisted his backpack, and Zion Torrigan approached his side. Torrigan reminded him. Minma, it is time to commence the mission. The vortex-faced individual nodded and said, yes, this time I shall seek out someone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Vortex Minma reopened his eyes and contemplated. Among these 5 groups, at least 3 possess the rank of CH Nin. Once we eliminate them, we can advance our mission progress to only 1 remaining CH Nin. Should one of them be a J Nin, our task will be accomplished. Therefore, let us proceed with caution and methodically clear the way. Sai and Takajin nodded in agreement with Minma's strategy. Minma, proficient in both wind and water-style ninjutsu, harbored a diverse array of techniques, while Sai was adept at adapting to circumstances with his versatile abilities, coupled with Takajin, who wielded nearly insurmountable, toxic nanoscopic insects. They formed a formidable team. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling noodle mistress gently patted her abdomen and remarked, there's no rush. I find myself rather hungry. Let us first prepare for dinner. Upon hearing her words, Sai and Kuratsuchi also began to feel a twinge of hunger. Ever since the noodle mistress had risen that day, the trio had been incessantly engaged in the assassination of the shinobi from Sunagakure, which had significantly drained their stamina. Sai and Kuratsuchi retrieved their provisions. The enigmatic vortex inquired, do you intend to replenish your strength with this? To which Sai and Torigana responded in perplexity, if not the soldiers' rations, what else is there to consume? Vortex Minma eagerly proclaimed, let us hunt and barbecue. Ever since that incident when Naruto and I ignited the forest during a barbecue in the Hidden Leaf, Elder Danzo and the Hokage have strictly prohibited us from making fire in the woods. I truly miss the experience of outdoor barbecuing. Sasui and Torrigan exchanged glances, their faces contorted in dismay. Just yesterday, when they had vanquished the first wave of Sand Village shinobi, they had mockingly derided their fire-making skills. Now, they were about to kindle their own flames, displaying a remarkable audacity. Torrigan cautioned, Minma, starting a fire might not be wise. It could attract other Sand Village ninjas to ambush us. Isn't that splendid? Minma retorted with enthusiasm. They would come to us, sparing us the trouble of hunting them down. It's settled then. With our skills, even if a Sand Village Jainin arrives, they will have to answer for their presence here. Under Minma's resolute decision, Sasui and Torrigan reluctantly acquiesced, for Minma was the team leader after all. The task of hunting fell to Sasui, as Torrigan's efforts would only yield poisonous game unfit for consumption. The whirlpool had no intention of taking matters into its own hands. Thus, only Sai remained, with a gaze devoid of hope, akin to that of a lifeless fish. Sai employed the technique of the super beast imitation and conjured forth a black tiger to venture into the hunt. Mere minutes later, the black tiger returned, proudly clutching a wild boar in its jaws. Sai then skillfully set about preparing the boar for a barbecue, and soon the campfire blazed to life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After taking a bite of the wild boar leg, Uzumaki Minma stood up abruptly. Zai, Torrigan, time to work. Zai and Torrigan exchanged puzzled glances at Uzumaki Minma. It was Minma who had previously declared the need for a break. It was also Minma who had insisted on eating. Now, in the midst of a meal, it was once again Minma who proclaimed the necessity of labor. What on earth was the intention? The swirling figure of Minma spoke. I have located the Jinchuriki of the Sand Hidden Village, and we must devise a plan to eliminate him. The expressions of Sai and Torrigan immediately turned grave. Minma, are you certain? My Kagaya heart has detected an extraordinary chakra, confirming it to be the Jinchuriki. In addition to the Jinchuriki, there is another ninja possessing an exceptionally abundant and dense chakra, distinct from the chunin we encountered previously. He should be a jonin, while the other two are merely lowly genin. Torrigan replied earnestly, Minma, this matter is of utmost significance. We should first report this to Captain Yamashiro. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex did not deter Sai, who turned and proclaimed, let us go. We shall set forth and eliminate the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted as Uzumaki Minma, Seiki, and Torigane stealthily advanced towards the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. They found themselves concealed atop the sturdy branches of a robust tree. There were 4 individuals in total. One of them, adorned with white cloth wrapped around his head and a white fabric concealing the left side of his face, bore 2 crimson markings on the right side. Clad in the black combat attire of a Sunagakure Jonin, he was none other than Maki. Another, with vibrant yellow hair styled into 4 small pigtails, carried a large fan on his back, identifying him as the Sunagakure Chunin, Temari. His face was adorned with intricate purple markings, and he bore a puppet wrapped entirely in bandages, known as Kankuro, also a Chunin of Sunagakure. Lastly, the figure with short red hair, inscribed with the character for love upon his forehead, carried a large gourd on his back, revealing himself to be Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. Whirlpool Minma murmured softly, "Sai, take a position." Based on the information gleaned through Kagura's keen perception, that Jonin is not an adversary to be trifled with. As for the other 2 Chunin, they are weak and can be disregarded. Let us focus on vanquishing the Jinchuriki and the Jonin. Maki's ears perked up, and he swiftly drew several shurikens, launching them towards the location of Minma and his companions. As Uzumaki Minma and his companions simultaneously employed the body flicker technique to evade the shuriken, they gracefully descended to the ground. Kigen, seizing the moment, unleashed his secret technique, poison dust technique. He summoned venomous insects and expelled them into the air. Maki furrowed his brow, observing the trio. Insects? From the Aburame clan of Konoha? As an elite Jonin of Sunagakure, he had frequently clashed with the ninjas of the Aburame clan. Wind release, turbulent airflow. Maki swiftly formed hand seals in response, conjuring a fierce gale that scattered Kigen's poisonous insects. Concerned that these insects might come into contact with Uzumaki Minma and Sai, Kigen promptly utilized the secret technique, poison touch retrieval, reclaiming the insects. Maki commanded, "Prepare for battle. Temari, be ready to unleash wind release techniques at any moment. Do not allow the Aburame insects to approach you." Temari removed the large fan from her back, positioning it before herself, poised to activate her wind release techniques. Secret technique. Phosphorus insects. Kigen adorned his body with nano-sized venomous insects. Any contact with his form would result in poisoning. Super beast imitation. Bird in the clouds. Sai executed the super beast imitation, conjuring a bird upon which he mounted, soaring into the sky to vigilantly observe the ninjas of Sunagakure. Vortex Minma commanded, "Sai, Torian, if you cannot defeat this Jonin, do your utmost to entangle him while I confront the Jinchuriki." Upon receiving Vortex Minma's orders, Sai and Torian charged directly towards Maki. Feeling overlooked, Kankuro, in a fit of rage, swiftly unwrapped the bandages binding his raven puppet. Manipulating the raven puppet, Kankuro propelled it towards Vortex Minma, exclaiming, "Perish." As the raven puppet approached Vortex Minma, a dagger sprang forth from its wrist, aimed menacingly at him. With a swift motion, the whirlpool surface lifted her foot, sending the raven puppet flying. Kankuro let out a sinister laugh, declaring, "This is far from over." The raven puppet unleashed a barrage of concentrated green poisonous needles from its beak. Water release, heavenly cry. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling surface cast a discontented glance at Kanjiro and Temari, expressing, "You two are truly a dampener on my spirits. I did not seek your company. I had no particular interest in you. If you choose to court your own demise, do not blame others for it." Nine-Face Supihi. Blue, white, red, black, void, south, north, 3, jade. Nine-Faced Beast, emerge. The nine-faced beast of Uzumaki Menma has fully manifested. Maki, Kankuro, and Temari stood in awe, gazing at the formidable creature. From the presence of the nine-faced beast, Kankuro and Temari felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This oppressive sensation. Kankuro and Temari simultaneously cast their eyes toward Gaara. The pressure was strikingly reminiscent of the uncontrollable aura Gaara exuded. From the outset, Gaara had adopted a posture of arrogance, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. However, upon witnessing the nine-faced beast of Uzumaki Minma, he was engulfed in an intense exhilaration. He sensed a kinship with the creature, gripping his scalp tightly with his right hand. His eyes ablaze with fervor, he exclaimed, "So you and I are kindred spirits. I must slay you. Only by defeating you can I prove my worth." "Oh, a troubled youth indeed. Fear not, for I shall soon administer a thorough beating. I shall not torment you unduly, Death God. You shall eliminate those two individuals. Nanto Sanin, Hokuto Sanin, Yum, Sarayu, you are to assist Sai and take Torai. The remaining nine-faced beast shall stay by my side, ensuring no one disturbs our encounter." The Death God. A nine-faced beast floated in the air, wielding a scythe as it charged towards Kankuro and Temari. Meanwhile, Nando Sanin, Hokuto Sanin, Yum, and Sarayu flew forth to aid Sai and take Torai. The swirling figure of Uzumaki Mina turned to Gaara with a cheerful smile and said, "Now, it appears that it is just you and me left here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Mina, and you should have sensed my true identity." Gaara, however, paid no heed to Mina. raising his hand to command the shifting sands beneath him. This was the border between the land of wind and the land of fire. And although it was a forested area, the winds from the land of wind had brought an abundance of sand to the ground. This meant that Gaara was in his element. Under his control, the sand surged towards Uzumaki Minma. I have not played with sand since I was 6. Water release, water surge wave. With both hands clasped together, the vortex surface summoned an immense quantity of chakra, conjuring forth a rapidly swirling torrent of water that ascended like a whirlwind. The water spread out like a cascading waterfall, plunging downward and creating an aquatic environment in its wake. The swirling figure stood triumphantly upon the water's surface, hands on hips, erupting into a raucous laughter. This is my domain now. Next, let's see you manipulate the sand below. Kanjiro and Temari were momentarily taken aback. How much chakra does this individual possess? Having just summoned 9 summoned beasts, he was now conjuring a watery environment. In the fleeting moment of their astonishment, the Grim Reaper swung his scythe towards Temari. Temari, watch out. Kanjiro hastily commanded his raven puppet to block the Reaper's blade. However, the tip of the scythe still pierced Temari's shoulder. Grasping her shoulder, she quickly retreated and immediately counterattacked. Maki, relying on his experience, defended against the assaults from Sai, Kankuro, and the 4 summoned beasts. Yet, he could only barely withstand their onslaught, unable to retaliate effectively. These seemingly diminutive foes were far from trivial. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Gaara was evidently beginning to lose his composure. Maki contemplated a way to call for reinforcements. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex directly landed upon the head of the water dragon, soaring skyward. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The swirling winds of Temari shot forth incessantly from her mouth towards Gaara. Unyielding, Gaara stood firm as the sand encircling him instinctively shielded him from Temari's gusts. Sand shower. Gaara swiftly retaliated, unleashing a barrage of spherical sand projectiles in response to Temari's assault. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling figure of Uzumaki has increasingly grown fond of the exhilarating sensation of ambushing others from behind. It is rather exhilarating. Gaara, clearly caught off guard, remained engaged in a standoff with the first Uzumaki. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Gaara's back, and disbelief filled his eyes as he swiftly turned his head to discover the partially exposed head of Uzumaki, peering at him intently. The whirlpool's surface furrowed in concern. As the water needle had penetrated only halfway, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The vortex of water erupted from the mouth of the whirlpool, forming a high-pressure, linear jet. Gaara's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly manipulated the unique sand within his gourd to conjure a shield before him, attempting to deflect the oncoming torrent. However, the water column sliced through the air like a razor's edge, possessing immense destructive power that effortlessly severed Gaara's sand shield. Although the shield was breached, it managed to slightly slow the water's velocity, allowing Gaara to narrowly evade the lethal strike that threatened to bisect him. The pain radiating from his back jolted Gaara's sensitive nerves, prompting him to direct the sand beneath his feet to settle onto a flat surface. With both hands pressed firmly against the ground, he glared at the whirlpool, his eyes bloodshot and filled with determination. The unique sand enveloping Gaara's form surged into the earth, causing the ground in the vicinity to tremble. Below the surface, his special sand began to shatter the rocks, transforming them into grains. Gaara's hands moved rapidly, forming intricate seals. As the sealing process progressed, a colossal wave of sand erupted skyward, reminiscent of a tsunami. The flowing sand cascaded forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as the swirling sandstorm surged towards her. The Vortex Woman's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. How intriguing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. From the mouth of the whirlpool, waves of water surged forth, crashing violently against the sandy tides. The tumultuous collision of water and sand transformed the surrounding landscape under the onslaught of their attacks. A rain of dampened sand descended from the heavens. At this moment, Shōji and Kanjuro, battered and bruised, found themselves in a dire predicament against the assault of the nine-tailed beast, a manifestation of death. To them, Gaara represented an insurmountable force. Yet, astonishingly, the black-haired, spiky-headed youth, seemingly of a similar age to Gaara, matched him in strength. Maki's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. These young ones could not possibly be ordinary ninjas from Konoha. The oil-wielding clan before them, alongside the peculiar techniques of these children and their bizarre summoned beasts. Each possessed troubling abilities, and 4 additional summoned beasts had yet to make their move. It appeared that the child battling Gaara was the strongest among them. But why had he never been mentioned before? Gaara unleashed a guttural roar, his expression contorted with fury. In the wake of Gaara's bellow, the sand surged forth. Overpowering the waves of the whirlpool, a tsunami-like wave of sand engulfed the whirlpool, swallowing him whole. But the onslaught did not cease. Die, die, die. Gaara frantically pressed his hands into the sand. Sand waterfall funeral. All the grains of sand crushed against one another, obliterating everything buried beneath. Gaara clutched his hair tightly, erupting into a chilling, maniacal laughter. This will prove my worth, ensuring my existence is not erased. In the midst of battle, Sai and Kuro leaned sideways, casting a fleeting glance at the frenzied Gaara, their hearts unaffected. Having grown up alongside the whirlpool, they understood his capabilities well. If the whirlpool were to fall, then surely the nine-tailed beast would vanish as well. Yet, with the beast still present, aiding them against the elite shinobi before them, it was clear that the whirlpool was unscathed. It seemed he was merely toying with the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. Gaara utilized the sand waterfall technique in conjunction with the sand waterfall funeral to entomb the whirlpool beneath the earth, believing the whirlpool to be slain. Gaara began to laugh maniacally. However, in the midst of his revelry, he suddenly found himself unable to move. To his astonishment, black curse marks appeared upon his body, sealing his ability to act. Moreover, a tremor resonated through the sand. A massive turtle shell emerged from the depths, rising to the surface. Its power was commendable. Yet it seemed that the sand was insufficient to contend with the might of the tortoise shell. The vortex surface hemp sprang forth from the shell of the mystical tortoise. The swirling figure, with a smile gracing its features, inquired of me, Gaara, how does the taste of the sealing technique feel? This is my first time employing the self-imposed binding seal. You were fortunate to experience it. The swirling mass of sand slowly advanced towards Gaara. Upon witnessing this, Maki sought to extricate himself from the entanglement with Sai and Kurenai, aiming to assist Gaara. However, Sai and Kurenai provided Maki with no opportunity to escape, persistently hindering his progress. Maki's prowess was undoubtedly not that of an ordinary J-nin. He was likely among the elite of Sunagakure's J-nin. Even if they could not defeat Maki, Sai and Kurenai vowed to prevent him from interfering with the battle against the swirling mass of sand. With Maki detained, Temari and Kankuro found themselves unable to fend off the onslaught of the nine-tails beast, Shinigami. Just as the swirling mass was about to reach Gaara, the sand around Gaara began to move of its own accord, forming a spherical cocoon that enveloped him. It seems he could no longer move. This sand possesses a will of its own, quite impressive. However, hiding within this sandy shell is futile. To be frank, why not summon Shikaku? My primary intention here is to deliver a sound thrashing to him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling surface of the vortex manifested a kunai, into which wind-style chakra was infused, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade. The swirling vortex of wind propelled the sword, imbued with a sharp, tempestuous energy, towards the spherical mound of sand. Though this orb was crafted from Gaara's unique sand, its hardness proved insufficient against the enhanced sharpness granted by the wind chakra's transformation. Gradually, the wind sword pierced through the sandy sphere. Gaara, concealed within, could only watch in horror as the blade impaled his chest. What is happening? Why do I feel such pain in my chest? What is this liquid dripping from my body? Blood. This is my blood. With Gaara's anguished roar, a hand made of sand suddenly emerged from the sphere, reaching out towards the swirling vortex. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The swirling figure, with a slight pout, remarked, what's the deal? Is that beast, Shoha, really not going to show itself? The Nine-Tails retorted disdainfully, that creature, Shoha, has always been cowardly. Perhaps it is aware of my presence and is too frightened to emerge. Minma, I shall assist you. You must decisively eliminate its Jinchuriki, compelling Shoha to reveal itself. Vortex Minma confidently asserted, no problem. Gaara tightly clutched his head, his eyes fixed intently on Vortex Minma, exclaiming, you are my kind. No, that is not right. You are not my kind. You are different from me. Only by killing you can I exist in this world. It is through your demise that I can truly feel alive. You are my prey. Gaara drooled, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Maki, Temari, and Kankuro felt an urgent anxiety. This was the territory of Konohagakure. If Gaara lost control and Shikaku appeared, It would be disastrous if Shikaku were captured by the Leaf Village, especially considering they had 2 Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Maki froze. 2 Jinchuriki. When Vortex Minma summoned the 9-faced beast, Maki sensed a similar aura to Gaara's emanating from it. Could it be that this young boy battling Gaara was the Ninetales Jinchuriki of Konoha? In that moment of distraction, Sai and Kankuro seized the opportunity. Super God Foe Painting, a move fist. Sai unleashed this technique, depicting the Wind God and Thunder God, as the Wind Goddess fist sent Maki flying. As Maki was propelled backward, Kankuro quickly followed up with a fist laced with deadly poison that struck Maki's abdomen. Maki was sent crashing to the ground. While Kankuro's nano-sized venomous insects successfully infiltrated Maki's body, Maki's skin began to turn a shade of purple. His scalp tingled as he realized he had been poisoned. Moreover, the toxicity was significant. Maki had no antidote on him. Only Kankuro, who treated his puppets with poison, possessed any. Maki shouted toward Kankuro, "Kankuro, the antidote." Kankuro hastily retrieved the antidote and tossed it to Maki. However, these actions triggered a chain reaction. The Grim Reaper's scythe plunged directly into Kankuro's abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kankuro. Temari swung her 3-star fan, forcing the Grim Reaper back, and supported Kankuro. Just as Temari steadied Kankuro, the handle of the Grim Reaper's scythe smashed harshly into her back. In an instant, both Temari and Kankuro were sent sprawling. Maki administered the antidote, but it merely suppressed the poison, failing to neutralize it. However, now that he was on the ground, Maki had escaped the entanglement with Sai and Kankuro, swiftly rushing to assist Temari and Kankuro in repelling the Grim Reaper. Maki retrieved another dose of the antidote from Kankuro's tool pouch and injected it into himself. Sweating profusely, Maki assessed the situation. Just a momentary lapse due to his shadow clone had set off a chain reaction. Now all 3 were severely injured, and Gaara was spiraling into chaos, trapped in a desperate predicament. Maki solemnly addressed Temari and Kankuro. "Temari, Kankuro, prepare for a fight to the death. We cannot allow Gaara to fall into the hands of Konoha. Gaara had entered a state of transformation, a part of him merging with Shikaku. Meanwhile, Maki, Temari, and Kankuro were all wounded, especially Maki and Kankuro. Maki had been poisoned by Kankuro, although he had injected 2 doses of antidote. It merely staved off the spread of the toxin. Kankuro had been pierced through the abdomen by the Grim Reaper's scythe. Only Temari remained relatively unscathed, having only been struck by the scythe's handle. In contrast, Vortex Minma and his companions had not sustained a single injury. It appeared that the 4 from Sunagakure were battling Vortex Minma's trio, but in truth, they were contending against Vortex Minma and his 9 summoned beasts. Maki was prepared for a fight to the death, determined to prevent Gaara from losing control and being captured by the Leaf Village. Just as Maki, Temari, and Kankuro were about to support Gaara, Sai, Kankuro, and the 9-faced beast stood in their way. Sai and Kankuro, not one for idle chatter, immediately engaged, thwarting Maki and his companions from hindering Vortex Minma. Once again, the clash of combat ensued. The irrational Gaara charged toward Vortex Minma, extending Shikaku's arm to seize him. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling figure of Maru soared gracefully into the air, alighting upon the majestic Shike, directing it to ascend into the skies. Gaara plunged his hand into the sands below, summoning forth a multitude of arms crafted from the very earth, reaching skyward to seize the soaring Shike. Wind release, vacuum wave. The vortex spun forth a multitude of dense blades of wind from its mouth, severing all the hands of sand. Water release, water severing wave. The whirlpool-like surface spewed forth an extraordinarily high-pressure jet of water towards Gaara. He raised the arm of Shikaku in an attempt to defend himself. However, the immensely destructive high-pressure water column pierced directly through Gaara's arm of Shikaku. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The swirling vortex ceased the release of ninjutsu, directing the Juke to evade. Gaara knelt upon the sandy ground, howling in a fit of despair. It hurts so much. Initially, Gaara was merely in the form of Shikaku, but now his entire being had transformed, resembling a true monster. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted,